Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4 Chapter 125 Reunion. A rainbow from far to near, launched to the surface of the moon. It's Thor. He is also now a member of the Avengers. With the help of Tesseract, Dominion has repaired the destroyed Bifrost, which was just completed a few days ago. Here you are, Thor. The Avengers landed on the moon wearing space combat uniforms, and watched the carnage approaching in the distance, waiting with rigor. It's the Slaughter Pirate Legion. This pirate gang is notorious in the universe. All the planets it goes to are robbed and killed, but fortunately, the strength of these star pirates is not enough. We should be able to deal with it. 5. Thor frowned, although he said it lightly, but in fact he had never fought against these pirates. But I remember that the slaughtering star pirates should have a fleet of 30 spaceships. Why is only one appearing at present, and the others, are they hidden? 30 spaceships. Steve's face was dignified. This data is still a big threat to the Earth at present, especially the environment they're in is not the familiar home ground of the Earth. The gravitational force of the moon is too light. If it weren't for the special function of the space combat suit, they might not even stand firm. But, never bring the battlefield closer to Earth. The destructive power of aliens is terrifying, and New York is the best proof. JARVIS, it's up to you. First lock and kill the ship in front of you, Tony Stark ordered. After confirming the identity of the spaceship through Thor, the hesitation in his heart completely disappeared. Buzzing. The 500 satellites on the Earth's surface are the ones that glow dark blue. Stark's weapons were never just for defense. There are more than 500 satellites combined to release the railgun enough to annihilate any strong enemy. This is also the meeting ceremony that Stark prepared for the invaders. Targeting, Mr. Stark, JARVIS uttered a reliable electronic synthesis sound. At the same time, the weapon is locked. Mr. Luo Bing, is the jamming system turned on? Friday's sweet voice also rang out at the same time. Compared with functionality, the Friday of the extraterrestrial technology plus the wisdom of Atlantis is not known to be several levels higher than JARVIS. I just said, how did these guys know we're back? Advertisement. It turned out to be treating us as the enemy. Luo Bing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had just seen so many familiar faces in an instant, and he thought he was here specially to greet him. But the changes on the Earth are really big, Carol exclaimed. In the era when she left, there was no such thing as high tech on the Earth. Just like now, she has a panoramic view of the defensive force field all over the planet, and at the moment is aiming at their Star Destroyer, which means that the current Earth is enough to go to the universe. Huh? Luo Bing disappeared instantly and appeared above the slaughter. Idiots, it's me. Open your eyes and see clearly. There is no matter that transmits sound in the universe, but this does not affect the transmission of Luo Bing's voice to every Avenger's communication system on Friday, and to Earth. Sky was stunned. The voice was so familiar that she never thought she could hear it again. It was a scene that I would only encounter in my dreams every night. So, she lost control of her emotions and yelled at the communicator excitedly. Luo Bing. Is that you? Are you back? It's a fact that Luo Bing is dead, but many people can't accept it. Before seeing the man's body, everything is still fantasy. But anyone with a little common sense knows in their hearts that under the heatwave that destroys everything, any life will die. Black Knight. Is there an exception? Well, after wandering in the universe for more than half a month, I'm finally back, Luo Bing replied. At the same time, his voice also reached every corner of the Earth through Friday. For a moment, everyone seemed to be stunned, then. Just ecstasy. Shout. Roar. Crazy. Just hearing that voice, they already understood what happened. Looking at the spaceship that was getting closer and closer in the live broadcast, and looking at the man above the spaceship with his hands on his chest and the corners of his mouth raised, everyone's emotions instantly change, out of control. Oh, by God, Tony's genius brain almost didn't react. JARVIS automatically cancelled the attack system, and the annihilation gun slowly extinguished. Asterisk hash asterisk katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot 0 he is back. Advertisement he is back. Such the same voice spread all over the streets and alleys, 1 by 10, 10 by 1, by word of mouth. Everyone was so excited that they couldn't help themselves, and even lost control of their emotions, squatting on the ground and crying. The carnage finally landed on the moon. Looking at the familiar handsome faces, the Avengers were rather at a loss. Maybe, and a little embarrassing. After all, they held a grand funeral without my consent. Sky launched Vibe towards the back, and instantly fell on Luo Bing's body, hanging his hands on his neck. Sorry for worrying you guys. Luo Bing patted Sky on the back with a smile. Zero Tony's tense nerves loosened instantly. The corners of his eyes and the mask instantly became wet. He's already a full-fledged Iron Man and doesn't get emotionally out of control, maybe because there's too much sand in the mask. Brother Luo. Parker was unexpectedly speechless and rushed forward. However, because he exerted too much force, this was the moon, so he soared into the sky and swept over Luo Bing. Luo Bing shook his head speechlessly and let go of Sky. Polaris on the side laughed, stretched out his hand to manipulate the magnetic field, and pulled Parker off the spacewalk. Brother-in-law. Thor happily rushed over from behind, like a 300-pound fat man. Boom. Luo Bing turned around and pushed Thor face to face on the moon in a flash. A lunar crater with a big face was born in this way. If there are ants on this planet, then this is their crater. Last time I didn't have time to ask you, what the hell is your brother-in-law? Luo Bing asked in a dark voice. Puff puff puff. Thor choked on himself as he blew the soil on the ground. Ha 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 ha. The Avengers laughed cheerfully, and even Natasha Romanoff, who had been frowning all the time, pursed his lips and smiled. A golden light flew out of the cabin and landed on the moon. As Captain Marvel, Carol. She is a little depressed now. Luo Bing seems to have forgotten her. And Chapter 126 Thunder's Hanhan's speech is amazing. 1/5. In the media world, Black Knight Robin has two big licking dogs. One is James, the president of the Daily Bugle, and the other is Martin, a famous daily news headliner. On the basis of economic strength and fans, Martin is obviously not as influential as James. However, James may still need to work hard for more than 10 years in touting the Black Knight. Both are big fans of Black Knight, but emotionally, Martin is slightly different, and that's where he really started to become famous. However, within a short time, the news of Black Knight's return spread all over the world. Various media and TV stations all broadcast this shocking news, and the whole earth became lively. In the streets and alleys, listen to all the sounds of playfulness and laughter. The lively atmosphere is short of a good day BGM, but although the BGM may be late, it will definitely come. August 10th. There's Washa Up the Lord immediately pulled out the Reminiscence of Black Knight Classic Collection. That was carefully crafted some time ago. I changed the title and added some new stories and the latest pictures. After uploading, it was immediately liked and forwarded by thousands of people. Stark's live broadcast was cut off after hugging Luo Bing. He didn't want to reveal this superhero sensational scene to the world. He is a selfless person, but also a selfish person. No one bothers, no one makes noise, the Avengers need alone time to vent their feelings. Actually, Tony would never admit that it was all to keep him from being so humiliated in front of the mass media. After all, the image of the Avengers crying into 300 pounds of children is really not very good looking. After briefly introducing the identity of Captain Marvel, Luo Bing kicked away the void, and everyone returned to Earth, directly to the Avengers building. Not a good place to talk on the moon, so you gave me a funeral? Stark building, oh no. Luo Bing rolled his eyes speechlessly on the top floor of the Avengers building. Stark's sign was damaged in the last war, and Tony simply added a few letters and turned it into the Avengers building. The Avengers on the side laughed. Nick Fury solemnly walked up to Carol and shook hands with her. Thank you for saving Luo Bing agent's life. Carol smiled embarrassedly and waved his hand. The ghost knows who rescued who, and in the next few wormhole shuttles, if it wasn't for the blessing of Luo Bing's luck, they still didn't know which part of the universe they were in. Drifting around the corner. Advertisement, if it wasn't for me, maybe he would have come back, said the blonde woman. Fury on the side had a black line on his face, a little embarrassed. After a long time, his request for help didn't work at all, which made him a little ashamed. When I woke up, you know what I saw? A mermaid is the kind of mermaid that is half human and half fish, and the kind that has a good figure. Have you seen the movie? Luo Bing talked about his own cosmic drifting story, and also brought out a lot of cosmic specialties, including the edible pearls of the mermaid family. The Avengers on the side listened curiously, except for Thor, no one really has the experience of drifting the universe. Brother-in-law, Bifrost is now repaired. No matter where you are in the galaxy in the future, you can just call Roar Handle. Although you got him pregnant last time, he won't hold any grudges. Lei Hanhan said out amazing. Luo Bing. Avengers aside, Walter, getting pregnant, what happened? Can anyone explain? Sky on the side was already red-eyed, murderous, and even Polaris's expression turned cold. It's a pity that you don't engage in the media. Luo Bing covered his face with a black line. That's it, don't get me wrong, Heimdall is a man, Thor explained immediately. Men. The Avengers' eyes widened. Don't get me wrong, in addition to Heimdall there are 100,000 giants of Jotunheim army, and they are all pregnant. Oh, yes, now that the father has sent them back to their hometown, I should not be so merciful, Tuo explained. 100,000. Giants of Jotunheim, the Avengers were speechless. Giant? Tony Stark swallowed. The little Spider-Man on the side quickly interjected, and then said, all pregnant? Enough, you three bastards. Luo Bing's eyes shone with golden light, and he couldn't bear it any longer. 3 rays shot out of his eyes in an instant, and drilled directly into Thor, Tony, little Spider-Man's stomach. The question marks around the 3 people's heads are unclear. Advertisement then, within 10 seconds, their stomachs became bigger and bigger, and when they became pregnant in October, the childbirth experience card renewal fee was received, and a pig croaked. Look, this is the effect. Luo Bing spread his hands and smiled kindly. Crack. The coffee cup in Carol's hand fell to the ground and shattered. In fact, she hasn't passively broken things for a long time. As a Superman, she can always save everything before it happens, but now, the shock in her heart makes her subconsciously forget it all. Believe it or not, I got you pregnant. Carol remembered what Luo Bing had said to him that day. At first, she thought it was the other party who was teasing her. Now it seems. Not so, he can really get pregnant. Damn it, boss. Help. Tony was about to cry, and he just asked a stupid question. Ouch. I feel like a little Spider-Man is brewing in my stomach. Peter Parker's shameful face turned tomato-colored. Even if he is underage, he understands what it means for a man to be pregnant, which is too shameful 5.0. And, it still hurts. Devil, Hawkeye and Banner shuddered subconsciously. But if you really give birth to a child, what should you do? Take over the stepmother. Maybe combining the two will have special and wonderful consequences? He didn't want to be the father of a bunch of kids. The few female compatriots on the side were a little eager to try. Having shivered, Luo Bing couldn't imagine the beautiful scene. The look on Tony's face looked like he was about to give birth. Definitely not, but Luo Bing was stunned, thinking of the water of life, a specialty of mermaids. Isn't she really pregnant? Pepper frowned at Tony, and then looked at Luo Bing pitifully. Chapter 127 Don't give up until the grave is thrown. After learning that this was just an experience and not a real pregnancy, little Pepper was relieved. Otherwise, she really can't look directly at the complicated relationship in the future. Actually, the purpose of this ability is to let people experience the greatness of maternal love. It is very hard for a mother to conceive for 10 months. We must remember the grace of our parents for childbearing, Luo Bing explained. The Avengers confessed in their hearts, we believed. Fury wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He really couldn't imagine the scene of 100,000 giants of Jotunheim getting pregnant together. Feelings, you became the hero of Asgard because of this. The last mission report said the reason was complicated. It's really complicated. I've worked so hard. Thor rolled on the ground in pain. This pregnancy, he will remember it for the rest of his life. You haven't told me what your sister's name is. Why did I become your brother-in-law? Luo Bing asked with a dark face, angrily. Goddess of Death. Hela. Although I haven't seen her before, pain. But my parents agree with this kind of marriage, and they told me specifically. Thor's face was a little pale, and he was constantly sweating dropping. It really is the woman in hell. I knew what Odin was playing at 14. Luo Bing was speechless. During the Battle of New York, Thor came to Earth before Bifrost was repaired. It is impossible for him to come through the hell space. Odin said that there are only two paths of hell in spaceships, and he really believed in him at that time. Your family's relationship is really complicated. Where is Loki? Is he still alive? Luo Bing asked aloud. I'm locked in the heavenly prison, brother-in-law, don't you know that, in order to avenge you? I beat him 3 times a day now, that kid begging for mercy now that he sees me. Thor wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his lips were already dry whitened. So brother-in-law, please help us unravel this shit. The feeling of being pregnant. This is definitely the worst nightmare I've ever experienced. Thor couldn't say what he said. Wait. Luo Bing materialized 3 bottles of purification potions and poured them into the mouths of the 3 people. Waited patiently for a minute. Pity, nothing worked. Powerhouse appraisal technique. Hit by pregnancy gaze, effect. 10 seconds of pregnancy experience plus half an hour of childbirth experience. This skill cannot be immune, cannot be resisted, cannot be eliminated, cannot be evaded, and can only be resisted. I wish you good luck. Close black lens bracket. Advertisement Luo Bing. Well, it seems that nothing works. Maybe Luo Bing can go back to 5 minutes ago, but obviously he doesn't want to do it. It's too troublesome to reinterpret everything. Rather than being so troublesome, just let these guys take it for a while. Abbreviation. Well, exercise. If you want to become a strong person, how can you not withstand the assessment of the strong person identification technique? 30 minutes passed quickly in Luo Bing's small talk with the other Avengers. Tony felt that his kidneys had been deficient for 10,000 years. Boss, don't say anything else. I've remembered this situation. In the afternoon, you will hand over the work of digging your grave to me, and I will do it beautifully. Tony stood up with the little pepper on his face, with a look of resentment on his face. And me, Thor said with a resolute look on his face, swearing to never give up until he was buried. As for little Spider-Man, the child trapped himself into a zongzi and cocooned. It seems that the poor fainted. Steve didn't dare to speak. He didn't want to experience the consequences of the pregnancy of the 90-year-old lonely and widowed man. To be honest, he directed Luo Bing's coffin burial ceremony, and the scene at that time is still vivid in his mind. So, he simply stood aside as a little transparent, staring at Fury and Ms. Marvel. The power of pregnancy. Even Hulk can't stop it. Banner could feel it. Even if he wanted to transform now, Hulk wouldn't dare to come out. Pregnancy staring is simply not too scary. Let's get down to business. Recently, Hydra seems to be showing signs of recovery. There are various clues that there may be some problems in S.H.I.E.L.D. I even suspect that there are even members of Hydra in the Parliament. Fury frowned and his face was very ugly. However, now that superhero is gathered, Luo Bing and Surprise are returning at the same time. He does not think that Hydra will cause any harm to the world, but the internal problems of S.H.I.E.L.D. are difficult to deal with. This pervasive spy is the most feared. If there is a problem inside the S.H.I.E.L.D., then leave the Tesseract and the Scepter to me for safekeeping. I can't worry about keeping this kind of thing in the S.H.I.E.L.D., Luo Bing said with a frown, putting away his joking expression. 6 infinite gems, there are already 3 on Earth. Advertisement. It is hard to imagine what kind of storm the Earth will be involved in the future. Recently, possibly because of drifting in the universe, Luo Bing's precognition dreams are all about things that have nothing to do with the Earth. The only dream related to Earth is a dream about the Guardians of Galaxy. The captain character in it is comparable to a mortal with the body of a god, which makes him not interested. The only bright spot is that he has half the blood of the Earth. No problem. For Luo Bing, Fury is unconditionally trusted. After so many incidents, Luo Bing is undoubtedly the last trump card of the Earth. The most powerful Asgardian on Earth. After repairing Bifrost, Thor kept his word and returned the Tesseract to Earth. Although I don't know what the old man Odin thought, Tesseract was originally his thing, and he was looking for it in the cosmic battle, but maybe he had his own considerations. Asgard, it's not as safe as I thought. Maybe Earth and Midgard is a better choice. Luo Bing disappeared, and after a while, he frowned and returned to the place with the suitcase. Where's the scepter? Luo Bing asked. That thing isn't in the warehouse. Fury scratched his head in confusion. Besides you and me, there is only one person who can enter the warehouse. Pierce, maybe he should know something. Fury frowned. Trust me, I've rummaged through Shield's secret warehouse. Luo Bing frowned. He disappeared. I will contact. Fury's face darkened instantly. I didn't think that guy was a good guy for a long time. Where is he now? I'll go and bring him back. Luo Bing asked with a frown. Fury made a few secret calls at the moment, and then his face turned completely dark. From the moment you appear in space, maybe things are going to get worse. Chapter 128. I have a special way to identify Hydra undercover, 3/5. Pierce disappeared without a trace. No clues were left. Even his files in S.H.I.E.L.D. have disappeared completely, and all the tasks he has handled over the years have been emptied of records. Not only that, Pierce has promoted a lot of backbones over the years, occupying almost all the senior management of S.H.I.E.L.D. Those level 6 to 7 agents cannot be trusted, and the underlying agents are not much better. S.H.I.E.L.D. instantly became an empty shell, like a fake. Pierce is the previous S.H.I.E.L.D. director. It's hard to imagine if he is a Hydra undercover. Then, it's really a S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra game. Now there's an even more critical issue. Fury on the council can't trust it anymore. All agents in the entire S.H.I.E.L.D. must be excluded from security risks, which is a disaster. S.H.I.E.L.D. is a United Nations-funded organization, which means that Hydra's hands are now in every country in the world. Once civil unrest occurs, the consequences are unimaginable. I've become a pawn. Fury's face was gloomy, his fists clenched tightly. He was picked up by Pierce. For Pierce, the former S.H.I.E.L.D. director, he never had doubts. Pierce would give him a lot of advice on S.H.I.E.L.D. things with large file size and small size, and even Fury praised that Pierce was by his side. Although this matter seems simple, it is really troublesome to deal with, and the means should not be too extreme. I suggest to conduct an investigation of the agent secretly. Steve frowned. For Hydra, if they want to conquer the Earth, the first goal is to defeat the Avengers. I don't think they have any power to confront the Avengers head-on, otherwise they won't hide for so long, so I guess they will use the means let's split inside. Stark sat down in his chair, tapping his fingers on the tabletop. Maybe my return broke their long-planned plan. If I were the top of Hydra, I would sell some of the most important powers, such as Pierce, and then give up the commander. Let us think that we have cleared everything in the future. When the Avengers relax, they will, disintegrate, from the inside, Luo Bing thought. By the way, tell me honestly, does S.H.I.E.L.D. still have any secret weapons hidden? Luo Bing looked up at Fury. Fury froze for a moment, then nodded. Inside program. Pierce is going to send 3 air carriers to the sky, targeting every criminal who wants to commit a crime. If this plan can be successful, it will almost win the Nobel Peace Prize. Fury shook his head. Advertisement, it now seems that the muzzle may be aimed at our own people. What? Gotta say. Some of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s decisions really strike me as absurd, Tony scolded. He is immortal without Iron Man armor, and without any weapons, he will die if hit by a missile. That thing is still at the Sanqui headquarters, and it needs the authorization of 5 high-level council members to start it. Maybe we can use this big guy to annihilate Hydra in one fell swoop, Fury said. I need a list, Stark said solemnly. With the list, he can change the setting of the attack target. No list. Fury shook his head, and it was this thing that gave him the most headaches right now. He does not know now who is the enemy and who is the friend. Maybe. I can try. Luo Bing pursed his lips. Friday, print me a list of all the agents and staff of S.H.I.E.L.D. I want them all, Luo Bing instructed. Okay, Mr. Luo Bing. Friday's voice suddenly sounded in the Avengers building. Tony looked at Luo Bing suspiciously. All the intelligence systems here are JARVIS. When did they come in on Friday? And, she seems to be different. About 2 hours later, under Luo Bing's 10th level agent authority, all the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and staff profiles were printed out, covering the entire hall. About 10,000 copies. Now, what are we going to do? Fury frowned in disbelief. Others, too, were at a loss. Looking at the densely packed photos and portraits on the ground, I had a headache unknowingly, and had a new understanding of how troublesome things were. Have you ever played the ring game? Luo Bing asked inexplicably. Then, without waiting for everyone to answer, he snapped his fingers lightly, and a pile of rings appeared behind him like a hill. No more, no less, exactly 10,000. Walter? Everyone looked at this scene suspiciously. I really don't understand what Luo Bing said. Luo Bing didn't explain either. Roar took a deep breath and turned on the lucky halo. Advertisement, Friday, for the record, everyone caught by me is a Hydra undercover agent, Luo Bing said. Okay, Mr. Luo Bing. Friday's sweet voice echoed in the hall. Walter method? Everyone's expressions became even more incomprehensible. What does this conversation mean? Did I hear it right? Luo Bing ignored the opinions of others, and rolled up the ring like a hill behind him, so he threw it towards the photo of the agent fixed on the ground. Crash la la la. The ferrule fell like rain, and after bouncing on the ground a few times, it landed on the agent's photo, perfectly wrapping the photo without touching any corners. 3721 pics have been recorded: Crossbones, Strucker, Pierce, Senator Stern. Friday fast broadcast. As her voice fell, one holographic projection after another appeared in front of everyone. Luo Bing closed the lucky halo in time and let out a sigh of relief. Probably the list is here. If you don't have money, I suggest secret arrest. If you can't use large weapons, you can't use them. People on the side. No, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Although I don't really understand this spy or not, I can't stand it anymore. You're too messy, aren't you? Thor was speechless. The expressions of the others were the same. Mind you, where did this come from? Everyone is chatting seriously. What do you mean by this operation? Is this a special kind of discrimination magic? Polaris asked curiously. Luo Bing shook his head. How can there be such a magic? I just throw it away, but don't worry, my luck is very good, I can't go wrong. Why'd I feel even more unreliable after listening to your explanation? Procrastination. Who believes this statement? Stop making trouble, big man. Chapter 129 Black Panther. Meow meow meow. A group of people looked strange, it even felt a little absurd. Really can't understand Luo Bing's behavior, because it all looks like a child playing a house. Not to mention rigor and logic, it seems that even the assumptions are not next to each other. If this person wasn't Luo Bing, they all thought he was making fun of him. Actually, luck is also one of my super abilities, Luo Bing explained. You were lucky. But, is this really reliable? Carol frowned. In the previous cosmic drifting, she had seen Luo Bing's luck many times. Although she felt incredible, she still felt all this is incomprehensible. Isn't good luck super ability? Little Spider-Man didn't know when he woke up, scratched his head and asked. Good luck is not a super ability, but if you are very lucky, it is fine. Luo Bing didn't know how to explain it. Simply, he kicked the void with one kick. Friday, let me randomly buy hundreds of lottery tickets all over the world that will be drawn within an hour. Luo Bing gave an order first, then turned to look at the crowd. In advance, I absolutely did not use any means of exploration. Now I will open my luck and show you the treasures of the world. Follow me all. The black hole enveloped everyone, and everyone disappeared in the Avengers building. The space is distorted, and everyone appears in the depths of the ground. 810. Where is this? It's so dark. Tony pressed the power supply on his chest, and everything in front of him was presented in front of everyone. Omega. Diamond mine? The underground diamond mines that have spread for more than several kilometers have blinded everyone's eyes? This is West Africa. Stark looked at the satellite positioning on his mobile phone and silently recorded the location. The void distorted again, swallowing everyone in. 20,000 miles under the Pacific Ocean, Luo Bing used his magic power to open up a small space. This is the sinking of the Titan Nick. 35 Stark silently memorized the location. Advertisement. The void was then twisted, and everyone came to a random place. FK. Underground oil. What kind of oil reserve is this? The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I don't know who scolded it. Stark marked again. The void closed, and a group of people walked out of the exit. This time what? Inside the pyramids. This is. Stark frowned. This is the Tutankhamun Mausoleum. It is said that it was built more than 3,300 years ago. I always thought it was a story. Anything that is buried here will eclipse the whole American Museum. Dr. Banner's eyes widened, coveted looking at the golden throne in front of him. There is also the gem scepter of the Egyptian pharaohs on it. The corners of everyone's mouth twitched slightly. However, this is only a small part. Luo Bing once again disappeared with everyone in an instant. This magical journey directly subverted their three views. Pirate treasure in Port Royal. The lost crown of the British royal family. A jade seal handed down from Daxia. Rare minerals under Arctic glaciers. Countless gold and diamond mines. An hour later, JARVIS and Friday reminded at the same time that all the lottery tickets Luo Bing had purchased before had won the first prize, with a total prize pool of 371.22 billion. Everyone's eyes on Luo Bing changed. They were all too shocked to speak. The last teleportation. Vibranium? A lot of vibranium? Wait, where is this place? Are we on Alien? Stark frowned. Steve on the side looked at the vibranium shield in his hand with a blank expression. Now even his unique shield has become a piece of shit? Wakanda. Fury said. This is an independent country, and a meteorite fell here many years ago, with a lot of vibranium elements and alien technology, and since then, Wakanda has developed rapidly. Advertisement. However, this country is closed to the outside world, and it was only by chance that I established contact with them. Speaking of which, I have to mention one person, my Lieutenant Phil Coulson, who is still here for treatment, Fury said. Phil Coulson is not dead, Beffa, the Avengers questioned. It was the death of Phil Coulson that brought them back to their senses from the Loki scepter, so they were very impressed. Especially Steve, that had a big impact on Steve. What happened to Phil Coulson? Luo Bing asked the same question. He had absolutely no idea that something was wrong with the good old man. A bit embarrassing. Actually, I thought he was helpless at the time. After all, there was such a big hole in the chest, but something happened after that. I met the current king of Wakanda and sent Phil Coulson over here, Nick Fury explained. Go out and have a look. Luo Bing disappeared with a group of people and came to the outside world. Who? A group of soldiers with spears immediately surrounded them, dressed in neat uniforms, with strange colored strips painted on their faces. There are many high-rise buildings here, full of technology wind, and the defensive force field in the sky is even better than the one built by Stark. But it's not comparable at all. Stark's stuff is all over the world. I'm Nick Fury. Hey, my people, these are the Avengers. I know your king T'Challa. One-eyed black braised egg immediately took out his credentials from his bosom. The dozen or so silver-armored blacks were silent, then abruptly pressed the communication button beside their ears and nodded. Please come with me, the king already knows about your visit, the soldier said, leading the way. Soon, a woman wearing golden armor and holding a golden spear came up, followed by T'Challa, who was wearing a black robe with a necklace of teeth around her neck, and his quirky sister, Princess Shu Rui. The Avengers and director Nick Fury, nice to meet you. T'Challa smiled kindly, folded his hands in front of him, looking very gentlemanly. Princess Shu Rui on the side looked at Luo Bing curiously with admiration in her eyes. Is Phil Coulson okay? Luo Bing asked the question he cared about. He's very stable, if nothing else, he'll recover within a month, and he's still sleeping, but I'm curious. How did you find out about this place, and it seems to have avoided the defense system? T'Challa asked suspiciously. For the king of a territory, the security of his own territory is the first important thing. Especially the Avengers who appeared on the street inexplicably, which made T'Challa suspect that there might be a loophole in his defense system. Don't ask, I'll take you to your treasure house if you ask me. Take me to see Phil Coulson, now that Hydra has so many troubles, don't take a vacation like a dead man lying in bed, Luo Bing said, snapped his fingers, and a bottle of HP recovery potion appeared in his hand. Black Panther. Meow meow. What do you mean, take me to my treasure house? Chapter 130 HP recovery potion R&D plan. T'Challa looked puzzled. The Avengers around them sneered, after all, they really just walked around the treasure house of others. It's hard to explain this to you. No matter what T'Challa thought, Luo Bing's group soon saw Phil Coulson sleeping on the medical equipment under his leadership. There are a lot of robotic claws beside him. The whole person is lying quietly like that. The big hole in the chest has been gradually repaired, although it still looks a little ugly, but I have to say that this kind of fully intelligent medical technology is proud enough to compete with the world. A heart rate graph on the side shows Phil Coulson's heart beating steadily. Although the pacing was not very efficient, it was clear that his life was no longer in danger. In this state, he is a bit like Captain Frozen. All the functions of his body have entered a state of dormancy. Fury breathed a sigh of relief. Phil Coulson was his most trusted and closest subordinate, and now he was able to open a hole in his chest. It's really lucky to survive under the premise of the big hole. I heard that Dr. Zhao Hailun has made great progress in the field of biotechnology research. She can repair some scars that cannot be repaired, Banner said. Maybe it's not so troublesome. Stark looked expectantly at the red crystal bottle in Luo Bing's hand. He used that thing. As for the effect, who knows who uses it, it's not generally good. Luo Bing didn't talk nonsense, opened the bottle cap, squeezed Phil Coulson's chin with one hand, and poured it into his throat. The red potion evaporated with a hazy halo, which was completely absorbed by Phil Coulson in just 1 minute. Drip drip. The heart rate graph begins to clearly have an active trajectory. Phil Coulson's eyelashes twitched, then slowly opened his eyes with a hum. Where? Is the war over? Phil Coulson looked at everyone in confusion, especially when he saw Luo Bing, his frown stretched out. Since Luo Bing is here, the war must be over. Phil Coulson is still full of confidence in Luo Bing. Advertisement, hey old man, nice to see you again, Fury laughed. Steve breathed a sigh of relief, took a few bloody cards from his pocket and handed them over. That used to be in Phil Coulson's collection. Now is the time to return the property to its original owner. But, it now has Phil Coulson's long-awaited signature on it. Phil Coulson scratched his head embarrassedly, took the card, and was still a little shy. He tried to sit up and found that his physical condition was surprisingly good. Except for a long time without exercise, his limbs were slightly sore. No difference. Thank you all, I really think I'm alright, but I might be a little hungry. Phil Coulson scratched his head embarrassedly, and the terrifying big hole in his chest disappeared miraculously. You'd better thank Wakanda and Luo Bing, they brought you back from hell. Fury laughed, feeling very relieved. At this point where S.H.I.E.L.D. is about to collapse, the awakening of Phil Coulson, the right-hand man, is definitely one of the best things Fury has heard. Phil Coulson has always been Fury's most trusted right-hand man. Phil Coulson heard this and looked at Luo Bing with a smile. This smile Luo Bing is all too familiar with. The smile on this good man's face is difficult for others to imitate. Interrupt Fury's words, it's really not hell when people die. Luo Bing glanced at Thor with a black line on his face. His sister is in hell. The scene was a little embarrassing for a moment, and Thor looked away unnaturally. What a magical medicine. Excuse me, can I sell Wakanda a copy of this recipe? T'Challa curiously held the empty crystal bottle that was used up. He had just seen the power of this potion with his own eyes. It can be described as magic, and what makes T'Challa more concerned is that this thing is very similar to Wakanda's heart-shaped medicinal herbs, but Wakanda has completely lost that thing. There is no formula. Luo Bing frowned slightly. Although it is no longer a hassle for him to materialize the HP recovery potion now, but it is still impossible to mass-produce this thing, even if Luo Bing is locked in a room and imagined to be materialized all day long use. If it can be mass-produced, then the role of this thing is not a concept now. Advertisement katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot 0 Luo Bing looked at T'Challa and nodded. In order to express my gratitude, I can give you a bottle, but even I don't know the formula of this stuff, you need to study it yourself. That's great. T'Challa nodded excitedly. Since the heart-shaped herbs were all burned, Wakanda had a great lack of medical care. They are also trying their best to find a better way to replace the heart-shaped herb. From the current point of view, the potion that Black Knight has come up with is definitely the most perfect choice. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, and 2 bottles of HP recovery potions fell from the air. One bottle was thrown to T'Challa, the other to Banner. It's not just Wakanda who needs this, but the Avengers as well. 0 Even if the efficacy of the research medicine is not that great, if it can be mass-produced, it will achieve huge amounts of breakthrough if it is used in military and civilian applications. Plan ahead and accumulate food. The Earth will definitely not only rely on a few superheroes to become truly powerful. No matter how strong superhero is, he is only one person. Technology and development are the most critical missions of the Earth. Banner, you can also use this bottle of potion for research, and you don't need to consider the funding. Luo Bing said, now he has a leadership temperament. Avengers does not have a captain or a leader, but if one person is really selected, Luo Bing is the best choice in everyone's heart. The banquet is ready. Everyone come with me. Wakanda is honored to meet you friends. T'Challa solemnly handed the medicine to his younger sister, Princess Shu Rui, who is Wakanda's most powerful scientist. Okay, I will contact Dr. Hailun Zhao and other colleagues. Banner was very excited. Wakanda will be the most solid partner of the Avengers. Luo Bing also smiled in kindness. Wakanda leads the world in technological development, and in this respect, Stark and Black Panther may have a lot to talk about in. Black Panther's mood was also very good, and he bent over like a gentleman, making a gesture of invitation. Multiple friends, multiple paths. He's not just Hulk, Banner's intelligence is also important. Chapter 131 Secret Arrest Operation A Banquet. Everyone ate very happily. However, because of the busy business, except for Thor, the drunk guy, everyone else deliberately did not drink. Luo Bing originally had no concept of alcohol, let alone liking it. Everyone drank it and he drank it. When few people drank it, he naturally wouldn't drink it. His body was immune to alcohol, and he didn't know what it was like to be drunk. The banquet is over. Watching a group of people skillfully walk into the black hole, Black Panther finally knew how they got in. This is inexplicable. Any force field defense is useless. At the same time, he also has a brand new concept of the power of the Avengers. Wakanda, who is close to the country, always thinks that his country is the most developed, so he is not interested in everything that happens in the outside world. Today, I feel like a frog in the well. The gate of the void slowly closed, August 10th, and everyone returned to the Avengers building again. Phil Coulson, who was a hitchhiker for the first time, was a little dazed. He hadn't reacted yet, and he was home in an instant, which was amazing. Familiarize yourself with the changes in the world after sleep. I'll give you half an hour to digest, and then I'll give you an important task, Fury said, patting Phil Coulson on the shoulder. Didn't I just be in a coma for half a month? Phil Coulson frowned. What can happen in half a month? Don't worry mate, your half month is definitely more exciting than my 70 years. Steve walked over with a shy smile. Okay, Captain. Phil Coulson immediately turned into a little fanboy and sat down in front of the computer to make up. Fury looked at the list all over the place and took a deep breath. There were actually many agents he was familiar with, and there were even 3 members. Hydra means and reproduction ability is too strong. Looks like it was the wrong decision to recruit Dr. Zola in the first place, Fury frowned. Dr. Zola is a scientist of Hydra, a super genius. He is definitely at the same level as Father Tony at that time, but the fields of the two are different. Dr. Erskine is dead. S.H.I.E.L.D., which was just starting at that time, was in great need of this kind of talent. However, it is often this kind of super genius that is even more terrifying. In that era, I don't know how much wind and rain he engaged in behind his back. A total of 3,721 people. Let's make a secret arrest first. Advertisement. It's faster and at the same time. This matter is not easy to mobilize the agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., otherwise it will startle the snake. It's all up to you. Fury solemnly looked at the Avengers in front of him. Luo Bing nodded. For Avengers, dealing with this matter is not a big problem. If they take action, they can more effectively avoid personal injury and avoid slipping through the net. Several people gathered around to discuss the action plan, and Tony gave the exact location of more than 2,700 people 3 minutes later. The remaining 1,000 people concealed their whereabouts, which is already very good. 3 of the MPs and most of the important people are well hidden. That is to say, most of the candidates in this position are only minor roles, and only some old guys who think they are deeply hidden appear on the bright side. They generally have a second identity from the government. Or a wealthy businessman. Swish, several figures rushed out of the Avengers building, and then the covertness of the night, the secret arrest operation officially began. Crack. The glass shattered and Peter fired his own sticky cobweb, tying the target tightly into a zongzi. Agent 21569 has been arrested. After speaking to the communicator, Peter directly threw the person into the sky. Whoosh. 35 surprise skipped the sky, leaving behind a bright light, and took away the Zongzi. It is said to be a secret arrest operation, but there is no hidden sign. Right. These guys are pretentious, little Hydra agents, and they don't care yet. Only Hawkeye and Natasha Romanoff were the only ones who were honestly lurking. Even Steve is reckless. Fire spewed from the soles of Stark's feet, darting to and fro in the New York sky. Farther targets are all handed over to Luo Bing. Advertisement. The golden hexagram kaleidoscope exudes a strange light. For these small characters, Luo Bing is usually taken away by the hypnotic ability, and it is impossible to make a move. Polaris and Sky stayed at the base to pick up the guys who were being sent. The little Pepper on the side put on the rescuer armor and floated quietly in the air above the White House of the base. No. Why arrest me? I'm SHIELD Agent 35. Did you make a mistake? A large number of people began to quibble, and a small number of people tried to resist in the process of arresting, but in the face of the Avengers, their resistance did not play any role at all. Hail Hydra! An agent shouted to the sky, biting the poison capsule in his teeth, foaming at the mouth and dying. Fury had an early warning, and the pale green anesthetic gas was scattered throughout the White House. Soon, everyone lost their ability to resist and collapsed on the floor. About an hour later, all the targets on the coordinates were captured and brought to justice. Fury let out a long sigh of relief, finally letting go of the heavy burden in his heart. Fury and his agents are very good at interrogating these guys, and it's not something the Avengers need to worry about. Phil Coulson wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and a large number of SHIELD agents were brought over by him. Among them, Luo Bing also accidentally saw his old acquaintances, May and Fitz. Hey, great brother, you're not dead. Fitz rushed up and gave Luo Bing a hug. I was sad for a long time on the day of your funeral. Zhenma wiped the corners of her eyes, very emotional. K. 5.0. We can still be good friends without mentioning the funeral. Stark and Thor went to dig graves overnight after the arrests were handled. This made Luo Bing feel a little tired. The Avengers building serves as a temporary shelter for the SHIELD to take care of what's at hand. At the same time, the Hill agent at Sanqui headquarters was also dispatched. Dr. Banner and Dr. Hailun Zhao get in touch. As a fan of Black Knight, Dr. Zhao Hailun was very happy when he knew that he had the opportunity to see Luo Bing in person, and flew over overnight. Everything is proceeding in an orderly manner. Luo Bing, who had been running around in the universe for several weeks, lay down on his bed and fell asleep as soon as he closed his eyes. He hadn't slept so well in a long time. Chapter 132 Gila. Give me a membership. This time, he slept soundly, so, he didn't know when Sky was lying on his bed. You. What are you doing? In the morning, Luo Bing stared blankly at Sky, who was wearing close-fitting pajamas, and his mind was a little dazed. It's all right, just look at you, it's great that you're back. Sky smiled softly and threw an electric eye at Luo Bing. Then, she turned and left. Luo Bing looked ashamed. This little beauty seemed to be getting bolder. Looking at the phone, SHIELD has already tortured several Hydra bases overnight. They have already started to take action and deal with some small bases. Even without Luo Bing, they can easily solve it. Although they dug up Luo Bing's grave overnight, Tony, Steve and the others said that they should let Luo Bing rest and sleep well. Not to mention, there are also two gods over there. Surprise and Thor are very strong, so there is no need to worry at all. Looking at the phone, Luo Bing has a black line on his face since he returned to Earth to connect to the internet. His text messages and messaging apps were maxed out. Nearly 1,000 messages, all from hell. In addition, Luo Bing also received more than 14 selfies of Gila and even a small video. Nima. This woman is really crazy. Is her phone still powered off? Luo Bing glanced at the latest news, and she was even more speechless after reading it. Tell you the good news. I can feel that the power to suppress me is getting weaker and weaker, and my stupid father may die soon, haha. Girl, are you too out of touch? Are you so happy when your dad is dying? Luo Bing decided that he had to show this information to Thor, let him see what the hell his sister is, and don't call her brother-in-law again in the future. Beep. You're online? I'm not the Queen QAQ. Luo Bing. This special screen name has been changed. What the hell have you been watching these days? The character setting is broken. Advertisement. Luo Bing didn't want to reply, but then the other party made a video call. Hesitation for a while, and finally Luo Bing pressed the answer button. After the video was switched on, Luo Bing saw Hela's delicate face. What? After a few months of not seeing her, she seems to have gotten more beautiful. At least, she doesn't have that heavy smoky makeup now. It seems to have accepted the influence of modern socialism? Why is your phone still charged? Luo Bing asked this rambling question as soon as he came up. He was really curious. Stark's technology is not so good, it is impossible to stand by for 2.5 months. From the current point of view, this woman is definitely playing with her mobile phone every day. Charging technique. I invented it myself, isn't it amazing? Hela's tone changed completely, showing off the small arc on her fingertips triumphantly. Luo Bing. There are so many actions by the boss. I watched Tony's live broadcast yesterday. Where did you go to the universe? I knew you would be fine. By the way, did you call my name when you were out and about? Gila asked with a smile. From the looks, she seems to be transforming into a normal woman. She wouldn't move, so she made people melt down loudly. Luo Bing was quite surprised by her change, and naturally there was no resistance in her heart. Report your name? Forget it. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. He doesn't need so many enemies yet. Are you free to send me some cosmetics? It's better to have a computer or something. I've been following a few beauty bloggers recently. Those young ladies are amazing. Hila asked with a pleading face. And there's more. You can add a member to me. Count me as borrowing it from you, watching videos and advertisements. I'm getting tired of it, and I'll kill him when I go out. Hila looked charming weakly said. Luo Bing has black lines all over his head. Good hell queen. How come she became a house girl? What happened to her? It seems that the mobile phone is really poisonous. Is it alright, my dear? I still want a camera, so I can take a photo of you. It's very lonely in hell. You won't refuse my requests, will you? Hila looks like she's about to cry. Luo Bing. I have to say, even a man with a hard heart will be moved by this delicate and morbid appearance. Advertisement not to mention, her demands were not too much. But, what is the photo, she said. This is absolutely unacceptable to the pure Luo Bing. Still want a camera? Okay, I'll send it to you. I'll send you two. Is it enough? Enough. Thank you dear, it's so nice. Luo Bing frowned, always feeling that there was something in her words, as if she was talking about something she didn't know. Why do you speak so strangely? Luo Bing asked in confusion. Cut. You're still a native of the earth, and you don't even know internet buzzwords, so it's not ashamed. Hila looked contemptuous. Shit. 810 Luo Bing was even more speechless. He was despised by a native of hell. Also despise yourself for not being popular. This Nima. Luo Bing had a complicated heart, and looked at the reserves of Shenwei space. At that time, he bought a batch of all the goods and stored them. And computer cameras are something, even if there is no inventory, he can materialize it. Therefore, he directly crossed the space node and came to hell. Hell was still pitch black, dark red, and boundless. Luo Bing couldn't imagine what the hell he would become if he was locked here for thousands of years. In the darkness, Hella's eyes flashed with a strange light. The moment Luo Bing came in, she instantly rushed towards the space node. Although my personality has changed, but I still don't change my mind. Boom. Ouch. Hila covered her head, feeling a little dizzy from being hit, her eyes flashing with mist. She looked at Luo Bing pitifully. Luo Bing. 66 What the hell is going on with imprisonment? What the hell are you watching recently? B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** her head into the space barrier and bounced back. Who wants to stay in this ghost place if given the chance? Right. Chapter 133 Fighting the Alliance Together at Night. Compared to Gila, who is constantly, it hurts, and want to kiss and hug, Luo Bing at least prefers the previous domineering queen. But it seems that she has some personality splits. One second she was a weak and sickly girl, and the next second she turned into a queen and trampled people under her feet. Hell. Driving this kid crazy. It was nothing before. After all, when I was alone, I couldn't notice the passage of time at all. It's different now. Since she has a mobile phone, Gila has become more and more longing for the outside world. Now she has no interest in conquering the universe. It is better to browse the website and play the Glory King. Correct. Most of the hundreds of photos Gila sent to Luo Bing were screenshots of her rank promotion, as well as her record of more than 300 stars. Luo Bing was speechless. Take pictures when you take pictures. What are you doing with that time show? Show me something else. Luo Bing, a pure child, was gradually broken by the old driver Gila. What you want? Luo Bing snapped his fingers, and he embodied notebooks, digital cameras, and even some scattered daily necessities. There are also cosmetics specially requested by Gila. You're so kind, it would be great if you could take me out. Gila smiled and looked at the large number of items in front of her. There are also beds and quilts inside. It is simply a small home. Stop dreaming. When you don't want to kill people casually, maybe I'll think about it. Luo Bing waved his hand. He didn't want to cause trouble. HMPH, my stupid father is dying anyway. I'll wait a few hundred more years. Gila Tsunere turned her head. Hundreds of years. Is almost dead. I'm afraid it is. For these gods whose lifespan can exceed 10,000, a few hundred years is really about to die. Luo Bing sighed, thinking that he must never give birth to a daughter like this in the future. Luo Bing felt a headache for Odin, and didn't know what the old guy was thinking. I'm leaving. Luo Bing made a move. Roar turned around. Advertisement. Let's play the league together tonight, Gila warmly invited. Luo Bing had a black line on his face, did not answer the call, and returned to the earth through the space node in an instant. Gila, who was left in hell, looked a little lonely, but soon recovered her vigor, licked the corner of her mouth, and the corner of her mouth rose to a charming extent, and then began to sort out the sundries in front of her. And many more. You forgot to add me as a member. Gila suddenly thought of something and shouted, but unfortunately, Luo Bing could no longer hear. Membership. After rushing to the membership, this woman is afraid to buy skins. Even if it is a god, if you enter the pit of an old horse, you will still be pitted. Luo Bing washed briefly, ate breakfast, and pushed open a door to the Avengers building. Are you awake? Now Stark, they are fighting Hydra? But it seems that the situation has changed. Hydra seems to have a special super speed super ability. Fury ran over and said. They are already used to the elusive Luo Bing. What are the coordinates? Let me see. Luo Bing had no hesitation, and immediately disappeared in place after learning the spatial coordinates. Deep in the jungle. Stark, what happened to the breakthrough? Thor swung his hammer and instantly lifted a Hydra tank. The power of thunder flickered on him. The captain on the side ran rampant in the firepower net holding his shield. Carol blasted tank after tank, but her favorite thing to do was destroying flight and fighter jets in the sky. "I found it," Tony said, and an energy cannon hit the weakest point of the entire defense bubble, instantly tearing through the defense of the Hydra base. Bang! Tony, who was slightly careless, was knocked to the ground by a silver lightning. "That guy has appeared again, watch out for his speed," Thor shouted into the communicator. But he shouted too slowly. Quicksilver knocked over the captain again in an instant, and Hawkeye's arrows were not aimed at him at all. Even Thor was stunned by this strange speed, and the hammer let go. HMPH, Avenger, it's just that. Quicksilver, who entered super speed, grabbed the hammer that was flying towards him in the air. Immediately after. Advertisement, ah. He was taken to the sky by the Meow hammer. "It's a kid." Carol glanced at Quicksilver with a blank expression, and shot him down with a blast of power, and fell to the ground. Quicksilver is very fast, but he is still a human body. If it is not for the protection of the combat uniform on him, his body will collapse when he moves fast. Very fragile. Peter shoots a lot of cobweb, tying up the fallen Quicksilver firmly. "Hey, man, what did you just say?" Thor retracted his hammer and smiled contemptuously. "Want to get his hammer by hand? I thought everyone was a brother-in-law?" Weird space fluctuations. Luo Bing appeared beside Thor, but he was startled by this fierce man, and he thought his heart was exposed. This kid. Silver hair. Luo Bing frowned, having some thoughts in his mind. Super ability genes are rare, and judging from his age, he is probably somewhat similar to the younger siblings that Polaris said. Things are not impossible. The previous shield contained a large number of Hydra agents, and there were also a lot of people lost, money gained, in the follow-up tasks that day. Maybe. The silver-haired boy in front of him is Polaris' younger brother? Luo Bing sensed the spatial coordinates of Polaris and moved instantly again. Ah. Polaris shyly covered his body with the towel on the side. Luo Bing. "Jing Jing, sorry, I'll find you later." To shut up. After speaking, his heart beat faster and he returned to the battlefield. "Brother-in-law, why are you blushing? His mind will never forget." With that said, Luo Bing entered the state of Speed Force and swept forward in an instant. "Take care of this guy first, I'm going to support Tony Toe." Thor touched his head suspiciously. "Eh? Is my brother-in-law in a bad mood today?" Luo Bing coughed twice and returned to normal. The scene I just saw. Chapter 134. Be honest. Turtle Speedboy, the leader of the Hydra Corps. Baron Wolfgang von Stark stared grimly at the situation in front of him. Dr. List on the side also ran out of the laboratory. "Prepare to evacuate." Baron Wolfgang slammed his fist on the display, his heart full of anger. The Avengers' offensive is too fierce, they have no room for resistance at all. From last night to this morning, HYDRA's ambition for nearly 100 years was ruined, damn it Black Knight Luo Bing. If it weren't for his sudden return, this battle would not have been hopeless. "Let Quicksilver take us," Baron Wolfgang ordered. "Report. Quicksilver has been taken by the enemy," shouted a commander who was constantly observing the situation on the battlefield. "Damn. Evacuate from the secret passage." Baron Wolfgang cursed angrily, and quickly ran towards the other passage door. Boom. The entrance to the front and rear passages of the base was instantly breached. Luo Bing and Shi Stark appeared in the front and back directions. "Damn. Hail Hydra." Baron Wolfgang shouted, and 810 instantly bit the poison sac in his teeth. Crack. 39 Luo Bing shot and smashed his jaw directly. In the state of Speed Force, Baron Wolfgang couldn't even commit suicide, he lay directly on the ground, and the blood rushed out like a fountain. "He seems to have been hammered to death by you." Tony watched this scene awkwardly. "He's too fragile." Luo Bing quit Speed Force. He originally wanted to stop this guy from committing suicide, but... Who cares? Die, die. Advertisement, don't kill me, I surrender. Dr. List fell to his knees and raised his hands in horror. Luo Bing's brutal methods frightened him. Under this general trend, Dr. List had no idea of resisting at all. The smarter people are, the more afraid of death, and Dr. List is no exception. "You're here, I'll take a look inside," Luo Bing said, turning around and walking deeper into the base. Squeak. The heavy iron door was pushed open, and inside was HYDRA's laboratory. Beffa. Loki's scepter shone brightly and lay unharmed on the lab bench. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief and put the scepter into the Shenwei space. 6 infinite gems, he's got 2. At this moment, Beast Perception sent a danger warning, and a charming red shadow suddenly rushed over from the shadow. Luo Bing turned around instantly, clasped the person's hands with both hands, and pressed her firmly on the experimental table. Boom. The woman's expression was a little painful, obviously because she was hit hard by the force, but she still didn't give up. A strange light was released in her hands, and a trace of visible energy mist attacked Luo Bing's brain. Light red hair. Luo Bing hesitation, the strength of his hands subconsciously lightened a lot. When the girl on the opposite side saw Luo Bing's face, for some reason, she also hesitation, and the crimson energy in her hands gradually faded away. The two stopped in a very ambiguous posture on the wall of the experimental platform. Is your name Wanda? That silver-haired boy outside is called Pietro? Luo Bing asked aloud. Looking at the girl's changing face in front of him, he had already confirmed the answer. Maybe they are Lorna's missing brother and sister. As for the name Lorna, it was another codename that Polaris later gave himself. That's right. Wanda looked at the former savior in front of her with a complicated expression. If it wasn't for him, she and her brother Pietro might have died in the lizard plague in Queens. But because of him, he and Pietro embarked on a diametrically opposite fate, serving Hydra. Great, Polaris will be very happy to hear this news. Luo Bing let go of Wanda, in a good mood. Just thinking of Polaris, Luo Bing's head recalled the picture he just saw, and his face was a little embarrassed. Elder sister? Advertisement? She's not dead. The pale red-haired girl froze in place, not responding for a while. The reason why she and Pilot worked for Hydra was to avenge their sister. In HYDRA's brainwashing, that Resident Evil crisis was entirely at the hands of an evil scientist in S.H.I.E.L.D., including the fact that the later Dr. Lizard was not executed. That guy was just locked up in a lunatic asylum. It seems that there are still many misunderstandings between us, but I should have met you. Luo Bing smiled apologetically, stretched out his hand and pulled Wanda off the testbed. Since it is Lorna's younger sister, Luo Bing naturally assumes the identity of a brother. You didn't lie to me, sister, she's really not dead? There was still suspicion in the girl's eyes. This place is completely closed to the outside world. Polaris is a member of the Avengers, and she doesn't even know it. Definitely, Luo Bing briefly explained, rubbed Wanda's head, turned and glanced at the laboratory behind him. There lay the corpses of several large Kirita behemoths, not sure what experiment they were doing, but Dr. List surrendered, and it all came to light soon. A few minutes later, Luo Bing walked out of the laboratory with a cautious Wanda, and the Avengers basically ended their battles and came to the base one by one. After the battle, all of HYDRA's forces should be here, except for Pierce and a few counselors who are still missing, Steve concluded. Several people invariably looked at Wanda beside Luo Bing. Little Spider-Man scratched his head. Although he didn't understand the complicated relationship, he listened to Big Brother Luo and untied the cobweb that bound Quicksilver. The Lorna family has super ability genes. Who are their parents? Tony asked curiously. Luo Bing explained it briefly. Luo Bing shook his head. He didn't know, not even Polaris himself. The three of them were orphans since childhood. Luo Bing lifted the silver-haired kid's collar with one hand and dragged him into the air. After Quicksilver was freed from the bondage, it instantly turned into a silver lightning bolt, running towards Wanda beside Luo Bing. Humph. Don't try to lie to me, evil Avengers. Wanda, let's go. Honest, Turtle Boy. This is Lorna's lost sister, by the way, the silver-haired boy just now, let him go. He is Lorna's younger brother. Chapter 135 Wakanda looks like it was bombed yesterday. Quicksilver kicked his legs, and he was 1.74 meters tall in front of Luo Bing, who was 1.85 meters tall. Let go of me, a-hole, Quicksilver struggled. Enough, Pietro, look carefully at who is in front of you, Wanda said angrily. Quicksilver was stunned for a moment, and then he saw the man in front of him in a daze. Batman. Quicksilver's struggling legs stopped, his eyes a little confused. The man across from him, but he once saved his life. It was on that most helpless night that the two brothers and sisters separated from Polaris and never saw each other again. If it was him who just said that, maybe my sister is still alive. Okay, this is just a farce. Stark, contact Lorna to go to the base, Luo Bing said, then turned to look at Dr. List who was panicking. Doctor, maybe you can explain the products in the lab for me. Dr. List wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Faced with this terrifying man, even with a smile on his face, List did not dare to tell a lie. Hydra is over, he clearly knows this truth. Against these mighty Avengers, Hydra may have no chance of winning from the start. That's Project Ultron. Dr. List said slowly. The Ultron robot is a formidable character in the Hydra deployment, but he hasn't been born yet, but it's unlikely to be. The remnants of Hydra are basically cleaned up. Pierce and the three MPs couldn't stay hidden forever. Sooner or later they will show traces. This day is not too far away. Luo Bing recovered the unfinished Ultron, returned to the base, and threw the complete corpse of the Kirita troops stored in the Shenwei space, including the slaughter, and all technology-related things to Stark. These things are useless in Luo Bing's hands. The best option is to leave it to a professional. Just like Banner at the moment, he did not participate in the operation to destroy the Hydra base. He locked himself in the laboratory with his eyes shining. Dr. Zhao Hailun also participated in the first time after he came here at 6 o'clock in the morning. R&D. Banner wasn't wrong. Dr. Zhao Hailun has unique research in biotechnology, which has given Banner a lot of new ideas and help. Advertisement not long after, the drama of family recognizing was staged in the Avengers building. Quicksilver scratched his head embarrassedly, looked at his sister and sister who were hugging each other, and finally turned to look at the Avengers apologetically. You still have injuries, deal with it. The Avengers didn't mind Quicksilver's rude behavior just now, but were very generous. Steve led Quicksilver into the infirmary. Gosh, these things are so cool. In the endless basement, Tony looked at the items Luo Bing took out from the Shenwei space and was very excited. He touched the dark shell of the slaughter like a lover, and bent his index finger and tapped on it, making a dull sound. I'll give you these things. By the way, the armor you promised me hasn't been delivered yet. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. He avoided Lorna intentionally, not knowing how to deal with it. I just accidentally looked at other people's bodies. This is a hassle. Already ready. Look here. Stark snapped his fingers proudly. Immediately. Bang bang bang. There were lights in the basement. More than a dozen Mark series armors lay quietly in the display warehouse. One of the black and gold armors is obviously different from the others. Gorgeous and noble black and gold appearance, dazzling vibranium sword. This mecha does not have a helmet, it is more like a medieval knight armor, which is very cool. It can fly and fire lasers, but it does not have missiles. The miniature reactor on the chest is exceptionally bright and has an inverted triangle shape. The key parts of the front and back armor are all made of vibranium. I'm considering whether to wear the same cloak as Thor on the back, but I'm worried that the cloak will burn when the back pusher is activated. Tony covered his face with a headache. It's really not easy to combine handsome and practical. For flowers. 0. Don't worry about the cape. That's it, I'm very satisfied. Luo Bing was eager to try, picked up the induction bracelet from the console, and put it on his wrists. Advertisement: since there is no induction device implanted in his body, he can only use this instead. Come on, Friday. Luo Bing shouted. Then, pieces of armor were divided towards him: chest, arms, shin guards, and combat boots. Finally Luo Bing stretched out his right hand, and the dazzling long sword automatically flew into his hand. The flying sword of science and technology. It should be said that this is the thing. It's not impossible to forcefully use it for Mitsubishi flight. I'm already researching nanotechnology armor, and the process of wearing it will be omitted. Even if I'm resting, just press a button, and the armor will automatically cover the whole body. 0. T'Challa's Black Panther armor has such technology, although his battlesuit doesn't have any function, but it gave me a lot of inspiration. Tony said and rubbed his head. That is, when I was chatting with him yesterday, Wakanda was blown up by a meteorite. I heard that they're having a headache right now. The city has been destroyed by a street. I don't know what to do with the meteorite. Tony rolled his eyes speechlessly. Luo Bing nodded without changing his face. Meteorites. Normal. It doesn't have to be your own, right? Cough cough. All right. Dark country. I heard that there is huge energy and strong radiation on it, but I don't know the specifics. Black Panther ordered the area to be blocked. Yesterday, the lucky halo of Wakanda was closed, and the target should be there. Luo Bing nodded. Since it was brought about by luck, 80% of it was a good thing. What kind of meteorite is that? Luo Bing asked with a frown. Have a look sometime. They won't act rashly without finding the safest way. Tony shrugged. The domain of the Dark Elves. Report to the leader. The whereabouts of TIE particles have been found out, and Chapter 136 TIE particles, the fourth infinite gems. The black and gold armor quickly passed by in the air. Black Knight armor. This is Luo Bing who just got the name for this thing. He is still familiar with the operation method of Black Knight, but in most cases, the complex operation can be handed over to the artificial intelligence on Friday. Even Luo Bing can lie down and sleep in the sky. However, in general, Luo Bing's divine power will wrap his body, and his flight function only functions as an accelerator. It's not that he is worried about the safety of the armor, but because, if not wrapped in divine power, his hairstyle is easy to blow. Stark flew behind him dejectedly, especially when he found out that he couldn't compare to Luo Bing in terms of flight speed alone. Right, he doesn't have the power to assist flight. After getting used to the instant, 810, movement, it is also a good choice to blow the wind in the sky occasionally to see the scenery. The vibranium sword is only attached to Luo Bing's back. He used to be used to two-handed swords because kill enemies faster. But since Susa came out, Luo Bing's one-handed sword is also very good. At least the one-handed sword is more suitable for the skill of drawing and slashing. The current vibranium longsword was named by him as the Silencer. Luo Bing's naming technique is really not good, and he just lazily used the previous nickname. The coordinates of Wakanda are in front. How about it? Black Knight's speed is pretty good. Stark accelerated, and the Red Gold Mark series flew side by side beside the Black Knight armor. In fact, the Black Knight's design is not ergonomic, and although it has a streamlined body, the lack of a helmet reduces its overall speed a lot. But the guy driving it was Luo Bing. Luo Bing can survive in the universe from the beginning and does not need the protection of a helmet at all. What's more, for him, his riding wheel is much more useful than those flickering screens. But that's not the point. Advertisement: the key is that the helmet will block his handsome face. Stark was speechless when he heard this reason. It's pretty good. Luo Bing gave a thumbs up, his body sank, and he fell towards Wakanda below. The protective layer of the transparent eggshell has been smashed into a big hole. In fact, if it is an ordinary meteorite, it is impossible to do this. It seems that the thing that fell from the air this time is very powerful. Boom. Boom. Stark bent one knee and landed handsomely. As for Luo Bing on the side, he landed steadily on the ground, his speed stopped instantly, and there was no buffering strength at all, which seemed very unscientific. You're here. T'Challa pressed down on the necklace around his neck, revealing a head. It seemed that he had just returned from the meteorite, still wearing a combat uniform. The two had informed Black Panther in advance, and Black Panther was very grateful for the aid of the Avengers. Wakanda really had nothing to do with this thing. Nice clothes, very Avengers. Stark opened the mask and clicked like. Haha, if you are still short of people, I don't mind filling out a few application forms. T'Challa smiled and shook hands with the two. It would be great if you could join in, Tony laughed. The current Avengers are different from the past. They have more and better fresh blood to join, and they have formed a big family. Steve also recommended a newcomer with steel wings, who is currently undergoing training in the training center. Let's go to the place where the meteorite fell. I heard that thing has a lot of energy, Luo Bing asked. Yes, please come with me. Black Panther pressed the tooth necklace around his neck, the black helmet covered his head again, and Stark put away his mask. The two followed Black Panther to the crime scene. It seems that the damage here is quite serious, Luo Bing spread his hands. Seriously, you're the culprit. However, this kind of pot Luo Bing can do without the idea of picking it up and carrying it. The streets were scorched black by the antimatter energy, and the original scene could not be seen at all. The buildings were crushed by this force, and it looked like a nuclear bomb had exploded. Advertisement, it's actually okay. Wakanda's air defense gave an early warning before the meteorite fell, and the residents were evacuated without casualties. These streets are nothing, it's just that Wakanda's bubble defense will take more than 10 days to repair. The biggest headache for me now is what the hell is this thing? I don't have any way to deal with it at the moment. Black Panther scratched his head, led Luo Bing and Tony to 100 meters where the meteorite landed and stopped. The scarlet mist gathered in front of him, the radiating energy was still spreading, and the energy of the riot filled the surrounding 100 meters. Black Panther was not approaching, he was very cautious. This kind of energy mist cannot be collected, it will erode all utensils. This is the safest observation point. If you move forward, that kind of energy mist can't even resist the Black Panther armor for long, T'Challa sighed helplessly. The inability to harvest this energy means they can't do any research at all. This is why he has no choice but to ask the Avengers for help. Wakanda currently doesn't have the technology to handle this kind of thing, can't let it stay here forever. This thing will gradually erode around, and then it will have to move. If no one handles it, sooner or later this thing will become a big hazard, and it may have a great impact on the Earth at that time. You stay here, I'll go take a look. Luo Bing frowned, he felt that this thing was familiar, but he couldn't think of where he had seen it. Or ever seen something similar. Be careful, Tony patted Luo Bing's shoulder with a very cautious expression. Don't worry, Luo Bing stretched out his hand, the space ability fluctuated, penetrated the meteorite, and held it tightly. Now Luo Bing has 2 gems on his body. He has also seen the Ancient One magician. Others may not be clear about this thing, but Luo Bing is still very sensitive. Luo Bing got closer and closer, TIE particles converged and eroded towards him, but they were all blocked by Luo Bing's body and turned into a weird coat. Could it be one of the infinite gems? This thing is similar to the structure of Tesseract. Luo Bing walked step by step towards the place where the particle fog was most concentrated. The closer he got, the more 5.0 he could feel that familiar feeling. A strange red crystal flickered inside the meteorite, and the surrounding layers of fog were all diffused from it. Luo Bing turned on the golden kaleidoscope, and the misty karma in front of him faded away. Chapter 137 Two Brothers-in-Law. When Luo Bing held the red sparkling crystal, the violent energy instantly madly resisted the surroundings. Black Panther and Stark, who were far away from 100 meters, were instantly swept by this shockwave and constantly faded towards the rear. Black Panther's claws pierced the hard concrete floor, leaving 6 clearly visible white paw prints. Stark adjusted his own figure in the air, and the hollow of his back wing emitted blue flames. He stared solemnly at the center of the red storm. JARVIS could not lock on any target. It'll be fine. Tony frowned tightly, feeling a little uneasy. The chaotic red energy swept into a storm, ravaging everything around. But that energy couldn't penetrate Luo Bing's body at all, and after the symbolic frenzy, the whole body contracted. The energy storm gradually cooled down. Luo Bing looked at the red crystal in his right hand, his eyes cautious. This thing is very powerful, it is probably one of the infinite gems. Friday. Record it, send it to hell. Luo Bing doesn't know the history of the universe, maybe the girl in hell will be more familiar with it. Soon. Luo Bing received the message from Hela. TIE particles, thousands of years ago, the celestial bodies converge, and the 9 kingdoms were linked together. The dark elf Malekith attempted to use the ether to return the universe to darkness, and was later killed by the previous Asgard god king, my dead warp. Alice's grandfather seals it, and then he doesn't know his whereabouts. Dear, give this to me, I can help you produce cursed soldiers, and then we will unite the universe. By the way, this thing is also one of the infinite gems, called Reality Gem. Friday's sweet voice used to read this text with a strong sense of inconsistency. Luo Bing automatically ignored the words of ruling the universe, and immediately took out the other 2 gems in the Shenwei space. The gems on the scepter are crystal clear and exude an orange halo, while the tesseract is bright blue. Each infinite gems corresponds to a color, and it corresponds to a law after the birth of the universe. Tesseract hasn't broken the cube's protective shell, but if you look closely, you can still see the blue irregular crystals inside it. The 3 gems resonated a lot in Luo Bing's hands, and at the same time lit up brightly. What an amazing thing. Before I knew it, I had 3. One of them fell from the sky. Luo Bing was ashamed, and then he threw the gems in the 3 corners of the Shenwei space and stored them separately. There are 6 infinite gems in total, and it is known that there is another one in Ancient One magician. In other words, Luo Bing only needs to find 2, and then he can snap his fingers with a pop, and think of rebirth and destruction. Advertisement, roar. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief, even he couldn't help but be startled by the gem's ability. This kind of thing is better for him to keep. As for collecting 6 infinite gems, Luo Bing doesn't think too strongly about this. Let's just let it happen. The other 2 are still unknown. Is the matter resolved? After the antimatter energy of the riot dissipated, Stark and Black Panther rushed over immediately. The meteorite is still the same meteorite, with a dark red shell, but the most important reality gem inside has been put away by Luo Bing. It's resolved, but this thing may cause some trouble. It's best to pay more attention to it these days, Luo Bing replied. Through Hella's description, Luo Bing learned that the Dark Elves seem to be very interested in this thing. I don't know if they will come to trouble the Earth. But they better not be silly. Roar, that's great. Black Panther breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he had contacted the Avengers. Otherwise, I don't know how long this thing will rage here. What kind of meteorite is this, and why does it explode with so much energy? Stark circled around the red meteorite. Being able to seal the reality gem for thousands of years, the original thing that made up this meteorite is probably not ordinary. It has strong research value. You can do research, but be careful. This thing is harmful to the human body, so don't be careless, Luo Bing said. Well, don't worry. Stark nodded. Now that violent antimatter element has disappeared, perhaps more information will be learned under the identification of professional instruments. Stark stayed in Wakanda. On the one hand, he and T'Challa are studying the meteorite of unknown origin. On the other hand, they are constantly discussing nanotechnology. In fact, when it comes to technology, Black Panther is just a layman, and Wakanda's greatest genius is Princess Shuri. Don't be afraid of how talented a person is, afraid of the geniuses. The wisdom of the 2 people collided, and all kinds of ideas and brainholes burst into bloom in an instant. Advertisement. Luo Bing left Wakanda. He is really not suitable to participate in this kind of scientific research seminar, and he can't understand anything. Luo Bing returned to the Avengers building and happened to bump into Lorna and a few others. The 2 looked at each other, a little embarrassed. Luo Bing coughed twice. He always explained this to others, but it was not suitable for many people in front of him. Maybe he wanted to talk to her at night. Hey, brother-in-law, let's run faster than anyone else. Quicksilver ran over with a smile. Now that the wound on his body has healed, even the combat uniform has been changed to a brand new set, which seems to be the standard equipment of the Avengers. Looks like he joined the 810 Avengers. But, brother-in-law. Luo Bing coughed twice again, but neither agreed nor refused. He still prefers the type of Polaris in his heart. AJ. It seems that he has been involved in a lot of women recently, and he can't make a decision easily. Sometimes you will think Luo Bing is a dead straight guy, but in fact he is completely ignorant and pretending to be confused. Must be a scumbag. Not taking the initiative, not deliberately, not choosing, is the best solution, definitely, and the worst method. Forget it, you can't be fast. Luo Bing shrugged and rubbed Quicksilver's head, showing no interest in his proposal. And, didn't see Sky still beside, you want to call brother-in-law, in private. Quicksilver is depressed, he thinks he is the fastest man in the world, how can he not be fast when he gets to his brother-in-law? At this moment, Tai Han Thor came over from a distance. Brother-in-law, I'm here to say goodbye to you. Now there's nothing to do on Earth. I want to go back to Asgard. Here comes another brother-in-law. Luo Bing is one big and too big, and Sky on the side smiled with interest. Chapter 138. The Retribution of the Scumbag. After sending Thor, Luo Bing is in a dilemma. He really didn't know what to do with Sky and Lorna. So he simply put himself into the work of S.H.I.E.L.D. Fury was very excited about the arrival of this great god. At least Luo Bing was there, and the escort of Hydra criminals became easier and simpler. Can't S.H.I.E.L.D. stay at Avengers Tower forever? Although the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers is very delicate and almost become a family, they are still 2 organizations in general. The Avengers are an independent superhero team and cannot have too much contact with any government agency, not even the United Nations. Once a hero is recruited, he is no longer a hero, but becomes a wage earner. Everyone understands this. Captain Marvel also took the Bifrost of God's domain and left after having a trick with Luo Bing Roar. This girl doesn't seem to be idle, and she still has a lot of things in the universe that she can't let go. After leaving, Luo Bing doesn't know when she will come back, maybe even if she wants to come back, she doesn't know she will drift in the universe for a few months with her lunatic behavior. This is the last batch. Natasha Romanoff followed Luo Bing through the space tunnel and escorted the Hydra prisoners to an underground prison in the S.H.I.E.L.D. branch of Siberia. Some of the Hydra executives, like the Crossbones, were sent to the most dangerous lunatic asylum in Bangkok. There are a lot of lunatics imprisoned there, definitely 810 is not lacking in this group of lunatics. Dr. List will also be locked up after he has revealed everything he knows, but S.H.I.E.L.D. may give him a single room as a small convenience for him. S.H.I.E.L.D. does not kill captives, and for these criminals and evil scientists who want to make big news every moment, a lifetime in prison seems to be their best destination. Well, I heard that Fury recently had the idea of establishing the Tianjin Bureau? Luo Bing responded first, then asked. Yes, but it's just an idea at the moment, he'll talk to you about specific things, Natasha Romanoff nodded. The Tianjin Bureau is too much to do with SHIELD's ability. Although this is Fury's idea, in the end, the Avengers are still the leading role. The Avengers are too powerful, you know, some governments don't trust us. Especially in this operation, when we purged Hydra high-level officials, we also wiped out all the senior government officials lurking in various countries. Everything happened overnight, and they are now a little scared, Natasha Romanoff said helplessly. It's normal, I can understand, Luo Bing nodded helplessly. He knew that the T-Engine Bureau envisaged by Fury might not be a temporary idea, and its purpose was also to appease the various countries on the Earth and let them know that the Avengers are not the greatest enemy. On the contrary, in the mysterious universe, the Avengers are the Guardians. Earth's greatest power. The two then chatted about the T-Engine Bureau for 10 minutes. Then, Natasha Romanoff gradually fell silent. Advertisement. Her expression was a little unnatural, depressed, or a little sad. What's wrong? Luo Bing asked with a frown, noticing that her expression was not right. Last time. I'm sorry. Natasha Romanoff took a deep breath and looked straight at Luo Bing. She made a lot of determination to say this apology. What's wrong with you? Luo Bing looked blank, completely unaware of what happened. I closed the portal. Natasha Romanoff's eyes darkened. For her, that decision was something she could never forget for the rest of her life. What do I do? You don't have to worry about this matter, that's my decision, isn't it? Silly girl. I should be the one to thank you. You saved the Earth. If that terrifying energy rushes into the Earth and the consequences are disastrous, you don't need to apologize. Luo Bing rolled his eyes helplessly, wondering whether to laugh or cry. After a long time, this woman is still struggling with this crap. But, I almost killed you. Natasha Romanoff's eyes flickered, she couldn't get over this hurdle after all. Luo Bing patted her shoulder and smiled. Okay, you think about the situation, don't say I'm safe now, even if I really died because of that, Beffa, it's not your responsibility. I just died in the energy of the explosion of the spaceship, that is the galactic battleship of the Kirita Star, and you, silly girl, you protected the whole Earth. Another way of thinking, if you don't close the portal, if I can't resist it, I will still die, and the Earth will not be spared. What's more, I chose to stand in front of the wormhole. It was me who made this decision, and it was me who caused the explosion of the battleship. I don't want to explain to you how impulsive and mindless I was at the time. It was you who saved me. Natasha Romanoff. It was you who kept me from blaming myself for my impulses. Isn't that the case? Luo Bing asked with a smile. Natasha Romanoff burst into tears and smiled, and Luo Bing gave Luo Bing a blank look, full of emotion in her heart. The knot of depression was also solved by Luo Bing's understated words. You guy, I should apologize to you, why did you comfort me in the end? Luo Bing shrugged, and the corner of his mouth raised a nice arc. I'm just stating the facts, peeved. As soon as she finished speaking, Natasha Romanoff plunged her head into Luo Bing's arms and quietly put her head on his chest. Advertisement. Let me hug for a while, just for a while, okay. Her tone was very humble, for fear of being rejected. Luo Bing didn't answer, frowned, and subconsciously patted her back with both hands. Maybe. She needs a hug right now. This strong girl also has a vulnerable side. The two separated for about 10 seconds, and Natasha Romanoff burst out laughing. I can't believe that your arms are so warm, after. Can I continue? Luo Bing yelled out in his heart. How could he so clearly want to hide and not think about such complicated matters, but this kind of thing that gave him the most headaches came one after another. Is this the retribution? The retribution of the scumbag? Hello. Batman, can I get an autograph for my daughter? She really likes you so much. The warden walked over cautiously. It was a calm oriental middle-aged man, at the moment his expression very excited. I have to say, this request sounds like the sound of nature in Luo Bing's ears. The awkward atmosphere was immediately relieved. No problem. Luo Bing replied impatiently. Then don't go back. Natasha Romanoff just smiled, turned and ran away. Luo Bing. Holy crap, wait, did she misunderstand something? I'm not talking to her. Depend on. Chapter 139 I'm a scumbag before I'm an adult. The warden looked nervously at Batman with a gloomy face in front of him, his hand holding the paper and pen froze in the air awkwardly. What do you mean? I'm so nervous, what is Batman doing? Should I not want this signature? It's over, he doesn't, will be angry? The warden's mental activity is very complicated. Luo Bing finally came back to his senses. Sorry, I just thought about other things. He explained it first, then sighed helplessly, picked up the paper and stroked a few times. He then turned around and left the Siberian prison. As for Natasha Romanoff, come on. Let her go back in the coon style. Luo Bing doesn't want to see any woman now. The warden was delighted, took the autograph, and saw the superhero in front of him disappeared before he had time to thank him. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The superheroes are really working too hard. They usually think so hard and the time is very tight. After that, he picked up the signature and looked at it, frowning suspiciously. Scumbag. What does this mean? Isn't Batman's name Robin? Oops. I may have learned a big secret. Don't worry, I won't say anything if I kill you. The great scumbag. The warden's eyes glowed with fiery light, and he swore to keep his secret. It's a shame he's a Huxia, since few people know the name Luo Bing. Even the old family mistakenly think that Luo Bing is called Robin. Zero. This is really a funny thing. At the moment, Luo Bing is fooling around with Hela in hell. Their bullshit is to get together and play alliances. A crystal, with Hela's continuous screams, the huge and striking logo of Victory appeared on the screen of their laptops. 1. Damn it, you can crit with this knife, but you can't. Sister, I have decided to take you in a double row every day in the future. This feels really good. Despising the weak chicken player on the opposite side, he laughed and was very happy. I really don't have any friends anymore. Advertisement. Otherwise Luo Bing would not have come to hell. When it comes to feelings, talking to Tony and his group of men will definitely lead to booing. In contrast, Luo Bing is more willing to chat with Hila, who is heartless and yearning for his dead father all day long. However, Luo Bing didn't expect to be dragged into the league by this guy as soon as he came here. And then, it's actually quite fun to play. The old horses game is really a good medicine to solve sadness. No matter what happens, playing games is definitely the best way to avoid it. You said, love, what is it? Luo Bing leisurely spit out a cigarette. This 17-year-old man finally fell into this kind of trouble. Love? Make love. Do you want to try it with me? I've watched a lot of small movies recently, and they look very enjoyable. Hila huddled beside Luo Bing presumptuously. Go away. Luo Bing spit out a word coldly. Talking about love with the Queen of Hell is so stupid. Damn, let's play the game well. Luo Bing took another puff of cigarette annoyed. Cut. You're not shy, are you? Ordinary people are forced to do things. Thanks to your strength, you are not decisive at all in doing things. I look down on you. Hila rolled her eyes and clicked the mouse in disdain. You and I love you so you can look up to me? What's your logic? Luo Bing had a black line on his face. Hey, do you think the old lady is some kind of idiot who wants to fall in love when you see a man? My body, but I have never been touched by a man. I think you are quite in line with my heart. Why don't you try it? You are all adults. I'm pretty happy too. Hila blew a breath of hot air in Luo Bing's ear charmingly. Sorry, I'm not an adult, I'm only 16 years old, almost 17 inches. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. What? Hela's eyes widened. How old are you? 39. Ha 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 ha. Sorry, let me laugh first. Ha 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 ha. Hila rolled on the ground recklessly. Katakana middle dot ask for flowers. Katakana middle dot. Have you laughed enough? Luo Bing's face gradually darkened. Cough cough. Hila was choked by her own laughter. As a god, it's a little embarrassing. Afterwards, she cleared her throat and lay down on Luo Bing's lap. What do you mean? Luo Bing's body was inexplicably hot, and his face was embarrassed. Advertisement, shish. I'll see if you're mature, Hila said. Afterwards, she rolled her eyes fascinated ly, and breathed a warm breath at a certain place. Luo Bing. 66. Stop. No, shut up. Luo Bing blushed and his heart was hot. If he hadn't thought of Sky and Lorna and the complicated relationship between them, he might have lost his mind. 0.0 inches damn. Luo Bing cursed inwardly. Just as he was about to push Hila away, he felt his pants disappear in an instant, and the place was enveloped by warmth. Luo Bing. Crystal after more than an hour of silence. Luo Bing took a puff of cigarette, feeling very complicated. Hila pursed her lips, spit it into her palm curiously, and pulled out a silk thread with a string. It's a bit fishy, my god, I like this kind of stuff. It reminds me of the feeling of being covered in blood in those years. 99. Hila didn't waste anything, just swallowed it all. Luo Bing. The skin you want, VIP, right? I'll give it to you. Hila snorted and glanced at Luo Bing with a blurred look. Stinky man. You really don't know what I want. Then do you still buy skins? Buy, I want a full set of skins. The conversation was very embarrassing, and the two of them had a strange alliance. Lost this round, because I'm always distracted when playing games. Knife crit cannot withstand. Luo Bing couldn't stand it. Maybe this trip to hell is the worst choice, but in terms of experience, it really makes Luo Bing a little bit. Eat marrow and know the taste. Chapter 140 Luo Bing and Sky, Part 1, Evening, 12 o'clock at night. Luo Bing has never been home so late, but today is the first time. He teleported back to his bedroom furtively, without turning on the lights. He lay directly on the bed, his heart beating thumping. Why'd I still feel like a thief when I go home now? Ouch. Suddenly, a woman's scream came from below Luo Bing. Who? Luo Bing jumped in and was startled. Usually, his wheel-riding eyes were closed, and he didn't care about the situation around him just now. Me? Sky rubbed his nose depressedly. It seemed that he had just been hit hard. Huh? Luo Bing was instantly in a cold sweat. Why is Sky here? The Friday copy in the castle consciously turned on the lights. Luo Bing stared at Sky, who was lying on his bed in pajamas, with big eyes and small eyes. Why are you here? Luo Bing forced himself to remain calm. August 10th, otherwise his expression would have changed in any way. I waited for you, and then fell asleep. What time is it? Sky rubbed his eyes and looked at the simple clock in the room. It's already past 12 o'clock. Why did you come back so late? Natasha Romanoff sent me a message saying that you were already back. Sky frowned suspiciously, and looked at Luo Bing suspiciously with his big eyes. Oh, I went to deal with a little thing. Luo Bing coughed, an unnatural fantasy materialized into a cigarette. A flame emerged from his fingertips, lit it, and took a puff in his mouth. Smoking? When did you have the habit of smoking? Sky drank the cool white beside the glass, and his consciousness was completely awake. It's a sign of maturity, Luo Bing replied. Puff. He sprayed Luo Bing all over with a mouthful of cool white and slid down to the ground along the divine shield on his body. Luo Bing's beast instinct can always avoid the danger in advance, although, I don't know how it fails in the face of Hela's attack, but it still works under normal circumstances. Or can be interpreted as, beast instincts are not dangerous for things like instinctual needs. Sorry, I really didn't hold back. You know what, it's really funny that you're smoking a creamy cigarette, Sky laughed. Luo Bing snuffed out the cigarette butt in his hand with a dark face. That's right. His real cigarettes are all creamy and fruity. In fact, he doesn't like smoking, but sometimes he wants to have one, and I heard that cigarettes are more suitable for a bad mood. Cough. Don't look down on cream cigarettes, they are also a type of cigarettes. Luo Bing's face darkened. Ha ha ha. Sky laughed heartlessly again. Enough is enough, tell me, what are you doing lying on my bed, what do you have to do with me? Luo Bing flicked the cigarette butt into the rubbish, and snapped his fingers again to clean up the rubbish in the surrounding area. Advertisement: the garbage cleaning technique is very useful when cleaning the room. It's nothing, I just want to chat with you, but I can't sleep at night. Sky blinked his big eyes, and came up with a smile. Suddenly, she frowned, her little nose sniffed around Luo Bing's clothes. Luo Bing swallowed nervously, his heart beating non-stop. Done, it doesn't have that smell on it, shouldn't she find out? Damn it, the Wusho immortal body does not stain anything, but the clothes will still be able to. Luo Bing raised a hand secretly, and had the urge to instantly manipulate the time hand back to 5 minutes ago. You still smell so good, Sky giggled and hugged Luo Bing's body from behind. Luo Bing was stunned on the spot. Is that so? The fragrance of the Wusho immortal body concealed everything. Luo Bing fell silent. Without giggling, feeling the strong beating heart of Sky, he secretly blamed himself. He is not a fool, he has already discovered Sky's special affection for him. Only, at the beginning, he didn't think so much. He is busy with the vision of a new ability every day and runs around the world to be a hero. Now, because the system has been repaired, Luo Bing has more time and has seen more scenery, and his original life trajectory has been gradually changed. But now, how will it end, after all? Hell. Shit. Hell really isn't a place for people to go. No. Not right. This can't blame Hela, because he is not firm enough. Maybe every man has a hell in his heart. There is a Hela in every fantasy. All in all, I still can't resist the temptation of my own will, but, I am a normal man, isn't it? Luo Bing didn't want to make excuses for himself, and he didn't plan to make excuses for himself at all. He is single, has no girlfriend, and has no wife and children. Logically speaking, Luo Bing has a clear conscience. Advertisement: but if you have a clear conscience, why did Sky deliberately hide it when he asked? Luo Bing fell silent. I prepared a large table of dishes for you today. My cooking skills have become really good now, but it's a pity you didn't come to eat. But it doesn't matter, there are still a lot of ingredients in the kitchen. I will prepare a hearty breakfast for you tomorrow morning. Sky just put his face on the man's back, and a crystal tear flashed from the corner of his smiling eyes. She found out. Luo Bing's behavior is too abnormal. Maybe he can hide from many people, but he can't hide from Sky, who has lived with him for more than a year. He still smelled familiar, but when Sky was just sticking to his clothes, he could still smell a woman's perfume. But she didn't say it, she was afraid to speak out. From the very beginning, Xiao Chili kept instructing her to speak out and act boldly if she liked it. But, she was finally a step behind. Why are you being so nice to me? Luo Bing frowned and rubbed his temples. At the moment, his mood was very complicated, mixed with various emotions. There's no reason, Sky said with a smile, burying his face in Luo Bing's back. Luo Bing hesitation, wanted to say something, but opened his mouth for a long time, but still hesitated. If he wants to escape, he only needs to slide the time hand lightly to find 5.0. Everything is back to normal, yes, just a little manipulation of the time. This is not me. I am Luo Bing, nothing can escape me. But, Luo Bing really didn't want to hurt the girl behind him at the moment. Damn it. If you can know your heart one day in advance. A day in advance, how nice. Do human beings really know how to cherish when they are about to lose? I want to tell you something. Luo Bing took a deep breath and turned around without hesitation. Sky forced a smile, and bluntly wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes. I choked on smoking, tears came out. What do you want to say to me? Say it. Chapter 141. Luo Bing and Sky open black lens bracket part 2 close black lens bracket. Luo Bing's head froze in an instant, and he froze in place. There are thousands of words in my heart at the moment, all of them can be said, and he is dubbed Robin the Mute. It seems that he has really hit his own mute command. Luo Bing's head was running very fast, and even in that moment, his head entered the state of speed force. In just 1 second, he has thought about how many ideas and how many hypotheses. He's not like Stark. Stark can freely brag about how many women he has slept with and how many tastes he has tasted, but that's just the basic operation of a playboy and a playboy. Luo Bing is obviously a bit more jerk than him. Or, not as good as his jerk. He finally took a deep breath, frowned, and asked nervously and hesitation in his eyes. Do you mind polygamy? Sky froze in place. There was no response for a long time. I know this sounds like a jerk, and I also know that you are in a speechless mood. You can scold me. I didn't realize that I like you until today, but I can't be sorry for other people, even if I don't look like that person. I love her as much as you do. But I don't know what to say. We have already had a close contact with the 14th birthday, and it happened suddenly. You can treat me as a scumbag. No, 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 I'm a scumbag, but I really think so of. If possible. I really don't want to face this kind of thing. I have another 10,000 ways to escape. But that's what's really in my heart. Wherever I go, I can't escape. Luo Bing looked into Sky's eyes. The child was going crazy at the moment, and even learned Peter's words about ability without a teacher. Sky gave Luo Bing a resentful glance, and hit him lightly with a fist. You finally said it, Humph, but you certainly don't like you as much as I like you. Luo Bing scratched his hair. So, he is waiting for an answer. Anyway, he has already given it his life. It's better to be a scumbag than to regret it. The Emperor does not return the 3,000 in the harem. Speaking of the Emperor, the jade seals of several empires are still placed in his divine power space at the moment. Talk to me. Who is that woman? Sky didn't nod, but she nodded her head by default without rejecting it, which was something she was still unhappy about. In fact, no woman is generous enough to share her most cherished things with other creatures. Advertisement. If not, there is no way. There is absolutely no way she will make concessions. Gila. That's Thor's sister, Luo Bing replied hesitation. I'm just that fox is not a good thing. Sky akimbo instantly angrily. Anyone is easier to accept than that woman. Maybe. Luo Bing is not stupid enough to defend another woman in front of one woman. What's more, Gila is not a good thing, even though he is not a good man either. You went to hell? Then? Sky stared at Luo Bing with wide eyes, and subconsciously placed his right hand on his waist, as if he was about to twist it if he wasn't careful. How should I explain to you? Actually, this morning, I accidentally saw Lorna's body. Luo Bing frowned, his mind became heavy again. Ah, Sky's eyes widened in disbelief. It's still about other women, it's still Lorna. Well, if Gila is replaced by Lorna, Sky's resistance may not be so great. Alas. I still owe Lorna an explanation. I found Quicksilver and Wanda, and I wanted to come back to inform her. I followed her spatial coordinates, but who knew she was taking a shower? Luo Bing. The first two were big. Then, Sky frowned suspiciously. Don't think about it, I left immediately, and then it was a normal day. In order to avoid Lorna, I made a special trip to Wakanda, but who knew that I happened to meet you after I came back? You were there at the time. Quicksilver called my brother-in-law again, and unfortunately the idiot Thor also came over to call my brother-in-law. Luo Bing shrugged helplessly. Aren't you becoming Thor's brother-in-law now? What's more, what do you think Polaris changed his name to Lorna? That's not your last name. Everyone at the base knows she likes you. Kai rolled his eyes angrily. Okay. Let's not talk about her first. I'll deal with her matter tomorrow, and then the problem is, I'll help S.H.I.E.L.D. escort the criminal in order to avoid you guys, Luo Bing said, covering his face helplessly. I'm listening. What's the matter? How did you go to hell again? 35 Sky listened carefully. Later, Natasha Romanoff confessed to me that I went to hell to avoid this kind of thing. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly. Wait, Natasha Romanoff. Confession? How many women are involved? Sky said, biting Luo Bing's arm. I really have nothing to do with her. Forget it. Let's talk about her later. In short, I was in a very irritable mood. One thing after another happened in one day. I had a headache, so I went to hell, Luo Bing said. And then you did that kind of thing with Gila? To ease the mood? Sky's little hands were starting to strain. How is that possible? Am I that kind of person? I just talked to her and wanted her to give me advice, and by the way, I played a few rounds of alliances. Luo Bing explained angrily. Advertisement, don't lie to me. Something will happen to the lead. Do you think I've never played? Sky pouted in dissatisfaction. In the end, Luo Bing muttered in Sky's ear, blushing. After finally understanding the whole story, Sky's eyes widened speechlessly. She really just uses her mouth. Sky was shocked, as if she could not accept this scale. But she never imagined that her sister Thor, who she had never met before, would be so crazy. Yes. But after 810, things got out of hand. Luo Bing covered his face, secretly observing Sky's expression through his fingers. After a long while, the little beauty came back to her senses. I glanced at Luo Bing, and then looked at the place again, with some disgust and some hesitation. She. Isn't she dirty? Sky asked embarrassedly, her ears flushed with shame. Just thinking about that scene gave her goosebumps all over her body. You don't have to worry about it, I take a shower every day, and my body doesn't get dusty. Luo Bing raised 3 fingers and swore to the sky. Who asked you this? Sky wanted to hammer someone angrily. Anyway, that's the way it is. You can figure it out. Luo Bing was swollen and fat. After really finishing everything, his heart instantly relaxed. The whole body is comfortable, and it feels like a big stone has fallen on the ground, and the melancholy and entanglement in my heart disappears instantly. It seems, after telling the truth, the whole person feels a lot easier. You lie down, Sky said aloud, turning his head for no reason. What? Luo Bing was stunned. Let you lie down, just lie down, what do you do with so much nonsense? Sky snorted, his face flushed with dryness. Oh, Luo Bing lay down in confusion, then, shit. She. What is she doing? No way, X. Advertisement chapter 142 I think I can write a will ahead of time. Silent all night. The next morning, Luo Bing looked at the sheets in front of him and the quilt in the corner, covering his head in confusion. But okay, at least, he has a good kidney. Hold on. Looking at the sleeping sky, Luo Bing couldn't help recalling what happened last night. What she can do, I can do too. That's what the stubborn little beauty said. Speechless. Don't fight over this kind of thing. But, Luo Bing really likes it. After covering his life again, Luo Bing stretched and put on a new pair of pajamas. Looking at the morning sun rising in the east, he felt that he had been sublimated and baptized. Yes, that's right. However, he still has one thing to solve. That's about Lorna. Luo Bing took a deep breath, walked to Lorna's door, coughed lightly, and knocked on the door. Sorry, Lorna, I really didn't mean to do that yesterday. I didn't know you were taking a shower, so. I'll make it up to you, and I swear, I won't bring up what happened yesterday to anyone else. Can you forgive my mistakes? Luo Bing waited on the spot for a while, frowning. The person inside the door didn't want to open the door for him at all. Maybe, it's less sincere to speak through the door. Luo Bing took another deep breath, pushed open the door, and walked in. Dong. A shadow instantly hid himself under the quilt and tightly covered his head. Hi. Luo Bing walked in awkwardly and sat on the bed. I know this kind of thing is hard to explain, but, it's already happened, we can't run away, that's what I learned yesterday. So, Luo Bing was about to say something when suddenly he heard footsteps walking towards here. Step lightly, is it Sky? Is she awake? Wanda, I told Friday, she'll order some clothes for you soon, wear me now. Backquote. Lorna appeared at the door with the clothes. Then, advertisement she froze in place, the clothes in her hands slipped to the ground. Lorna. Wanda. Luo Bing twisted his stiff neck, looked at Lorna at the door, and looked at the moment's bed. Wanda stuck a head out of the bed and gave Luo Bing a sneaky look with a weird smile. The clothes are dirty, I'm going to change them, Lorna said, hurriedly picking up the clothes from the ground and walking out. Luo Bing froze in place. No one told him that Wanda lives here too. Friday. What's going on? As the owner of this house, I don't even know that there are new people living in. It's no wonder that on Friday, who asked you to do bad things and shut the Shenwei space, right? Moreover, Wanda just missed her sister so much that she stayed for one night. As for Quicksilver, at the moment, she was still alive and thrown to the Avengers building. Hey, brother-in-law, why are you standing still? Don't go after him. Don't worry, I will keep your little sister's little secret secret, I promise. Wanda bit her lip and smiled, blushing as she looked at Luo Bing. What's this? What's the matter? Luo Bing was completely stunned. He doesn't have the habit of turning on perception at home all the time. After all, there are women at home, which is inconvenient. But, now it seems that it is because of this reason that another misunderstanding has occurred. Hey, Wanda, it's not what you think, I just saw your sister's body, Luo Bing explained quickly. Huh? Just? Wanda smiled weirdly with origin magic power flashing on her hands. Brother-in-law. Don't blame my sister-in-law for not reminding you. 100,000. Don't think about being irresponsible, otherwise. Wanda said, slipping the pajamas on her shoulders, and looked pitifully at Luo Bing. I'll tell others that you insult me. The girl had a sweet smile on her face, which seemed terrifying to Luo Bing. OMG. Luo Bing's heart collapsed. Come on, come to a group of aliens to save me. I want to fight. I don't want to be the hero of a tragic ethics drama. Whether it's a dark elves or something, come on. Carol. Go slow. Hurry up and take me to the universe. Luo Bing constantly growled inside. This is such a mess, it's too bad. Luo Bing was not very good at handling this kind of thing. How could it make it worse? Luo Bing has one head and too big. Advertisement impatiently, he directly covered Wanda's head with the life on the side. Help. My brother-in-law killed me, Wanda yelled. To shut up. The mute command was issued, and the child immediately lay on the bed without speaking. Precisely, she was bitten to the tongue. Are you all right? Luo Bing looked at Wanda with a face of remorse. At the moment she was about to cry, her big eyes were watery. I didn't mean to, oops, I'm sorry, let me see. Luo Bing leaned over and opened Wanda's mouth to check the injury. Roar, it's okay, it's just a scratch, wait, I'll give you some medicine to materialize. Dang. Sky and Lorna did not know when they stood at the door together, crossed their chests with both hands, and looked over with cold eyes. What are you doing to that kid? Sky asked, frowning. From this angle, Luo Bing is forcing the girl's mouth open. She hurt her tongue. You guys came just in time. Go get some ice cubes. Forget it, I'll realize it myself. Before Luo Bing finished speaking, he saw the wound on Wanda's tongue self-healing. Sister Sky, sister, he bullied me, Wanda cried out with a wow. Wait, it's not what you think, Luo Bing responded instantly and blocked Wanda's mouth. Money, Wanda constantly struggled. Luo Bing is really nervous, a topic that can be explained very well, but the more he explains it, the more unclear it is. Looks like you're going to explain it well, Sky smiled. Lorna on the side is also feeling angry because of what happened yesterday. Vibe. 35. Magnetic field. Wanda jumped out of the bed with a squeak, waving origin magic power with both hands. With the three women floating in the air, Luo Bing felt that he could write his will in advance. At this time, boss, help, help. A large number of aliens are invading Wakanda. Request quick support. Tony's eager voice echoed throughout the room. Love you, Tony Drag. I'm coming. Leave the aliens. Let me kill. Luo Bing roared and replied, and instantly disappeared in place. Fee. Black Panther on the side, 66. Chapter 143. How could it be Midgard? At the moment the Dark Elves were excited. It seems that even God is helping him. Just a few minutes ago, an abruptly generated black hole engulfed the Dark Elf fleet sailing in the universe. Originally, Malekith and his subordinates were all panicked. It is not a good thing to be swallowed into a black hole. Immediately followed by a void crack, they did not know whether the space battleship could survive, or be teleported to what garbage place. But then, they were teleported directly to Midgard. You must know that if the flight is normal, even the 9 kingdoms on the same route in the world will need decades of flight time to communicate with each other. The Dark Elves have state-of-the-art ships, and they can cut that down to 5 or 6 months. But the sudden appearance of wormholes helped them. Isn't this a miracle? Ha 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 ha. Malekith laughed wildly. It seems that God let him retake TIE particles. It's time. The Dark Dynasty is about to return. Wakanda hail. Wakanda hail. Wakanda soldiers clasp their fists in an X cross on their chests. They are full of momentum. They are not afraid of any challenge. They are the most powerful army on this earth. Head of 810. These insects in Midgard are a little more powerful than I thought. Cursed warriors. Algorim, please fight. Kneel. The Dark Elf battleship stopped steadily in the sky. Algorim is a powerful cursed warrior created by TIE particles. He is also the last cursed warrior of the Dark Elves. His power is stronger than Thor, and he is an invincible warrior. Go, kill these bugs, get back the TIE particles, and return to the glory of the Dark Dynasty. Malekith waved his arms, and the whole person became even more crazy. He had silver-white hair and shriveled skin, and old bark. Boom. The cursed warrior Algorim jumped up from the space battleship, turned into a streamer, and rushed down towards the bubble defense that Wakanda had not repaired. A deafening sound rang out. In the case of knocking off many of his fellow clans, he directly smashed a crater on the ground like a meteorite. Midgard, trash planet. Algorim roared in the sky, and the sound wave vibration, Beffa, formed a circle of attacks, expanding in all directions. The sound of his roar alone caused the eardrums of the nearby Wakanda soldiers to burst, and blood flowed from their 5 orifices. The formation. The female bodyguard Captain Okoye roared, and the Wakanda soldiers around him raised their special robes at the same time. Mysterious runes circulated, and pieces of light shields were combined, forming a huge amount of shield. Advertisement. All have to die. Algorim roared, plunged into the center of the formation, laying out gaps in the ground, and the Wakanda soldiers swayed, resisting the formation. 60% energy left, 55% energy left. Algorim waved his hands, and one after another fierce attack fell on the light shield, pressing the Wakanda and everyone to retreat back constantly. Wakanda hail. The leader of the river tribe arrived from afar and killed 3 Dark Elf soldiers with a spear. Tony at the moment just ended the call. Looking at the situation in front of him, he was a little confused. Boss said he likes me. What should I do? No, I already have Pepper. And I don't like men either. Tony found time to play tricks. The Black Panther on the side has already rushed into the battlefield with a black face. Shish. Luo Bing teleported to the battlefield and looked at the army of Dark Elves in front of him with excitement. Awesome. This is the battlefield of men. Excitement filled Luo Bing's heart. He was indeed a militant. Boss, I thought about it carefully. We are not suitable. Thor flew over and said awkwardly. Go away. Luo Bing scolded and flew directly towards the army of darkness. Hey, I have to remind you, you are still wearing pajamas, Tony said jokingly. Seeing Luo Bing coming, he was completely relieved. Luo Bing didn't talk nonsense. The Shenwei space opened, and pieces of armor flew towards him. Finally assembled a complete set of armor, Black Knight. Hey, the silencer came out of nowhere and stopped beside Luo Bing. Luo Bing grasped it, and immediately came to the center of the Dark Elf army in a flash. Draw the knife. The power of space surges. Advertisement. A large number of Dark Elves fell to the ground, like leaks. That Midgard. Algorim looked into the distance in shock, his warlike heart instantly rose, and it turned into a stream of light and flew towards Luo Bing. Beep. It sounded like the sound of water droplets falling on the lake. Luo Bing stimulated the power of space again, drawing the sword to expand again. Crack. The great cursed warrior, Algorim, the strongest of the Dark Elves. While still in the air, his entire body was split into 2 halves, turning into a pool of blood and lying on the ground. Dead restless. The power of space cutting is really weird. No one can physically resist that attack. Well done, Algorim, just like this, let's go like this, ha 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 ha. Eh? Malekith's laughter came to an abrupt end. Afterwards, he watched the scene of the mad slaughter in front of him like a ghost. It was his soldiers who were being slaughtered like crazy. Wait a moment, this is really Midgard, do not. This is impossible, what the hell is this place? The roar was only short-lived because Malekith soon discovered that he was completely speechless. Must be in the wrong place. Go to bed first. I don't know if I will be locked in a small dark room in the last few chapters. I am a little panicked QAQ. How could this be Midgard? Definitely is. Black and golden shadows flickered, and the army of dark elves lay on the ground strangely, and instantly piled up into a hill. Retreat! Malekith shouted, commanding the galactic battleship to flee this place frantically. Retreat! What speed is that? Chapter 144 2 minutes to solve the battle. No, I have to kill more slowly. These are aliens who managed to get to Earth. Luo Bing thought to himself, and exited the Speed Force state. However, at this time, the galactic battleship in the sky turned around, and there were already signs of speeding away. Hey, you can't go. Luo Bing frowned, and went directly to the interior of the battleship. 2 minutes later, Luo Bing sat silently on the ruins of a battleship, feeling very depressed. Knowing that these guys were so weak, he would have taken a little more power. If the Dark Elves didn't want to escape, Luo Bing might be able to play with them for more than 10 minutes. It's over? Tony and Tilda Operator T'Challa ran over. The devastated battlefield in front of them seems to be proclaiming what they have just experienced. Too weak, Luo Bing complained. Tony, Black Panther. Is that the enemy is too weak? You're obviously too strong, right? Can you be a little self-aware? Thousands of soldiers in Wakanda froze in place, not knowing what to think. Black Panther also vaguely knew about the strength of Black Knight, and Wakanda could not hear any information from the outside world in this closed country. They looked at the man smoking a cigarette on the ruins of a local battleship as if they were looking up to a god. How invincible and lonely his back is, what a godlike man. Boss, I don't remember that you like to smoke. Did you encounter any troubles? Tony landed on the ruins of the spaceship, and it was a pity to look at the galactic battleship under his feet, but he was used to it. Luo Bing ignored him, with black lines all over his face. This damn. It took less than 5 minutes to solve the battle. What's the time for this? Not enough time to even go to the toilet. Advertisement. To be honest, Luo Bing seems to have never been to the toilet since he obtained the immortal body without scale. When the food reaches his body, it will be automatically decomposed into energy, and there is no excess residue. Well, hell on the subject. Luo Bing is now thinking about where he should go today. It is impossible to go back to Marbury Castle for the time being. Let the women explain to each other first. Luo Bing is really not good at dealing with those problems. No, boss. You won't be unhappy because I rejected you. Come on, women are better than men, Tony shuddered, wondering what he was thinking. Luo Bing didn't say anything. His eyes looked straight at him. His eyes were like cold stars, exuding a biting cold light. Ahahaha. Just kidding, just kidding. Tony wiped the cold sweat from his brow. At that moment just now, he really had a sense of death. No. Listening to Peter's nagging lot, since when did I learn this quirk? No. Never fall into this habit. Thank you. Black Panther looked around the battlefield and nodded towards Luo Bing. Luo Bing nodded, threw away the fruit cigarette in his hand, and returned to normal, frowning as he looked around at the sea of corpses around him. The Dark Elves who were cut in two by him were only in the early 1000s. As a group, that's too few. Will there be any other hidden powers? Luo Bing did not know that he had just cut off the head of the Dark Elf leader with one sword, killing the most powerful cursed warrior of the Dark Elf with one sword. He himself was amazed at his speed, light, breakthrough again. It is precisely because of the further breakthrough in speed that the huge Dark Elf fleet in Luo Bing's hands is as simple as chopping melons and vegetables. Luo Bing entered the Speed Force state, and everything around him became quiet. He could even see the golden light left by the sun shining in front of him, and it was too fast to be clearly captured by Luo Bing. Time didn't stop flowing, but everything around it became so slow that it almost stood still. That's why Luo Bing can cut all the targets as quickly as cutting vegetables. I don't know if I can go faster than the speed of light. Luo Bing roared, took a deep breath, wrapped his body with divine power, and instantly ran into the distance. Advertisement katakana middle dot 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 0. The speed of light is 7 times around the Earth in 1 second. Everything was going backwards quickly in front of Luo Bing's eyes. This time, he didn't waste any time on the way, he just wanted to test his speed. Normal time flow rate. Tony only felt that Luo Bing's figure seemed to fluctuate a few times like a TV with no electricity. He thought he was dazzled, rubbed his eyes, but found that Luo Bing had already disappeared. This is... where? Luo Bing looked at the passage around him curiously. What was staged in that channel was the previous scenes. When the Dark Elves invaded, Luo Bing was not there at all, and he did not have these memories in his memory. But why can I see it? 0 is it time. Running too fast, time has reversed. Luo Bing's eyes narrowed slightly. He seemed to hear a strange cry coming from the passage. He frowned, the Speed Force receded from him, and the whole person returned to the normal time flow. You're back. Stark had taken it for granted. How long have I been away? Luo Bing asked. 2 or 3 seconds. What's wrong? Did something happen? Stark asked curiously. It's okay. Luo Bing shook his head. It seemed that the time in the passage was still, and he wasted more than 10 seconds just looking around at that place. In other words, as long as I am fast enough, I can reverse time? Luo Bing frowned and touched his chin. His time ability can manipulate the flow of time before and after for 5 minutes. Although Luo Bing never turned the dial back 5 minutes. After many experiments, Luo Bing usually calls this ability a rollback. That's right, it's like he's stuck all over again. Things will change because of him, but it won't cause any additional errors. However, the feeling of just touching the time node is very different. It seems that if Luo Bing changes a little, it will affect the normal trajectory of the current world, which involves concepts such as the butterfly effect and parallel universes. Luo Bing disappeared in an instant and went to the holy mountain of the Himalayas. He needs the Ancient One magician, a wise man to solve his doubts in. Chapter 145 The Return of Kamar Taj, Magician Holy Place. You're here. Ancient One magician was brewing tea, looking at Luo Bing walking out of the void in front of him, waving his hand. A chair automatically flew to his side. Luo Bing sat directly on the chair and frowned. You knew I was coming? Ancient One magician smiled, then shook his head mysteriously. Luo Bing. Do not know. I don't know if you act like you know something every time. This bluffing trick is worthy of magic. Magician, I want to ask you, if I go beyond the speed of light and reverse time, what will happen? Will it lead to a change in world history? Or, will a new parallel universe be created? 35. Ancient One shook his head, then nodded again, continuing to look mysterious. Luo Bing was speechless. What do you mean? Luo Bing really didn't want to guess, so he asked directly. 810. Parallel universes exist, but a parallel universe will not really be created because you simply change some history. No matter how you change history, it will affect this universe. But time, I advise you not to touch it, otherwise it will lead to consequences, and I also do not allow anyone to modify the time. That is not right. This is also my main task to protect the Eye of Agamotto. Ancient One is serious, said seriously. Luo Bing frowned. What do you mean? If I change the time, you will deal with me? 39. That's not right. He has already modified the time many times before, doesn't that count? Or, Ancient One didn't find it at all. It's not to deal with you, it's to stop you. Manipulating time is a dangerous idea. When you stare at the abyss is also staring at you. You can foresee the future through time, avoid and prevent, but you cannot modify the past. In the past, you can't touch it, but there are exceptions. If you can correct it in time, then the universe will not make mistakes. Once the problem is big, the universe will originally distort the node in order to correct the error, destroying everything, Ancient One said seriously. If you go to World War II and kill Hitler now, let's not say whether you can do it or not. If you do, history will change drastically. Everything you are familiar with will change, maybe become more beautiful, maybe even scarier. One mistake and it's going to be hell, it's going to be a nightmare. And time was originally revised. The history you are familiar with is history after all. Even if time is reversed, most of the things that have happened will not change at all. Luo Bing frowned and listened. What the Ancient One said was slightly different from his perception of time. If I change the time, would you find out? Luo Bing seemed to have thought of something and asked curiously. Ancient One smiled and pressed the Eye of Agamotto with his hand, with a mysterious smile on his face. Trust me, I will. Advertisement. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and suddenly stretched out his hand to slide something in the sky. Ancient One frowned suspiciously. Back in time. Luo Bing came to Kamar Taj Magician Holy Place through Shenwei space. You're here. Ancient One made tea with a smile on her face. She waved her hand, used psychokinesis to drive a chair, and motioned Luo Bing to sit down. Luo Bing. Old nun, fool me, didn't you find it? Or, is this the particularity of his own time ability? Luo Bing was thinking and didn't answer, so the scene was a little awkward. Cough. I knew you would come, so tell me about your doubts. Ancient One put down the teapot, moved his index and middle fingers, and the teacup filled with tea automatically flew to Luo Bing without a single drop. You already knew the shit, you just shook your head. Dressed up again. Me? I have no doubts. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. Ancient One was embarrassed and didn't know what to say, so he pretended not to hear, and patiently sipped the tea in the cup. Time just passed by minute by minute. The atmosphere of the scene was almost embarrassing to a stage of embarrassment. By the way, I really have something I want to ask you. What happened to the book in the library last time? Luo Bing said with a frown. He has never seen that book since the last time. Its origin is very mysterious, specific. I don't know, you should know better than me. It disappeared with you. Then what was the last time it appeared? When was that? Luo Bing asked immediately. Ancient One frowned, as if recalling something bad, and shook his head, unwilling to explain. Your necklace is beautiful. Can you lend me a couple of days to play? Luo Bing then pointed to Eye of Agamotto. Ancient One's embarrassed smile, no matter how good-natured it was, it couldn't stand it. Advertisement. Only Sorcerer Supreme can protect the Eye of Agamotto. This is not a necklace, nor a toy. Please respect yourself. Luo Bing curled his lips. Odin's treasure trove contains a lot of Sorcerer Supreme items. They're indeed not toys, but decorations. Ancient One's face gradually turned dark, obviously. That's not a glorious thing. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. He already understood when he saw Ancient One's darkened face. Odin is really not a good bird, and what did he say to be friends with the Sorcerer Supreme of all dynasties? He doesn't even know the Sorcerer Supreme of this generation. It seems to be bragging again. Odin was a conqueror in his youth, and his treasure trove contained all his trophies. There must have been friction between the domain of the gods and the Earth Sorcerer Supreme. It's just that the relationship has eased up now. Luo Bing shrugged. About Eye of Agamotto, he just said casually, and he didn't have any hope. The spatial perception was released. Luo Bing frowned. He found that Kamar Taj's magician was not as much as other times, and he didn't find Strange's figure. Seems like what's going on here. Strange should have been studying magic for almost 3 months, and I don't know what level he is now. However, Ancient One once said that his magical ability is rarely seen in 100 years. He is a super genius, and he is also a promising candidate for Sorcerer Supreme by Ancient One. Like Ancient One, Gila, Odin, old monsters who have lived for an unknown number of years, all of them are mysterious and unpredictable. Luo Bing doesn't know the depth of Ancient One, but his immortal body is immune to all her magic. If you really want to fight, Luo Bing may have beaten her, but this is only possible, can run. But the 2,000 years of Thor and the Loki brothers really lived on to dogs. Ancient One calmed down, thought of his proud disciple, and took a sip of the tea in his cup. What's more, things didn't come to a point where they couldn't be grabbed. Ancient One was stubborn, but Strange had a good opinion of himself. He was thrown by me to the foot of the snow mountain. You can go to him, but you can't help him. This is my test for him. Luo Bing had no hatred with Kamar Taj at first. Maybe he was an ally, and it was even less possible for him to have unreasonable hatred. To get infinite gems to rob his own people, this is obviously not Luo Bing's style. Thinking of this, Luo Bing looked at the Ancient One in front of him, frowned and asked, "Where's Strange? He doesn't seem to be here." Chapter 146. There's lake water. Can I take a bath? Halfway up the Himalayas, Dr. Strange, with snowflakes hanging from his eyebrows and hair, was climbing the mountain in front of him with his bare hands. This is basically an impossible event. However, this was the Ancient One's punishment for him, or a test. Strange has learned magic so quickly that he is now able to use most of Kamar Taj's magic, but has been at a loss as to how to use the space gate. It's not his fault either. After all, he has only studied for 3 months, and it is too difficult to learn the magician of the gate of space within 3 months. Even the support with Sling Ring is too harsh. The power of space involves high-level magic, and even Wong and Mordo have studied it for 5 or 6 years. Thinking of this, Strange sighed. He still remembers the scene of a man teleporting to and fro in a flashy way. How can I get to that point myself? Forget it. No one needs a seal, let alone a sling ring. Swish. Like a telepathy, Luo Bing's afterimage instantly appeared directly above Strange, and the figure gradually solidified. Hey, 14 medical students. Luo Bing opened his mouth and made a move roar. This time, the unsuspecting Strange was startled and almost fell off the cliff. Fortunately, his hands tightly clasped the raised gravel on the rock wall. Otherwise, falling from this height would have to be shattered. Batman! Strange shouted in disbelief. In his impression, Luo Bing died long ago, and he even sneaked to the cemetery to worship and put on the incense stick. It's not that he doesn't watch the news either, mainly because he really doesn't have time to watch that stuff recently. When he first came to Kamar Taj, he would glance at his phone from time to time, but now, he has almost completely disconnected from the life of technology. All around him are magic, and he is gradually getting used to magic. That's why he was so surprised when he saw Luo Bing. He thought it was the return of the dead. Advertisement. Call me Luo Bing. Long time no see. Luo Bing floated in midair. This scene in front of me is in line with a certain dream in the past, but I really didn't expect that dream to be verified so long ago. It's been a long time. It's been half a month. But, aren't you already dead? Now you are an undead? Strange frowned in doubt. In his knowledge, Luo Bing was already dead. But from the current point of view, the other party is still alive and well. In the past, Strange would not think about this, but since he became a magician, his thinking has also moved closer to the magician, and undead creatures exist. Even if a person dies completely, there will be a unique imprint drifting in a special place in the universe to be preserved. I didn't die, I just took a trip to the universe. Luo Bing explained with a dark face. He really didn't want to answer this question, it was too boring. It's great, Mr. Luo Bing, it's such a pity that a great person like you died, Strange said with joy from the bottom of his heart. Me? Great? Luo Bing rolled his eyes, having no idea about the word great. Definitely, you stood in front of the energy-exploding wormhole and sacrificed yourself, Strange said with a sure-footed expression. I don't have any sacrifices from where to die. Stop blowing, I'm not used to it. Luo Bing waved his hand speechlessly. Strange smiled awkwardly, and had a lot of respect for Luo Bing in his heart. Look at other people, they have done so much without ever being proud of themselves, maybe this is the real superhero. I heard that you were stuck in the difficulty of space magic? Luo Bing asked directly. Yes. Space magic is too esoteric. Even if I have a sling ring, I still can't summon the space door. Strange frowned, very distressed. The so-called sling ring is actually a perception tool that enhances the force of space. Luo Bing has studied it early on. For ordinary people, this may be a good thing, but in Luo Bing's eyes, it is garbage. Throw away that garbage, I'll show you the power of space with your own eyes, Luo Bing said. The divine space crack opened behind him. But, Sorcerer Supreme doesn't allow me to ask anyone else for help, Strange said with some hesitation. She just said that she doesn't want you to use external force to climb to the top of the mountain. I'll take you to experience the power of space in depth. It's a good thing. She didn't have time to laugh. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and stretched out his hand to grab it in the air. When Strange replied, the void crack directly swallowed the two of them and disappeared in place. Inside the magician holy place, Ancient One shrugged, helplessly. Even she didn't know where those two went, but since Luo Bing is willing to help Strange in this way, as he said, this is indeed a good thing. 18. It's too much to say that it's too late to laugh. Advertisement. She still had time to laugh. Ancient One magician squeezed out a stiff smile and continued sipping the tea. Black Magic's backbiting ability is too strong. She can laugh for long. Being able to train Strange to become Sorcerer Supreme is her last wish. As for her other disciple, Mordo, although he also has good magician ability, he is too stubborn and not the perfect choice in Ancient One's mind. In the Shenwei space, Strange came here for the first time, and this was also the first time Luo Bing brought people to his own small world. The current Shenwei space is different from the past. It seems that it has really become a small world, with flowers and trees growing vigorously, with a wide variety of species, like a pure land, more like a paradise. This is where? Strange stared at his surroundings. Wait. I feel the power of space. Oh my god, it's amazing, there are space elements everywhere. This is my world, Luo Bing chuckled. He is also very satisfied with the development of Shenwei space. He definitely deserves the credit of Friday. 810. Your world. Strange looked bewildered. This place is originally a world where the power of space is gathered, and it is also my exclusive world. It is not unusual for you to feel the space element here. On the contrary, if you can't feel anything, it is really strange. Luo Bing waved his hand and took Strange directly to the borderlands. That is an undeveloped area, which belongs to the reserved area of Shenwei space, and there are countless huge cubes around. Well, that thing is the space node. You can feel the space element more clearly when you get close to it, Luo Bing said. I've already felt it, it's so rich. Strange was stunned. He couldn't imagine the concept of a small world composed of spatial elements. This is simply amazing and the best place to practice space magic. It's so beautiful. Huh? The question mark in Strange's heart grew even bigger, his eyes widened. Colors like a rainbow. There seems to be a lake over there. Can I go take a bath? I've been climbing the snow-capped mountains for 3 days. Strange shook the snowflakes on his body, looking at the lake with some heartbeat. I'm going to be pregnant. Luo Bing spread his hands. Oh, you'd better not do that. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and smiled without saying a word. He had never seen such a beautiful colorful lake. Why? Strange asked with a question mark on his face. Chapter 147 Luo Bing's guidance. What's going on with being pregnant? Strange was puzzled, but Luo Bing didn't explain, so he didn't ask any more questions. But the eyes looking at the colorful lake changed completely, and the eyes were very jealous. How terrible is the lake that can make a man pregnant? All right. It seems that there are still many secrets in this world that he does not know. Strange scratched his head. After reading so many magic books, he thought that his vision was not ordinary, but he still didn't expect something that surprised him to appear. You may still be a frog at the bottom of the well. Go for it. Luo Bing waved his hand and gave him the ability to float in this space. This is the embodiment of his ability to control the space. Luo Bing has not tried it in the outside world. Maybe he can do it, but he has not so handy in Shenwei space. Okay. Strange looked at his floating body with joy, and then floated towards the huge cube, eager to try. After feeling the strong space magic, Strange broke through the last layer of fog on the space gate. He felt the wonder of the space, and quickly chanted the incantation, invoking the power of the surrounding space. The ancient incantation was uttered from his mouth. The characters were deep and mysterious. Strange's right hand drew a circle in the air, and bright electric sparks appeared and burned, finally forming a circle. Inside the circle is another scene. It's just that it is limited to the scope of Shenwei space, and has not escaped from this world. Luo Bing nodded. Magician's space magic is slightly different from his own. No matter what they do, they need to recite a long series of complicated spells. Only when you reach a stage similar to Sorcerer Supreme can you simplify the spell and use magic more easily and more easily. That is, the legendary instant. However, this is difficult, and basically few people can do it. The magician's speed of chanting spells is too long, and Luo Bing can easily defeat them without even entering the speed force when they're in real battle. However, Kamar Taj's magician is also very strange, focusing on melee combat, which Luo Bing can't understand. The melee magician looks like an Iron Man. Luo Bing can't figure out how powerful a magician with an iron rod can be. Can you also use a pistol? Advertisement, I succeeded, Strange shouted excitedly. He nervously looked at the space portal in front of him. The sparking space gate had stabilized. Strange stretched out a hand, reached out the door, and plucked a blooming flower. Don't worry, no matter how familiar you are not really successful. The space elements in the outside world are not as good as here. When you don't need to use the sling ring to release the space door, then it will be considered a real success. Luo Bing reminded. Road. Yes. Strange nodded gratefully towards Luo Bing, then immersed himself in and continued to experience the spatial elements around him. The space element is very active around him. As the control of Shenwei space, Luo Bing can easily feel all this. He is also not stingy, driving the spatial elements around him to cooperate with Strange. Strange is indeed a genius, although it is very difficult to use the space portal without the sling ring, but in this environment, Strange has only failed twice to portray a not-so-good, stable space gate. Afterwards, he practiced for about half an hour, and the stable portal was finally portrayed. His whole body's magic power was basically exhausted, and he also drank a few bottles of Luo Bing's small blue bottle stock. In fact, Kamar Taj's orthodox source of magic comes from their belief in Vishandi. That is a very powerful god. However, in the Shenwei space, Strange could not receive the power of the outside world. If it weren't for Luo Bing's MP recovery potion, his magic power would not be able to be replenished at all. Chi. The golden space channel exudes a bright and dazzling light. Listen carefully to the sound of sparks burning and rubbing the space. Very cool, but, what can I say, it's obvious. If it is used for ordinary rushing, it should be very good, including the current Luo Bing. He has given up the way of teleporting directly or opening the door to appear. In recent days, he has been twisting space to drill out of the black hole. On the one hand, this is because doing so can better sharpen his spatial ability on a daily basis, and on the other hand, it is because it will not be too abrupt, too weird, and will not often startle people. Yes. Many people in Luo Bing have complained about his elusiveness, so he is now appearing in twisted space, which is a trick roar. And Kamar Taj's space magic is just that, advertisement. So conspicuous, and in this way, the strange characteristics of this space magic as space have completely disappeared. No one would fail to notice a space door that squeaked like a firework. What a good gatekeeper. So, Kamar Taj's space magic is only suitable for rushing and cannot be used for combat, definitely not comparable to Luo Bing's space magic. I succeeded. Strange waved his fist at the sky. He was excited. But this is also normal. The same is true for another person, perhaps even more exaggerated than him. Let's go out and try. Luo Bing waved his hand, the surrounding environment gradually faded, and the two came to the bottom of the Himalayas again. Feeling the biting cold wind around him, Strange tightened his clothes and was once again shocked by Luo Bing's bizarre space ability. Although he has successfully summoned the space gate, but he still can't compare with him. Ahem, I'm about to start. Strange chanted a spell, drawing circles in the air with his right hand. Okay. Strange nodded. He also understood the reasoning behind it. So, he motivated the magic and continued to chant the spell. Chi. With the help of Sling Ring, a solid space portal was carved out. The sparks flickered for a moment, then collapsed and dissipated. Ancient One pursed his lips, smiled, and looked at Luo Bing. He became more and more invisible. Let's use the Sling Ring. The outer space element is not as good as the Shenwei space. You can borrow the Sling Ring first, and it's not too late to throw that thing after you have enough magic power, Luo Bing said. On the other side of the door is the Kamar Taj Magician Holy Place. This? Strange touched his head awkwardly. Chapter 148 Tentative Hands-on. I've learned space magic, yes? Strange stepped into the door of space, directly from the foot of the snowy mountain to the Magician Holy Place. Luo Bing smiled and walked in as well. I succeeded, Venerable. Strange looked at Ancient One where the old god was present. Well, I see. Ancient One nodded, neither satisfied nor disappointed, but judging from her expression, she must be very satisfied. Then now, you need some actual combat training. Ancient One glanced at Strange and Luo Bing beside him, folded his hands together, and the surrounding space began to swirl together like a kaleidoscope. After just 10 seconds, the whole world changed greatly, and then returned to normal. This is... Strange looked curiously at the unfamiliar space around him. Luo Bing looked around, and they seemed to come to an enchantment composed of space. This was a very clever space magic, but it was fundamentally different from Shenwei space. It is a special world similar to the arena and fighting arena, and everything that happens here will not affect the outside world. This is the application of high-level space ability. Luo Bing is obviously not as good as Ancient One in terms of experience. 810. Next, Mordo will train you. Mr. Luo Bing, if you are interested, you can also join. Ancient One smiled and looked at Luo Bing. Then she waved, and the mirror world opened a crack, pulling Mordo, who didn't know where it was, in. The Venerable, Mordo nodded at Ancient One, and then looked at Strange with a serious face. Definitely. He also glanced at Luo Bing beside him. He couldn't tell whether he was repulsive or close, but it was obvious that he would not admit defeat and didn't think he was much better than the other. Forget it. Luo Bing waved his hand. He really has no interest in this kind of kid playing. Training without blood was completely useless to him. If possible, I really want to play against you. Luo Bing looked at Ancient One with interest. Mordo frowned, as if he wanted to say something disrespectful, but Ancient One held out his hand. All right. Ancient One smiled and made a gesture of please. Then I'm welcome. Luo Bing nodded. His eyes gradually turned blood red, and then turned into a golden six-pointed star. Advertisement. Luo Bing was eager to try. In the face of the dexterous magician, Susano couldn't have much effect, but the kaleidoscope would better bless his vision. Luo Bing didn't use any weapons, and he didn't enter the state of Speed Force. His body disappeared in place in an instant. He punched the Ancient One who was standing still. Boom! The huge amounts of power instantly smashed Ancient One's into the air, and then her body turned into foam, and Ancient One's flashed out from the space on the side. High-level magic, phantom duplication. Fast speed and strength, more than 50 Ancient Ones said together, and the scene was spectacular. Well, very ingenious magic. Luo Bing smiled, also modestly, and then the kaleidoscope of his eyes rotated slightly. Through the insight ability of the kaleidoscope, Luo Bing easily saw through the various duplications of Ancient One and found her entity. Another sudden punch. Ancient One was stunned for a moment, his brows furrowed, his hands slid slightly, a light shield defense turntable appeared in front of him, and then she was smashed by Luo Bing's distance and flew out. Boom bang bang bang. More than 50 duplications shattered and disappeared due to the energy imbalance due to the attack on the body. So, it looks like you have a good pair of eyes. Ancient One coughed lightly. Magician's body was already fragile, but he couldn't stand Luo Bing's heavy punch. She waved her hand, pinched the seal, and the magic power gathered around her body, and it seemed that she became serious. Swish! Dozens of tons of objects were driven by her psychokinesis, and rocks in all directions shot towards Luo Bing in a dense burst. Too slow, Luo Bing shook his head in disappointment. With this speed, Beffa, he didn't even want to hit him. Is that so? Ancient One smiled and pinched a few spells with his left hand again. All the flying stones became transparent and invisible, and even Ancient One himself gradually disappeared into the air. Invisibility? Luo Bing frowned and glanced around. Ancient One concealed it very well. The mirror space was originally her domain, which inadvertently cut off a lot of Luo Bing's insight into space, leaving him only 10 meters of reaction space. Swish! Luo Bing relied on instinct and subconsciously avoided one attack after another. Although the attack was invisible, Luo Bing always managed to dodge it just right every time. Dangerous. 9 Advertisement instinct once again issued a warning. Luo Bing sneered. His body disappeared in place in an instant, directly locked the source of the attack, and punched it with a strong and fierce punch. Crack. The cube shield was shattered directly, and the figure of Ancient One appeared and flew out again. Mordo and Strange frowned and looked at the two people who were constantly flashing in the sky. The situation was very unfavorable for the Venerable. Why did the Venerable have to melee again and again? Why not use magic attacks? Mordo wouldn't understand. Most of Ancient One's magical abilities are directly immune to Luo Bing. She has a lot of mental power control spells that directly fail. Energy projection, penetrating objects, illusions, flight, shields, alchemy, psychokinesis, teleportation, various magical attacks are unleashed by the Ancient One. It's a pity that from the time of the fight to the present, none of her effective attacks has landed on Luo Bing. Luo Bing is too flexible. Beast's instinct and perfect teleport ability allow him to evade all attacks. It can be said that as long as he wants to hide, no attack can hit him. Ancient One took a breath and stopped attacking with a smile. She probably understood in her heart that in front of the opponent's seemingly limitless magic power, she would soon be unable to resist. I lost. Ancient One's body fell from the sky. I want to challenge you. Moro looked at Luo Bing angrily. Come on, I accept your challenge, Luo Bing smiled. What's more, the man in front of him didn't seem to be serious, he didn't show his true strength at all, and he was always a symbolic attack that didn't hurt. Luo Bing waved his hand lightly, and as soon as he reached the mountain in the distance, it was torn in half by Space Slash. No, Venerable, you are not serious at all. How could you possibly lose to him? Mordo couldn't believe it, which broke his understanding of Sorcerer Supreme and couldn't accept it in his heart. I'm joking. Modu froze instantly, his face flushed red. Mordo and Strange's eyes widened at the same time, and they swallowed in disbelief. If you lose, you lose. You have to accept the facts, child. Ancient One shook his head slightly with his calm expression. Chapter 149 Make room for your brother-in-law. In the evening, Luo Bing said goodbye to Kamar Taj and took away a few books on the advanced application of space magic. Today, I had a simple warm-up with Ancient One, which made Luo Bing curious about spells like mirror space. Although he is not a magician, the polymorphic application of the space ability is the same. Luo Bing went out to hang out for a day, and the 3 women in the family seemed to have explained it, especially Lorna, who looked at Luo Bing with embarrassed eyes. I'm sorry. Wanda. She's so ignorant, I've already taught her a lesson. Lorna walked over awkwardly, bent over and apologized. It's alright, in fact, I should apologize to you, after all. Luo Bing was embarrassed and didn't say anything in the middle of his words. However, the other party should be able to understand the content of his words. It's okay, no problem. I don't mind. You don't have to hide from me. Lorna waved his hand quickly and said shyly. Luo Bing didn't know how to respond. He couldn't say, you're a good figure, let's get to know you better when you have a chance. So, he could only smile awkwardly. He's a straight man. You can tell him clearly and hold him responsible. Sky ran out of the next door at some point, looking at Lorna angrily. Lorna froze in place, her face flushed. In fact, she was not of this character, but in the face of this kind of thing, she was still a little girl after all. She and Sky had a good chat before, although she didn't know what Sky thought, but for her suggestion, Lorna was very willing to accept it. What? Luo Bing frowned in confusion with a question mark on his face. What, you've seen the whole girl's body, and you just want to forget it? Sky's eyes widened angrily. Then, Luo Bing frowned and looked at Sky. Did she mean? HMPH, don't think I don't know what you're thinking, just have fun, you two like each other, what are you talking about? Wanda, sleep for me tonight and make room for your brother-in-law. Sky turned to look at the other corner. Obviously, Wanda was also eavesdropping curiously. No, I don't agree, why should I sleep with my sister? Wanda snorted in dissatisfaction. Do you want to have an early bar mitzvah too? Sky glared at Wanda badly. Okay. Wanda laughed shyly. Okay, you, come with me. With that said, Sky dragged one of Wanda's long legs on the ground, then slammed the door shut. Advertisement only. Luo Bing and Lorna were left in the hall looking at each other. Luo Bing had a black line on his face, and he couldn't take it easy. He looked at Lorna, who was shy in front of him, and shouted in his heart. What does this mean? Girlfriend finds him a woman behind his back. I'm not dreaming. Lorna bowed her head shyly, her face flushed with blood. If Luo Bing didn't do anything at this time, he really wasn't a man. He gritted his teeth and held Lorna nervously in his arms. The two hugged each other tightly, feeling each other's strong heartbeat. I like you. Lorna raised her face and quickly kissed Luo Bing's face, then buried her head tightly in his arms. I won't let you down. Luo Bing didn't say much. No matter how much nonsense he said at this time, it was unnecessary. Now, only long kisses. It was a very long and tender night. When he woke up the next day, Luo Bing felt a little unreal. Looking at Lorna, who was like a lazy kitten beside him, the unreality in his heart gradually faded, and then it became full of happiness. Are you awake? Lorna shyly looked at Luo Bing, picked up the clothes on the side, and covered her body in a hurry. She was still a little shy. Don't wear it yet, let me take a good look at you. Luo Bing held up Polaris' face, looked at her affectionately, and threw the unsightly clothes. You were pretty. At noon. Avengers Building. Hi, Luo Bing, are you in a good mood today? Steve walked out of the training room swaying profusely, picked up the drink on the side and poured it down. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. 0 Captain America doesn't let up his training a day. Advertisement. Now the Avengers are strong, and because of this, Steve works harder. He has to become stronger, protect more people, and do his best. Very good, very good. Luo Bing read letters from all over the world. Since Avengers Mansion is public, many fans send gift packages and letters every day. This kind of stuff. It's just too much, but it is also because of their support that the Avengers are full of energy every day. By the way, I just met Banner at the door. The experiment seems to have made new progress. Let's go and have a look. Steve put down his drink, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and asked with a smile. 0 Luo Bing. Although he is the backbone of the Avengers, in fact. He is totally a hands-off shopkeeper. The file size affairs in the organization, including new installation and equipment configuration, are all handled by Steve and Tony. They are very attentive. Luo Bing is not good at dealing with this kind of things. He is not so careful, and basically has no ability to organize and manage. He is a belief and a mascot. Okay. Luo Bing was in a good mood all day, he just woke up. As for what you've been doing all morning, well, that's his and Lorna's secret. But Sky has some taste, but it doesn't matter, the two have already negotiated. Luo Bing's 7 days a week are divided into time. 135 is Sky's, 246 is Lorna's. As for Sunday, the two of them allowed themselves a trip to hell. Have to say, Luo Bing really didn't know what to say about such a girlfriend. It's just too sweet. As soon as he walked to the door of the laboratory, Luo Bing, who was half-hearted, collided with a woman. Clap clap clap. The complicated and lengthy data files fell to the ground. It was Dr. Zhao Hailun. She sighed, looked at the information on the ground speechlessly, and then raised her head. Then she was stunned, not responding for a long time. This is the first time the two have met. Chapter 150 Robin Miracle No. 1 Potion. Are you all right? Luo Bing bent down to pick up the information on the ground. This kind of thing rarely happens to him, which is why he is absent-minded today. Normally, he can always react in advance and pick up the document before it hits the ground. It's okay. It's okay. Zhao Hailun was overjoyed and looked at Luo Bing shyly, not even paying much attention to what he handed over, and handed it to Steve next to him. Steve had a question mark on his head. He looked at the document in his hand inexplicably, with a blank expression on his face. By the way, let me introduce you. This is Dr. Helen Zhao. It's the first time you two have met. Steve coughed lightly to break the embarrassment. Dr. Zhao Hailun. Luo Bing was a little unexpected. In his impression, doctors are generally bald middle-aged people with dark circles under their eyes, especially those who have reached such a high rank. Like Banner, he already has a lot of white hair on his head, but it's not very obvious on the back of his head. Luo Bing never expected that Dr. Banner would be as young and beautiful as Zhao Hailun, whom he admired. She is really beautiful. Maybe Americans have different aesthetics, but in the East, she looks like a fairy, mature and charming. Hello, Mr. Robin. Zhao Hailun stretched out her right hand nervously, her little heart beating in disappointment. As the only Asian in the Avengers, Robin is also a heavyweight leader. Robin's popularity in Europe and the United States is exaggerated, but it is far less crazy than in Asia. In those places, every household treats him like a god. Not to mention other things, Luo Bing's beauty beyond the international aesthetics alone is enough to make a complete girl sleepless at night. Obviously Zhao Hailun is also a crazy admirer of Luo Bing. She is so nervous that her calf is shaking now. Even a doctor's temperament can't stand it. Hello, my name is Luo Bing, not Robin. It's just a matter of pronunciation. Luo Bing explained awkwardly and shook hands with Zhao Hailun. Her palms already had a layer of fine sweat, sticky and tender. Oh, is that so? I'm sorry, I'm rude, monk with mule disease. Zhao Hailun repeatedly called Luo Bing's name over and over again, and used the Huxia pronunciation. Luo Bing. Forget it, you'd better call me Robin. Advertisement Luo Bing is ashamed. There are too many languages in the world, and each country's pronunciation is different. Compared with her strange pronunciation, Robin is more accepting. Luo Bing wanted to draw out his hand, but the opponent's grip was too tight, and he even started to hold his hand nervously with both hands. As a gentleman, Luo Bing couldn't take his hand out of the opponent's hand, so the scene became very embarrassing. Steve rolled his eyes helplessly, holding the information like a white-collar errand runner. Fortunately, when Banner heard the movement here, he ran over excitedly pulled Luo Bing's arm towards the laboratory. He's crazy, his hair is messy, as if that's what Dr. Liver is supposed to be like. Amazing, Robin, you can't imagine, this potion is amazing. While dragging Luo Bing forward, he shouted excitedly. His expression was as if he had seen the miracle of the 21st century. Even after the victory in the New York War, he had never experienced the madness. Luo Bing may not be able to understand, for a biologist, what the HP recovery medicine represents. It is the joy and excitement that cannot be described in words. Fortunately, the reckless Banner broke this awkward situation, allowing Luo Bing to escape from the crazy little girl Zhao Hailun. It's a miracle brought about by God. Oh, no, it should be Robin's miracle. In fact, I think the name is so appropriate. This is Robin's miracle number 1. His efficacy has been proved by trial and error. 1/10 of the normal HP recovery potion. And it's also mass-produced. But the most important thing is not these. The important thing is that Dr. Zhao Hailun and I found too many unknown ingredients in the ingredients of HP medicine. Those factors have powerful effects such as killing cancer cells. Oh, my God, I really can't describe to you how excited I am at the moment. Just this small bottle of medicine can solve almost all diseases imaginable in the world. Even genetic diseases have improved science. I don't know if it's because Peter officially joined Avengers. Luo Bing always felt that everyone in the Avengers building became talkative, which made him a little helpless. Even the honest and steady Dr. Banner at the moment became talkative. Advertisement. He held a bottle of reddish shimmering liquid and waved his hands like a counterfeit drug dealer. Definitely. Spidering the whole crew is just a joke. It's really that Dr. Banner at the moment is so excited that he can't even describe his excitement in a good way of expressing himself. Okay, well done. It seems that we have to consider the issue of population aging in advance. Luo Bing smiled and was very satisfied. It's hard work, Dr. Zhao Hailun, Dr. Banner, so let's call everyone to celebrate tonight. He praised, patted Banner's shoulder, and looked at Zhao Hailun with admiration. Zhao Hailun, who was on the side, was already dominated by the 6 gods and smirked in a daze. Hulk is also working hard. The green fat man roared from Banner's body. Now Hulk and Banner have reached a good cooperative relationship, and even for some laborious instrument manipulation, Banner will Hulk a pair of green arms to work for him. This time Robin Miracle number 1 not only has the credit of the HP recovery potion, but also the reason why he was able to mass produce it. Hulk's Hulk serum also played a huge amount of role in its 810. The perfect integration of the two has the current effect. Definitely, Hulk is great too. Luo Bing laughed out loud and touched Banner, Hulk's head. Hulk is only the IQ of a 3-year-old child, and he needs to be encouraged often, otherwise the little guy will lose his temper, but in general, after so many days of running in, Banner and Hulk have become inseparable. Hulk and Banner, both Avengers babies, indispensable. I've informed Stark that maybe we can hold a press conference to announce this exciting news to the world. Steve is also very happy, and it has always been Avengers' original goal to benefit humanity on Earth. Now, they can not only prevent and protect, but also solve the pain of human disease. Why not do it? Okay. When Tony arrives, make the following plan, and let our new members meet with everyone. Luo Bing nodded, agreeing with Banner's suggestion. Although Avengers has been silently protecting all mankind. But it can't really derail the human beings on Earth. As a heroic organization, it can't be too ordinary, definitely not too mythical. Luo Bing wants to let people all over the world know that Avengers has always been with them. At the same time, it can also effectively sound a wake-up call to sneak criminals all over the world. Chapter 151. The Avengers gather. The HP potion was so successful that it could even be handed over to Tony's robotic assembly line. Robin Miracle number 1 can produce about 10,000 bottles in one night, although the amount is still small at present, but it will be more when the scale is expanded and production is increased. Certainly, every perfect medicine has an accident of ingredient leakage. But obviously Robin Miracle 1 can't have this problem. His main ingredients are still derived from HP recovery potions, and the Earth does not have a large number of ingredients on it. It can be said that Robin Miracle 1 still has to rely on the matrix of HP recovery potions. But it is probably only the ingredients of a bottle of orthodox HP medicine for the difference of 10,000 bottles. But this kind of thing, Luo Bing is very free now, and when he is free, he realizes this kind of thing on a large scale in the warehouse. The development of HP medicine is very successful, but MP back to blue medicine is a little worse. It may also be that magic is too mysterious. Currently relying on MP to return to the blue medicine, Banner and Zhao Hailun have only developed a small pill that can make people smarter. Robin Miracle 2. Yes, get smart. From a sensory point of view, his function is to make people's brains operate quickly, and can achieve a sensitivity of about 10 times the normal level, and their memory and cognition have been greatly improved in an all-round way. But this thing, Luo Bing is not going to make it public for the time being. Because his effect is a bit like a drug, although it is very powerful, but it will make people dependent. I have to say that after taking the drug, you can instantly turn from a diocese to a genius, and your career line has risen all the way, but it can only last for 24 hours, and you need to take it again after 24 hours. Otherwise, the feeling of falling from genius to rock bottom again is too bad. This thing is also very dangerous. If it is obtained by criminals and commits a crime with high IQ, the situation will become worse. There's one more bonus to Robin's miracle too. That is exciting. Banner's own experiments show that he has been working at a high intensity for 2 days and 2 nights in a row. He doesn't want to sleep at all, and his mental energy is very concentrated. Obviously, this may be a higher intensity energy drink, but it's too much. It is not good for the body, and the normal routine of human beings is still very important. Luo Bing can also do not sleep for months or even years, but that is undoubtedly irresponsible to the body. Advertisement. The dovetail of the streamer swept across the city of New York, attracting a large crowd of people to look up and cheer. That's Tony. The happiest thing about New York City is seeing the Avengers every day. Even the number of people moving these days is giving the local governor a headache. Guys, I'm here. Tony landed on the lifting platform of the Avengers building, the armor on his body faded one by one, and he stood quietly on the side like a loyal steward. You're late, Tony, the Avengers gathered, and now a lot of wine has been opened. Haha, not everyone is as fast as the boss, I'm a lasting man. As expected of Tony, how can't he get rid of his bad breath? Luo Bing pouted. He didn't need to explain at all, he understands people, naturally he understands. Just look at the expressions of Lorna and Sky at the moment, it is a look of resentment. This guy Luo Bing, like a beast. I've got the press conference planned on the way, so, how many new members do we have now? Stark stepped over, his Wakanda journey was almost over. It's not that he doesn't want to stay anywhere. It's really because Little Chili has 4 or 5 video communications a day in the past 2 days. There is no time at all. Quicksilver, Wanda, and Falcon recommended by the captain. As for Lorna and Sky, many people already know each other, so it's not necessary, Luo Bing said. And me, Peter played truant again today. Well, he's been turning into a bad student. However, Aunt May already knew his identity, and Peter said that he didn't care about the class. After all, it was too easy for Aunt May to guess Parker's identity from Luo Bing. Luo Bing never wore a mask. Why are you following along? Luo Bing looked at Peter speechlessly. Advertisement. I'm only a reservist. Also, I want the world to correct me, my name is Spider-Man, not Spider-Boy, Peter Parker said with a resentment. Ha ha ha, Avengers laughed. Chucky. Bifrost's light fell, and Thor landed directly on the lift. Hey, guys, it's not fair if you don't call me when you drink. Thor came over with a big laugh. This guy who doesn't like drinking wine is like seeing his wife after seeing the wine. God's domain is busy. Luo Bing threw a bottle of Romandy over, he knew that this guy never used a small glass to drink. How do I say it? I don't know. Originally, my father called me back to tell me something about Ragnarok, but, he said it halfway and then didn't say it again. It seems that the rumor it's fake, it shouldn't be a big problem. By the way, I heard that the Dark Elves have invaded. Thor asked solemnly. Those guys were dealt with within 2 minutes of being in the hands of the boss. By the way, there are still a few survivors who are locked up in Wakanda, or, you send them back to their hometown. We're not killing them. The captives, stay here and feed them. Tony shrugged helplessly. Are there still people alive? Luo Bing asked suspiciously. Well, a dozen or so, lying on the ground and playing dead, we found out later when we were cleaning the battlefield, Tony replied. I've never heard of Dark Elf soldiers lying on the ground and pretending to be dead. They are the bravest warriors. Thor touched his chin, a little disbelieving. Brave. Well, he's brave indeed. But you haven't seen the scene, obviously you don't understand the situation at the time, Stark sighed helplessly. Who can continue to be brave in such a situation? By the way, boss, T'Challa and I expressed our desire to join the Avengers. I forgot to call him when we came, maybe you can go to Wakanda now. Tony suddenly thought of something and said. Wait, Luo Bing snapped his fingers. Wakanda, Black Panther is patrolling the final repair phase of the bubble defense drag. With Iron Man's help, this progress was made much faster, and a little bit of Tony's tech was added. ###. Black Panther suddenly found that the surrounding environment has become different. He looked around, and the Avengers made a move roar at him. Black Panther was stunned for a while, then raised his right hand. Hi. Chapter 152 The First Press Conference of the Avengers. Black Panther silently glanced at the Avengers building, and then glanced at the gradually disappearing black hole behind him. Am I the only one who isn't used to this magical mode of transportation? T'Challa rolled his eyes and shrugged. Haha, don't worry man, try a few times and you'll get used to it. Tony laughed and put his arms around Black Panther's shoulders. Apparently the two have been getting along very well these days in Wakanda. Long time no see, I'll take care of everyone in the future. T'Challa made a move to the crowd roar, officially joined the Avengers and became a member of this big family. Filling out applications is just a joke, Avengers never had that. The situation is not important, the most important thing is the people. In terms of character, T'Challa is a person worth relying on. He represents the entire Wakanda behind him, and he is absolutely qualified to join the ranks of this Earth warrior. Happy was busy preparing for this unprecedented press conference. He is also a model worker, flying around all day dealing with large and small files. Even Tony is not very involved in the operation of the Stark Group now, and everything is handed over to Xiao Chili. He seems to experience the joy of being a Luo Bing style shopkeeper in 827, and he is out of control. It's good too, a super genius like him is not a player who sits in an office all day in meetings. After all, the shopping mall is not suitable for him. Tony is actually a proud person, and he doesn't bother to participate in the operation of the group at all. The only thing that can make him interested is to continue to develop the Mark series armor and worry about the equipment of Avengers. Perfect the defense net covering the Earth. He was worried about, but all of them were big things. Obviously a small Stark group is nothing compared to that. The media reporters are rushing over, the time is set at 2 p.m., and you still have more than an hour to prepare. Pepper walked over, glanced at the watch on his hand, and said, Avengers and Stark Group are one family, no need to publicize this point, everyone understands that Black Knight Robin is the major shareholder of Stark Group, and the second head Iron Man is also an important member of the Avengers. Today, the daily chores of Avengers are left to the outstanding staff of Stark to handle. The reason why the name of Stark Group is still maintained is also requested by Luo Bing. By Beffa is actually Stark's family business, so change the name at will, fearing that Tony's father who has been dead for decades will jump out of the coffin board to protest. Definitely, the Robin Miracle 1, to be launched today is also under the Stark Group's name. Advertisement. Regardless of how much this wave will make Stark Group's stock rise and how much it will make, in fact, money is not so important to Luo Bing now. He also completely transformed from the role of a miser. Prepare. Do we still need to prepare? Do you want to write the speech in advance? Tony jokingly looked at the crowd. Which of the characters present is not a guy who has seen the world, just deal with such small occasions casually? Definitely. Except for Peter Parker. This guy perfectly embodies his 16-year-old stage fright. Luo Bing really couldn't understand this. They also held a brief press conference after the last Queen's accident. As a result, Peter hesitation for a long time, he didn't say his fart, and his nervous palms were all sweaty. That's why the outside world keeps calling Roar the Spider Boy. Because he was nervous on special occasions like a child. What should I do? What should I do? Peter scratched his head in distress, saying that he was the one who was going to play, and now he was the one who was scratching his head nervously. He really found himself guilty. It's not that he has no language organization ability. On the contrary, in school, his thesis and academic report are the best, but now he does not represent Peter Parker in academic research. Rather as Spider-Man, friendly neighbors for the inhabitants of the world. Parker is under a lot of pressure. Are we going to change into something special, like a suit, sunglasses? I think that would be cooler. Like Peter, there is Quicksilver. This child is also young, and he is not inferior to Peter in some bizarre ideas. I agree, Quicksilver, it's great that you have to suggest that maybe the two of us can come up with a combination. Quick Spider. What do you think? Peter wasn't wearing his red and blue tights yet, the Avengers knew his true identity. Advertisement. And probably because he's young and in need of someone to take care of him, everyone treats him so well that Tony even built him a Spider-Man battle suit himself. Full of fatherly love, at this moment, Peter is hugging Quicksilver and whispering something. This guy is pulling people into his duo again. Quicksilver. It looks so strange. Senior, do you have another name? Quicksilver asked modestly. As a newbie, he was still a little reserved. But, the boss of the Alliance is his brother-in-law, so it's not like he can't let go. Or is it called Spider Silver? Peter Parker asked again. Senior, it's not fair. Why you can take 2 words every time, I only take 1 word. Quicksilver was very distressed and looked at Peter puzzled. It's reasonable. Who made your name too short? Take 1 word out of 2 words, and take 2 words out of 4, isn't it fair? 35 Peter asked with a smile. Isn't Spider-Man 3 words? Quicksilver asked in confusion. I'm still Spider Boy, it's definitely 4 words, oh. God, I feel more and more that the title of Spider Silver is just too suitable for the two of us, man, don't hesitation, just let it be. We're a team. Peter Parker spoke very fast, patted Quicksilver on the shoulder, and stunned the kid. It seems to make sense. Quicksilver looked at his brother-in-law with a confused look, as if he wanted to seek his brother-in-law's opinion. Luo Bing directly ignored the duo who played Bao Bao. Really 2 living treasures. Tony, record it. In the future, the Avengers can't bring in living treasures anymore. I can't stand both of them. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. A group of people laughed. Falcon, who was recommended by Captain America, stayed shy. He wasn't used to talking with these legendary characters. In fact, his heart was too heavy. Luo Bing, Tony and the others were never very arrogant. As for Thor, it was better to have wine. Just look at Black Panther. At the moment he had a hot chat with the Avengers and has gradually integrated into the group. Time passed quickly, and an hour passed quietly. While the Avengers were chatting, the reporters outside were already waiting eagerly. Chapter 153 Tony is in love with Robin, Captain America is jealous. Although the preparation time for this press conference is not very sufficient, it is obvious that it has become a well-known thing to everyone immediately. Every bit of news about the Avengers is a big deal. Even Tony's old tidbits they can't enjoy watching now. Xiao Chili has a dark face all day because of this kind of thing, and always feels that there is a green hat a few hundred meters high on her head, but, love is tolerance, what can she do? After all, it is the past, isn't it? The only thing that makes melon eaters feel a pity. There is too little news about Luo Bing on the internet. This time Black Knight is back, and he doesn't even have time to really fight roar with everyone. This makes many people feel sorry. But this press conference finally let them get their wish. I heard that not only the legend will appear in this press conference, but almost all the heroes of Avengers will appear at this stage, definitely, except for the surprise. That girl has no idea of joining the Avengers. Luo Bing hopes that she will become, is the main force of the Tianjian Bureau. In terms of familiarity with the universe, Surprise is quite experienced, although she's a lunatic. It's a pity that the lobby of the Avengers building can only accommodate 10,000 people, basically news reporters from all over the world. The announcement was only released for more than 4 hours, and many reporters from distant countries were on specially approved private jets. For the first official launch of Avengers, all countries took it seriously. After all, now every move of the Avengers can affect the future development of the Earth. For the residents who did not come to the scene, they could only wait in front of the TV screen nervously and expectantly. The 10-minute countdown to the press conference, Happy held the microphone on the podium. He really loved this job, and now Happy has almost become the external representative of the Avengers, which is very beautiful. Hi, friends from the media. Good afternoon everyone, definitely to the lovely boys and girls around the world in front of the camera, uncles, aunts, nephews, and nephews, I wish you good morning, good afternoon, and good night, and have a good mood all day. Happy has a tongue-in-cheek tongue. He can be said to have a knack for things like press conferences. Even in the face of tens of thousands of people, he doesn't have the slightest sense of nervousness and stage fright. He is smooth and can always handle all kinds of things. I know everyone has been looking forward to this launch for a long time. Maybe everyone is also very curious about what the press conference is going to announce. Before I took the stage, I read a lot of remarks made by the media. It really wasn't that aliens invaded, and it wasn't that Mr. Stark fell in love with Mr. Robin, and the captain was jealous. I beg your brains, can you calm down? Maybe you can worry more about the weather that is getting colder recently. It's time to add some clothes, guys. Advertisement. Definitely, I'm definitely not advertising Stark Group's latest civilian protective outerwear, nor actually advertising the genuine Avengers suits that are circulating on the market. Ahem. I usually don't suggest anything to you in such formal occasions. Believe me, this press conference will definitely shock every human being on the planet. The old god Happy was swaying his saliva, which attracted more than 10,000 staff members on the scene to complain and boo. But obviously, the fat guy enjoyed the sound. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost over, Happy glanced around the audience, and suddenly picked up the microphone and roared loudly. Okay, without further ado, let's go straight to today's topic. Now, let me invite the Avengers. And new members coming to the Avengers. Avengers, Avengers, Avengers. All the media reporters roared excitedly and waved their arms. Fortunately, most of the cameras were fixed on the ground with tripods, otherwise this move would definitely attract loud protests from those watching the live broadcast. That camera still doesn't shake and make everyone seasick. The curtain opened and the Avengers appeared in a crowd. The audience instantly boiled. The cries of mad roar almost broke through the sky and circled in the hall for a long time. Even the audience who were guarding the big screen followed mad roar out. If there is an external voice of aliens on the mobile phone Earth, it is definitely a carnival shouting. I don't know. I thought the whole world was a disco. Quicksilver is wearing a silver battle suit, and Peter is wearing a blue and red battle suit. It's nothing, but both of them wear black sunglasses by coincidence. Wearing a spider battlesuit and sunglasses, it looks so weird and weird. Please be quiet for a while, I'll announce a few things, and I'll leave you time to ask questions later. Luo Bing smiled and pressed his hands down. He doesn't need a microphone, his voice spreads clearly to every corner. Today's Black Knight Robin is dressed in a casual suit and has the charm of a mature man. He doesn't need a spotlight. His every move is the brightest presence on the stage. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot 0. The starlight shines in every gesture. Advertisement. Everyone did not design any way to appear, and the simple curtain opened, and residents all over the world began to go crazy. It is the charm of a hero. They deserve roar. In comparison, those entertainment stars are not even the light of dust. The moment Luo Bing opened his mouth, the audience fell silent. Even the audience in front of the screen subconsciously held roar's breath, their hearts were beating thumping, and they couldn't help themselves nervously. Some girls with poor physique even fainted, which was really a sighing scene. First, Avengers welcomed several new members. One of the shameless red and blue tights got in here, pretending to be a newcomer. We'll leave him alone for now. Now let me introduce you to you. Black Panther, Wanda, Falcon, Quicksilver. Luo Bing introduced the identities of the new members one by one, constantly attracting bursts of cheers from roar. For the addition of new heroes, everyone burst out with their greatest enthusiasm, and the addition of new heroes also ignited the heroic dream of all young generations. It turns out that Avengers is really good. This is simply amazing. OMG. If only I could join in too. The new members greeted everyone with a smile. Roar, a small number of them like Falcon, but the remaining 3 have never heard of it. I protest. I'm also a newbie. I want to report. Black Knight teamed up with a group of Avengers to suppress Spider-Man. I personally hate this kind of thing. Oh my god. I'm so pitiful. You don't know I've been how miserable it is. I live in dire straits all day. And what I hear the most every day is, shut up little Spider-Man, shut up little Spider-Man, the people here are really bad, shut me up all day, don't drink me, they drink I can only drink Coke. Exclamation mark. Speaking of Coke, it tastes good, if it's with popcorn, it's so good, yes I still like it. Little Spider-Man pouted in dissatisfaction, and fired a barrage of cannons. Avengers, reporters and melon eaters, home. I told you to shut up for a reason. You talkative. And, advertisement chapter 154 God-level potion, a global sensation. Sometimes Luo Bing really admires how this guy can say so many words in one breath. Moreover, he can still stray from the topic when he talks. He jumps between topics very skillfully. Now he starts talking about what happened when he was 15 years old. If he doesn't stop him, he may keep talking until not born. Luo Bing had a black line on his face, snapped his fingers, and activated the mute command to stop Peter's talk show. This guy talks endlessly, and the press conference can't be opened yet. Little Spider-Man struggled and looked at Luo Bing with resentment on his face. He finally relaxed and entered into his own chat rhythm, and was banned again. Spider is so tired. Okay. Let's ignore this guy again. Luo Bing shrugged at the media, showing helplessness. 827. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was amused by Luo Bing's helpless expression, and couldn't help laughing out loud. The guy who can make the omnipotent Black Knight feel a headache, and perhaps only little Spider-Man. Little Spider-Man is actually a very good kid, Luo Bing said. Peter on the side heard that Big Brother Luo actually praised himself, and waved happily at the audience. It's a pity that he has a mouth. Luo Bing shrugged again, and there was laughter from the audience. He fully agreed with what Luo Bing said. Little Spider-Man is so good at chatting that even the reporters were speechless. But please rest assured, now that medical technology is so advanced, I will let someone arrange a mouth resection for him, Luo Bing said immediately. Peter listened, completely cowardly. Even though the mute time was over, he still covered his mouth timidly with his hands. Oh, God, he doesn't want to be sent for some G surgery. The scene is very active. Maybe Peter Parker's wish came true. From today, he officially got rid of the 4-character name Roar of Spider-Boy and became the 3-character name he dreamed of. Not Spider-Man, but Little Spider-Man. Perhaps this cruel truth was enough to make the child sad for a long time. Even Quicksilver, who was on the side, couldn't help but dislike it, and he secretly dragged Little Spider-Man and whispered, or, let's forget about our combination. I follow you. It's easy to get into trouble. Advertisement. I have to say, Quicksilver feels pretty accurate in some ways. 2.5 buckets of superhero together, can't do half and half. Aunt May in front of the TV helped her forehead, one head and too big. Peter used to be cowardly and inferior. It really makes me cry. Definitely, the above is just a joke. I can't bear to send such a cute little Spider-Man to surgery, otherwise I won't have time to hold a conference in the future, but since medical treatment is mentioned, I just announced the news of this conference. The second important thing, Luo Bing said, standing and looking at Tony. That's right, in the medical field, but I don't know much about this kind of thing. In terms of professional knowledge, let Dr. Banner and Dr. Hailun Zhao come to popularize it for you. Tony took over the words, and then threw the topic to Banner and Dr. Hailun Zhao. Yes, Dr. Zhao Hailun was also honored to participate in this press conference. In fact, she has now become a member of the Avengers Research and Development Department, and the motherland has just resigned. To be able to join the Avengers, this is the dream of everyone, and all countries are also crowding their heads and want to send people in. That's it, I named this thing. Robin Miracle No 1 foot, as you can tell from the name, this is a series. Banner pushed his eyes, full of academic atmosphere. Next, he and Dr. Zhao Hailun perfectly explained the specific function and curative effect of Robin Miracle number 1. Their too authoritative rhetoric did not want the temperament of selling fake medicines that Luo Bing introduced at the beginning. It can be seen that Banner and Dr. Zhao Hailun have prepared a lot for this conference. They are truly professional. However, this is the case. Once the news about the Robin Miracle number 1 was announced, it also attracted the curiosity and doubts of everyone present. This curative effect. This effect. Is it really possible? Will it really happen in the 21st century? According to the official instructions given by the Avengers, there is no need to worry about diseases with large file sizes in the world from now on. Many scholars and doctors are also watching this worldwide press conference, and their eyes widened in disbelief. No. Impossible, they have never thought about those things. Advertisement. This sounds like a fantasy. The words came from the Avengers, or from the famous biologist Banner, as if all the doubts had lost their strength. Really? Great. My grandpa has been bedridden for 2 months and he has terminal cancer. Is this really possible? Although I also believe in the Avengers, this potion is too unscientific, isn't it? Science. You want to talk science with Mr. Stark? Maybe myth with Mr. Thor. 35. I would like to believe the Avengers, they are godlike guys. A storm has swept the world. Even the reporters on the scene were excited. This news is undoubtedly a heavyweight, even more shocking than the addition of new members of the Avengers. You may think this is just a bottle of potion, but if it is as magical as Dr. Banner describes, it will change the entire history of mankind. This is undoubtedly the most shocking news they have heard at this conference. You can ask questions. Luo Bing waved his hand and pointed at an oriental man with eyes. Mr. Black Knight, is Robin Miracle 1 really as magical as Dr. Banner described? Are there any side effects or? Obviously, he wanted Luo Bing to give them an answer. For them, what Dr. Banner said can still be questioned, but if it is Black Knight Robin, but what he says, they will believe it. Yes, everything is as Banner said, without any side effects, it can save 99% of the diseases in the world. In fact, although we Avengers are the greatest force to defend the Earth, but in fact, in addition to these, we hope what more can be done. So, Robin Miracle 1 was born. Luo Bing nodded with a smile and said. Everyone took a deep breath, dressed in rough clothes, and listened to Luo Bing's speech. It was as if the sky had really fallen in shock. Chapter 155 Hi, Jin Bing, come to interact with fans. Fourth more. Actually, the original purpose of our Avengers was to resist the invasion of alien species. Captain America took the microphone from Happy. After the Battle of Queens, the Battle of New York, although we did our best, the aftermath of the battle will still affect some residents. Many people lost their legs and feet, and some people lost their lives because of it. Including our frontline SHIELD agents, these UN soldiers have been killed and wounded countless times. In fact, those who stand behind and give silently are the real heroes. After the First World War in Queens, the Black Death and the plague spread, and now the whole city is a land of no one. In my day, getting sick was a terrible thing. Many soldiers died because of a small scratch. Died on the battlefield. We can't deal with the disease very effectively. I think that is God's punishment for war. Captain America held the microphone, his voice was a little low. When I came awakening, the whole world changed. I think that is the change I want. Although the pace of life is fast, it is no longer as comfortable as before, but there is no war. Every human being on Earth as we can get along with each other in a friendly way for the next 14 inches. And I also believe that after today's press conference, the whole world will usher in another change. At noon, Mr. Luo Bing also discussed with me about the aging of the population in the future. Haha. Really, I am an elderly population, right? After all, in a few years, I will welcome me 100th birthday. Speaking of which, Steve himself laughed speechlessly. After his remarks, all the media reporters, including the audience in front of the TV screen, unfolded a beautiful picture. No disease, no world of pain. Gosh, really can't believe it. Really cannot imagine. Is this day really coming? Even the criminals who were on the move, at the moment were quiet. Many people committed crimes because of poverty, and more people committed crimes because of the desperation of disease. A super genius, who should have been attracting attention, but because of physical problems, he had to go down the wrong road. Too much. There are really too many such cases. If there were no disease in the world, then maybe, the Earth will really be a paradise. Robin Miracle 1 can save 99% of the diseases in the world, but it still has no effect on mental diseases and mental problems. There may not be any drugs that can treat this kind of stuff. The only one who can overcome it is himself. Advertisement. The returning Captain America is always sensational, but I have to say, he has a unique charm. Thank you, Steve, for your speech, celebrating your 100th birthday in advance. Speaking of which, I want to ask Thor, how does it feel to live for more than 2,000 years? Does Asgard have the concept of a birthday? Luo Bing looked at Thor with a smile. For the first time, everyone clearly knew Thor's age. This guy has lived for more than 2,000 years. Gosh. Avengers are really a bunch of gods. Birthday. No such thing, but I will cut off a monster's head every 100 years to commemorate it. Thor shrugged, and the words he said were jaw-dropping. Your way of celebrating is really weird. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. Back to the topic, let's continue to talk about Robin Miracle 1, Luo Bing said, looking at Banner. Banner nodded, put the suitcase that had been prepared in his hand on the display table, and opened the box. The crystal clear red liquid was packed in a bottle of test tube, a total of 10 bottles, shimmering with a strange light. Is this the Robin Miracle 1? It looks so pretty. There was a burst of shock at the scene, and everyone stared at the potions curiously. The red is not as viscous and infiltrative as blood, but instead emits a faint streamer. Yes, now, let's test the effect. Who is quite a volunteer? Luo Bing shouted to the reporters in the audience. I'm coming, I want it. The reporters frantically raised their hands. Very good. Luo Bing drew a delicate long sword from the space beside him. No. What do you mean? A reporter blinked in confusion. It's very simple. In addition to killing all kinds of bacteria, this thing is also the best trauma medicine. Come, let me cut a sword, and then try the effect, Luo Bing explained aloud. Only, advertisement. As soon as he spoke this time, the excited reporters at the scene immediately calmed down. All right, let's not talk about whether you will die if you cut a sword, even if you don't die, it will hurt a lot. Big brother, stop playing, it will kill you. Luo Bing was speechless, rolled his eyes, does it really hurt to cut a sword? Then he turned to look at Peter beside him. No, 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 I'll dodge it automatically. Peter shook his head. Captain America and Tony took a step back, smirking. Whoever is idle and not sick will be slashed by you, isn't that looking for guilt? Thor stepped forward. Come on, I can. But Luo Bing didn't cut him. You're a god, it's a fart, it doesn't prove anything. Or maybe pull a prisoner from the shield prison. 827 inches by the way, when it comes to cutting, I suddenly think of a person, I remember cutting off someone's arm. Definitely, he's a badass. Jin Bing, hey, Jin Bing, you are in front of the TV, are you free to do an experiment? Luo Bing greeted Roar with a smile at the camera. Moving to Kingpin, Brooklyn, 6635. Who really wants to interact with your fans? Don't think of me, please. Huh, Stark's eyes widened. Is Friday so strong? Why does it feel stronger than JARVIS? Okay, Mr. Luo Bing, according to the global internet information, Jin Bing's residence has been found, replied Friday's sweet voice, and then projected it in front of Luo Bing. I just want to be a gangster quietly, is it easy for me, I don't want to destroy the world. Friday, Luo Bing muttered to himself. Jin and the media and the people who eat melons. Hey, Jin Bing, long time no see, it looks like you've got your arm attached. Luo Bing opened the door of the space and made a move roar at the bewildered Jin. In fact, Jin is really easy to find. He is still on the table after all, and it is easy to find a guy like Pierce who is really out of technology and hidden in some hole. Chapter 156 The End of the Old World. That's right, at the moment Jin Bian was connected to a prosthetic arm, which was a metallic arm that looked very technical. It didn't affect his normal movements at all, but made him even more fierce. However, at the moment, Jin Bing didn't have the usual demeanor of an underworld boss. He looked at the door of space opened in front of him like hell, and the whole person was stunned. I was watching your ghost press conference at home. As a result, you appeared in front of me so easily. What about fan interaction? Who are your fans? Play with me, bro. This is the heavily guarded base for Kim and help. After reacting, Jin fled towards the rear without any explanation. The speed was simply unbelievable. You would never have imagined that a little giant with a height of more than 2 meters could explode with the speed of a rabbit. You can't run away. Luo Bing smiled and snapped his fingers. The black hole in space instantly appeared on Jin Bing's escape route. The big man didn't have time to react, and he crashed into it, and instantly went from Brooklyn to New York's Avengers building. Kim and 99. He listened to the shutter sound and the dazzling flashing lights constantly coming from all around him, and his whole person was a little suspicious of life. I am Kim and I'm a gangster. Damn, are you playing me like a monkey? Jin Bing looked at Luo Bing angrily, and then looked at the Avengers who surrounded him, swallowed. Fortunately his heart was strong enough, and most people would have been scared to pee their pants by this lineup. But Jin Bing is Jin Bing, he can only have a dark face, and curse his mother and father in his heart. His at the moment mood can be perfectly described in one word. FK. FK. Look, how familiar the hateful face is, I can even smell the foul sewer smell on him. Ahem, Mr. Jin Bing. As the representative of the villain, it is an honor for you to be here, Luo Bing, he said with a smile, nodding to signal the captain next to him to hand him the microphone. Steve rolled his eyes and passed the microphone into Jin Bing's hands. Advertisement. The other party also followed up honestly. Although the process was a bit awkward, he still took the microphone. This moment, the underworld forces of the world's largest file size and small are all stunned, and even some small gangsters are dumbfounded and their heads crashed. Damn, that's Kim Bing, king of the underworld. What's the situation? Have you been recruited by the Avengers? Or, a more terrifying statement, the Avengers can find any criminal anytime, anywhere. That's right. If Luo Bing wanted to do that, he could do it. It's just that the underworld forces can never be killed. This thing is a virus. Let's say Jin Bing. In fact, his weight in the underground world is very important. Without him, the underground dynasty will be a mess. Organized and disciplined gangs are not terrible. They have their own rules of conduct. Although they do some illegal and shameful things, in general, they have their own discretion, at least not too much, and know what the bottom line is tolerable. The underground world is still inseparable from an intermediary character like Jin Bing. That's why everyone knows that Kim is the boss of the underworld, but no one has ever dealt with him. I have to say, your robotic arm is pretty cool. Have you considered replacing the other arm with a robotic one? I think Stark should give you a good suggestion in this regard. Luo Bing joked, touching his chin. He looked at Tony next to him. Oh my god, that's a great idea. By the way, do you need oil on this thing every day? What brand do you use? Have you considered Stark Group? I promise it's the best in the world. Tony held back his laughter and asked eagerly. I feel disgusted when I see this guy. Peter on the side pouted in disdain. He had a lot of friction with Jin Ping when he acted at night, and even got into danger a few times. That is to say, this guy is a badass. What a complicated relationship. Quicksilver scratched his head in confusion. He hadn't considered that far at his age. If Robin Miracle No 1 foot doesn't have such a powerful effect, Mr. Jin Ning must really consider the problem of another robotic arm. I hope this potion will give some strength. Banner touched his chin and shook his head, looking at Jin En. That's right. No one in the room took this guy in their eyes. This is the truth. Because they are the Avengers. Advertisement. Don't you want to say something? Give your acceptance speech. Luo Bing continued to ask with a smile. From the beginning to the end, Jin Bing was always silent with a black face. The microphone in his hand had been squeezed into a pile of scrap metal by him. He was very angry, but he did not dare to be angry. He knew what it meant if he couldn't hold back his temper and lost his temper. He'd be crushed to the ground for sure. In the face of absolute force, even Jin Bing had to bow his head. No way. The Avengers are a bunch of freaks. I hate the Avengers. Jin Bing had a dark face. His tone was low and desperate. If time could come back, he would not have been killed at the Queen's Pier that night, and he didn't want to encounter Robin as a bad guy. Toy. Meeting Robin and having a dispute with the Avengers was definitely the dumbest thing he'd ever done in his life. None of them. What a great speech. I like the efforts of you black fans. The most satisfying thing is to see the aggrieved expression that you want to kill me but can't do it. Here I also remind the criminals all over the world. Don't think that the Avengers only care about the invasion of alien species. We are not busy now. We have time to thoroughly clean up the garbage in the city sewers. Believe me, your every move will not escape the eyes of the Avengers. This is not a warning, it is notice. Luo Bing finished his speech, and there was thunderous applause from off the court. Jin Bing had a dark face and said nothing. He sighed silently, knowing in his heart that from today onwards, the world would be completely changed. Not only the reporters at the scene, but all those who watched the live broadcast of the At the Moment press conference were full of enthusiasm. Remind all the audience, cover the eyes of the children around you, the next scene may be a bit bloody, it's best not to let them see this, Luo Bing finally said, raising the sword in his hand. Jin Bing stood there and didn't move. It wasn't because he didn't want to move, it was because he couldn't move at all. The moment he came to the Avengers building, he felt as if his whole body was sealed, and the space seemed to freeze. Awesome. Avengers. You guys are awesome. This is the end of the old world. Love you guys. DAJ. The world of the future will be guided by Avengers. Chapter 157 The Miracle of 10 Seconds 1/5. Luo Bing had no hesitation, and cut the mess with a quick knife. The sword in his hand flashed a bright flash in the air, leaving a splendid trajectory. At the same time, a deep visible bone scar appeared on Jin Bing's arm. The wound was huge, and blood spurted out, but it was not cut off at the root. Half of it was cut off, and it was half placed on Jin Bing's arm, which looked quite infiltrating. However, Jin Bing was Jin Bing. Even though his head was covered in white sweat because of the pain, there was no scream at all. This is a tough guy. In some ways, he is much stronger than most. Oh, God. The reporters frowned as they watched this scene. Although they were not the ones who slashed with the sword, they could also feel the clear pain, and their hearts froze. The imagery was so powerful. In some areas, people who were watching the live broadcast of the press conference while eating snacks and meals put down the cutlery in their hands, ran to the toilet and vomited. Fortunately, my daughter's eyes were blocked. Some parents let out a long sigh of relief, frowning at what happened next. People like Jin Bing, they don't care about his life or death, they just want to see if the next potion will have such a magical effect. Definitely, there are some people who are overflowing with the heart of the Virgin, sighing and shaking their heads, thinking that Black Knight Robin should not do this. This is so cruel. This is inhumane. Definitely, Luo Bing didn't hear what those people were saying, otherwise he would have invited him to interact with fans kindly. To develop a self-sacrificing mind. Funny. Banner. Luo Bing turned to look at Banner who had been waiting for a long time. Don't worry. Banner took out the potion and poured it directly on Jin Bing's broken arm. This potion can not only be taken orally but also used externally. When the wine-red liquid fell on Jin Bing's arm, a cloud of white smoke rose up instantly. Jin Bing's expression suddenly became very strange, and the tearing pain disappeared. What followed was a very itchy experience. A large number of granulation sprouts emerged from his flesh and blood, connecting together, and even the broken bones gave birth to an indescribable ignorance, which healed quickly. In less than 10 seconds, the dense fog dissipated, and Jin Bing stared at the half of his sleeves with a bewildered expression, and then looked at himself without any wounds or even, like a newborn arm, the whole person was directly stunned. In place. Advertisement. The original skin color that was cut out obviously did not match the bronze color on his body, as if someone took a white pencil and spent half a circle on his arm, a very strange picture. He reached out and clenched his fist. It was as good as ever, no different from before. But, the half caddy of blood that had just splattered on the ground had not yet solidified. This, Robin Miracle 1. Jin Bian frowned and looked at the test tube that was used up in Banner's hands. A mere amount of a bottle can make himself reborn from broken bones. This is really a magical thing. Look, his arms are connected. Oh my, is this a miracle? Is this really the effect of Miracle 1? This is too amazing. It just broke to such an extent. A total of 10 seconds. It took 10 seconds to recover. Some reporters hugged their heads in disbelief. What they just described was like a fantasy. Although they wanted to believe it, they still had doubts in their hearts. But now that they have really seen the effect, they are even more incredible. Because the effect of Robin Miracle 1 is so strong. So they wondered if it was all a performance and arranged in advance. But soon they put this absurd idea out of the sky. The Avengers Union gang leader cheating on the residents. Well, it's impossible to think about it with a pig's brain. I knew it was okay. Beffa, I always believed what the Avengers said. A resident shouted at home and jumped up in excitement. Grandpa, your paralysis is saved. It's great. It's really great. Some people were so excited that they couldn't even suppress their emotions for a while, leaving hot tears. At this moment, the glorious image of the Avengers stared into the eyes of all the human beings on Earth. They really did it. They didn't lie. No. It's my problem. I shouldn't have suspected them in the first place. Many people feel guilty about it. Even in some dimly lit bars and nightclubs, some gangsters were excited and shed hot tears. Advertisement. Why are you crying? What are you excited about? We are gangsters. 35. FK you gangsters, I'm quitting. I'm going to surrender. I only sold drugs to collect the expensive hospital bills, and now I don't need it. Ha 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 ha, I quit. The middle-aged man shouted excitedly. A group of brainless people, courting death, the second leader of the gang scolded, took out a pistol from his waist and pointed it at the man's head. It's really stupid to say these words here. Is it true that the gang is a group of philanthropists? Clubs. Come and leave when you want. If you turn yourself in, won't the base be exposed? Those notes are not rubbish, they will take all the secrets of the organization out of your mouth. Boom. Gunshots. The second head fell in a pool of blood. The gangster's scarred face blew the white eyes that emerged from the barrel of the gun and took a deep breath. Maybe it's time to leave. Trust my brother. Let's go and surrender together. I'm sorry for you, this is a wrong path. The leader took a cigar and thought of his daughter lying on the hospital bed, with a smile on his lips. The sins made, the mistakes made, the repayment. Daughter, I'm not a good father and I'm not a good role model either, but no matter what, I hope you're healthy. Everyone in the gang was silent, and quickly made their own choices. Really. But, after today, the underground world will really undergo a change. Some people chose to surrender like fate, some people screamed wildly, they couldn't accept all this, yelled that everyone was crazy, and then ran away quickly. It was exactly as Jinan predicted. And it's all because of that man. Jin Bing shook his head and glanced at his left hand, which was intact as before, and then at the smiling young man beside him. Although the road stance is different. A young man to be respected and feared. Chapter 158 Hydra's Last Resort 2/5. Arctic Glacier, Underground Base. The raging cold wind blows the glacier, and a dark green cloud hangs on the horizon in the distance, which is the northern lights. The food reserve is only enough for us to consume for 3 months. Viper reported the resource situation to Pierce beside him with a frosty face. On the side, the other 2 senior managers of Hydra also looked grim, thinking about the way to survive in the future. Everything happened too fast, and only 300 Hydra agents were successfully evacuated to this base. And a few days unexpectedly, the ice nest and the snowstorm destroyed a lot of material reserves in the base. This is Luo Bing's luck horror effect. When he was selfish, he was still constantly fighting the enemy. The bad luck of the local people was constantly increasing. Definitely, Luo Bing didn't know all of this for the time being. What kind of disaster? That was one bad news after another. It is precisely because of the special environment of the North Pole that there is a strong magnetic field here, and ordinary exploration methods cannot be projected into it, so Pierce and the old Hydra team can survive. It can't go on like this, we will starve to death here sooner or later, the white-haired congressman said. His name is Frank Shelley, and he was an authoritative member of the United Nations. But he obviously has his own story. He was excavated by Hydra at a very young age and became a group of secret agents. 90% of the same group as him died, and he was the only one who survived. And also climbed to the top position with the help of HYDRA's internal power. There are many people like him in Hydra, all of them have been cultivated since childhood, and the teachings of Hydra have been engraved in their hearts. How's the greenhouse vegetable growing program going? Pierce asked sullenly. The seeds germinate well, but it takes 6 to 7 months to mature, and we can't last that long, Viper said, bowing his head. The faces of several high-level executives turned gloomy in an instant. If it really reaches the point of last resort, it can only use unconventional means to reduce staff. Report. A Hydra agent rushed in excitedly. Speak. Pierce frowned. Report. The Avengers just announced a press conference to the world, according to the latest news. At the moment all the Avengers are gathered together. Smoke bomb. Pierce frowned. It's true, our agent has already mixed into the scene, and the press conference will be held in 10 minutes. The Hydra quickly reported. Pierce's eyes narrowed. In order to be able to communicate with the outside world, they gave up a lot of thought. The power that Hydra has been lurking for 100 years is definitely not so easy to remove. Finally waited for this opportunity, Pierce's eyes flashed a cold light, and he looked at the other members. Yes, they have been waiting for this day for a long time. What they are most worried about is that the Avengers are scattered all over the place. If there is a fish that slips through the net, Hydra will definitely be exposed when it makes a move. Now, they've come together at the perfect time. Advertisement. All at once. Lock on the target. It's time to let the big guy play. Pierce smiled, his face gloomy. Yes. Viper knelt down and ordered. She stepped back, then immediately turned and ran towards the underground laboratory, carrying out Pierce's orders. The current Hydra contact methods do not dare to use communication equipment, all of which are passed down from person to person. Passing by the laboratory, Viper glanced at the bitter winter soldier frozen in the experimental cabin, shook his head, and continued to run deeper. Along with her were 5 or 6 elite agents, including a gray-haired senior counselor. Squeak. More and more people were mobilized, and more than 30 people laboriously pushed open the heavy iron door, revealing the behemoth inside. That's a big guy full of textile. Or, this is an extremely terrifying nuclear bomb that combines alien technology and Earth technology. How powerful is it? A. It can destroy a country in an instant. This is Hydra's last trump card, Alpha Nuclear Bomb. Carrying the technology of the Karita and the Kree, such an alpha was finally born after consuming a lot of HYDRA's financial resources and scientific research personnel. This one is enough to make the world feel its power. Pierce held the goblet and drank comfortably towards the upper floors beside him. They have been waiting for this moment for too long. Respect. This lousy winter land. Viper. This great task is entrusted to you, Hydra hail. Pierce also came to the 56th floor underground, grabbed the scepter from his waist, which symbolized the final glory of Hydra, and handed it to Viper. Hydra hail. Viper bowed his head and took it. The Alpha is more like a short-range disposable spacecraft. It has no nuclear bomb well technology, so it cannot be controlled. It can only be driven by humans, plunge into it, and then explode into a dazzling firework. But Viper doesn't mind all this, but is a little excited, which means that she will go down in history and become the hero who saves Hydra in the future. Brainwashed since childhood, they are all blind. Would it be better to wake up the Winter Soldier? Frank asked, frowning. He's unstable, I need someone I can trust, and he's not worthy of this great mission, Pierce said aloud. Frank nodded solemnly. Advertisement. Then, under the eager eyes of all the survivors of Hydra, the Viper boarded the cockpit of the Alpha with a determined look. Hydra hail! Hydra hail! Everyone was mad, roar shouted, and the crowd was furious. And on the other side. How do you feel, Mr. Jin Bing? Luo Bing looked at Jin Bing, who was stunned beside him with a smile on his face. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot 0. It was as if the two were old friends who had been dating for many years. Not bad, Jin replied bluntly, not knowing what to say, let alone the intentions of the group of Avengers. Do you want to do it again? Luo Bing laughed immediately. Kim and 95. If he hadn't been unable to move, he would have rushed up long ago. Even if he died, he wouldn't want to live so uselessly. Push it down. Luo Bing waved his hand and glanced at Peter. Peter took the lead, and instantly released a group of cobwebs, which surrounded Jin Bing tightly, and then dragged him away by the neck. Everyone must have seen the effect of Robin Miracle number 1 foot. Luo Bing looked back at the reporters. Suddenly, the carnival sound of a mountain roar tsunami came out. Luo Bing pressed down with both hands, and everyone's excited emotions gradually stabilized. So, what date is it today? Luo Bing suddenly asked. Number 25, sir, a female reporter replied with red hearts in her eyes. Okay, then the price is $25, but each person can only buy 1 copy per year. For specific things to pay attention to, more professional people will answer you later. After Luo Bing finished speaking, the scene suddenly became quiet. $25. Doing charity. The specific maintenance time will be notified separately, please wait patiently, pay attention to the group news in time, and announce the accurate information in the QQ group as soon as possible. This price. Urgent notice. Notice. In the near future, due to the upgrade and maintenance of the website and updating to meet the needs of more authors, starting at 1800 on October 25, 2019, all authors cannot upload new chapters, publish new books, and it is on the shelf and cannot be modified. It is recommended that all manuscripts be uploaded before 7 o'clock tonight. If there are too many, you can decide to save the part. You can't use the timing release function. You can explain the situation at the end of the last chapter or see a single chapter. Note, readers can read normally during maintenance. However, at the moment, Luo Bing frowned. In an instant, the audience burst into cheers roar. P.S. I will try to write more chapters before 6 o'clock, and then save the manuscript for the past few days. Brothers, wait to maintain my explosion. Ha 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 ha. I found another reason to be lazy. Happy damn. Don't fight. Don't fight. You can still watch it normally, but you can't update it. Haha. I'm afraid that all the authors of Phylum will be interrupted for 3 days. He felt that a huge maliciousness was rapidly shrouding him. Yummy. And. Chapter 159. It's all here. Why are you standing still? Open black lens bracket danger. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket danger. Close black lens bracket. The strong beast instinct dominated every inch of Luo Bing's skin. His hair stood up one by one. Not only him, but even Peter, who had just stepped off the platform, had all the hair on his body standing upright, and his hair was directly fried. What happened? Peter looked at the sky subconsciously, and a small black dot quickly appeared in the sky. That's. Everyone raised their heads curiously. The ground is dusty, and there is already a trend of wind and rain. Even the dark clouds in the sky began to become terrifying, and a huge amount of something similar to a nuclear missile head appeared in everyone's field of vision, getting bigger and bigger. Not good, Tony yelled, and to his horror, Jarvis didn't do the danger warning at all. August 27th, Luo Bing's face darkened instantly. No one can feel the power of this big thing better than him. Once he falls into the city, perhaps the entire territory will be catastrophically damaged. There will be hundreds of millions of lives that will not be spared. Hydra hail, a reporter shouted to the sky, biting the poison sac in his mouth. Watching this scene with satisfaction, the whole person closed his eyes quietly. He was already very satisfied. To be able to watch Alpha fly, his mission had been accomplished. Rather than be destroyed by flames to fly ash, he wanted to leave by the traditional method of death. Hydra. Steve was furious. Everyone felt that Hydra had no deterrent effect at all, but he didn't expect him to come at this juncture. What should I do? Tony turned to look at Luo Bing. There is nothing they can do to move the masses or resist. In front of the mighty Alpha, if they really don't work together, they will be killed. Don't worry. Luo Bing's mind instantly entered a state of speed force. He is not so impatient. After all, in his vision, the speed of the nuclear bombs flying in the sky is particularly slow. Looks like this thing needs to be moved. Where to send it? The universe. No, judging from its heat, it has the power to destroy half a planet. Luo Bing can only teleport to a few nearby planets, and he can't do anything at a distance, but what follows is the aftermath and attack of meteorite fragments. Advertisement. That kind of situation is also very unfavorable for the Earth, and it will even destroy the normal operation of the solar system. Luo Bing frowned. His head was spinning fast. He finally shook his head, and quickly identified a place. That is, hell, Shu. Luo Bing instantly appeared over the city and placed both hands on the Alpha. The speed of this thing is too fast. Even if Luo Bing enters the state of super speed, it can be seen by the naked eye that it is moving slowly. Although it is the speed of a snail, it is amazing. Luo Bing didn't think much about it, and disappeared in place with the Alpha. Hell. Boom boom. A violent explosion sounded, breaking the surface, and the surrounding void began to distort. A large number of ender dragons were directly blown to death by this terrifying energy, and there was a low mourning sound in the sky, and even the acid rain layer above the head landed in advance, crashing down, putting out the fire below. What the hell are you doing? Gila flew over from a distance in an instant, with divine power blocking the acid rain above her head. Looking at the fire in the distance, she felt a little scared in her heart. Depend on. That is the fire that the acid rain of hell can't put out in a short time. However, before Luo Bing could answer, hell began to shake constantly, and hell ushered in an unprecedented earthquake, which lasted for more than half an hour and gradually weakened. The surrounding land has been covered with devastated wounds, but fortunately here is hell. This little pain is nothing to it. On the contrary, there is more and more hellish atmosphere here. Received. I'm fine here. Have you checked it out? Luo Bing got in touch with the Earth through Friday. I found it. Processing it. Targeting the North Pole, Tony replied. At the moment the Avengers are ready to go, and they are going all out to contain the last remnants of Hydra. Well, my space here is so distorted that I can't make it for the time being. It's up to you. Luo Bing finished speaking and ended the call. The current spatial flow is too ferocious, maybe it will land in a different dimension. Moreover, the place where he recorded the space node has been destroyed. It took him a few minutes to find this space node just now. Speechless, you blew up my computer. Gila boredly looked at the fireworks in the distance. On the surface, she looked decadent, but in fact she was secretly happy. Awesome. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. The space has been destroyed so badly. When the peace is restored, I will be sure to escape from this ghost place. Don't worry about those things. Here, the situation is getting worse and worse. Shall I send you back to Asgard? Luo Bing frowned and looked at Gila. He still didn't know what to do with this woman. But, in any case, there is a close relationship between the two, so it seems a little too ruthless. Gila was very surprised, and an unprecedented emotion surged in her heart. It was an inexplicable feeling. After 3 or 4 seconds, her expression changed back to normal, and she joked. Why, I finally don't want to imprison my concubine. Luo Bing held his forehead, and really had nothing to do with the woman. HMPH, don't worry about it, I'm afraid I'll ruin Asgard, let me stay for a few days. Gila suddenly lost the urge to go out, and her complicated psychology couldn't even figure it out herself. Luo 5.0 Bing shook his head, and then realized some items. Think about it for yourself, there is no problem that cannot be solved. With that said, Luo Bing was about to leave. Wait, Gila stopped him. Why? 35 Luo Bing turned his head suspiciously. Go, Gila replied aloud. Luo Bing, it's all here, why are you standing still, don't take a shot. Gila said, and began to take off her clothes. Luo Bing. What is this woman thinking about? Luo Bing was helpless and looked down on Hela's behavior, so he also started to take off his clothes and jumped on it. Hell starts another small earthquake. Chapter 160 The Miracle of January. The next morning, Luo Bing returned to the Avengers building. The crisis has been lifted, and HYDRA's remaining power has also been wiped out. It's a pity that Pierce committed suicide. For a criminal like him, suicide may be his best choice, otherwise there will be endless waiting for him. Time prison. To live is just to linger. Hydra has been completely turned into history, and SHIELD's Agent Trust investigation is also in full swing, but from the current point of view, everything is fine. It's just that the media has been crazy busy these 2 days. The Robin Miracle 1 has been officially launched into the market, and as it should be, the surprise feedback like an explosive version has been coming in batches after batches. Robin Miracle No. 1 is well deserved to be called the miracle medicine of the 21st century. There are even a lot of nominations such as the Nobel Prize in Medicine and the Nobel Peace Prize. Judging from the results, the awards it has won will definitely be countless. What makes everyone more excited is its pricing, which is definitely a price that everyone can consume. Basically, it can be said in vain. Leaving aside the ingredients of the HP recovery medicine, even the cost per gram of the other ingredients in the medicine is astonishingly high, and several of its 14 copies are astronomical in the outside market. To the outside world, Stark and the Avengers are all about charity. I'm afraid there is only Stark in such an inhuman company, but there is no way. Luo Bing has a fantasy and is incumbent. He is also idle when he is idle, and it is easy to produce some raw materials in batches. It's simply a business without capital, and Stark Group not only has no losses, but also makes a lot of money, can you believe it? Not to mention anything else, but the current stock price has already skyrocketed. But in fact, Luo Bing doesn't care about money anymore. More money and less money is just a series of numbers to him, and it doesn't make much sense. He snapped his fingers and a room full of currencies of various countries was materialized, which was meaningless at all. For him, being able to cure most of the world can make him a little bit happier and worth celebrating. The realm is different, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, right? What he cares about now is not the slapstick on the street, but the small human beings of the whole earth. Here, it's his home after all. And Luo Bing, never allow alien forces to invade their homeland. Advertisement. The construction of Base 3 is very stable. Well done, JARVIS. How is the construction of Guard 36? Done. Don't rush to throw it up. Take it apart. I have a new idea. Tony Stark paced back and forth in the lab, constantly muttering something. In another laboratory aside, Banner was also busy. How's the Sky Defense Network going? Luo Bing pushed open the laboratory door and walked in. Boss, you're back, you're here just in time, do me a favor. Stark's eyes lit up. Luo Bing frowned. So, Luo Bing has also become a busy man. Everyone in the Avengers is not idle. The main task of Luo Bing is to transport wormholes. His space ability is really suitable for transportation, maybe he can apply for a patent for wormhole transportation technology. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. Moon. Under the transparent cover of a huge eggshell. Very good. Plenty of oxygen, excellent air quality. Gravity is basically the same as Earth. Great. JARVIS, Stark yelled. Mr. Stark, after precise testing, the environment here is very suitable for human habitation. Congratulations to Mr. Stark. Mr. Luo Bing, the second home plan for mankind can be perfectly implemented, JARVIS said respectfully. It all depends on Friday. Friday is really too powerful now. Stark looked at Luo Bing admiringly. Luo Bing spread his hands. That's the technology of Atlantis, it's really a mysterious country. Tony shrugged. No matter how talented he was, he couldn't understand the advanced technology of Atlantis. It was too advanced, even more advanced than the technology on the slaughter ship. At least that thing has a track record, he can learn. As for Friday, which was integrated with the Atlantis life card, Stark had no way to read the huge data in her brain at all. Even more impossible to replicate. The life barrier program has stabilized, maybe we can choose some lucky people to come here and experience it for themselves. Advertisement. Guardian 475 has spread all over the orbit of Saturn, and the Avengers 1 and 2 spacecraft have been launched and are being evaluated manually. What happened this month is like a dream. Tony took a long roar breath and looked at the sparkling stars in the distance, which are the greatest wealth of mankind at present.
A solar system defense circle composed of 16,000 Guardian satellites. Tony fulfilled his promise to arm the entire planet. It's hard work, Tony. Luo Bing also breathed a sigh of relief. His eyes crossed the life barrier dome in the sky, and looked towards the distant starry sky. I just provided the technology, and it's you, boss, who really implements all this. Tony laughed. His whole body seemed to be decades younger, and the pressure on his shoulders instantly lightened. Before the Battle of New York, and now, the entire solar system has been turned upside down. This full month can be called the January miracle. How's the negotiation with the cosmic police? Luo Bing turned his head and asked. You'll have to ask Phil Coulson, he's the external director of Earth. Tony stretched and smirked at the dome in the sky. This is the technology provided by Friday, and Friday is a perfect ecosystem leader. 827 at present, the large and small changes in the file size of the solar system are inseparable from the technical help provided by Friday. It can be said that the present Earth technology has a mysterious shadow of Atlantis. Friday, Roar's name is Phil Coulson. Luo Bing raised his hand and ordered. Now, part of Friday's carrier is on his wrist, but its main body is thrown into Shenwei space, which is the safest place for now. Soon, Phil Coulson appeared in front of Luo Bing. Definitely, it's not him, it's holographic projection technology. Hi, is the signal okay? I'm at the headquarters of Novacore, Xandar, and the Queen here is very warm to us. Phil Coulson's smooth old face showed a kind smile. The Novacore are a powerful force in the galaxy, and they are also known as the Cosmic Police.
And the most precious thing is that they are also human beings, not aliens with big eyes and round heads as everyone imagined.
The Earth is now developed, and it is time to establish diplomatic relations with foreign countries. Definitely, Phil Coulson is the perfect choice. He is too familiar with this business. As long as Phil Coulson's trip to the universe is to take some local specialties of the Earth, such as the Robin Miracle 1, and then exchange for some advanced technology in the universe. The speed of immersed development is really too slow. Now the Earth is like a sponge, which is rapidly absorbing cosmic technology. Every minute and second is growing rapidly. Chapter 161 Little Pepper's Pregnancy Thanks to Me. Luo Bing chatted with Phil Coulson for a few words, and then went offline. This interstellar communication method consumes resources. For now, they can save as much as they can.
But as long as the NovaCorp's batch arrives on Earth, Tony and the others can mass produce it themselves. In terms of talents, although the Earth is not big, it is also full of talents. The Avengers are busy every day now, but in the past 2 weeks, the black crime incidents on Earth have dropped by 99%, which is a rare and valuable news. Is there any other arrangements recently? Luo Bing and Tony crossed the wormhole door and came directly to the Avengers building. Yes, stable wormhole doors, which is also a brand new technology. The creator is Luo Bing. It's not so much a creation, it's actually a divine domain for reference. God's domain's Bifrost technology is too huge. At present, Earth's technology has not yet been replicated. However, relying on the space ability of Time Gem and Luo Bing, there is still no problem with the two-way short-distance spacegate technology. Speaking of God's domain, it's been so lively there lately. There is only one reason: the girl from hell has returned. Luo Bing couldn't imagine the scene where Hela and his old father-in-law were torn apart, but generally speaking, it wasn't too much trouble, which was a surprise. After all, that girl has been imprisoned in hell for thousands of years, and she is already very stable without going crazy and massacring everything. There are 2 things in these 2 days. Tony smiled mysteriously. The first thing, the United Nations wants you to be an honorary president, asking for your opinion, Tony said. The United Nations does not have a president. There are only 5 permanent members and members of parliament. It doesn't matter whether the honorary president is elected or not. After all, Luo Bing has basically become the master of the Earth. Moreover, this is also the will of the people. If the Earth wants to choose a leader, it must be Luo Bing not running. Look how much he has contributed to the Earth. Now, this matter has finally been finalized. Advertisement, can you not go? I'm so annoyed with those media conferences. Luo Bing sighed. To tell the truth, he really has a headache right now. Maybe it was a novelty to attend the conference at first, but not anymore. He would rather throw himself in the universe to help Tony be a porter than go to those conferences. Although every meeting is related to the development of the Earth's large and small file size, Luo Bing felt that he was really not suitable for this kind of meeting, and he could not give any advice. But helpless. The presidents of various countries have cordially invited him again and again, and he is really annoying. People greeted him with a smile on his face. He couldn't refuse them all, could he? Hey, this is the president of the Earth. It's beautiful, but it's actually not too much trouble. A ceremony and an acceptance speech are the same as winning the lottery. Tony rolled his eyes and snickered in his heart. I hate speaking, I'm almost out of words. Luo Bing smiled helplessly, and made a move to Roar, who was passing by. I hate it too, just get used to it. Steve sighed helplessly and glanced at Luo Bing. Hero cherish hero. Compared with Steve, Luo Bing is quite easy. That guy is busy recording chicken soup every day now. Yes, that's right. As a superhero, he is now busy recording chicken soup videos every day. It's the kind of educational video, in various forms. For example, if you leave early in class, make a mistake, and get detained, the school will pull you into a separate classroom and play Captain America's video to baptize you. Then, Steve nodded to Tony and headed off to the next studio battle. Tony's smile faded away. The relationship between the two has been a little tricky recently.
It's a bit complicated to say. It's not that he and the captain are in conflict. They found Winter Soldier sleeping in the laboratory when they were clearing the Hydra remnants.
Steve was naturally excited to see his old friend alive. But, in the aftermath of the data retrieval, Tony knew the real cause of death of his father, and it all became subtle. Yes, Tony's father was killed by Winter Soldier, even though he had been brainwashed by Hydra at that time, but Tony couldn't let it go. That's why Tony has been so obsessed with his work lately. Advertisement Luo Bing patted Tony on the shoulder and didn't say anything. Emotional matters were the biggest headache for him, and Tony would handle it himself. One more thing? Luo Bing asked. Well, I won't forgive you for not being there. Tony smiled mysteriously, the haze on his face gradually receding. Oh, what's the matter? Luo Bing frowned curiously. I'm getting married, Tony whistled, spreading his hands. Getting married? When? Luo Bing was a little surprised. He didn't expect Tony to get married. This was a big deal, and he would definitely be there. Well, the date is set in a week, so, boss, I have to take a marriage leave these days, Tony said with a smile. The boss just called Roar jokingly. Luo Bing usually doesn't care about the operation of the Stark Group at all, and even Avengers didn't pay much attention to it, and naturally he didn't ask for leave. So hasty? Luo Bing was a little surprised. It's too hasty. Generally speaking, things like weddings can be sloppy, especially Stark's wedding, which must be a big scene. This can be seen by looking at his sassy personality. There's no way. Little Pepper is pregnant, and the baby in her belly has been more than a month old. Tony took a deep breath of roar again, and it could be seen that he was a little nervous, and he was also going to be a father. Pregnant? Is it yours? Luo Bing asked with a smirk. FKU. Tony rolled his eyes silently, and punched Luo Bing on the shoulder. If it weren't for me, the relationship between the two of you might not have been confirmed yet. Why? Isn't it my credit? Luo Bing pouted and explained. Definitely, after all, Xiao Chili's pregnancy also has my credit. Luo Bing nodded and phi. To communicate with him, you must always have a quick-acting heart-saving pill. What? No. How can you get credit for it? I need an explanation. Tony's eyes widened, feeling the sun at the moment turning green slightly. I've thought about it, whether it's a boy or a girl, I want him to recognize you as his godfather, and you must never refuse. Tony pursed his lips and looked at the rising sun in the distance. His fist didn't hurt or itchy, Luo Bing didn't feel it at all. MMP. Just can't have a good chat with this guy. Tony rolled his eyes silently. For a moment, I was terrified. Chapter 162 Tony 2? However, Tony has also become accustomed to Luo Bing's astonishing and unstoppable speech. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and with a smirk, poked Luo Bing's arm with his elbow. Boss, I'm about to get married. Have you dealt with your complicated relationship between men and women? When are you going to get married? Why don't you two make a big scene together? Luo Bing's face darkened when he heard this. Take care of yourself, I'm still a minor. Yes. Underage, not at all. Mr. Minor, if you take office as the captain tomorrow, you will directly announce a bill with the authority of the captain, so that men in this world can have multiple wives, then it is justifiable. Tony raised his eyebrows and suggested with a smirk, Road. I'll tell Xiao Chili, you still want to marry a little wife. Luo Bing rolled his eyes and snorted coldly. No. Boss, I promise, I have absolutely no idea of that. I'm just working for the benefit of men all over the world. This is justice. That's what the Avengers are supposed to do, Tony yelled eagerly. Da. Wong 827 Da walked over on high heels. I really want to hear you talk about some big things. What is it? Do you need my help? The little witch ran over excitedly and asked in a low voice. As a new Avenger, she has always been very boring and has no tasks. The whole thing is to train and train. Now Wanda just wants to hit a big thing, and then play her strength well and get rid of revenge. The name of the newcomer. It's none of your business, let's play well. Luo Bing frowned and said coldly. Brother-in-law, you're bullying me again. I'm angry, I'll go tell my sister that you and that Dr. Hailun Zhao are flirting with each other. Wanda said angrily with her arms crossed. Luo Bing. 66 What the hell is this? I haven't seen Dr. Zhao Hailun much in the past 2 weeks, okay? Dr. Zhao Hailun is quite good, with the charm of an oriental beauty. Tony nodded in agreement. Boss, you have a good eye, 99 ADVERTISEMENT, good girl. Beffa. Get out of here, Luo Bing, with a black line on his head, kicked Tony directly into the crack in the void, then he turned his head and looked at Wanda speechlessly. Wanda. Stop spreading rumors, okay, I'm very tired. Humph. Wanda rolled her eyes and turned her head to the side. Then why don't you assign me some important tasks? I'm dying of boredom, and you won't let me go when you go to establish diplomatic relations with aliens. If you don't take me with you, I won't cause trouble. Wanda's words are righteous, and she can see that she is full of resentment. The universe is very dangerous, let's talk about it. Do you know how to establish diplomatic relations? It's even more boring. Now you are still on the Earth. You can turn around at will. When you get to the spaceship, the boring flight will make you even more crazy. Just think for yourself now, if you stay in an airtight cabin for a few weeks, or even a few months, can you sit still? Luo Bing sighed, heartbroken. But, Wanda hesitated, thinking seriously about the picture Luo Bing described, and his dissatisfaction with the previous arrangement gradually dissipated. But I'm bored. I want to fight the bad guys too. There aren't many bad guys on the planet anymore, and there's not even a single homeless person on the streets of New York, Wanda complained. Isn't that very good? Luo Bing rolled his eyes. How many people dream of a peaceful and prosperous world? Are you still not happy? It's good. But it's boring, and if it goes on like this, won't we be unemployed? When the world doesn't need superhero anymore, what are we going to do? Wanda asked with a sullen mouth. Unemployed? That would be the best, Luo Bing smiled. When human beings no longer need superhero, that is the real prosperous age. Why doesn't he wish that day would come earlier? Maybe at that time, I can hide behind the scenes, raise cats, dogs, and farm fields, have children with a few women, and live a comfortable life as a dad. But will that day really come? Earth, which currently has 4 infinite gems, will definitely be the eye of the storm in the vortex. Luo Bing knew this very well. Chi. The space suddenly fluctuated abnormally. Luo Bing frowned and looked at the portal behind him. Advertisement, is it unstable? The spatial frequency band this time is different from the usual one, and there is a big difference. Zzz. The function system of the Avengers building became disordered, the lights flickered and dimmed for a moment, and it gradually returned to normal after 3 to 5 seconds. Will the Avengers Tower lose power? No. This is absolutely a fantasy. Even if cities all over the world have power outages, there will be no power outages here. After all, a large arc reactor is installed in the 5th basement of the Avengers building. There will be no power outages here for at least 1,000 years. What happened just now? Is there an earthquake? Wanda also sensed something was wrong. She frowned and looked in the direction of the portal. It was a new device that everyone had been using frequently in the past week, but she felt that something was wrong just now. Whoosh! The figure of a fly file-size shuttled through the door of the teleportation base, and then gradually became larger, and a person in a white steel uniform was clearly visible and fell to the ground. Bang! Made a sound. How did you do it, and did you do any experiments? What's the situation? Did I accidentally kick him into the gap of another dimension? Why is it so embarrassing? The mecha on my body is also damaged in all aspects, and this armor. It seems that I have never seen him wear it. New product? Tony Stark opened his helmet, looked around, and asked eagerly. Looking at the familiar faces in the white armor, Luo Bing frowned deeper. Oh, God. I survived. By the way, how many years is it now? Stark? Wanda stepped forward gently and lifted the man from the ground. Tony. Tony, who was lifted up, looked bewildered, first glanced at Wanda beside him, and then heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 163. Aren't you killed by me? You won't break your head, right? This year is August 2012. Wanda gave Tony a strange look, always feeling that something was wrong with him. Oh, right? He has white hair, and the image is not as refined as before. What's the situation? You won't be kicked into the time vortex by me, right? Luo Bing stepped forward, frowned and looked at Tony carefully. The other's words and deeds made him a little strange. It seems like a person has changed. This Tony's face is full of vicissitudes, that is the traces of the passage of time. You. Who are you? Tony in white armor looked at Luo Bing suspiciously, and it took a long time to retrieve this person's information in his mind. By the way, aren't you the boy who was killed by me? Oh, hell, you're resurrected, or did I remember the wrong time? Tony Stark stares wide-eyed, groaning. Wanda. K, what is he talking about? Killed? Luo Bing's eyes suddenly became sharp, from the current point of view. The scene is very messy, regardless of Tony's changes. He just said that he was killed. That was something that didn't happen a few months ago. That was the first time the two met. Before Luo Bing could ask any questions, Tony, who stood up from the ground, immediately rubbed his head with a puzzled face. Wait, something's wrong. If it was 2012, Wanda shouldn't be here at this time. She should have been here in 2015. It won't be in Sokovia until April 28th. And officially end the era of Ultron on May 6th. Wait, what's going on with all this? Who the hell are you? Tony looked at Luo Bing and Wanda in disbelief. Even he, when faced with such a scene, would inevitably be a little nervous. The question now is, who are you? Boy, what nonsense are you talking about here pretending to be Tony? Advertisement. Luo Bing's eyes were like cold stars, and he directly imprisoned Tony, who was still confused. He then hooked up to the normal Tony Stark via Friday. Where are you? I was kicked home by you, boss. Tony from Marbury Shores looked stunned. What happened? He asked suspiciously. The situation is a bit complicated. Come to the Avengers building. Luo Bing hung up the communication, and looked at another Stark who did not seem to be cheating in front of him with mixed emotions. Whether this guy is disguised as an alien is still up for debate. His expression doesn't seem to be fake, and the most important thing is that Luo Bing's beast instinct didn't give him any dangerous feedback. In other words, the fake Tony in front of him is not the enemy. Just 5 minutes later, the Avengers gathered, and everyone stared at the other Tony Stark in front of them. Oh, God, do I still have a twin brother? Tony Stark circled around another imprisoned Tony. The two of them were not the same except for their armor and spirit. The other is no difference at all. Even the little Pepper who heard the news from the side couldn't tell the difference. So, what's the situation? Banner looked at all this in surprise, and he didn't quite understand the situation in front of him. Time travel? That should be just an idea, can't be realized by means of technology? Hawkeye frowned, rubbing his chin and thinking. And at the moment, the other Tony Stark was stunned. What is this? Butterfly effect. This isn't the butterfly effect at all. I've only just come here, but the world has changed huge amounts of time. This might be parallel world theory. Speak, boy, don't think that you can be as cool as me if you look as handsome as me. Tony patted Otherworld Tony on the shoulder, feeling a little irritated in his heart. I forgot to release his restraint, Luo Bing said, snapped his fingers, and the space around number 2 Tony began to flow again. Advertisement, roar. Tony 2, who was sore, moved instantly, twisted his stiff body, and looked around suspiciously. Katakana middle dot 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 katakana middle dot. The change is simply too great. Not only was there a passerby who was not killed by him and looked great, but there were also some unfamiliar faces, such as Polaris and Sky, and even Quicksilver beside him was alive and well. Peter was still wearing his Spider-Man battlesuit. This information is too complicated, but at least Tony knew in his heart that he had come to an unknown world. And from the current point of view, the Avengers in this world are very powerful, especially the guy who can't move his fingers when he moves his fingers. God. He is more mysterious than Doctor Strange. So, what the hell is going on?
Luo Bing asked with a frown. For the next half hour, number 2 Tony Stark said everything he knew about the future, definitely, and what had happened before. But the things that came out of his mouth were very different from the previous history. Everyone had a solemn expression, and they didn't have any sense of identity with his words. Only Luo Bing and Tony number 1 frowned and thought, as Tony Stark, I definitely know myself better. Some of the things he said about his childhood, Tony has never told anyone, and even some he has forgotten, and only gradually recalled after another Tony's telling. But this? Is it really possible? In another world, there are still the same people, the same Avengers, and even the same world? And that world also suffered from the black hands of the universe boss Thanos, and half of the entire universe died? These are some hype stories. The most unbelievable thing for the Avengers is Luo Bing, the boss of another world, was killed by Tony at the beginning of the game. I heard that for this, he also released an apology meeting and buried Luo Bing. So, you are actually from another parallel world? Luo Bing frowned. Afterwards, the space changed slightly, and a spinning ring of fire appeared out of nowhere, and Strange walked out of it. Chapter 164 The system is eliminating bugs. Strange now has been promoted from Magician Apprentice to Sorcerer Supreme. A week ago, Ancient One Magician had completely bid farewell to this world. In fact, it wasn't that she couldn't live anymore, but she didn't want to live anymore. After the crisis of Dormammu was lifted by Luo Bing and Strange, Ancient One stopped drawing magic from the darkness. He repented and ended his life. And now, Strange has officially joined the Avengers. You're here just in time. Do you think it's reliable about the parallel world? Luo Bing asked Strange beside him. As the most admired disciple of Ancient One, Strange learned a lot of magic from Ancient One, and even in some magical attainments, he has gradually surpassed his master. However, Strange is not as proficient in parallel space as the Ancient One. It would take a long time to accumulate and practice the experience of August 27th. Strange circled the number 2 Tony, chanting ancient incantations and casting mysterious magic. He's not from this world. This is the reward that magic gave me. Strange frowned and said seriously. Things seemed to get a lot more interesting all of a sudden. Everything that this otherworld Tony in front of him said was true. He didn't lie, he really came from another parallel world. And the hapless Luo Bing in that world was hit and killed by Tony's car before he even played. Oh my god. That was a really sad story. I don't understand. If he is the butterfly flapping his wings, then why would he be killed by me when he was so powerful? Otherworlds Tony had a puzzled look on his face. Advertisement. It's very simple, Luo Bing said softly. Of all this, he knew best, because I'm not the protagonist of that world, Luo Bing explained. Yes, Luo Bing has discovered that each world will have its own protagonist, such as the Naruto world that I have been to, where the protagonist is Naruto. Protagonist. Otherworld Tony frowned. In his impression, the protagonists are generally characters in film and television dramas or novels. Yes, since you accidentally killed me, there is a high chance that you are the protagonist of your world, Luo Bing said. Actually, the protagonist is just a vague definition. Everything is never fixed in the end, and the ending is ever changing. In fact, every character is the protagonist, and some people only account for a larger proportion. Luo Bing went on to say. Just like this Tony in front of him, he came to this parallel universe for him because of a change, how the story will develop in the future, and how many hurricanes the wings of the butterfly will fan, all of which are still unknown. But then what am I going to do? I'm going back to save my world, but for now, how am I going to get back? Otherworld's Tony clenched his fists. All plans were disrupted. Originally they were a group to go back to the eve of the Battle of New York, get 6 infinite gems from that point in time, and then subvert Thanos' Planned Parenthood. But now, all plans had to be interrupted, because what he returns is neither the past nor the future, but a new world of Avengers that has never been so powerful. How did you get here? Captain America interjected. He found that this Tony from another world had the same or even worse relationship with him, but after time faded, the two of them re-established their friendship. This has to make the current Steve very happy, which means that his relationship with Tony is not irreversible. As long as he takes Winter Soldier to apologize sincerely, maybe things will get better. Advertisement end. If time travel is possible, would it also be possible to stop Winter Soldier before he makes a mistake? Captain America thought about this for a long time, but in the end it didn't work out. Time is such a weird thing, like Tony from the otherworld at the moment. He was accidentally sent here because he violated the time rule. It can be seen that he had a great life and was lucky to survive, and his partner, at the moment, does not know where he is at the moment. Was it teleported into this world together? Or did they successfully travel back in time? All this is an unsolved mystery. At least, in the current or previous time period, they have only found number 2 Tony, an otherworld visitor. Peter has been silent for a while. He doesn't understand why after seeing otherworld Tony, he has an inexplicable feeling, and even a little wanted to cry, and the other side looked at him with infinite care. But actually, Peter's silence wasn't just because of that. I don't know if it has anything to do with this matter. Last night, I seem to have seen a female Spider-Man, and she recognized me. Definitely, many people know me, but it means that she can call my name accurately. You must know that other than the big guy, no one else knows my true identity. My identity is just an inconspicuous reporter, and even more incredible is that I think she looks a bit like Gwen.
Although she also had her face covered, I felt that it was Gwen. The situation at that time was a bit complicated. Her body seemed to be out of power in the virtual projection, and gradually began to flicker and disappeared in a few seconds, in front of me. Peter said quickly, his eyes gradually widened, and he pointed at Tony too. At the moment, Tony too also had a situation where the electric current was unstable, and the whole body began to flicker, just like an old antique TV with poor satellite signal, giving the illusion that it was about to disappear at any time. Just like him. Oh my god, just like him now, I wouldn't have met a Spider-Man from a parallel world. Oh, 5.0. Incredible, Peter exclaimed in surprise. Luo Bing frowned, stabilizing the space around him, and then he found that relying on his own strength, it seemed that he could not completely stabilize Tony, who was about to disappear. Then, he took out the Tesseract from the divine space, and relying on the power of the Rubik's Cube, thoroughly stabilized number 2 Tony, who was about to dissipate. This is the instinct of the universe itself, it will reject all foreign things. Or you can understand that. The system is eliminating the bug again, Strange said seriously. Then what will happen to me? Return to the original world. Number 2 Tony broke out in a cold sweat, the experience just now was really bad. No, you might die, Strange replied seriously. Chapter 165 You beware Thanos. Yes, although no one knows what the consequences will be. But Strange guessed through some empirical descriptions in ancient books, which may mean disappearance forever. Originally, traveling through time is an irrational thing, which violates the rules of universe operation, and there will definitely not be any good results, not to mention that this time Tony number 2 even traveled through parallel universes. For this universe, this is not allowed. The magician family always guards the magic plane, and also guards the stability of the parallel universe. If it weren't for the original defense mechanism of the universe, it would be impossible for the alien creatures from the parallel universe to invade the hell with the magician alone. Why have thousands of years passed, the evil gods of the evil plane have been peeping at this universe without any action? Instead, they have descended some innocuous beliefs, allowing the people of this universe to gain the power to destroy? Are they unable to reach this plane? Do not that as they dare not. Just like Dormammu, he is not a person from a parallel universe, at best he is just a cracked universe, an isolated space creature with a bad environment like hell, but he does not dare to descend directly on the Earth. He still needs to go through a medium. Awakening his own power little by little, he carefully landed on the Earth. However, when he found out that he had nothing to do with Asgardian on Earth, he naturally retreated obediently. However, from the current point of view, there should be something wrong on the Earth, otherwise it will not attract people from parallel universes to come. One Tony might be an accident, but another unidentified Spider-Man might. Tesseract is a product of this universe, with strong power. He should stabilize your existence for a while, but he can't isolate your existence forever. You'd better fix the trajectory of your activities in the Avengers building, and minimize your influence on the universe, Luo Bing said. He has been studying infinite gems for a long time and knows their power well. Okay. I hope you guys can help me return to my own universe. From the current point of view, I can't seem to be able to do this alone. Tony number 2 rubbed his eyebrows in distress. Also, be careful of Thanos. He's too strong. If possible, I suggest you destroy all the infinite gems you've seen so far, so that the tragedy doesn't happen again, Tony 2 sincerely suggested. As long as he can't make up 6 infinite gems, he's not that scary. Tony number 2 looked at the Tesseract in front of him, and there was another desperate scene from 5 years ago. Thanos, so strong that even Hulk was beaten by him and didn't dare to transform. Advertisement. After that, Surprise returned and rescued himself from the universe, and then everyone relied on Nebula's reminder to kill Thanos' lair, and killed him while he was weak after destroying infinite gems, but infinite gems was destroyed, they lost a former teammate forever. Because of this, when Scott came back 5 years later, everyone tried their best to save everything, but unfortunately, Tony went wrong and came to a brand new world. Tony Stark recalled, looking at the storage of PIM particles on his waste device, which had been depleted in his dimensional travel. But even if he can find new supplements, it is still unknown whether he can use this thing to go back. Thanos. Don't worry, Earth's defense is extraordinary now, no matter who comes, we are sure to let him come and go, and Tony number 1 smiled and turned to look at Luo Bing. A void crack opened beside Luo Bing, and Mind Gem and Reality Gem floated out. On the other hand, Doctor Strange cooperated and took out the Time Gem. The 4 gems shone brightly and dazzlingly. Just 2 more. Power Gem, and Soul Gem. Now Luo Bing is the biggest boss in the universe. This. Tony number 2 watched speechlessly for a while, then smiled wryly. It seems, my own collision has inadvertently turned the entire history of the universe upside down. The current Avengers on Earth are not as powerless as they are. Perhaps, they might be able to resist Thanos. Thanos, I remember this guy, I will send him to die when I have time. As for you, you should rest well first. Your state is very poor, maybe you should take a dose of HP. As for the parallel, we will deal with the space disorder, Luo Bing said, handing over a bottle of bright red potion. That's legit. HP recovery potion. Tony 2 froze for a moment. He has a stinky habit of never taking things handed to him, especially strangers. It's just. This time, he subconsciously took it and nodded to Luo Bing. Advertisement. Obviously, the mysterious man in front of him got his approval.
And it seems that the Avengers in this world are headed by him, although I don't know how he did it. We must know that even in my own world, the Avengers are at best a good brother relationship, and there is no clear-cut relationship at all. Up and down levels, and sometimes even conflict and quarrel. From this point, it can be seen that this handsome man in front of him has an irresistible charm. At least, he's a man enough to give his back to him. 827 inches. Thank you. By the way, is there Ant-Man in the current Avengers? In the future, he is also a very important role, Tony number 2 asked immediately. Steve shook his head. They had never heard of Ant-Man. Or maybe that guy hasn't yet become the Ant-Man in Tony's second impression. But, after knowing the name and address, it's too easy to find such a guy on Earth. That's it, Peter, tell me in detail about the woman you saw last night. Tony. I'm here, boss. Call me. This is so. It feels a little weird. Attending another wedding of your own. Luo Bing rubbed his brows with a headache. You two better keep your current dress, otherwise I might admit my mistake. By the way, Mr. Tony TWO, are you interested in seeing Tony No? 1. ENMMM is another one's own wedding. Luo Bing left. He pouted and asked with a smirk. Both Tony Starks look over at the same time. Is there anything crazier than this? As soon as these words came out, the two Tonys, including the little pepper on the side, were stunned. Chapter 166 Female Spider-Man Gwen. If you can, don't call me Tony TWO, it always feels weird. Tony in a special white battle suit scratched his head and looked at the other self on the opposite side speechlessly. I was so handsome when I was young. As expected of me. And another real Tony. Well then Tony. And old Tony. Luo Bing tried another name. Just call me Tony too, thank you. Tony in his white armored battle suit looked desperate. No. He would never admit that he was getting old. Are you married in another world? Tony asked Tony too. Definitely. Hey man, Chili and I have a lovely daughter and want me to tell you her name. 39. No thanks, you'd better not say it. Oh who the hell, I hate talking to myself. Me too. The two looked at each other, and finally turned their heads to the side in unison. It seemed that the weird and awkward chat came to an end. Tony doesn't want to know what's going to happen to his future self, what's going to happen to him, because it makes him feel uncomfortable, as if everything was planned. Not to mention, proud Tony wouldn't admit that the other world himself would be so useless, and a mere Thanos would leave him helpless. No, it's definitely not his style. And in fact, if it weren't for the mentally retarded operation of the stupid Star-Lord, Tony in another world would have already completed the redemption of the universe, but all this has become a foregone conclusion. And now, he is trying to find a way to save it. In the high-level office of the Avengers, little Spider-Man Peter told Luo Bing all the scenes he saw last night, including some unexpected situations and his own guesses. Luo Bing nodded, thought to himself, and waved his hand to let him back off. Parallel universe. Advertisement. He is not unfamiliar with this word, on the contrary, he is very familiar with it. Perhaps for the huge universe, the Earth is not even an inconspicuous bacteria. Luo Bing's piracy version will be restored tonight, and will provide him with an ability from Otherworld every day. Isn't the so-called Otherworld similar to a parallel universe? And now that the multiverse is involved, Luo Bing had to let out a long sigh. It always feels that the Earth is a gathering place for disasters, no matter how far away things can be attracted. Luo Bing sorted out the clues and shrugged helplessly. From the current point of view, there are at least 3 Spider-Man in this world. One is the local, the other is the Spider-Man from Tony 2's world, and the other is the female Spider-Man that Peter met last night, all of whom were able to make a table of mahjong very quickly. Who the hell knows if there are more Spider-Mons in this mysterious multi-universe, if any? God, hope you don't let them all be so talkative. Once together, would be so crazy. Luo Bing left the Avengers building and came to the site of the incident last night. It was on the rooftop of a high-rise building. After one night, the fluctuations in the surrounding space had gradually healed, and there was hardly anything unusual. However, after Luo Bing's careful exploration, he found some traces in a dark space. This direction. Luo Bing looked up suspiciously and looked forward. It's the busiest place in New York City. Millions of humans can live there. Looking at the bustling street, Luo Bing touched his chin. If that female Spider-Man is really Gwen, then the first thing she does in this world is to return to her own home subconsciously, although she may be dead. Luo Bing made a decision in his heart, learned the address of Gwen in the present world on Friday, and immediately moved there. Squeak. The door was quietly pushed open. Gwen, wearing a black hood, sneaked into the door of his house. It's so exciting. Spider-Woman, what should we do next? Gwen muttered to herself, quietly returning to her bedroom. In another room, Gwen's father, Police Chief George Stacy, was sleeping peacefully. Advertisement. Recently, he's been bothered by a tough case from Vulture. No abnormality was found in today's daughter at all. Will you stay here forever? Fight criminals with me? Gwen asked himself to the air. But suddenly, another girl's voice came from the air. No, Gwen, I think. I don't have that much time, things are more troublesome than I thought, maybe. Zzzz. Spider telepathy flashed in Gwen's mind like a lightning symbol, and in an instant, the hair on Gwen's arm stood up, and he instantly took a defensive posture and looked in another direction in the darkness. There was always a man sitting there. It's Luo Bing. He has been waiting for a long time. It seems that you should be attached to my friend. Is it because the universe does not allow you to exist? Luo Bing tapped Erlang's leg with interest, and looked at Gwen in front of him playfully. Yes, there is never a second person, everything is Gwen in front of him talking to himself. Or, he can no longer be called Gwen now, she is a collection of two Gwens. But in action, the original Gwen personality is still leading. Luo Bing. Gwen lost his voice for a moment, staring wide-eyed at the old classmate he hadn't seen for a long time in front of him. Actually, when she knew Luo Bing's true identity for the first time from the press conference, the whole person was stupid, but it was not his fault. Who knew that he had been with him and others for more than half a month? Money to Zhao, when my classmate is the superhero who saves the world, I'm afraid that will be the case. Even Professor Weir went straight to the hospital. Phi. Oh, God, it's really you. It's been a long time. Luo Bing, by the way, can you sign my autograph for me? Gwen instantly became a little fangirl, staring wide-eyed as she saw Idol look. No problem. But, can I chat with another Miss Gwen first? I'm very interested in her story. Luo Bing said with a smirk. Another Gwen? Huh, what do you mean? Gwen looked at Luo Bing in confusion, as if he was still in the dark. She always thought that she was suddenly helped by a mysterious young lady, and then she had the same ability as Spider-Man. Let's just say, an old sister Goldfinger, right? It's me. I'm sorry Gwen, I didn't confess to you for fear of scaring you before, Gwen's second personality said apologetically. Chapter 167 Spider-Man from Parallel Universe. Apologizing to myself, how the picture looks so weird. The current otherworld Spider-Man Gwen is attached to Gwen in the present world, and the two share the same body, so they have been talking to themselves. Like schizophrenia. What's going on? Gwen himself was a little confused. She had absolutely no idea what was going on. Another Gwen. That is to say, with two myself. As a young literary woman with high IQ, Gwen instantly thinks of the parallel world theory, but isn't that just a guess made by Hugh Everett III? He assumed that the evolution of all isolated systems obeyed the Schrödinger equation, that the wave function would not collapse, but quantum measurements could only yield one result, that is, in a superposition state. Everett believes that there is a certain relationship between the measuring instrument and the state of the system under test, which is called the relative state. The universe is like an amoeba shapeshifting bug. When the electron passes through the double slit, the bug splits itself and reproduces into two almost identical shapeshifting bugs. The only difference is that one bug remembers that the electrons go left and the other remembers that the electrons go right. In this way, 827 Schrödinger's cat no longer has to be troubled by the problem of life and death, and the universe is split into two, one has a live cat and the other has a dead cat. Is this true? Judging by the current results, this is certainly true. No wonder I always felt that the elf sister who was attached to me was very familiar and intimate, so she was another me. In other words, in another parallel world, he is actually the Spider-Man who saves the world. Cool. Gwen's eyes twinkled with stars. I don't know if it's the reason why the female Spider-Man is attached to her, but at the moment she seems to be developing in the direction of chatter. Is Spider-Man's gene a disease of speech tuberculosis? Cough cough. Luo Bing's light cough interrupted Gwen's reverie. So, another Miss Gwen, what happened in your world, and how did you come here? Luo Bing asked. Tony Stark's arrival may be a coincidence. Advertisement. However, Luo Bing conjectured that the reason was probably also influenced by the female spider. You're the Avenger, aren't you? 35. Sorry, there is no Avengers organization in my world, so I'm not very familiar with you, but it seems that you are trustworthy, Gwen said. Then, her body slowly became illusory, and then, another transparent female spider Gwen emerged from the real Gwen's body. Her body is like an unstable holographic projection. Unlike Gwen's immaturity in this world, Spider-Girl Gwen is more mature and sensual after taking off her mask. Blonde hair like waterfall, very bright. I don't have much time to exist, so most of the time I can only rely on me in this world. In fact, I'm sorry, I didn't understand what was going on. I only remember that Jin was at the time, and turned on the super collider, and here I am. Actually, I just learned, the world's gold has been imprisoned by you, so far, I can't find a way to go back. However, the method must still be with Jin Bing. When the passage is opened, Jin Bing in my world must also be involved in this world, said the female spider Gwen in a white Spider-Man battle suit quickly. Super collider. What the hell is that? Luo Bing frowned. The technological development of Otherworld exceeded his expectations. In my world, Kim Bing's wife and children died in an accident, so he made a machine that crosses parallel spaces through Dr. Octopus, but the people of Otherworld will be like Meat Beffa no matter where they are. Gradually weakened, and finally faded away. So, I guess, he should integrate the two worlds, we have to stop him, because then, there will be a part of the world he doesn't need to be destroyed, Gwen said seriously. Luo Bing listened and frowned. Integrate two worlds, which sounds like a fantasy. Does Jin from another parallel world have the ability to do this? What role is Dr. Octopus? Can an octopus be a doctor too? It's just crazy. However, to Luo Bing's surprise, more and more crazy things followed. Brother Luo, it's like this. I found a pig at home, Parker called and said in a weird tone. Advertisement. A pig. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. As a pig, very rare. Tell me when you find dinosaurs, busy. Saying that, Luo Bing impatiently wanted to cut off the contact. No, wait, brother Luo. That pig is wearing a Spider-Man battle suit. 35 Parker shouted loudly. Luo Bing, what's the meaning? A pig in a Spider-Man battle suit. Spider-Man. However, before Luo Bing could recover, another news came from Thor. Brother-in-law, an unknown creature was found on the 469th Street. It is suspected to be an alien creature. It has a very strong armor, which is even more exaggerated than Stark. Wait, this red and blue color matching. Steel Spider-Man. Thor bewildered, he looked at the cute armor in front of him. Spotted black and white Spider-Man on 221st Street. Yes, he calls himself Spider-Man, but his style, well, I won't judge. Luo Bing, you'd better come and see. Steve was helpless. Look at the black and white spider hanging in front of him. His whole person is black and white, like a cartoon character without color filling. And here, a wild black and red Spider-Man, he is so different from Parker's style, this guy feels evil to me. There is constantly news coming. Luo Bing's mouth twitched. Hemp egg, what the hell is going on here? Do you really want to play mahjong? Hey, big brother Luo, this is so cool, I think, the idea of Spider-Man family can really be realized. Haha, Parker looked at the pig in front of him excitedly. Duh, while it hurts that a pig can be a Spider-Man, he's excited to hear more and more Spider-Man reports beyond that. Hum hum hum, cartoon Spider-Ham pulled out a toy hammer from his pocket that was bigger than his body and knocked Parker unconscious. Chapter 168 The Black Light Before Dawn. Half an hour later, inside the Avengers building. Watching Parker with a big bag on his head and other Spider-Man beckoning to roar cheerfully, Luo Bing's most troublesome thing has come. Let the spiders gather. But, it seems that things are not going in the direction Luo Bing expected. The other Spider-Man don't seem to be as talkative as Peter at all, or, at least there are people. Pig, not. A humming pig, and the black and white Spider-Man, who is not very talkative, always gives a, I'm cool. The pig looked like it came out of a cartoon. This is so weird, there really are cartoon planes in parallel universes. And, there is also a black and white plane. According to the picture described by the black and white Spider-Man, I heard that everything on the Earth where he is located is black and white, from the dark age when spies swarmed. From the point of view of dressing, it has the texture of a killer 007. In addition to the female Spider-Man Gwen, there are also two Shadow Spider-Man, and the Spider-Girl from the future universe 14512, who also has a robot spider assistant. The strange thing is that all of them have been bitten by mutant spiders. Even if the girl Spider-Man has not been bitten, she is still related to spiders. It's so lively. Tony TWO was no longer lonely and watched these scenes with interest. This is really a rare picture in the universe. As for Tony in the present world, although he really wanted to participate in this meeting, Luo Bing rejected him. He had to prepare his own wedding, and marriage should not be taken lightly. Moreover, one Tony was enough, they had the same genius brain anyway. Brother-in-law, I brought you the person you asked for. Thor fell from the sky, clutching the collar of a giant in his hand. I have to say, Jin Bing's clothes are really good quality. Thor took him all the way to the lunatic asylum and flew all the way around. At the moment, Jin Bing was speechless. He didn't know where he provoked the Avengers again. Originally, he had a good time in the lunatic asylum. Rebels. God, he hasn't been in trouble lately. Jin Bing, let everything return to normal, put away your dream of destroying the world. Spider-Woman Gwen shouted angrily. Advertisement. Kim and, what am I? What am I doing? Why am I trying to destroy the world again? Am I sick of my brain? Don't think of me as one of those Hydra lunatics. Moreover, even with that heart, I don't have that ability either. HMPH. Jin Bing snorted coldly and turned his head, he didn't bother to explain to a little girl. As for false accusations, he doesn't care at all. Anyway, he has been reduced to this point, except for his wife and children, there is nothing in this world that he can care about. He has the right to visit relatives only if he behaves well. Calm down, this is the golden man of my world, not the person you imagined. In terms of ability to do things, he is far from being able to do things, Luo Bing explained. The reason why Jin Bing came here is to see if Jin Bing from Spider-Woman world is attached to him, and the second is that he knows himself best. Looking for someone to end this mess. Well, it seems to be a little different. How does he have a metal arm? Is it the product of Dr. Octopus? The 99 female spider looked curiously at the honest Jinbian in front of her. This is so funny. I didn't expect that the underground emperor would have such a poor day. Cough cough. Luo Bing interrupted the awkward atmosphere. Kim Bing's metal arm was made by him. As for Dr. Octopus, after researching and reading materials and searching, at present, the existence of this person has not been found in this world. If you called me here to humiliate me, please kill me as soon as possible, or just kill me. Jin Bing clenched his fists tightly. When had he suffered such humiliation? Don't get excited, this time I'm looking for you for help. If you behave well, it can be counted as a crime and meritorious service. I will let someone give you some privileges in the lunatic asylum, Luo Bing said. What do you need me to do? Jin asked bluntly without any nonsense. As a prisoner, he is very self-aware. If he can make himself better, no matter what he does, he will not miss this opportunity. Let me make a long story short, there is an evil criminal in a parallel universe similar to this world. Let's call it a criminal, and that's you, Kim Bing, or another Kim Bing. Now, he is trying to integrate two parallel universes. As for the reason, because his wife and child in that world died unexpectedly, so he wants to find a replacement in this universe. Do you understand what I mean? 9. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot 0. Advertisement. What? Jin Bing frowned deeply. No, I'll never let him get away with it. Vanessa and Richard are mine. Kim Bing's eyes flashed with anger. Sure enough, the same Kim Bing has the same love for family and is equally crazy. You have to let me go, that lunatic will go after them. I have to stop this. Jintian yelled. Don't worry, I've already sent someone to protect it. The question now is, think about it, if you are the Jin Bing. No, you are Jin Bing, forget it, if it's you, where will you hide at this time? 27 Luo Bing asked. You have to let me meet my Vanessa and Richard. Now, Kim In yelled, seeming to have lost his mind. In the face of family love, he is crazy and desperate. Especially after he learned of another Jin Bing's ideas and plans, he was completely confused. Know yourself best. Luo Bing was right, and it is because of this that Jin Bing is so afraid. He knows what kind of person he is, and he knows even more, if he really goes crazy, what a terrible threat it will be. Like a thorn in a thorn. Luo Bing's beast instinct instantly had a premonition, and at the same time, the Spider-Man in the conference room jumped up one by one, their hairs standing on their heads. Boom. Intense flames exploded in the Avengers Tower. Crazy laughter constantly spreads through the broadcast system. Avengers Building. That's the safest place in the world. But now, the dust from the Big Bang obscured everything. That frenzied flame, tragic roar and raging burning sound, constantly declares to mankind. The Underworld Emperor in the underground came back. At the same time, it is also announced that this quiet and peaceful time is once again destroyed. No. This was not done by Kim In alone. This is the evil villain from all parallel worlds. If the Spider-Man gathered at the moment were the same, the villains of the parallel world also enthusiastically came to this world, and
5 Chapter 169 The real reason for the explosion of the Avengers building. What happened? Thor waved the smoke and dust in front of him with his arms, and rushed out with a meow hammer in an instant. There was chaos as far as the eye could see, and many ordinary people in the Avengers building were covered by everyone, and the casualties were heavy. Damn! Where did they take this place? Thor was very angry and rushed towards the source of the explosion. It is still uncertain where the source of the explosion is, because the explosion of the Avengers building has been spreading from the 15th floor, on the 26th floor. That must be a pretty scary bomb. The entire Avengers building was crumbling. This is simply breaking ground on Tai Sui's head. Luo Bing cursed inwardly. This unexpected explosion made him very annoyed. After he did not find the target after the spatial perception investigation, the whole person instantly entered the time and space. A golden illusory clock appeared in front of Luo Bing. Back off. 827, 5 minutes ago, ZZZ. Time began to warp, the smoke cleared, and the Avengers building returned to normal. Hum hum hum. Spider-Man was still talking to the Spider-Man, but Luo Bing disappeared in place in an instant. The spatial perception was released, and he carefully checked every square floor of the Avengers building. No target found. No target found. Damn it, if there is no target, how did the explosion come? Could it have been placed before? Concealed bombs of unknown shape are too difficult to find compared to live observable targets. Because it is a dead object, Luo Bing's spatial perception cannot detect dead objects acutely, and even more so without knowing what it looks like. So, for now, we can only wait until it explodes again. Just inside the room, the explosion was too sudden to determine the source of the explosion. Now that Luo Bing is directly floating on the periphery of the Avengers building, everything is naturally much simpler. Whoosh! Thor carried Jin and flew over, landed on a balcony, and looked at Luo Bing suspiciously. Advertisement, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Don't be noisy. Luo Bing did not explain much, and focused on observing the Avengers building in front of him. Ding ding ding. When he hit the step-by-step investigation to the 19th floor, the faint timing sound passed to his ears. Immediately after that, Beast's instinct once again gave a warning of danger. The Avengers building, once again, burst into bright fireworks. And Luo Bing also immediately identified the source of the explosion. I didn't expect that such a small device could actually cause such a big explosion of equivalent size. It seems that the development of parallel world technology cannot be underestimated. Luo Bing thought to himself. He locked the source of the explosion a second before the explosion, and the same space perception also saw that explosive. It's an unremarkable device like the file size of a playing card. But the heat released when he exploded had the effect of 20 tons of TNT. Oh bye. The Avengers building is blown up. Brother-in-law, look at it, Thor roared, his expression exaggerated. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, ignoring this idiot in a certain way, and directly slid the time pointer here, and went back in time again. 5 minutes later, an explosive device of a playing card file size was sent into the SHIELD laboratory. But now he has been silenced by Luo Bing's mute command and blocked with the power of space. It's a very delicate device.
In fact, the explosive material in it is not something on the Earth. It is very destructive. At the same time, it is also equipped with an anti-heat metal detection device, which is an invisible killer. Tony TWO played with the explosives with intense interest in his eyes. But how did this thing get in under our noses? There are spies in the Avengers Tower, Steve asked in confusion. After just experiencing the Hydra counterattack, everyone is very sensitive to the word spy. The only people outside the base today are these Spider-Man. Natasha Romanoff frowned and looked in a certain direction. Yes, we can't be sure that all Spider-Mons are good, there's just too much uncertainty. Hawkeye nodded, agreeing with Natasha Romanoff. Peter rubbed his face in annoyance. Luo Bing didn't say anything. From Beast's instinct, he didn't find the maliciousness of these outsiders, but this kind of thing may not be the case. As far as last time, one of the Hydra reporters did not exude maliciousness, and Beast's instinct would also a flawed day is not everything. Monitoring called out, advertisement, let's see first. Tony 2 pinched the monitor in front of the analyst. The blast happened at 7 hours 23 minutes and 15 seconds p.m. During the 3 hours of surveillance prior to that, no one had ever entered the 19th floor. The placement of the explosive device also cleverly avoided all surveillance, and was in a surveillance blind spot. After repeatedly inspecting the surveillance for a day, everyone looked at Luo Bing with frowning. I didn't find any strange personnel. Strange, could it be that the bomb was placed a few days ago? Steve frowned suspiciously. But the parallel space thing just happened today, it doesn't make sense, or another Jinbian came to our world long ago, and lurked. It's possible, maybe even crossing time when traveling through parallel spaces, Dr. Banner analyzed. Wait. JARVIS, set the video back to 3:12 p.m. Tony TWO suddenly realized something and said. Soon, the picture reversed again. I've been ignoring this before, it's very likely that the enemy is invisible. JARVIS, modulate the band wave to Mach 492, and play this picture with reverse color light. Tony TWO gave the order again. Okay, Mr. Stark, JARVIS replied respectfully. Immediately afterwards, an illusory light and shadow appeared in the monitoring of nothingness. Oh, it really is an invisible person, it seems to be a super ability person. Tony 2 looked at the white transparent figure in the surveillance, and let out a sigh of relief. Is it invisible? It seems that the security system of JARVIS still has hidden dangers. Record this. Luo Bing frowned and gave an order. This is not the shape of Jin Bing. Who is this? Gwen leaned over, confused. I know, this guy is Mr. Invisible, my most hated opponent. I didn't expect. He also came to this world. 5.0 straight silent black and white Spider-Man said. This bomb seems to be a product of our world, the Spider-Girl from the future universe said cautiously. With this kind of intelligence, why didn't you say it sooner? Natasha Romanoff rolled her eyes. Sorry, I didn't think about it that much before. However, from the current point of view, not only we have arrived in this world, but even the villains have mixed in. Black and white Spider-Man apologized in a low voice. This is also normal, since they can all come to this world by accident, it makes no sense that others can't. Ah. The situation has become complicated. Tony 2 held the back of his head with both hands and looked at Luo Bing helplessly. It's not complicated, it's just a little trouble, but this time, they really annoyed me, Luo Bing said, his eyes became serious. Chapter 170 My name is Deadpool. Your sweetheart, it is not the first time that the Avengers Tower has been destroyed. During the Great War of New York, it was demolished once because of the aftermath of the battle. But this time it's different. This is an explosion attack, this is an act of provocation. There are nearly 1,000 ordinary people working in the Avengers building. This time, if Luo Bing was not there, the consequences would be unimaginable. And, this time only at Avengers Tower. If it was at Tony's wedding, then Tony and Sky would be threatened with their lives without any protection. And Luo Bing. This is absolutely not allowed to happen. Luo Bing walked to the landing pad alone and looked at the bright moon rising high in the sky. Silently opened the lucky halo, inside an unassuming old pier warehouse in Queens. At this moment, the group of demons gathered here. Dianguang Man, originally a circuit worker, later gained super ability because of electricity, and became a supervillain who can control lightning. Green Goblin 14, Peter's friend in the parallel world, wearing green armor and a devil's helmet with yellow eyes, moves with a bat-shaped flight machine, Demon Glider. In this world, this guy also caused some trouble for Peter, but in the end he became a normal person again. Dr. Octopus, 4 powerful electromechanical arms on her back, she is a highly intelligent mad scientist, female. Professor Lizard. The ability to do things is not inferior to Dr. Lizard in this world, half human and half reptile. Advertisement Venom, Carnage, Contempt. 3 thoughtful extraterrestrial organisms, almost in liquid form, need to combine with a host to survive, usually human, which can give the host greater power and ability. In addition, there are nearly 20 or 30 villains such as Mr. Invisible, Demolition Wizard, Waterman, Desert Man, Mysterious Guest and so on. Definitely. And a burly Kim Bing in a golden suit. Yo, the battle failed. I said that the Avengers are not easy to mess with. Slaying stretched out his lizard-like tongue, licked the corner of his mouth, and drooled. It's just a simple attempt, there's no need to be yin and yang there, bug. The Invisible Man was wearing a special combat uniform, and at the moment he was in a very unpleasant mood. You dare to call me a bug? Do you want to know what your own tastes are? 35 Massacre became hideous in an instant. His red tentacles were about to move, and his blood-like skin color made him look terrifying at the moment. Do you want to fight with me? Come on. Mr. Invisible was not to be outdone, and was not afraid at all. Fight, fight, ha ha ha, you two hurry up and fight, yo, Slaughter, remember to leave a head for me, aw. That crunchy head is so delicious. Venom shouted arrogantly on the side. Shaw. Sandman condensed the sand around him, as if looking at a group of people were also very upset. Stop, you idiots, do you want civil unrest? Dr. Octopus's 4 mechanical arms fluttered, instantly grabbing the 4 who wanted to make trouble. You're just provocative. Slaughter's eyes instantly turned hideous, and he sneered at Dr. Octopus' tentacles. Enough, Jin said and stopped. What kind of thing are you? Dare to point fingers at this uncle. Venom broke free from Dr. Octopus' tentacles in an instant, and the whole person entered a combat-armed state, and frantically looked at Jin Bing. If we say that superhero can integrate together instantly, then the supervillains don't get along so happily. After all, they are not afraid of the sky and the earth, not to mention their hot temper. They are relatively calm if they don't fight immediately. Advertisement, I said. Enough. Boom. The rock shattered, and the hard concrete floor was covered with gold, and a pair of fists smashed out huge amounts of small pits. Don't say I didn't remind you. Your lives are still in my hands. If you don't achieve your goals, you all have to die. Jinshi sneered. He held the key to the parallel space. If he did not return to himself within the specified time, a world where everyone will gradually weaken and eventually die. Great, is it my turn to die at last? Wow, people are so excited. Come on, come and FK me. A man in a red and blue tights twisted strangely, wearing his own PP. There are 2 long swords behind him. Spider-Man? Why is there such a strange Spider-Man? The Scarlet Spider generation frowned suspiciously and looked at the guy. FK Spider-Man, they're called Deadpool. It's your sweetie. Hey, man, when it comes to Spider-Man, you seem to be the one. Damn it. Are you mutated? How can you be so virtuous? Come on, did you get into a car accident when you were in a car accident? Great. How did you feel when you had a car accident? Did it hurt? It must be very painful, just like the first time in ***. The first time will be painful. This can't help but remind me of the first time I ***ed. I *****. Deadpool started his freestyle very quickly, constantly bursting out forbidden words, and his body was very supple, constantly twisting on his waist. It's kind of nauseating. You're so disgusting, you deserve to be a villain. I'm ashamed to be with you. Mysterio exaggeratedly spit out 827. Villain? Wait, I'm not a villain, I'm a superhero. Have you heard of X-Men? Haven't you heard of Task Force X? Oh, my god, I'm a superhero that's upright, even though my squad the members are almost dead, but you have to admit, I am really a superhero who loves to learn and grow well. By the way, who are you all? 35, wait, after a long time, you are all villains, oh. God, are you going to play a big game now? I have already thought about the script, Deadpool vs. Villain Alliance. Here we come, I'm ready now, wash your PP, I'm ready. Deadpool said and started to warm up constantly, looking like a schoolboy radio gymnastics. Swish. A green tail swept over, and the spikes on it directly cut Deadpool in half. One died. This guy is so noisy. Dr. Lizard snorted coldly and patted the blood on his tail. Wow, you cheated. You haven't waited for me to be ready. I don't accept it. Come again. I'm going to FK you. Deadpool, who was separated from the body, was still shouting, and you had to admire his tenacious vitality. God. Isn't that exposed intestine really his? Why is he still alive? Chapter 171 Luo Bing's Weapon of Causality. A group of people stared at Deadpool, who was still on the ground with his arms propped on his head and cursing. This guy's vitality was too tenacious. And full of foul language. Just this style, it's more villain than villain. If you say you are superhero, who will believe it? Enough, we need to unite. Only in this way can we defeat the Avengers in this world. As you have all seen, they are really strong. If we don't join the group, we will eventually be defeated one by one. Mysterio is still reasonable. Similarly, he is different from other villains. He does not rely on mutated bodies and super technology. His most powerful is to play with people's hearts. Acting and camouflage are his strongest weapons. Unity? Ha 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 ha. A group of people burst into laughter. They haven't heard such ridiculous words for a long time. Especially for their group of villains. What is unity? Is it edible? I'm sorry, I usually like to fight alone. I won't let you drag me down. Venom Tsunere shook his tentacles and looked at Mysterio with disdain. In his opinion, the most useless guy in this group is this man in cool armor. The equipment is quite bluffing, and the combat power is basically zero. Might as well stare at the side. Cartoon tiger. That's right, it's the same rebellious, irritable one-eyed tiger from the cartoon plane. In fact, it's still a one-eyed tiger, the enemy of Spider-Man's life. Indeed, I can take care of those so-called Avengers alone. Unite, work together. There is no need at all. Put away your stupid ideas. Disdain spat out a letter. Helpless. The rebels are always so arrogant and rude, and wanting them to work together is simply a fool's dream. Jin Bian frowned and looked at all this. From the information collected so far, the Avengers in this world are really powerful, and it is obvious that he cannot deal with it alone. But all superheroes have their own shortcomings. They are too virgin, too merciful. They will never let the lives of other ordinary human beings be neglected. With this weakness, even a powerful superhero, even a god, will fall. That's it, I don't think it's necessary for everyone to talk anymore, I'll take a step first, hum. I will see how powerful the superhero in this world really is. Harm, said Venom, turn around and leave the warehouse. Wait my brother, I'm going too. I suddenly don't want to be a superhero, I think it's better for me to betray. Take me, I'm going to blow up the Avengers. Deadpool used the newly grown baby calf, lying on the ground. Advertisement, boom. He fell to the ground, and the little PP in vein was exposed in front of everyone. Group of people. Who can throw this unsightly guy out? Thank you, said Dr. Octopus, frowning, lest he get a needle eye. Bang, Sandman's gravity kicked the baby's leg directly on the ground. No thanks, I've already seen him upset, the murderer said coldly. Everyone rolled their eyes, ignoring the cruel words that Deadpool just released. Gosh. That kind of guy, it's better to stay away, what a shame. Everyone looked at Jin Bing, and Jin Bing took a look at the watch on his hand. There are still 3 days. Let me talk about the plan first. First of all, we need to build a big guy, and the materials need everyone's concerted efforts. As for the reward, without exciting bargaining chips, this group of rebels will not cooperate honestly. By threatening life alone, that would make things worse. Jin Bing knew this truth well, and gave a bargaining chip that everyone could not refuse. In this way, a preliminary rebel alliance was formed. Then, the villain gentlemen gathered together to discuss the plan to deal with the Avengers and the backbone of the Avengers, Robin. But, pity. 10 seconds after the rebel alliance was established, a meteorite that fell from the sky stopped all of this, bringing gunpowder smoke and leaving a deep, invisible crater. Cough cough. After the smoke clears. The rebel alliance killed and injured dozens of people. They were directly killed by meteorites that fell from the sky, and they didn't even leave their bodies behind. What's the matter? What's going on here, meteorite? FK. How can you be so unlucky? Damn, who chose the address? Advertisement. A group of people started cursing again. Halfway through, Venom and Deadpool looked at each other. Dude. You have the same thoughts as me, right? Venom seemed to have returned to normal, and quietly asked Deadpool beside him. What? Wait, you defected too? Well, we're the same. Sorry, I'm regenerating my brain right now and it's a little confusing. Venom. The scene was a little embarrassing. Venom took it from the side, picked up a rag, motioned Deadpool to put it on. He was really not very civilized now, and then. He coughed lightly, the black silk thread gradually receded, revealing the inside a young face. That's Eddie Bullock. Venom is my good partner, he is not the villain. The problem now is that there are too many rebellions in the parallel world here. We must tell the superhero this news. The situation is very serious. Eddie looked solemn. Look at the square that just came out. Undercover rebel. I love this character, it's just awesome, Money Jow. Just then. Boom. A meteorite fell directly from the far port behind them. Huge amounts of shockwave rippled for kilometers, and even Venom and Deadpool were blown away by the force. What's the situation? A meteorite? They won't all die. Deadpool's eyes widened, his expression exaggerated. Under the influence of shockwave, the rags he just put on were blown away again, revealing the PP of a 3-year-old child, which is very funny. On the landing stage of the Avengers Tower, Luo Bing turned off the lucky halo. Looking at the thick smoke billowing far away, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. As a last resort, he really doesn't want to use this causal weapon. But so far, is it good? Avengers, assemble, target found, Queens. Chapter 172. Use the talker to handle the talker. 3 streams of light streak across the sky, targeting the place where the meteorite landed in Queens. That's Luo Bing and Thor, and the new Quinquay fighter full of Avengers. Chi. Luo Bing landed in a messy place. At the moment, the smoke at the scene had not yet dissipated, and the fiery red meteorite was still emitting a considerable amount of heat. This is just an ordinary and unremarkable little planet of vibranium. That's right. Tide particles have fallen from the sky, and what is a small vibranium planet in the sky? It's not surprising. What Luo Bing really cares about is not this little vibranium planet, but a few parallel world visitors lying on their backs in the crater with limited mobility. Among them, 4 lucky ones have already died. It is estimated that by next year, the grass on their graves will be 1 meter high, and the premise is that someone must erect a grave for them. There were 8 people who were still alive and whose limbs were still intact. They were strangely shaped, and were quickly recognized by the spider-mons of the otherworld. However, unfortunately, it seems that there are still more than a dozen people who escaped the past while taking advantage of the thick smoke. Are you satisfied with my present? Luo Bing shrugged, looking at the pool of rotten flesh under his feet. His eyes glanced over, and fell on the not-so-lucky slaughter. In general, half of the body of this family's 827 group has been crushed under the meteorite, but he is still stubbornly alive, because his body is fluid, just like water. The reason why he stayed, really tried to wriggle the body, freeing the other half from under the meteorite, although it has been scorched and smelled by the surface temperature of the meteorite. Damn, I won't let you go, Za shouted at Luo Bing. His body quickly split into 7 or 8 parts, and fled in all directions. Want to go? Luo Bing shook his head, his body flickered in place for a moment, and then, he put all the slaughter branches into glassware. It was so hard to escape right under his nose. What kind of means is this?
Tony TWO looked eagerly at the vibranium meteorite in front of him, his surprise beyond words. He swallowed and looked at Luo Bing beside him. This guy usually hits people with meteorites. It's too scary. Brother Luo, 12 creatures from parallel worlds were found around, among which there are traces of fleeing towards the surroundings on the ground. Quicksilver has already chased. Little Spider-Man ran over, Beffa, and reported. Well, very good, solve it quickly, lock up these living guys and interrogate them properly. Luo Bing waved his hand and motioned Peter to step back. A tick for a tick. Advertisement: you bombed my Avengers tower with a high-tech bomb. I attacked with a meteor, is it not too much? The poor rebels, who just came to this world and haven't gone out for a walk, were cleaned up with lightning speed. The weapon of causality is too terrifying. What's more, they gathered together to discuss ways and means to deal with Luo Bing. Isn't this a mess? Luo Bing's luck not only affects himself, but also brings bad luck to anyone who has bad thoughts on him. Found 2 guys in the distance, I caught them. Thor flew all the way, with Venom and Deadpool in his hands. Wait a minute. Misunderstanding. We're good people, Eddie yelled, as if trying to explain. However, due to the excitement, the Venom armor automatically covered his whole body. Oh. God. This reptilian virtue doesn't seem to have anything to do with good people. And there's the pervert on the side who doesn't wear pants. Would such a person be funny? All locked up? Luo Bing just glanced at it, and then quickly made a decision. The Stark Disaster Management Company came right after, picking up the wreckage on the ground. Even the corpses were not spared, and they were all loaded into the armed escort vehicle. They are responsible for post-war cleanup and victim protection, and are a recently created department under the Avengers. It smells so bad. Quicksilver pinched his nose and quickly appeared in front of Luo Bing. I lost it. But I found this thing, he said, lifting a huge amount of mechanical octopus arm to Luo Bing. Put it away, let's go here first today. Luo Bing nodded. Although he didn't wipe out the rebels from these parallel worlds, he was already satisfied. In just over half an hour, it is very good to be able to harvest so much. And they have also captured a lot of prisoners, and they should be able to get a lot of information from their mouths. Advertisement, come on, Luo Bing shouted, and the Kunshi took off again. Only Thor was left at the scene to maintain the situation and cooperate with the post-disaster handling troops to prevent the enemy from returning. At 11 o'clock that night, the Avengers building was still brightly lit, and the interrogation and various matters were busy. No way. I really can't stand that guy named Deadpool, let someone else interrogate him. Model worker Steve wanted to strike with a lifeless expression. No way. The stinky and talkative Deadpool is Steve's nemesis. He didn't ask anything, and he was so angry. As for that Eddie, he looks like a good guy, and I also found his template in this world. Coincidentally, he and Peter work in the same newspaper, Steve continued. If the intelligence he said is true, then there should be 9 guys from parallel universes left out now. Steve spread his hands, a little helpless. I see. Luo Bing nodded, looked at the pointer in the hull that was about to turn to 12 o'clock, and patted the captain's shoulder meaningfully. It's hard for you. As for that Deadpool. Sigh, let Peter go and interrogate him, Luo Bing said after thinking for a while. Peter. No, he can't, he's just a kid, and he doesn't know how to interrogate, Steve frowned. Maybe, but there are always exceptions. Half an hour later, just before 12 o'clock, Luo Bing was waiting for the system to recover, and a message came to Luo Bing's ears. Deadpool and Spider-Man, the sworn swastika. Immediately afterwards, he called Peter and gave him an extremely important task. I see. I can really try it, haha. Little Spider-Man is very happy and eager to try. Luo Bing reluctantly looked at Steve, who suddenly realized and smiled wryly. Talking tubers. You have to talk tuberculosis to deal with. Chapter 173 System Repair, 2-word new ability. I asked you to interrogate the suspect. You have reached a consensus with the enemy. What the hell is a sworn oath? Luo Bing clutched his heart and felt a little pain. It felt like he had raised a husky to look after the house, but he opened the door for a thief. By the way, this is the equipment that Deadpool carried with him. It seems to be a bit special. Tony. 2 can study it. Steve said, and handed a belt-like device to Luo Bing. This thing. Luo Bing took a look at it and frowned. It seems to be related to space. It should be a teleportation device, Luo Bing said. He is very sensitive to things like space. After all, on Earth, no one knows space better than him. You try? Luo Bing called the belt and handed it to Steve. He himself had the ability to teleport, so he didn't need this thing at all. On the contrary, as a veteran Avenger, it's time for Steve to increase his means. And if the technology of this thing can be broken, then Tony will have to make a few copies of it, and it will be great if the manpower is standard. But, this is just an idea. How it will be realized is still far away. Oh, then I'll try. Steve put the belt on him with interest, then pressed the red button. Huh. Puff. A large amount of blood sprayed towards Luo Bing, which was blocked by the glass door that appeared out of nowhere in front of him. And Steve has long since separated. The body was in place, but the upper body teleported into the crack of the wall. Already dead. Luo Bing looked at this scene ashamed, and it took a long time to come back to his senses. What kind of rubbish equipment, broken items? Luo Bing was very troubled, and hurriedly used the last gear of the day. Back in time. Luo Bing, bad news for you, Peter and Deadpool. Steve ran over with a black line on his face.
I know, they've become brothers, right? Luo Bing rolled his eyes, and every time he went back in time, he always had this trouble. He had to do the same plot twice.
Yeah, how did you know? Steve scratched his head suspiciously, then held out the belt in his hand. This thing. This is an instant moving belt. It's a broken version. After using it, there is a chance that people's bodies will be separated. Luo Bing forced a smile and looked helplessly at the captain in front of him. So that's it, Roar. Luckily we hadn't tried this gear before, otherwise it would have been bad. Steve took a deep breath from Roar, startled. Teleportation device, sounds good, but it's an unstable bomb. Who dares to use it other than Deadpool, whose body is unharmed? Advertisement, Luo Bing coughed lightly, thinking that Captain, you have just tested it yourself, but Luo Bing would never say such a thing. Sorry Captain. Let you die once, but don't be sad, that guy Tony died too. Fortunately, Luo Bing still has one ability to roll back today, otherwise the captain might be a real GG. You have to keep your focus in the future, not always so lucky.
Luo Bing self-examined. The Avengers never died at the hands of the enemy, but he killed them twice. Cough cough. Fortunately they don't know. Let's rest early Steve, don't worry about Deadpool. If you have any problems, let's solve it tomorrow. Luo Bing patted the captain on the shoulder and said softly. Okay, but before I go to bed, I have to deal with some food, you need to rest early. Luo Bing. Steve nodded to Luo Bing, obviously. As a model worker, he doesn't plan to fall asleep so early. He has 3 more prisoners to question. That's not an easy job. Luo Bing watched the team leader go, and couldn't help feeling emotional. Look, this is the night life of a single dog. Luo Bing couldn't help sighing. Since Granny Carter held the funeral 2 days ago, Steve has devoted all his time to work. Maybe this is his way of venting. In fact, if it were someone else, he might have retired from the Avengers long ago. The captain is not strong, but he has a strong heart. Luo Bing regained his senses and looked up at the time. Tick. ... The hands are constantly turning, minute by minute. 12 midnight is coming. Luo Bing has been waiting for a full month. Lucky aura. On. Open black lens bracket system repaired successfully. Close black lens bracket. Sign in is complete. Today's ability. Upgrade. Has been delivered. Please enjoy it. The cold system notification sound echoed in his ears, but at the moment, Luo Bing felt it was so pleasant. Advertisement. I'm back, old man, still so old-fashioned. Okay, let's take a look at today's harvest. Introduction to the ability. Upgrade. You can upgrade everything you want to upgrade, whether it is items, abilities, creatures, parts, or life, only once a day. Comes with a pair of data eyes. Close black lens bracket. The 2-word ability finally exploded. Really different. Luo Bing rubbed his eyes, and various information materials appeared in front of his eyes. That is the effect of the Eye of Data. As long as Luo Bing is in front of everything, he will get accurate data. Luo Bing glanced at the belt in his hand. A line of text appeared in front of him. B-level item. The broken version of the teleportation belt. Due to damage, there is uncertainty when using it. There is a chance that the corpse can be separated, whether to upgrade. Plus sign. Sure enough, as he had judged, the thing in front of him was a broken version. As for the plus sign at the back, maybe that's how the upgrade ability is used. But once a day access, Luo Bing is not satisfied. Upgrade. Upgrade my upgrade ability. Ding. Upgrade ability upgrade successful. Introduction. You can upgrade everything you want to upgrade, whether it is items, abilities, creatures, parts, or life, limited to 5 times a day. Comes with a pair of data eyes. Close black lens bracket. It's still the same system. It's still full of bugs. It's worthy of the monkey version system. Ding. Limited to 100 times a day. Ding. Upgrade is successful, limited to 1,000 times per day. Luo Bing shrugged. The bug has been fixed. But 1,000 times a day, no matter how you look at it, it's enough. Luo Bing didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and then he upgraded his upgrade skills again. Ding. Limited to 10 times a day. It still feels that way. Ding. System failure. Bug repairing. Thanks, bug. And Chapter 174 Crazy Upgrade. Luo Bing was refreshed, and then he started a crazy upgrade journey. S-level ability. Beast Instinct. Upgrade successfully. Instinct strengthening. Foreseeing ability strengthening. Passive combat ability strengthening. No wonder Beast's Instinct is so practical, it turned out to be an S-rank ability. Ding. Your Beast Instinct has been advanced to the SS level ability. Zone. The all-round status has been increased by 100%, the self-attack ability is enabled, and one click is the most perfect attack operation. Am I playing a game? What is the self-attack ability? Ability to take over body fights. Luo Bing ran a black line, and then clicked the plus sign of upgrade again. Ding. Your zone has been advanced to the SSS level ability, Freedom Extreme Intention. Brief introduction to the ability. The free Supreme Intention skill relies on various parts of the body to perform conditioned reflex movements, without the need for a little thinking in the brain, to maximize the speed of movement and ability to respond. The body and consciousness are separated, and the 827 of each part of the self can go beyond the instinct to perceive the surrounding danger, no longer need the brain to think first and then act. Open black lens bracket. When you enter the free-spirited mode, your hair will turn into silver lines and your pupils will turn into silver. Close black lens bracket. Luo Bing. Shit. Wait. In active mode. Pit. My passive skills are gone. Luo Bing was dumbfounded. Isn't the ability to upgrade the more perfect it is? Why did his passive disappear? He also changed a 5-character ability. That's right. The 5-character ability symbolizes garbage here in Luo Bing. The fewer words the more powerful is the truth. Luo Bing was speechless, and then he experimented and punched his stomach quickly. Boom. Luo Bing flew upside down, smashed the wall beside him, and stagnated in midair. It's not passive anymore. Luo Bing was literally moved to tears by his actions. Before, even if he punched himself with a fist, the other arm would instinctively block. And now, damn, passive gone. This means Luo Bing's defense ability drops a few levels. Damn, this is it. And the new supernatural power of the ultimate mind needs to be actively triggered to enter that state. But Luo Bing can't be open all day, there are always omissions. Can you still upgrade? Luo Bing looked at the ability speechlessly. Too bad. That trumped up plus sign has been grayed out. What's the matter? All the Avengers who were not yet asleep, or were still working, ran over nervously, thinking it was a parallel world guy who fought back. It's okay. You guys go to sleep, I'll beat myself up. Luo Bing had a dark face and didn't want to explain. Huh. A group of people looked at Luo Bing strangely, their faces bewildered. What does it mean to beat yourself up? Brother, is there something wrong with you? Although everyone has this doubt in their hearts, but they are afraid and embarrassed to ask. Advertisement. Anyway, it's nothing, you all go to sleep, I'll go out for a walk. Luo Bing sighed, and he flew into the sky and quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. In just 1 minute, he broke away from the surface of the Earth and drifted in the universe, between the Earth and the Moon. It seems that in the future, when experimenting with new abilities, we will have to find a quiet environment like the universe. Luo Bing sighed. Although helpless, he accepted it. Before, he couldn't even commit suicide. At least now that he can easily commit suicide, isn't it gratifying to feel that this life is in his own hands? After rolling his eyes, Luo Bing continued to upgrade his abilities. This upgrade ability is really buggy. This means that all the abilities Luo Bing obtained before, whether it's garbage or BT abilities, will become more powerful. Definitely, Luo Bing doesn't dare to click on the upgrade for the few abilities that are easy to use at this stage. What if something goes wrong, and you screw yourself up again? Before you are proficient, try the water with the garbage ability. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief and found a junk ability that had not been used for a long time. Open black lens bracket. Prank painting skills of Naruto 7 when he was a child. Close black lens bracket. Upgrade. 35. Ding. F level ability. 7 Hokage's prank painting skills as a child, was upgraded successfully. Ding. The D level ability, Painter, has been successfully replaced. Ability introduction. You are the Tang Bohu of the present world, Da Vinci. Immediately afterwards, a spree of basic knowledge about painting techniques and artistic conception was copied into Luo Bing's head. Luo Bing. Useless. Continue to upgrade. Ding. The C level ability, Spiritual Flash, has been successfully replaced. Introduction to ability. Your occasional inspirational creation is likely to be something that will happen in the future. Prophecy painting. Year Luo Bing rolled his eyes. It's a rubbish ability, and it's still repeated. AC level ability, it's really rubbish. Then upgrade. Ding. B level ability, 7 Hokage's friend, Sakai's Modun Ninjutsu. Ability introduction. You can use ink to draw insects and beasts and summon them to real battles. It's finally useful, but it has something to do with Naruto again. Luo Bing materialized paper and pen and randomly drew a spotted pig. A wisp of blue smoke, the spotted pig appeared, and then it was of no use. A scum with a combat power of only 5. If you are not satisfied, then upgrade. Ding. Writing spring and autumn with pen and ink, writing like a god. Open black lens bracket. Ding. Close black lens bracket. Ding. SSS level ability, Magic Pen Ma Liang, has been delivered. Advertisement. Introduction to ability. Anything you draw can be transformed into real objects. Ability upgrade is capped. Finally, an ability similar to the realization of fantasy was given. What a repeat. Pit. I can imagine things that can be realized, but also use the painting to realize it. Isn't that dragging your pants and farting? Luo Bing continued with a black line on his face. It seems that not all abilities upgrade will become very powerful at the end. AJE. In fact, I can't say the same, it just didn't meet Luo Bing's psychological expectations. Abilities have thresholds. F-level garbage ability upgrade cannot become a god ability at the end. It's like quantitative change leads to qualitative change, but no matter what, he has a limit after all. Luo Bing stretched. So tired. Is tired. Immediately afterwards, he continued to upgrade his abilities. And this ability is his usual otherworld ability. Writing Wheel Eye. Unlike most other powers with uncertainty, Sharanyan has its own way to upgrade. 5.0. He has never changed. So, Luo Bing just needs to click the plus sign. Ding. Eternal Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel I upgrade completed. Ding. SS Samsara I has been replaced. And many more. Damn, its name changed. Luo Bing's face is stunned. This is not right. Could it be that the writing wheel will become something else when it is advanced? Open black lens bracket. Ding. SSS9 Go Jade Writing Wheel Eyes replaced successfully. Close black lens bracket. I use the writing wheel very well, don't change it for me. The power of the eyes is also more powerful. Luo Bing put his heart down, put his heart on it, and pointed the writing wheel eye to SSS. No. Moreover, he can switch between the two at will. The situation is not what he imagined, but the next level of the Eternal Kaleidoscope Writing Wheel Eye is the reincarnation eye. Luo Bing hurriedly conducted the experiment, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 175 Omnidirectional Amplification. The reincarnation eye of Jugoyu, incomparably powerful pupil power fills Luo Bing's brain. I feel like I'm going to explode. What's up with this unparalleled power? Damn, my body can't take it because the upgrade is too fast, right? Luo Bing clenched his fist. The feeling of explosion filled his whole body. He instantly acquired a power that he was not familiar with. This thing did not bring a manual. But there is always a strange feeling that Luo Bing seems to be connected with everything in the world. He subconsciously hooked his fingers, and a small planet around the moon flew over and smashed directly in his direction. Boom. The shockwave rippling, Luo Bing smashed the small planet of file size in 10 buildings with one fist, shook hands, and all the dust was thrown into the distance by repulsive force. Repulsion and attraction. This seems to be a special function that comes with the Jugo Jade Samsara Eye. In addition, there may be other functions Luo Bing have not found yet. However, this has exceeded Luo Bing's expectations. It feels great. The unparalleled sense of power fills Luo Bing's heart. From today, there is no longer any uncertainty in hitting people with meteorites. Can be included in one of the conventional means. His little heart swelled slightly, and it seemed that the evil thoughts of the Samsara Eye were also affecting his brain. No, too strong power is really hard to control. I don't know if my Wusho immortal body can be upgraded. Luo Bing calmed down and looked inwardly at his body. Open black lens bracket unscaled immortal body, level SSS, cannot be upgraded close black lens bracket. Luo Bing frowned. Is this level already full? But why can he still feel that his body is still getting stronger day by day in daily life? What does this mean? The body is still getting stronger, but it shows that it cannot be upgraded. Is it because the Wusho immortal body has reached the peak of evolution? Now what he lacks is the experience bar instead of a large level of advancement. Luo Bing frowned, and then he looked at his other abilities. Fantasy Embodiment, level SSS. Time Traveler's Pocket Watch, level SSS. Professor Du's Teleportation, rank S. Strong Person Identification Technique, level SSS. Open black lens bracket Prophecy Dream, level SSS close black lens bracket. Batman's Friend Zhao Shan's Speed Force, level SSS. Advertisement. Luo Bing discovered a pattern. It seems that the abilities obtained after turning on the Lucky Halo are all SSS full level. Oh right, after all, the Lucky Halo is too bad, and the ones given are naturally the best. Therefore, except for some rubbish things, there is no possibility of his ability being upgraded. At least not now. But what can I do if the ability of garbage is upgraded? Except for the CPU that accounts for the brain. Professor Du's teleportation ability can still be upgraded. Although this ability also exploded when the triple luck aura was activated, the system was bugged by him that day, and the luck of a day could only explode with one SSS level, so the latter two levels are also much weaker. Pity. Luo Bing originally wanted to upgrade his lucky skills. If nothing else, it's just the blessing of the white predecessor. That thing has to be upgraded again, how scary is that? But for now, he can't do it. However, upgrading skills is not so simple. He can upgrade not only Luo Bing's original abilities, but also everything Luo Bing wants to upgrade. For example, upgrade Sky's Nana. Wait, if you upgrade humans, will it increase their lifespan? Or awakening some special physique? Test this later. From now on, the eye of data that comes with him is also very useful. It is also very fast and effective to identify some unknown items. Although, sometimes it's a bit of a hassle. Just like now, when Luo Bing put his eyes on his hands, a string of text messages was prompted. The hands of the Avenger Luo Bing, made of immortal body, very durable, SSS level items. Luo Bing, 35. I am not an object. How should this thing be turned off? It's not passive. Luo Bing rubbed his brows and felt a little speechless. It's not enough to just improve. You also have to master the ability you have in front of you. He also has too many pupil techniques, such as the Powerhouse Identification Technique, the Eye of Data, and the Eye of Reincarnation. It's also cumbersome to switch between. In general, Luo Bing is still improperly operated, and has a strange ability, but the research on his own ability is not thorough. Do not care. Advertisement. Upgrade the teleport move first. Luo Bing's intentions. Open black lens bracket ding, close black lens bracket. Ding. SSS level has taught the template to be replaced, now you have all the abilities taught by Du, but there is no weakness. Luo Bing's head sank again, as if he was hit hard, a lot of knowledge and understanding were transferred to his consciousness. Buzz. Luo Bing entered a special field. In this field, time stopped. This is a new ability. It used to teach not only the ability of space, but also the ability of part-time. Luo Bing looked at his hands in surprise. Everything around them stood still. What's even more exaggerated is that Luo Bing's space ability, which can only be transmitted between solar systems, seems to have also gained an exaggerated huge increase. In addition, his 5 senses have increased exponentially once again, and his vision in normal state has also become more acute. I can teleport directly to God's domain. The 7 branches of the world tree are very far apart. Even the spaceship 827 will take decades to fly. In the past, Luo Bing had to travel through the interlayer space of hell if he wanted to go to the realm of the gods. Now, he only needs 1. Thoughts can only cross this long distance. Really exaggerated. In order to test, Luo Bing's mind moved and disappeared directly in place. After he left, the time in this area returned to normal rotation again. In the picturesque divine realm, a tall statue stands on the spot. Not Odin, not Thor, not Loki. Rather, Nemesis, Hela. The ghost knows what she's been doing these days. Didn't you see Thor living on Earth all the time? Luo Bing landed on top of the statue, and the long-distance crossing made him a little sluggish, but he quickly returned to normal with the blessing of a bottle of blue medicine. SSS level Paradise MP Pharmacy. Ha ha, the upgraded version is very different. Maybe now I can try to get the resurrection potion out of the poisoned milk powder. But that thing, can it really work? Can it be realized? Luo Bing shook his head. It seems that Samsara also has a means of resurrection, but all this has to wait for him to try slowly in the future. Now, don't rush. No matter who's calling the shots here now, it's time to borrow the Infinity Gauntlet template from the warehouse. Chapter 176 Luo Bing's Infinity Gauntlet. Infinity Gauntlet. Forged with the excellent technology of the dwarf family. In the mouth of Tony in another world, Thanos used this thing to wear 6 infinite gems, snapped his fingers lightly, and the creatures in the universe disappeared. And Odin also had a dream of collecting infinite gems to unify the universe when he was young. Although the infinite gems in his warehouse are fake, the glove is really genuine. It would take a lot of money and time to reforge this thing. Instead of leaving it grayed out in the warehouse, it's better to borrow it and use it yourself. At least with this thing, he will be more comfortable using the power of gems. Don't be so careful. Luo Bing jumped off the statue and looked at everything in front of him strangely. He already found out. Time stopped again. Damn, how do I get it back up and running? How to control? There is very little wind in Asgard, where the sun shines every day, like a fairyland. This is a wonderland. There were only a dozen or so pedestrians on the street with dull eyes, their bodies stopped in place, and even the cranes on the side were still in the air. Very subtle picture. But this is limited by distance. At least at this moment, Earth's time, which is light years away from Luo Bing, is still running normally. It's too sad to not be able to use your abilities as you like. Just like now, Luo Bing is the only one in Asgard that maintains normal operation, and everything else seems to have crashed. Right. For them, time stands still. So, it doesn't feel different at all. Time is really a bug ability. In this way, I can directly fix the enemy in place, and slap him every day to kill someone. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. But that's just a joke. Maintaining time still consumes his own physical strength. The stronger the opponent and the bigger the space, the more stamina is required. Just like now, after lasting for a minute, the time-refined area gradually shrank, and finally stopped at a distance of 100 meters. A purple figure flew in the direction of Luo Bing. Advertisement. It was Hela in armor. She sensed the anomaly from a distance. Asgard had outsiders entering, and that was the good perception she developed in Hell. Only, she flew 100 meters above Luo Bing and stopped. Luo Bing raised his head and glanced at Hela. His physical strength was running out frantically, and trying to stop such a formidable opponent seemed to consume even more in his eyes. Stop for me. Luo Bing shouted speechlessly. In an instant, the time prison disappeared without a trace. Seems to be supporting his inner decision. ENMMMM. I have already touched that feeling, and I need more practice. Luo Bing thought to himself. Hela also flew to his side. Why are you here? Why are you here? The woman asked a lot of questions as soon as she opened her mouth, with a look of resentment on her face, as if she was angry. Open black lens bracket Hela. Odin's eldest daughter, the former ruler of the 5,000 Valkyrie, is cruel by nature, murders like numbness, brackets, she seems angry now, but she is actually very happy inside. The eye of data is back. But how can you still detect inner activity? You are a real cow. I'm definitely here to see you. By the way, Mr. Odin. Luo Bing hesitated for a moment and replied unnaturally. The relationship between the two is too complicated. And, after getting out of the bad state of hell, I always feel a little embarrassed. After all, there is no sun in hell, and no light can be seen. HMPH, are you really here to see me? Hela glanced at Luo Bing with disbelief. Then, she turned around and sneered. As for that dead old man, I have already exiled to hell by me. By the way, didn't you see him when you came? Is he dead? Luo Bing had a black line on his face. Pit father. After he came back, he threw his own father into hell. $300. Luo Bing does not comment on this family matter. He did not return to Asgard through hell, nor did he see Odin. Hela was also locked in hell for thousands of years. In general, it's karma. However, with her temperament, Luo Bing was very surprised that she didn't have her own father. Advertisement. It looks like she has changed a lot. At least it's human now. Come with me, Hela said, walking forward, and the Asgard soldier on the side looked at it in awe, and quickly turned his eyes away again. It seems. Hela is a tyrant. Where to? Luo Bing asked with a frown. Go to the bedroom, Hela definitely returned. Why are you going to the bedroom? Luo Bing asked subconsciously. Hela nodded. Luo Bing. 6,699. He understood instantly. No, he must not have understood it before. But now he understands it instantly. Suffered. I've completely changed myself. Don't make trouble. I still have something to do today, Luo Bing said with a dark face. What's the matter? Earth time is still night. It's time to go to bed. Hela smiled and looked at Luo Bing. Luo Bing. 6 inches. What she said seemed to make sense. The next day, during the day on Earth, Luo Bing returned to the Avengers building with the Infinity Gauntlet. Morning, boss, nothing happened yesterday. I heard them say you went crazy last night. Tony stayed in the Avengers building early in the morning, and at noon this afternoon, he had a press conference announcing his wedding. The day has long been set, and although the matter of the guests from Otherworld at the moment has not been resolved, Money Zhao, it cannot be delayed any longer. It's okay. I had a fight with someone. I won't tell you the details. By the way, I took this thing back from the enemy, Luo Bing said, raising the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand. From Thanos. Tony TWO ran over, shocked. No, another opponent. Luo Bing coughed awkwardly, and the conversation stopped there. Infinity Gauntlet. So fast. Thor, who heard the news, touched his chin and was a little puzzled. I've been hearing about this for a long time, and finally I saw it with my own eyes. A group of people who heard the news also immediately gathered around. This thing looks familiar. Shouldn't it be my own? Could it be that the Thanos of this world has been disposed of? Quickly install it. Try installing infinite gems, Tony number 1 excitedly urged Luo Bing. Chapter 177 Omniscient and Almighty, the only true God in the universe. How was the universe born? The universe was formed by a Big Bang about 13.7 billion years ago. The matter and energy stored in the universe are gathered together and concentrated into a very small volume, with extremely high temperature and high density, and a huge pressure is instantly generated. After that, a Big Bang occurred. They call it quantum physics. The Big Bang scattered matter, the cosmic space continued to expand, and the temperature dropped accordingly. Later, all galaxies, fixed stars, planets and even life appeared in the universe one after another. And the Big Bang is just the premise of the birth of the universe. After the Big Bang, the will of the universe was awakened, and he used his supreme power to support the framework of the universe. However, the framework alone is definitely not enough. Therefore, the will of the universe created the titans and gods to help him build the world, and then he fell asleep, and there was a problem in his sleep. The sleeping cosmic will radiates its own thinking, but at this time the universe begins to have creatures, each creature has its own emotions, the cosmic will inevitably mixed with some negative emotions, and then in its own actualization ability, it was born. A dark side. Nemesis. This dark side has half the power of the will of the universe. As soon as it was born, it slaughtered the titans at work. Fortunately, the goddess of death sounded the death knell in time to wake up the will of the universe. However, in the face of an opponent with the same energy as its own, the will of the universe also there is no way. After all, the energy is the same. The battle between the two destroyed all the crystals created by the Titan god 827 Ming, which can be described as tragic. In the end, the will of the universe, relying on its own understanding of the universe, forcibly dispersed the power of the nemesis, at the cost of being decomposed, too. After the nemesis was decomposed, the power could not be absorbed by the will of the universe again because of its negative power. In desperation, the will of the universe divided the power of the nemesis into 6 parts, and evolved into 6 infinite gems over time. Time, space, reality, soul, mind, power, so to speak. If you can get these 6 infinite gems at the same time, then this person is equivalent to half the universe. This is a legend. In the legend, as long as someone can gather 6 infinite gems, they can use other powers of the level universe. At that time, he only needs to snap his fingers, then he can accomplish whatever he wants to accomplish. The snap of fingers is just a general description. In fact, after wearing 6 infinite gems, the user will become an omniscient and omnipotent being. The will of the universe has disintegrated, and the person wearing 6 infinite gems will be the only in the universe. As long as he wants to do it, whether it is destroying the universe or recreating the universe, everything depends on his will. This is the legend of infinite gems in the universe. Once, this legend attracted a large number of adventurers to follow wildly to find it. It is a pity that hundreds of millions of years have passed, and those adventurers have all returned without success, and finally dispelled this absurd dream. Nowadays, the universe is getting bigger and bigger, and there are more and more legends circulating. It's a question that those ancient mythological histories, to this day, still have some credibility. But I learned from Tony TWO that the legend about infinite gems is true and reliable, and Thanos, who has collected all 6 gems, does have the right to control the fate of the whole universe. He just snapped his fingers lightly, and half of the life in the universe disappeared. Just didn't know the guy got sick and destroyed infinite gems himself with infinite gems. Advertisement. To be honest, Luo Bing could not imitate this kind of artistic move. And now, he has collected 4 infinite gems. There are only 2. Bring it on, give it a try, urged a group of people beside them, their eyes looking at the infinity gauntlet with a bit of scorching heat. Luo Bing nodded, and put the quaint golden infinity gauntlet on his right hand. The fake gem on it had already been deducted by him, and he threw it into the Shenwei space. With the technology of the dwarf family, the originally large gloves fit perfectly with every inch of Luo Bing's skin and were very firm. It is very difficult to think Beffa to unplug. The first is the space gem. Luo Bing took out the tesseract from the open Shenwei space, and then exerted force. The tesseract doesn't move, the guy's case is nearly indestructible. It is very difficult to open by brute force alone. A little embarrassed, Luo Bing coughed, the whole body's divine power working. Crack. A clearly visible crack appeared on the surface of the tesseract. Immediately afterwards, the tesseract wrapped in the space gem disappeared in front of everyone with a gleaming gleam like flying ash. A pure dark blue unruly gem appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Luo Bing squeezed lightly with his right hand, the dark blue gem exuded a dazzling light, and everyone who stabbed them subconsciously blocked their eyes with their arms. But this process is only for a moment. Soon, it calmed down and lay obediently in the hand of the roadside. But don't be deceived by this seemingly docile little guy. In fact, its docile surface hides unparalleled power. It can easily open the portal, allowing the user to travel across the universe. Advertisement. Its power can make people instantly ashes. It can force open wormholes, that is, dimensional shuttles, very easily. Its isotopes are the components of all of Iron Man's armor energy sources, the arc reactor. It can distort space, imprisoning objects in space and unable to move. It can manipulate objects in space and attack the enemy as the user's weapon. It can even create small black holes. In fact, the reason why it is so docile gives Luo Bing the feeling that the gem originally wanted to integrate together. That's right, it seems to have a faint consciousness of its own. Ding. The space gem is embedded in Luo Bing's index finger bone. The gems seem to have their own order. A ray of light instantly enveloped Tonitu's whole body, and his whole body became staring down, no longer repelled by the universe. How do you feel? A group of people asked eagerly. Next, he repeated this feeling 3 times, and even Dr. Strange temporarily removed his eye of Agamotto. It's as if the whole person has been sublimated. The sudden vibe blows away the books in the room, and the space gem emits a dazzling light, which finally dims. In an instant, Luo Bing understood all the ways of using the space gem, and his perception of space reached an unstoppable height. Luo Bing clenched his fist, and the 4 gems glowed brightly. I seem to have some power, but I can't tell, but what is certain is that the troubles in the parallel world can be solved, Luo Bing said with a smile. He glanced at Tony Two on the side, and the reality gem and space gem on the infinity gauntlet lit up together. Chapter 178 Be My Tool Man. The light on Tony Two lasted for about 3 seconds, and then gradually disappeared. He looked at his hands in disbelief. I can't tell exactly what has changed, but I feel that everything is different. It seems that the 2G network has been switched to 5G fiber all at once, and the world in his eyes has become more real. In fact, it is a problem of integration. Now Tony Two has truly integrated into this world and has been accepted by the real universe. Cool. I have a question. If getting 6 infinite gems together is really omnipotent, can a snap of your fingers create a stone that can't be lifted by the power of 6 gems? Peter didn't know where to hear it. The news, ran over, enthusiastically raised his hand to send out his own questions. A group of people looked at him speechlessly. It's just that you have a lot of shit, and you are bored, right? Go. Chat with Deadpool. Where are the remaining 2 gems? You should be clear, right? Luo Bing looked at Tony Two and asked. Tony Two hesitated, then nodded. If it is calculated at this time, the power gem should be kept by the Star Lord in the headquarters of the Nova Corps of Xandar, but soon, Thanos will bloody Xandar and grab it. Gem. Also, Soul Gem stays on Vormir, but if you want to get that gem, you have to pass the test of the caretaker, but I don't know what kind of test it is, Tony Two said. Then, he called up JARVIS, spread out the cosmic star map, and marked the locations of 2 other infinite gems. Nova Corps. Luo Bing frowned. At the moment Phil Coulson is still on that planet, and if Thanos is going to invade that planet, it looks like he'll have to go. But he wasn't in a hurry about that. For Luo Bing, who is now assigned 4 infinite gems, going to Nova Corps is just a matter of opening a wormhole door. Even without the space gem, Luo Bing originally could reach Nova Corps very quickly. The main problem now is the otherworld guests in this world. The reality gem radiated a bright light, and soon Luo Bing locked onto a creature that did not belong to this reality. Then, the space gem lit up again, and a group of confused figures were all teleported to the Avengers building, and their faces seemed to be hesitant and confused. Advertisement. That's Kim and the gang. Poor children, what have happened to them since they came to this world? The plan was not well equipped, and it was attacked by a meteorite that fell from the sky. Immediately after, a few escaped by chance, and were pulled over by a snap of their fingers. Infinite gems, really scary. Especially the power of reality gem, Its power is really exaggerated. It can turn all reality into illusory, and can turn all illusory into reality. Repeatedly upside down. This is. Jin and Tu looked around vigilantly, looking at the Avengers who were watching them, a drop of cold sweat dripping down his back. What happened? What's the situation? Just now, they were still discussing the difficult situation in a gloomy basement, but why did they come here all of a sudden? Can anyone give me an explanation? Hey, troublemaker, good morning, Luo Bing called Roar, not too enthusiastic. Jin and. This kind of operation, even the Avengers on the side were stunned. What happened? Just. Simple. Easy. Afterwards, they had to sigh at the horror of infinite gems, which was something that went against common sense. So unscientific. What are these people going to do? Steve asked subconsciously. The main reason is that now whether it is an insane asylum or a prison, all that should be filled are already filled. And, you criminals of the other world, imprisoned in this world, don't look very suitable. In the eyes of the Avengers, this group of people is already a group of captives, although they do not have any shackles and restraints on their bodies. Ask for flowers. 0. But, advertisement. There seems to be no difference. The 4 gems on the Infinity Gauntlet provide Luo Bing with unlimited power over time, reality, space, and mind, but for parallel worlds, sorry, that doesn't seem to be within the purview of infinite gems. That's 2 different things. At least with the power of 4 infinite gems, it is impossible to pass through another parallel space. I really don't know how the black technology of Dr. Octopus does all this. So, isn't it Jin? From the captives caught last night, you seem to want to make a big guy. I heard that you are worried about the material. Luo Bing smiled. Well, there are a lot of materials here, hurry up and do it. Luo Bing spread his hands, listening to Jin Bing and his group with a puzzled expression. What does it mean? What the hell are you doing with the expression on your face? We are rivals. Bastards. Don't need your help. Damn, who do you look down on? I see, let them build that machine and send us back. But how are you going to make sure they don't play around with it? Tony too asked hesitantly. Luo Bing shrugged, and the light of mind gem flashed past. Jin Bing and his group, who had been aggressive, shrank in an instant, and their pupils turned golden yellow. Okay, master, a group of otherworld criminals bowed their heads honestly, willing to be tool men. Right, especially when mounted on the Infinity Gauntlet, it is much more powerful than the Loki scepter. I heard that he was the last to get the mind gem, so maybe he won't be able to use it at all by then. But, when this thing was in the hands of Loki, it also controlled some people, but in the hands of Thanos, it did not play the effect of mind gem. This ability to control people's hearts is really weird. Tony too was dumbfounded, but he forgot about it. This is the power of mind gem. Chapter 179. Are you shopping online? Each of the 6 infinite gems represents a powerful direction of power. And mind gem is even weirder and more powerful. It seems that in Tony 2's world, this gem has a living human being. Driven by mind gem, Jin Bing and the others did not have any resistance at all, they were controlled by the power of the gem and obediently turned into puppets. This is awesome. Hawkeye watched in horror. He has been controlled by this thing before. The feeling of being controlled is not pleasant, and it will not affect the IQ and scheming of the accused, but can stimulate their potential to some extent. Allows the accused person to be more focused when performing tasks. In the past, when the mind gem was embedded on the scepter, it required physical contact to capture the hearts of the people, but now it is only necessary to clench the fist and stimulate the power of the gem to control the person. 827, from a distance. This is obviously a big change from before, at least the way of hitting has become more bizarre. At least it was possible to dodge before. But now, how to hide? In fact, mind gem has a usage distance, but only Luo Bing knows this. And this thing, Luo Bing took out Deadpool's teleport belt from the Shenwei space, and then threw it to Tony too. Tony has a bunch of stuff to do right now, launches, weddings, but it's okay, there are 2 Tonys in this world right now. I have already upgraded him, and I will transmit the production principles and process to you later, and the duplication and copying will be handed over to you. As for the materials, don't worry, I have everything here, Luo Bing said with a smile. This thing, have you upgraded? And have the knowledge of crafting? How did you do it? Tony too looked at Luo Bing suspiciously, is he also a scientist? Well, the upgrade uses other methods. As for the production process, I just took the time to take a look across it, and then I saw the scene when it was born. Luo Bing shrugged. Strange on the side covered his face helplessly when he heard this. Cheating. It turned out to be Time Gem's ability. Advertisement. Just taking a look at the production process across time will not affect the original history, so it's okay. Even if something happened, maybe it was just a small problem in front of Senior Luo. Strange shrugged, he is not as trite as Ancient One Magician, he has his own judgment on some issues that violate the holy place regulations. Luo Bing stepped forward, put his index finger on Tony 2's forehead, and some of the images he saw turned into memory data and transmitted to Tony 2's mind. After bringing 4 infinite gems, Luo Bing seems to have unlocked a lot of tricks. Ability reserves in all aspects are even better. Well, I should understand, but the key part of production requires a raw material called Space Stone, which seems to be very rare in the universe, can you get it? Tony 2 asked suspiciously. Hey, buddy, you don't know about Big Brother Luo's collection ability first. Tony 1 walked over, patted Tony 2 on the shoulder, smiled meaningfully, and then looked at Luo Bing expectantly. That's pretty clear. The technology of teleporting mobile devices. I also want. Luo Bing was helpless, and performed the same operation on Tony again, and then drove him away impatiently. Get ready for your launch. Don't worry about the material, space gem, right? How much? Luo Bing asked. Not much, just 3 carats. 3 carats can provide the most basic 1000 teleport energy for the belt. I checked carefully and the remaining space gem on this belt is only 0.8 carats, Tony 2 replied. I heard from the captain that you are establishing diplomatic relations with Nova Corps now, maybe we can inquire if there is a space gem there, and the power gem is also there. Tony 2's suggestion is very strong, and Nova Corps may really have a space gem there. But, obviously Luo Bing's way of obtaining materials is not so difficult. Don't be so troublesome, Luo Bing said, and made a tribute table. Then he took out an ashtray, 3 cigarettes, lit it with a hammer, and then put his hands together. I want a small planet composed of space gems. Yang Koi's prayer records this. The blessing of Miss Luck began to communicate. Senior White's smile delivered the courier a minute later on time. Advertisement. 3 times the lucky halo is turned on at the same time, which is extremely terrifying. Boom. A meteorite with a radius of 100 meters fell from the sky and smashed straight towards the Avengers building. However, before it landed, Luo Bing waved his hand towards the sky, and Shenwei space opened a crack in nothingness, instantly sending the meteorite in midair to the sky. Swallowed. Luo Bing opened the door of Shenwei space by his side, and easily cut out a small piece of space gem with a space cutter, handed it to Tony 2, and asked softly, look if it is this thing. Tony 2, Steve, a kind of Avengers onlookers. Spiderman from Otherworld. Everyone fell into contemplation collectively, and after a while, Peter couldn't help scratching his head. Brother Luo, did you just shop online? Luo Bing glared at him. Peter stopped talking for a moment, and secretly memorized Luo Bing's operation process just now, ready to try it himself later. This looks like a space gem. But isn't this thing very rare? 39 feet. And how did he just appear on the Earth? Does it mean that he has been floating around the Earth all the time? Then he was summoned by you. Tony 2 couldn't understand why. He wanted to ask too many questions. About this, I didn't know much about it before, but after wearing the space gem, I seem to understand that in 5.0, this guy should have been in a very far place and passed through a few wormholes. It should be 5 times, and then coincidentally fell over the Earth. Luo Bing returned. That's such a coincidence. Tony 2's stomach full of complaints was abruptly suppressed. There are so many flaws, I really don't know where to start. No wonder the Earth in this world is so powerful. With such a bug-like master, it's too much to think about being strong. Originally, Tony 2 still despised himself in this world in his heart. Calling him big guy, or boss, at every turn is simply too cheap, not his style at all. But now, he understands. The big guy is bullshit. At the moment, Tony 2 has a headache for Thanos of this world. You are so sad. Chapter 180 The Rewritten Past. At noon that day, Luo Bing realized the identities of otherworld visitors one by one. Without the power of the reality gem and space gem, they can only be carried in this world for a week, and then they will gradually disappear. That is the real disappearance, not returning to his original world. Luo Bing of at the moment is very clear about this. There was too much knowledge in his brain out of thin air, and he also had an unfathomable understanding of the universe and rules. At the moment when he was worthy of 4 infinite gems, the incomparably powerful knowledge of the universe was instilled in his mind. There are even some delusions of being all-knowing and omnipotent. That feeling is expansive, just like drugs. However, Luo Bing's self-control ability is not ordinary. His innocent immortal body is also immune to all negative interference. Therefore, although the negative energy emanating from infinite gems can make him feel it, it will not really be effective for him. At 2 p.m., Luo Bing took time to go to the parliament, where he accepted the status of the honorary ball captain. This process was very brief, only wasting 10 minutes of his time. The members of the assembly seemed to understand it very well, each of which was awkward, but they had to continue to maintain various matters for the next whole night. The Tool Man Jin and the team are working hard. It's hard to imagine a bunch of mad scientists, evil rebels who don't eat or sleep like they're doing a great job of honor. Oh my god, that was so professional. It even surpassed Captain Steve, a model worker. What a lovely group of rebels. Look at the way they work hard. I like this kind of employee who helps the boss make money the most. Luo Bing spread his hands. He and Steve stood outside the fully closed glass window, facing the people in the room. Kim and the team gave a thumbs up of praise. Why did you take off the Infinity Gauntlet? Isn't that feeling of omniscience and omnipotence? The captain asked curiously. For anyone, I'm afraid it's impossible to resist the sense of abundance brought by that kind of knowledge and power. Not even Steve himself could vouch for it. Advertisement. That kind of feeling is very good, but I always feel a little low. Don't you think that style is very dirty? It's like a nouveau riche, Luo Bing asked rhetorically. Okay. Don't quite understand your aesthetics, Steve blushed. It's mainly because it doesn't match the color of my battle suit. I think after Tony's wedding is over, I have to ask him to design a golden battle suit for me, so that it will look better. Luo Bing revealed that he exploited Tony Stark's smile. The captain rolled his eyes and smiled wryly. By the way, Captain, do you want to become stronger? Luo Bing suddenly thought of something and asked with a smile. Definitely, only when you become stronger can you have the ability to protect more people. I always take you as my goal, but the stronger you are, the heavier the burden you have on your shoulders. I think you know better than I do. Steve smiled and continued to look at the window. We are all working hard. Luo Bing was also a little embarrassed. By the way, is the itinerary finalized, and when are you going to look for the other 2 gems? Steve asked. Wait after Tony's wedding. I won't be absent from that guy's wedding. How about you? How is your relationship with Tony recently? Luo Bing frowned and asked back. I transferred Bucky to Wakanda, and as for Tony, I'll take Bucky and apologize to him. I've already missed a dance. Won't miss a brother again. The captain's eyes are deep, and his vision seems to be looking into the distance through the window. There is no sadness or joy on his face, but some traces of the passing of the years, that is, nostalgia. I heard that she later married an anonymous man, don't you mind? Luo Bing said. The woman he was talking about was exactly the Agent Carter, the captain's first love 70 years ago. Steve shook his head and said nothing. He knew in his heart that he was sorry for her. As for the incognito man, he didn't hold grudges, but envied him for being with Carter all his life. For Steve, justice is his principle, and Carter is his dream. Luo Bing didn't speak, but he knew more. The moment he brought the 4 gems, he knew a lot of hidden things in the world. Advertisement. But on this point, Luo Bing is still unable to talk to the captain. Hey, did you know? The man you envy is you. I'll give you a present when you are on your 100th birthday, Luo Bing said, smiling mysteriously, and tapped the upgrade button on Steve's body. Ding. A-level super soldier bloodline has been upgraded, S-class Wolverine bloodline has been replaced successfully. The captain was stunned for a moment, and the whole person passed out on the ground. Unlike Luo Bing has upgraded too many abilities and just feels a little uncomfortable, and the captain. I'm afraid 840 is afraid that he will sleep for a day or 2. Luo Bing smiled and walked out of the room. Outside the door, a young and handsome man has been waiting for him for a long time. Hi, Steve, Luo Bing called out to the man. Hi, Luo Bing. The man smiled, the 2 of them stretched out their right hands at the same time, and held them tightly together. How do you feel? Luo Bing asked. Thank you for your birthday gift, I have no regrets in my life, the man said, turning his head to look at himself and smiling. The 2 chatted and reminisced. After a while, the man left. 3 bone spurs stretched out from the back of his hand and slid down the hard walls of the Avengers building. His 70 years of being frozen have become warm again. At the moment, Luo Bing looked over, Carter's agent smiled sensually, and blew a kiss toward the top floor. Below that, there is a quaint old-fashioned foreign car waiting for him. In this troubled world, I met Luo Bing, a friend. That's Agent Carter. It was a grateful kiss. A young woman was sitting in the car. What a lucky kid. Chapter 181 The Troublesome Wanda. Luo Bing smiled and waved to the opposite side, watching the car leave briskly. Steve, old friend, you've done so much for this earth, rest and enjoy life. That's what you should do. Mr. Luo Bing, there is the latest news from Mr. Phil Coulson. The Xandar star where the Nova Corps is located is in good condition and has not received any invasion from other races. In addition, Mr. Phil Coulson plans to return in the next few days. Falcon Sam from the direction of the Avengers liaison room ran over and reported the latest situation. When he learned that Thanos might invade Nova Corps in the near future, Luo Bing immediately contacted the Avengers and Phil Coulson. Definitely, whether the plot of another parallel world will develop in the same way is not very sure, but Luo Bing's heart is relieved a lot after learning that Xandar is safe and sound. Okay, I see, let him stay for a few more days, I'll pick him up in 2 days, Luo Bing nodded at Sam and instructed. This lad is someone Steve looks up to, and hopefully he doesn't live up to the captain's expectations. Yes, Mr. Luo Bing, by the way, I just saw the medical team, what happened to the captain? Is he okay? Falcon asked with concern. Don't worry, he just needs a short rest. Luo Bing glanced at the clock on his wrist and replied. Okay, then, you'll be busy first. Falcon turned and left in a restrained manner. In the face of the Avengers boss, he still felt a little nervous. After all, he was not very familiar with Luo Bing when he first arrived, and he felt like a god, extremely powerful and mysterious. In fact, those who are familiar with Luo Bing know that he is just a mortal. A mortal who occasionally gets headaches because of his sister-in-law's mischief. It's not. Soon, little Wanda sneaked up in front of Luo Bing. She ran over without telling her sister. Hey, brother-in-law. Wanda stepped forward and hugged Luo Bing's arm, making a face at him. Hey, little witch. Luo Bing glanced at the other party with a headache, with black lines all over his forehead. What is this little witch trying to do? Advertisement. I heard that brother-in-law, you made an infinity gauntlet. It's amazing, let me wear it. Wanda looked cute, and seemed to have found something very interesting. While playing, have you finished reading the magic book? Have you written your reading for today? Have you finished your homework? Luo Bing asked a few questions indifferently. Yes, since Wanda's original ability was scarlet magic, and his physique was very compatible with magician, Luo Bing borrowed a lot of magic books from Strange and let Wanda learn it by himself. Definitely, I'm really good now, I learned a new magic today. Little Wanda swelled a little, and showed herself in front of Luo Bing with an elated expression. She muttered the ancient Rubik's Cube incantation, and cut off a few simple gestures in her hands. Cleanse. Ohm. An invisible force spreads in all directions with the little witch as the center, and then, the surrounding ground, corners, or the dust and debris in the air are all cleaned up. Brother-in-law, am I tough? Are you okay? Wanda smiled complacently and squinted at her brother-in-law. Luo Bing rolled his eyes helplessly and snapped his fingers. Buzz. A shockwave visible to the naked eye instantly enveloped the entire city, and then all the rubbish in the streets and alleys disappeared. Open black lens bracket SSS ability, garbage collection, close black lens bracket. That's right, this is an upgraded version of a practical skill Luo Bing first acquired. At that time, he was still thinking of opening a new oriental beauty salon with this skill and the humble teacher's god-level hairdressing ability. And now, the cleaning technique after the upgrade is very overbearing. It can recycle all garbage, and then exchange the same amount into the treasure or material of the present world. For Luo Bing, it's another useless skill. Occasionally engaging in hygiene and dealing with the Earth's environment is barely useful. In some respects, industrial pollution and air pollution are no longer a problem at all. Advertisement. Wanda. From this perspective, the two of them could see the changes of the high-rise buildings outside more clearly. It seems that there are a million cleaners working at the same time, and the whole city is cleaned up in an instant. The shadows of people can almost be seen on the ground, which is clean and tidy. Just unlucky some antique stores. The antiques in there are suddenly new, can you believe it? I don't play anymore. The little witch was hit and lost. Compared with her brother-in-law's, her cleansing skills are simply ridiculous. Banman is getting an axe. Shameful. So shameful. You are already very good. Even Strange praises your magic ability. Study hard and watch carefully. In the future, the world will still need your protection. Luo Bing rubbed Wanda's head, thinking about his sister-in-law's sorrow laugh. Luo Bing is not joking. From the data seen by the Eye of Data, little Wanda is currently the one with the best talent of all the Avengers, and her origin magic power potential has also been judged to be at the SSS level. It can be said that she is in the magic has a strong development potential. It's just that at present, sheet money can't master that kind of power. Therefore, Luo Bing asked her to learn magic by herself, and the reason why she was not allowed to become Strange's disciple was because she did not match Strange's magical path. In a way, she and Wei Shandy belong to the same role as the originator of the mountain. Brother-in-law, I guess. Did you secretly go to see that Gila again? Wanda smiled smartly and poked Luo Bing's waist with his elbow. He had already planned to exile Thor. The strange envelope is the inheritance of the light magic of the orthodox Waishandi. And as for Wanda, I heard from Thor that Asgard also has an infinity gauntlet. But at present, she has not reached that height. She is unique and can be called chaos. Luo Bing coughed and didn't speak. Chapter 182 The Best Wedding Gift. That night, Tony Stark returned to his home on the Marbury shores after a long day of tedious tasks and lay down on the sofa. He had never had such a busy day, not even in the basement, burying himself in research. Wedding. That's really something that can't be taken lightly. If there are other things, Tony will directly hand it over to Happy, but this is a big thing for him and Little Pepper in his life, and he has to do it himself to have a sense of accomplishment. After a full day of conferences, and shopping for some wedding necessities, Tony Stark seems to be back to the feeling of being a kid, when he would go shopping, shop and think like everyone else after getting a gift like a normal person. Ecstatic. But later, what money can bring is not enough to make him feel really happy. That's right. The Stark family is too rich, that's just a bunch of numbers in Tony's eyes. The last time he was so confident and so motivated to do something was in the small dark room where the terrorists were being held. He beat the iron and completed his first set of Mark armor. When 840 came back to his senses, Tony realized that Pepper was no longer in the room. That's right, according to wedding customs, she should return to her parents' home at the moment, but Posy has no parents. She was adopted by the Howards since she was a child and became the backbone of the Stark group. And now, she is in the Bat Castle on the other side. Lives with the three sisters Sky and Lorna. The space door opened, and Luo Bing was kicked out of his house by his own woman. Leave some space for the ladies, the girls said. Glancing at Tony, the two looked at each other. You came just in time, come and do me a favor. Tony stood up excitedly and took out 2 bottles of fine wine from the wine cabinet. Then, the two began to frown and look at the invitation card packaged in front of them. That's right, write invitations. This kind of thing has to be done with your own hands. Advertisement. Luo Bing, on the other hand, gave references and suggestions. Actually, this kind of thing, both of them are blind, and neither of them understands. What do you think of writing it like that? Tony scratched his head, and this seemingly simple thing stumped the guy with the Beffa brain. I don't think I'm enthusiastic enough, I have to change it again, Luo Bing said, rubbing his chin. Likewise, he is also learning. This kind of thing, he will experience in the future. Yes, then I'm changing it. Tony nodded, took the quill again and dipped the ink on the inkstone beside him, swaying his pen and ink thoughtfully. Ah, it's so troublesome. Why don't I make an electronic invitation letter? I'm familiar with this aspect. Tony almost collapsed, throwing the quill, and slumped on the sofa. What's the matter? The electronic invitation letter is too insincere, Luo Bing rolled his eyes and retorted. Then what should I do? It's a headache. Tony rubbed his face, confused. By the way, Tony too. He has experienced this kind of thing. Tony suddenly thought of something and shouted excitedly. Luo Bing. Well, no one stipulates that you can't ask another self for help in this kind of thing, right? Half a minute later, Tony too walked over through the space door connecting the Avengers building and the villa. This kind of thing is now connected to every Avengers home, making it easier for them to commute. Tony too came with the same black line on his face. Don't look at me, I can't do it either. It's not like you didn't know the situation at that time. Half of my friends were dead, and the team with the captain didn't get along with each other. At that time, the whole universe was filled with a kind of sad atmosphere, every household is dead man. Even my wedding with Posy, it was a simple affair between two people. Ah, speaking of which, I really owe Pose a wedding. No, when I go back, everything is complete, and I will make it up again. Tony too shrugged helplessly. Too many friends is also a kind of sadness, how about, kill a few? Tony looked at Luo Bing depressedly. What nonsense are you talking about? You're just too nervous to take it seriously. In fact, it doesn't matter what is written on the invitation. Even if you don't give me the invitation, I will still come. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, both angry and funny. After all, it was the first and last time. Tony was so serious that he lost his way. Actually, what bothers me the most is not how to write the invitation, who to send it to. Tony shrugged and said the truth. In fact, how to write is not the main reason for his entanglement. Advertisement. Most importantly, would you like to send an invitation to the captain? As for Winter Soldier, Tony didn't think about it at all. He's always been a generous person, but on this point, Tony really wasn't too generous. After all, his parents really died at the hands of Winter Soldier. But, Captain Tony and Steve have built a deep friendship these days, but considering the friendship on the one hand and the Winter Soldier on the other, Tony is so hesitation. Luo Bing was silent, he didn't speak, he wouldn't give any advice on this kind of thing. He smiled, turned and left the villa, not knowing where he went. Time does heal everything. At least 5 years from now, Tony too is not as tangled as Tony at the moment. He patted Tony on the shoulder, poured himself a glass of fine wine, and drank it. He knows his character. Even if it is another self, he understands his at the moment very well. He will decide. Tony too believes in the Tony of this world, and also believes in himself. Nothing can stop them. On the other side, Luo Bing looked at the couple in front of him and shook his head with a smile. Thank you for everything you have done for the Earth, for the Stark Group, and for Tony. Howard smiled kindly, looking at the young man in front of him with admiration in his eyes. I'm going to be a father too, but I'm sure I won't be an a-hole like you. Gee. Hey old man, I'm getting married, I wish you could be there. Tony shook his head with a wry smile, and finally wrote Steve's name on the recipient of the invitation. The future I did beautifully, this should be the best wedding gift for Tony. Luo Bing smiled, stretched out his right hand, and shook hands with the man in front of him. Tony was talking to himself alone. Afterwards, he came to the basement alone, looked at the photo taken with his parents when he was a child, looked at everything his parents left him, and smiled with satisfaction. Chapter 183 The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Little Spider-Man swings around the city. On the one hand, it is to clean up the cobweb he once left, and on the other hand, to see if there is anything that needs his help. Now Peter hangs out with old ladies and grandpas crossing the road all day. It's because there really isn't any criminal who needs his shot. Still, as a friendly neighbor Spider-Man, Peter does everything he can to do. Here, little guy, be sure to pay attention next time. Peter untied the trapped balloon from the big tree on the side and handed it to the group of children in front of him. Thank you, Spider-Man. You are amazing. The children waved their hands in joy. God, that balloon has lifted off again. Ashamed, Peter fired a cobweb from his right hand and pulled the balloon down again. The kids cheered roar again. Mr. Spider-Man, why do you always wear a mask? Iron Man, Batman and the others don't wear masks, a little boy asked, his big eyes flashing with doubts. This is a secret. Little Spider-Man gave a thumbs up, and then a backflip cobweb shot, swinging on a swing and disappearing in front of a group of children. The reason why Peter has been wearing a mask is because he is worried about Aunt May's safety. He was afraid that those bad people couldn't deal with him, and then went to trouble Aunt May. He must not put Aunt May in a safety hazard. This, when Uncle Ben passed away, became Peter's firmest goal. P.S. Aunt May sounds too old, and there is no distinction between aunts and uncles abroad. A visible shockwave swept across the city, and everything became new. What's the matter, Battlesuit sister? Is there an enemy invasion? Where? Peter's nerves instantly tightened, and his eyes looked around at everything that was changing around him. What he calls the sister of the Battlesuit is the artificial intelligence AI that comes with the Spider-Man Battlesuit. In fact, Tony had named this artificial intelligence when he was developing it, but Peter couldn't remember her name, so Roar was generally called Battlesuit Sister. Don't worry, Peter, I have already contacted several other artificial intelligences. This is Mr. Luo Bing's magic. The voice of the Battlesuit Sister was clear, like a girl next door. It turned out to be Big Brother Luo. Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the completely different environment in front of him, he couldn't help but admire. Magic is really amazing. Advertisement. Yes, Battlesuit Sister replied rationally. As the sun went down, Peter finished dealing with the unusual events of the museum and sat alone on the roof of the building. He likes to stand in the sun at this height, which makes him feel very comfortable. After over 2 hours of chatting with Deadpool, Peter looked at his phone bill worriedly. The Avengers have no salary, resource sharing, and the point system of S.H.I.E.L.D. is completely different. There are also no bonuses and task rewards. Peter's day-to-day expenses are earned through his other journalist status, and he is not short of money, and his Spider-Man photos and personal photos of the Avengers have taken the world by storm. Definitely, most of them were earned by the newspaper company. But Peter also has a lot of money, and he likes photography. He has a hobby in this area. For him, more money and less money are indifferent things, and every day is a new day. It seems that I won't be able to chat with Wade for so long in the future, and, on Mr. Stark's wedding day, what am I going to give? Peter frowned and thought. He admired Mr. Stark, just like Big Brother Luo. After thinking about it for a long time, little Spider-Man didn't come up with any suitable gift, so he scratched his head and had a headache. It's time to go home for dinner. I don't know what Aunt May made today. Peter thought of Aunt May's craftsmanship, smiled, jumped up, and jumped directly from the building. Peter's house. Squeak. The door was opened by Peter from outside. He held a bouquet of flowers in his hand, which he had bought while passing by the store. Aunt May likes flowers very much, and the yard is full of all kinds of flowers. I came in through the gate this time, I didn't go over the wall, said little Spider-Man, pressing a button, and the Spider-Man battle suit on his body slowly detached. This villa was given by Luo Bing after Queens was destroyed. The location is close to the city, quiet and elegant. Not very big, but cozy. For flowers, 0. Although Luo Bing usually looks carefree and never cares about these little things, sometimes, his attentiveness is extraordinarily warm. Aunt May, have you gotten off work yet? Peter looked at the living room suspiciously. Aunt May had a white-collar job with good benefits and weekends. Normally, she should get off work at this point. Advertisement. Dong dong. When Peter heard the movement inside the door, he laughed twice, and hid the flowers behind his back, preparing to surprise Aunt May. Daily routine surprise. Squeak. The door of the living room opened, and Aunt May appeared in front of Peter with a tearful face. Crack. The flowers fell directly to the ground. Peter didn't know what happened, but when he saw Aunt May crying, he was very angry for no reason. He ran to Aunt May like crazy, wanting to ask what happened. But at this moment, a familiar voice that he hadn't heard in a long time rang in Peter's ears. Stay calm, kid, you're a Spider-Man now. The sun was setting, and the sun was shining on Peter's face, and that smile was so kind, so warm. Peter Parker froze in place, losing the ability to think for a while. He patted his face hard, and the clear pain told him that all this was not a dream. Uncle Ben. Peter Parker doubted his own judgment at first, then looked at Aunt May next to him. Aunt May nodded at him, and there were tears in the corners of her eyes again. Those were tears of joy. Peter rushed straight towards Ben, rushing into his arms. But, what the hell is going on here? Another parallel space. Peter was very excited, but he still had doubts in his excitement. Because of the current parallel world, he subconsciously asked. It's the Mr. Luo Bing, he said he's from the future. Son, a lot of things seem to have happened during my absence, and we need to have a good chat, Ben said with a smile. Yes, Peter laughed out loud. Remember what I said to you back then. Always remember. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. 99. And, Chapter 184 Weak, Poor and Helpless. Okay, Peter, I already know the situation. Well, I won't come to the Avengers building tomorrow. I'll give you 2 days off. Have fun. Luo Bing closed the communication, stretched, and looked at the bright moon in the sky, feeling very relaxed. So, future me, are you planning to meet me? Because of the space-time clause. Luo Bing muttered to himself. The terms of time and space are clearly stipulated, and 2 people in the same time and space cannot meet with themselves in the past or in the future, otherwise it will cause an unimaginable butterfly effect. That's why Luo Bing hasn't told Steve about him yet. It seems that the future self is not planning to show up at the moment either. However, he may have owned 6 infinite gems at that time. Otherwise, even the current Luo Bing does not have the ability to reverse what happened in the past. Moreover, this is not only a reversal of the past, but a direct change of the characters from the past time point without affecting the normal, 840, of the world. Under the premise of the development trajectory, it was coerced over. Or the word, separate, would be more accurate. The matter of Ben Peter is enough to prove that he did not survive from that time, but a time jump occurred at that point in time, and it came directly to the present time a few months later. And this way of handling does not affect the past that has happened, but only affects the future. But according to the space-time clause, the future is immutable, and everyone has countless futures, so this is a bug and will not be punished by the space-time clause. And the future Luo Bing is obviously a bug. By the way, who are my parents? Even if I have time gem, I can't see the traces of the past, the future me, you know. Luo Bing still muttered to himself into the air. But obviously, he didn't get any response. Jingle bell. The communication rang, and Stark too shook people to announce, there, bachelorette night party. It's also a good tradition. But, obviously, Stark can't play that crazy right now. In the past, he would invite some celebrities. But now, it's all my own. At most, it is a group of big men drinking and drinking. Luo Bing can clearly see from the invitation list that there is not even a single girl in the invitation list this time, but what makes Luo Bing more happy is that this time the list there's Steve. Ha ha ha, this is really something to be happy about. Soon, whether it was a parallel world visitor still stranded in the present world, or an old Avengers employee, they were all invited by Stark. The Marbury Coast was particularly lively for a while. Little Pepper didn't seem to admit defeat. All the female staff and female Spider-Gwen, including Dr. Zhao Hailun and other ladies, were invited by her to fill Luo Bing's Bat Castle. Two groups of people, separated by the Marbury Coast K-song, the winning or losing of the two sides seems to announce the future family status of a bunch of newlyweds. Luo Bing shook his head helplessly, since his place had not been so lively for a long time. Advertisement. Too bad Steve wasn't there. It wasn't that he didn't give Tony face, it was because he was still asleep in the hospital bed at the moment. He may have to sleep for a day and a night before the genetic particles in his body can be truly replaced. As for Peter, Tony didn't directly invite him here, bachelor night party, underage to join in the fun, Although Luo Bing is also a minor to a certain extent. But, who cares? In the eyes of the 2,000-year-old Thor, the people on Earth are still a bunch of babies. At the moment, the Hammer God is drinking beer from a vat, and his belly is swollen like a pregnant woman. Tony too watched this scene, the corners of his eyes were moist. What's wrong? The sea breeze is too strong. Luo Bing teased with a smile. Sand got in my eyes, Tony too nodded slightly. After a long time, he took a deep breath of roar, stabilized his emotions, and smiled. If my world, just like this. There will be that day. Luo Bing smiled and patted Tony too on the shoulder. This powerful man does not need the comfort of others. Look, the female Dr. Octopus on the opposite side begins to dance. Haha, her 8 tentacles are really beautiful. Okay, we'll send Dr. Lizard, Venom, Slaughter. Tony held up the microphone, standing on the roof and shouting. Oh, God, I can't do that kind of action, Eddie said, unable to help himself. The possessed Venom twisted automatically. Venom thought it was fun. Hulk strikes. The green fat came out of nowhere and directly crushed the corner of the house, causing the scene to be chaotic. Luo Bing and Tony too in the distance were in a cold sweat. It looks like Tony's going to hurry up and fix his new house. Yeah, I can't imagine. Hulk has this side too. He's still a kid, isn't he? Ha ha ha. In the darkness, Wade was wearing Elvis skin, and his eyes were cold. It's time. It's now. Ha ha ha. Been waiting for this moment for a long time. Come on guys. This is my Deadpool time. Demons dance. It's like a battlefield in the third world. Why don't? Let's go up too. Looking at the chaotic stage, Tony 2's eyes suddenly lit up. Advertisement. Salbao is every Tony's hidden instinct. No, I wouldn't do that even if you kill me, Luo Bing refused with a black line. So embarrassing. Those villains are controlled, so they have low IQ. Tony 2, when are you so young? It doesn't matter if you're happy, Tony 2 said, stepping forward and shoving Luo Bing. I have to say, every Avenger is a treasure. Their childishness hidden in their hearts is more serious than anyone else. Let's warmly invite the big guy to come forward and perform. Tony, who was far on the roof, noticed this scene, and immediately blinked his eyes, and burst into a loud voice. Immediately, a group of people started booing, and together they stepped forward to surround Luo Bing, and made concerted efforts to lift him up. Hey, don't do this. Luo Bing's head was black, and he was put on the stage. Okay. Luo Bing had a black line on his face and resigned. I don't know where you got the courage to watch my performance. All right, satisfy you. Next, showtime. Chunhua Granny's soulful square dance SSS version finally came in handy at the moment. Luo Bing instantly turned into a hot and untouchable star in the universe. He snapped his fingers, and the cool BGM 5.0 sounded automatically. The cool dynamic sound suppressed everything. Where did the BGM come from? JARVIS. Tony asked with a puzzled frown. Mr. She Stark. After testing, it seems to be the BGM brought by Mr. Luo Bing, JARVIS responded politely. Is there such an operation? Tony froze in place, and then, his eyes widened, staring blankly at the stage. With every gesture, Luo Bing turned into the brightest star at that moment. Not only does it have its own BGM, but it even has special lighting effects. That's not too much. It's too much to bring joy and applause. Boss, I want to learn. Deadpool squatted silently in the corner, suddenly like a weak, helpless little transparent. The cheers and cheers of the ladies on the other side are endless. The little B asterisk 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 D was hit hard. On the dance show. He lost. He lost. Chapter 185 Wedding March. Luo Bing doesn't know how it ended yesterday. All I know is that it was noon when he woke up. Had so much fun. Even Luo Bing got drunk. It is unimaginable that he would also be drunk. Did he drink a C? Stretching his body lazily, Luo Bing silently covered his face as he looked at the people around him. Suppose now that a nuclear bomb is flying over. Basically dead 7788. Floating. Don't float away just because there is no threat now. $70 billion. With the current sky defenses on the Marbury coast, nuclear bombs wouldn't be able to fly here at all. Fortunately, Luo Bing didn't forget his basic skills just before he got up yesterday, added buff pumping ability, and turned off buff. This series of operations is basically almost instinct. However, because he was very drunk, he didn't know what kind of ball he got yesterday. The first thing after sobering up, Luo Bing looked at his new ability. Due to the effect of the Eye of Data, he can now clearly see his own power level. SSS level ability, Senior White's pet squirrel hangs evil, knife raising technique 14 feet. Luo Bing was shocked. Here again. Skills related to Senior White. The first one is lucky and terrifying. The second is to stare at who is pregnant. The horror is extremely incomparable. Senior White's series of abilities are all the best of the best. What exactly is this knife raising technique? Luo Bing glanced at the introduction of the ability, and then became confused. Can the relationship between the saber and the owner be closer? Advertisement. For a while, Rao, the experienced Luo Bing, was also blinded next door. What's this like? I usually use a sword. And knife raising seems to be a very serious skill, how can it be evil? Luo Bing hesitation manifested a great sword, and then activated the sword raising technique, pressing twice on the handle of the sword with one hand, and then the blade trembled slightly, exuding a dazzling treasure. It seems to be tougher, but, other than that it doesn't seem to have any effect. SSS level abilities, shouldn't it? Luo Bing touched his chin, just about to try something else, but was interrupted by Thor who came over. Hiccup. Thor burped. He was the second to wake up and rubbed his sore belly, as if ready to get water. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. He watched as Thor went from having 8-pack abs to his current beer belly. Really? Hard to rant. Morning, brother-in-law. Where is this? Why am I here? Thor scratched his head, confused. Looks like he's out of drink. Also a talent. Shouldn't you be ashamed of being a god? Luo Bing was speechless, but soon, he was busy. For no other reason. Due to drinking too much yesterday, a large number of people were poisoned with alcohol, and were then carried by Luo Bing and thrown into the medical room of the Avengers building. It's a mess, the wedding hasn't been done yet, and there's almost a funeral. I can't do this in the future, or it will really kill people. I said, when is it our turn to take care of these villains? Thor was speechless against Dr. Lizard who was drunk and unconscious. Luo Bing was unable to answer for a while. Calm down. They are all people who have experienced the destruction of the Earth and the destruction of the universe several times. Can this shit still hold up? Moreover, now these villains are tool people, and they can be regarded as half of their own people. When Dr. Octopus danced yesterday, didn't you watch it very seriously? The two looked at each other, and finally decided unanimously that the mode of transportation from resistance or mention was changed to dragging on the ground. Yesterday's party, Kim Kiki was not invited. Advertisement. Even as a tool villain, he doesn't look like that kind of likable. What's more, he doesn't mobilize the atmosphere. What's the use of asking him to go? At least those Sandman Waterman or something, can be combined together to make a trick to make everyone happy. Ha ha. Thor then left Earth via Bifrost. Stark's wedding is approaching, and it seems he's going to prepare his present too. In a blink of an eye, time passed quietly while Luo Bing and Tony were busy preparing and planning. This morning, Tony was wearing a white suit and his hairstyle was well dressed. It was Luo Bing's credit. His modest teacher's god-level hairdressing ability was never willing to upgrade. I have to say that with the blessing of this skill that can make people handsome, Tony's appearance has indeed risen a few grades. Roar. Tony Stark took a deep breath of roar. This was a very sacred day, and for this day, he had not been to the laboratory for a week, let alone fiddling with his battle suit. The reason why he sucked roar deeply was not because of nervousness, but because of anticipation. The wedding venue for the two was also set at a particularly beautiful location. The second phase in the Avengers development program. Moon Base. Under the film-like bubble defense, this place has become a small city. The progress is too fast. From the time when the bubble defense was just set up, it has only been 840 for more than a week. This is not a bean curd project. This is completely the technology possessed by the current mechanization era. All kinds of artificial intelligence robots are still busy in unexplored areas. And Tony and Potts, they will also be the first team of newlyweds on the moon. After obtaining permission, a large number of reporters could not wait to get into the space gate and come to the moon. As the selected group, they are extremely lucky and happy. They can get further access to the Avengers. Even if you just take a look at it from a distance, it is a matter of honoring the ancestors, and it is worth bragging about with your children and grandchildren for a lifetime. After all, among them is not only Tony Stark's wedding, but also the development of the second home of mankind, the moon. I see, sister, I'm in line, it's my turn soon, hang up first, and then you can watch the live broadcast. Zonbo walked into the space door excitedly, feeling a little dizzy, and then instantly came to a strange place. This report will go down in the annals of human history. By the way, journalists are a hot industry on Earth now, and too many people from all walks of life want to squeeze their heads and sneak into this circle. This is the moon, it's so beautiful. Zonbo muttered to himself. There are countless journalists who think like him. Chapter 186 Everyone's Wedding Gift. Soon, groups of reporters enthusiastically entered the lunar bubble defense. They all represent various countries, and some are official representatives. In addition to the lucky ones who were drawn by lottery, some authoritative media from large companies were also invited. Tony is Tony, and the wedding is more exaggerated than others. In this era of information technology, it is enough for other local tyrants to make the whole city happy. When he is good, he once again has a global live broadcast. Well, that's on everyone's mind. In fact, the location of the wedding was based on Luo Bing's suggestion. Being able to become the first couple on the moon will surely be remembered forever by future generations. Firework is now banned in some cities on Earth, and even many wedding venues have used balloon explosions to replace lively firecrackers. There seemed to be no atmosphere at all. But there are no restrictions on this on the moon. Firework that is enough. Deadpool and little Spider-Man, these two iron hands, are completely insane. If it wasn't for the constant presence of Steve at the scene, I'm afraid it would have been a mess. As for the role of the priest, no one is more suitable than Odin in Hell. He is a true priest. And he's happy to take a break from Hell, and even Hela tacitly approves of that. It is probably due to Luo Bing's frequent trips to the divine realm in the past 2 days. The mother of the gods, Frigga Pepper, stepped on the red carpet and slowly entered the arena. Pepper in a white wedding dress was full of aura, without the restraint of a weak girl, and threw herself directly into Tony's arms. At this moment, the two of them are in the spotlight, fireworks are blaring, and the photographer constantly captures every flash point. Quick, now! Deadpool tied himself to the huge amounts of firework, bowed his head and urged the little Spider-Man beside him. Is this really good? Peter was still a little timid, glanced at Luo Bing with a smile on his face in the distance, and then looked at his family members in the family group at the rear, coughed, and was a little puzzled. What is hesitation? This is a great opportunity, ha ha ha, they will definitely be satisfied with my wedding gift. Xiao Qianjian twisted his waist, constantly looking at the rope tied to his body, as if checking whether the rope was firm. Gudong. Peter has been crushed by the Deadpool guy these days. Advertisement. His indecisive hesitation couldn't stand a few Deadpool's instigations. Then, little Spider-Man carefully lights the firework leads. Hey, Tony and Pepper on the stage were exchanging wedding rings. At the moment, the firework all over the city lit up instantly, blooming gorgeous flowers. That scene was very beautiful. It would have been perfect if there wasn't a single Deadpool head in it. Yo-hoo, a head with a hood soared into the sky, lit up its shining white teeth against the backdrop of countless firework, and made a wink expression. God. His right hand gave a thumbs up in the air 300 meters away. Peter. Wade. Luo Bing stared at the initiator of all this with a black line on his face. Little Spider-Man quickly apologized and admitted his mistake, scratching his head and giggling. Luo Bing is so angry, what a perfect picture. It's all mixed up by these two idiots. Tony, remember, next time you get married, you must not invite these two things. Luo Bing shouted towards the stage. Understood. Tony pledged immediately. Then, he ushered in the murderous gaze of little Pepper. No, there's no next wedding. Boss, you're cheating on me too. 35 Tony wants to cry without tears. Luo Bing coughed and quietly retreated to the curtain. At this moment, Bifrost's light shone on the surface of the moon, and Thor came running over carrying the head of a huge monster. It was an ancient murderer he just killed. In order to kill this guy, Thor spent 4 full days, and finally caught the opportunity when the monster was exhausted. Hey Tony, happy newlyweds, I'm late. Thor showed the smile of the landlord's silly son. I thought you weren't coming. It's okay, you came just right. What are you carrying? Tony asked with a puzzled frown. The head was decorated like deer antlers, and it looked very huge, at least 10 meters high, definitely a big guy. This is a wedding gift for you, haha, I'm not surprised. Thor smiled, and then he saw Odin in the distance, and saw that his father was looking at him with a foolish look on his face. Tony, I'm so happy that it wasn't surprised. Advertisement. Ahem, that's an Asgard custom. You know, warriors, monster heads, tens of thousands of years of tradition, no matter what, Mr. Tony, this is my gift to you on behalf of Asgard. Odin glared glancing at his son, he took out a crystal bead from his arms and handed it to Tony's hand. This is a treasure from a long time ago. It was once scrambled by the kings, nobles and princesses of the universe. The girl who brings her can stay young forever, Odin said with a gentle smile. The little Pepper on the side took the jewelry from Tony in surprise. Odin's shot is different. His treasures are so many. Now they are all exiled to hell, and there are so many treasures. Frigga, the mother of the gods, bestows Tony and Pepper with eternal wedding blessings. That is the magic of ancient times, which can make the newlyweds love each other forever and never be separated, similar to the Halo buff or something. Tony nodded. Thank you. Today, he is undoubtedly happy and excited. Soon, the Avengers came forward to send their blessings and gifts: Black Panther's tooth necklace, Natasha Romanoff's exquisite pistol, Hawkeye's toy bow, Quicksilver's 1100 flowers that bloom at the same time in the early morning. The ghost knows he collected these things in a few minutes. Tired the kid. Everyone stepped forward with their blessings, and Sky and Polaris were no exception. In addition to Deadpool's salacious gift, little Spider-Man Peter also had a separate gift of his own for Tony, of money. It was a little technology he made by himself. Tony patted Peter on the shoulder and smiled contentedly. This gift, he is very satisfied. It means the inheritance of steel. In fact, Tony has always meant to train little Spider-Man into a successor, just like Falcon by the captain's side. He stepped forward slowly. He took out a cell phone from his pocket that should have been sleeping in the museum. It's a very old thing, and it's the cell phone that Tony proposed to exchange for the captain when the two met for the first time. In the mobile phone, there is only a series of contact information. That's Steve's personal contact number. Tony took the phone and patted the captain on the shoulder. The relationship between the two was self-evident, and they hugged each other in laughter. Finally it was Luo Bing's turn. Boss, I am very satisfied with their gifts, how about yours? Tony turned his head and asked with a smile. Chapter 187. Guarantee your surprise, called Dad. Boss, I'm very satisfied with their gifts, how about yours? Tony turned his head and asked with a smile. Luo Bing calmly took out a small bottle of pills from his pocket and handed it to Tony. This is. Tony leaned forward and asked cautiously. What new product is it? The goods in the hands of Luo Bing must be excellent. I bought it from the supermarket. This is called Luo Dewang pill. It is used for nourishing the kidneys. It costs 9.9 per box, Luo Bing said. Tony. 66. His expression became very rich at this moment, a little stunned, and a little embarrassed. His eyes gradually narrowed into a slit, as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. 5 flavored cereals, stunned for a long time without saying anything. For such a solemn and sacred occasion, this gift from Luo Bing is truly unique. The Avengers on the side were holding back their laughter, and looked at Tony with sympathy. When you get married, I will give you back this gift 3 times over. Tony gave Luo Bing a thumbs up and said harsh words. Obviously, Tony was just joking, and he was not disappointed. For him, gifts are not important at all. What is important is that brother Luo Bing, married by himself, can be present. There is nothing better than this. Luo Bing turned to look at Little Pepper, and once again took out a gift from the Shenwei space. However, this gift is not much more delicate than the small pill in Tony's hand, at least from the packaging. It is very mysterious. This is your wedding gift, Potts, my special gift, a fruit that can prolong life by 1,000 years. Eat it, she can live for at least another 1,000 years, and Tony will die in a few decades. Now, you can find a few more good men, don't hang yourself on a tree. Luo Bing said, patting Xiao Chili on the shoulder. In the past 2 days, Luo Bing has acquired several new abilities. Drop level, upgrade the relative skills. Plunder, can plunder the lifespan of other creatures, or ability. Enchantment, you can give life or ability after looting to an item or person. They are all 2 character skills, and each is a divine skill. And Luo Bing found a very rare Methuselah bug, but this inconspicuous microbial bacterium has a lifespan of 260 million years. Luo Bing's longevity fruit is the product of looting and enchanting. Tony Stark's eyes are about to pop out. What do you mean, boss? I won't tell you if you didn't prepare gifts for me. Why did you prepare such a good gift for Xiao Chili? 35. And many more. I have no objection to preparing such a good gift for Little Pepper. Advertisement. But what do you mean by those words? What is it that Tony is dead in a few decades? You can find a few more good men, and don't hang yourself in a tree. 39. Behold, look at this as human language. This is clearly a difference in treatment. Can you still be happy as brothers? Tony's face was as black as carbon, and his eyes stared straight at Luo Bing, as if to see if his conscience would hurt. The fruit that increases the lifespan of 1,000 years. This is too precious. Little Pepper was at a loss and panicked. This is really too precious. Even the God King Odin on the side showed an incredible look. There are some things in the universe that can increase the lifespan, but they are extremely precious. Although the things that can increase the lifespan of 100 years are precious, they are not impossible to find. Even 500 years is a very long time to meet once. Generally, these things are treasured by some cosmic collectors and will not be sold publicly at all. As for the fruit that can increase the lifespan of 1,000 years, Odin has heard of it, but he has never seen it. If this word hadn't come from Luo Bing's mouth, he wouldn't even believe it was true. Beffa, accept it. Why not accept it? Tony snorted, and hurriedly accepted the gift for Little Pepper. Big brother Luo's gift should not be given in vain. Maybe this thing is still from Boss Luo's cigarette online shopping. Maybe he can have a meteorite ball with fruit like this. For Luo Bing's ability to collect treasures, Tony is blindly boasting. Don't care about anything, just blow it. You seem to be very dissatisfied with the Luo Dewang one I gave you. Luo Bing smiled and looked at Tony. Could it be? Tony was stunned for a while, then subconsciously looked at his small medicine bottle. Could it be that the things in it can also increase lifespan? No, it's really just a roadside stall, Luo Bing said. It sounded like Tony beat him to death and didn't believe it. He hid the vial like a treasure, intending to do good experimental research in the future. And in fact, Luo Bing didn't lie to him. Really just a roadside stall. Tony, would you like to see the second gift I gave you? Luo Bing looked into the distance. Advertisement. What? Tony looked up suspiciously. Want a second gift? This made Tony instantly interested and looked forward to it. However, he didn't expect too much. From the current point of view, the boss is just here to pit him, and the second gift in his mouth is definitely not a good idea. 80% is something like a supplement. Suddenly, the scene fell silent, and they all stared at Tony's back with wide eyes. Even the little peppers froze in place. What happened? With his back to that side, Tony didn't realize what was going on at first.
He only felt that the smile in Luo Bing's eyes grew even more. I thought it was some kind of trick to make fun of myself. You might as well turn around and look at it, I'm sure you will be pleasantly surprised and called Dad, Luo Bing said half-jokingly. Dude, you look down on me too much, Tony sneered. Are you kidding? No matter how surprised the gift was, he couldn't be happy to call him Dad. Who do you think he is, Tony? So, Tony Stark turned his head in disdain. Howard Stark took Maria's hand and looked over affectionately. Hell, an Easter joke? Dad? That's right, parents should be present at the wedding. At the moment, there's one more person standing still, that's Tony too. The brain immediately crashed. Tony froze on the spot. Luo Bing pursed his lips and quietly left the center of the stage. Tony rubbed his eyes and was speechless for a moment. The moment this family is reunited, let them enjoy it to the fullest. Look, I knew you'd be happy to be called Daddy, Chapter 188 Xandar Star. Xandar Star, the base of the Nova Corps. The spaceships come and go in an endless stream, and various strange-shaped flight devices cross the sky. On the surface, this is a prosperous planet with an area about 10 times the size of the Earth. Various straight buildings tower into the sky, and the spaceship unfolds the wings are like a bright star. That's the Nova Corps logo. The daylight hours here are long, about 1.5 times that of Earth. Usually, Nova Corps soldiers are called cosmic police. This is not to be said casually. The Nova Corps has a strict hierarchy, ranging from the first-level medics to the fourth-level centurions, which are divided into 4 levels. And the source of their ability is also very strange, which is the energy granted according to different levels. The development of their world is more inclined to science and technology, and what gives them great power is a super-biological computer. This power is called Nova Power, which is an almost infinite power. But no power is infinite. Even the prestigious Nova Corps in the universe actually has only 500 soldiers. Definitely a 500 superhero too. There are clear rules for their replacement, and only if one Nova fighter dies, another Nova warrior will be born. This seems to have something to do with their power source mechanism. Definitely, not only Nova Corps, but also tens of billions of various living creatures live on the huge Xandar star. At the moment, Phil Coulson was in a guest hotel, making a high-level video call. On the other hand, it is Stark's wedding scene. At the moment, the wedding is coming to an end, and Phil Coulson cannot come to the scene due to personal reasons, so he can only send blessings from a distance. Along with Phil Coulson are more than a dozen agents on Earth, including Fitz and Gemma, May and others, all of whom are members of Phil Coulson's special squad. As far as the current situation on Earth is concerned, the relationship between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Avengers is basically inseparable, and the two organizations are essentially a family. Just like the relationship between Earth and Asgard now. Luo Bing is God's eldest brother-in-law, and also saved Asgard from being attacked by the ice giants. Advertisement: when departing from Earth this time, Phil Coulson's team also teleported a long distance through Bifrost, otherwise, they would not have reached their destination so quickly. Whether a planet is developed or not requires the approval of others in terms of hard conditions. And the Nova Corps is a powerful force in the galaxy. Phil Coulson's trip to the universe said that the establishment of diplomatic relations is actually a record, just like setting up a household registration, so that the cosmic police in the galaxy know that there is also a planet Earth in the galaxy. It is still developing steadily, protection is required. Then the Nova Corps will formulate a new protection net, and by the way, the Earth is also included in the sphere of influence of protection. Actually, that's what it is. It can be said that the Nova Corps is an upright and bright organization, very reassuring, and at the same time very responsible for the universe, and belongs to the positive representatives among the positive representatives. Otherwise, Star-Lord would not rest assured to keep the power gem in Xandar. Moreover, the Robin Miracle 1, brought by Phil Coulson, is very valued by the Nova Corps, and they are willing to spend a lot of money, some new technological products and technologies as well as construction planning images to buy a large number of Robin Miracle 1 foot like Earth. After all, the effect of this medicine is really amazing. This kind of technology, even Xandar Star cannot replicate. Yes, I have reported to the Queen here, and she said it was an honor to welcome you here, Phil Coulson said to Luo Bing on the other end of the phone. The question is, when can you get here? 35. Luo Bing glanced at the wedding that was almost over and opened his mouth, right now. Phil Coulson. Crash.
The space pushed open like a water curtain, and a man with golden gloves walked in from the other side. That's Luo Bing. He took off the infinity gauntlet and threw it into the Shenwei space. Luo Bing made a move roared to a few people who were in a daze in front of him. Advertisement katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 0. Hi, long time no see. Long time no see. Phil Coulson shrugged, then smiled and held out his right hand. The two shook hands, and at the moment, Phil Coulson had a lot of questions he wanted to ask. It seems that in the past few days, something incredible has happened again. I didn't expect you to come so quickly. Hey, Luo Bing. Fitz and Gemma also rushed over and gave a warm hug. How about space travel? Luo Bing asked, looking at Mei who was beside him, nodded, and made a move roar. The two had some small festivals before, but now it's nothing. 0 inches cool, the residents here are very friendly to us. Oh my god, I should show you the food here, it's definitely something you haven't eaten on Earth, Fitz said eloquently. Gemma on the side was also very happy. That is the excitement of seeing the people of my hometown in the cosmic wandering. What mode of transportation did you just come here? Phil Coulson was thoughtful, and the image of the infinity gauntlet flashed across his head. Although he didn't understand, he vaguely guessed something. I'll explain it to you later. The queen here is called Nova, right? Help me contact her, there is something I need to talk to her about, Luo Bing said. Okay. Phil Coulson nodded. Then he pressed a communicator in the room. Mr. Dai, please let me know Nova Supreme, our representative of the Earth has arrived, Phil Coulson said quickly. But, I didn't receive any information about the spacecraft requesting to land? Commander Dai on the liaison side was a little puzzled. He glanced at the cruise map on the table again and made sure that no spacecraft landed today. The Earth was very far away from the Xandar star, and the speed of the other party surprised him. Could it be that Earth has developed particularly rapidly in terms of spaceship technology? Mr. Luo Bing is already in my room, he didn't come by airship, and, Chapter 189 Family Planning Commissioner. On the other end of the communicator, Captain Dai scratched his head. He didn't quite understand what Mr. Phil Coulson meant. Not by airship. How did it get there? Fly? In terms of Nova Corp's air defense ability, no one would sneak in silently, which is unreasonable. Not even an inconspicuous mosquito can escape their air defense surveillance network. Since it was invaded by Ronan's army last time, Nova Corps has increased its funds and manpower in defense deployment. The current Nova Corps can be described as an iron barrel. The entire planet is impenetrable, and it is basically impossible for outsiders to sneak in. And Bifrost can't get here either. In fact, apart from Earth, a friendly neighbor, no one would like to allow the means of transport from other forces to go directly to their door. That would be a provocation. In a sense, that was an invasion, especially above the law-enforced Xandar star. Even if Commander Dai didn't understand, he quickly informed Nova Supreme about the matter. For Xandar star and Nova Corps, the Earth is a good object to establish diplomatic relations, and a good common development relationship should be established between the two balls. Half an hour later, Phil Coulson brought Luo Bing to meet the Supreme Commander here. Nova. This is a lady with blonde hair, short hair, well-groomed hairstyle, wearing a uniform of Nova Corps, and kindly extended her right hand towards Luo Bing. Hello, Supreme. Luo Bing shook hands politely. Hello, Mr. Robin. Ms. Nova also had kindness on her face. I heard that the Robin Miracle #1 was created by the young man in front of him, and Nova has long been like meeting this outstanding young man. Like humans on Earth, most of the inhabitants of Xandar are humans, which is part of the reason Nova Corps is friendly to Earth. In fact, human beings are spread all over the universe, and the difference between the human beings in Xandar and the human beings on Earth is like the human beings from different villages. Advertisement for the huge universe, the name Roar seems to be too much for the village. After all, the universe is just too big. Actually, my name is Luo Bing. Robin is just a misunderstanding. Luo Bing smiled, adjusted the universe translator in the headset, and shrugged helplessly. So that's the case. I'm so sorry, Mr. Luo Bing. Obviously, there is no homophony in Xandar Star's language, they don't seem to understand this stock, and they are a little embarrassed. But soon, the embarrassment was completely eliminated in the pleasant conversation. After more than an hour of chat, Luo Bing had a comprehensive understanding of the specific environment and responsibilities of Xandar Star. Moreover, Nova Supreme also recommended some products and delicacies unique to Xandar Star to Luo Bing. Similarly, Luo Bing also introduced the present Earth in detail. After learning that the Earth does not lag behind the various technologies of Xandar, Nova Supreme seemed a little surprised, or a little unbelievable. They still stayed for a long time in the impression of the distant neighbor of the Earth. Probably still belongs to the state of the frog in the bottom of the well where the teachings do not make sense. However, in just a few decades, I did not expect that the development of the Earth would progress so rapidly, which made Nova Supreme admire very much, and also paid tribute to the efforts of the Earth. Luo Bing is the first time to chat with others about so many official issues. However, as an honorary captain, these seem to be within his duties. Moreover, the main purpose of his visit this time is because of the power gem. It seems impossible to obtain the power gem from Xandar Star without using force. So at this time, showing muscles is very important. Not only do you want to solve this problem by simply showing off your muscles, that is the real brain. If Luo Bing is not representing the Earth side now, He has 10,000 ways to get the power gem, and he is omnipotent by stealing, smashing and smashing. 18. I don't know why, but now he doesn't bother to do it. Advertisement. Maybe because of the stronger relationship, Luo Bing's mentality has become more stable now, and he is no longer so impatient and urgent when dealing with things. Sometimes, waiting may be a good idea, and now Luo Bing needs an assist from the distant Thanos army. Simply, according to Time Gem's prediction, this intrusion event will happen in about 134,615 seconds, which is noon a day later, so Luo Bing is not so impatient. On the contrary, his impression of Thanos is not so bad. In a sense, Thanos isn't actually a bad guy. Yes, his ideas are crazy, but most of what he said is true. Under the premise of the constant expansion of the population of the universe, the ability to regenerate resources in the universe is far behind the ability to consume. Sooner or later, the resources of the universe will be exhausted by the expanding species, and the universe will die completely. Just look at what he's done in the past. He invaded a planet, killed half and kept half, but did not snatch the supplies. In the eyes of many people, he was a lunatic who lost his mind. And this madman has always regarded family planning as his mission, and spent his whole life to accomplish this goal. That is his destiny. 5.0 As a result, Luo Bing has doubts. Is this guy brainwashed by the remaining will of the universe? Or, he is the reincarnation of the will of the universe? All in all, it's all a mystery. Luo Bing doesn't quite understand his paranoid philosophy. This guy is a strategist, or rather a philosopher. Everyone has a different perspective. Luo Bing doesn't want to evaluate this character, but Luo Bing absolutely doesn't approve of his behavior. To protect the universe, you have to sacrifice half of the lives of the entire universe? What bullshit is this? Random selection seems fair. But yourself, are you also in the range of random selection? Chapter 190 Waiting for the arrival of Thanos. After the exchange with Nova Supreme, Captain Dai was in charge of leading Luo Bing to tour the entire Xandar star. Indeed, as Fitz said, the food culture here is indeed different, and there are many things that have never been seen on Earth. The taste is also strange. In addition to the sour, sweet, bitter, salty, and salty that the Earth normally recognizes, there seem to be other flavors in the universe that are not among these 5. Definitely, Luo Bing is not the first time to try to eat the food in the universe. He has not finished eating the pearls given by the mermaid family. However, it seemed a bit extravagant to eat it. Even in Xandar Star, Luo Bing saw some commodity stores selling this kind of thing, but the price was very high. 18. Luo Bing's universal currency is surprisingly large, which is the last time left over from the crazy homecoming with Ms. Marvel. It is a thing called domorage. With his current money reserve, he can buy half of the planet's territory on Xandar Star. It's just that this thing obviously cannot be bought with money. Fitz originally wanted to treat guests. He also exchanged some supplies for the universal coin in Xandar Star, but after seeing the half-domorage gold meteorite ball that Luo Bing took out, he was speechless. I can't say anything like a guest anymore. Even Dai Jun, who was on the side, was dumbfounded. Could it be that the Earth is actually a rich planet? Then, he immediately and solemnly told Luo Bing. Mr. Luo Bing, it's best not to reveal such a high-quality domoragon. Even in Xandar, there is no guarantee that there will be news. At that time, you will face a fierce cosmic robber. That's all a bunch of guys who want money and don't want to die. Captain Dai's expression was very serious and serious. To be honest, he was able to maintain his composure in the face of such a large fortune, and his mental quality was already exceptionally excellent. In other words, if such a large and high-quality domorage gold was placed in front of Nova Supreme, she would probably be shocked too. I'm afraid I have to be stunned for 2 or 3 seconds. Luo Bing smiled, thanked the other party for his kindness, and did not speak. He was so hopeful that that kind of scene could happen, to add some fun to his calm days. If there is such a child with no eyes, it can only be regarded as unlucky for him. Phil Coulson and others also laughed, making the old comrade Dai doubt his life. Humans on Earth are really arrogant. Advertisement. Never experienced the beating of cosmic robbers at all. Lao Dai sighed, a little headache. Perhaps in the future, the Nova Corps may have to pay more manpower to defend the Earth. However, as a glorious Xandar star, a representative of civilization, protecting their young neighbors is what they should do. This is a responsibility and an honor. But Lao Dai still hopes that the Earth can cause as little trouble as possible. Lao Dai looked at the backs of Luo Bing and his group, and felt that the courage on his shoulders was a little heavier, but he didn't complain about it. On the contrary, he became more and more motivated. That's right. In the eyes of Nova Corps, all friends and neighbors are a group of younger brothers who need to be protected. As the bosses of the galaxy, protecting their own people is what they should do, and it is also a glorious tradition of Nova Corps. It has a similar meaning to the phrase, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. But, there is one thing that has always puzzled Lao Dai. That is, why is the space storage equipment that the Earth represents, Luo Bing, so exaggerated, it can fit half a small meteorite? You must know that the popular high-quality storage devices in the universe can have at most 1 cubic file size. That is already invaluable. Surprisingly, in that condition, the storage device can only hold 1 cube. Maybe Earth really is a warehouse that produces treasure. It's really reasonable if you think about it. Otherwise, there is no way to explain why the Earth is developing so fast. Correct. One more thing. Old Dai still doesn't know how the representative of the Earth came to Xandar Star, because he was worried that it would involve their privacy, so out of courtesy, Old Dai kept this doubt deep in his heart. Nova Corps is so cute. Advertisement in Xandar. There are countless people like Lao Dai. In addition to strictly following the law, they are actually kind and good people in essence. Perhaps it is a genetic problem which cannot be verified. But more should be the local environment and the traditional influences all along. Bad circumstances do constantly affect generations, and glorious traditions lead them even more. To be frank, Earth doesn't need anyone's protection right now. However, Luo Bing didn't mind this kindness at all. He didn't explain anything. He really likes the frankness and kindness of the Xandar people. At least they don't need to be so troublesome to get along with each other. After playing for an afternoon, Luo Bing returned to the guest hotel. He bought a lot of gifts, But the purchasing agent should not have bought the spaceship, right? Luo Bing just bought a few spaceships, and Xandar is also the largest trading city in the galaxy from another perspective. There are too many merchants here, from various planets, and at the same time, there will be 1 or 2 auctions held here from time to time, all of which are treasures, and even out of print in the universe. It is precisely because of the strict discipline of Xandar Star that all those big merchants will choose to trade and sell their goods here. Definitely, that's all obvious stuff. If it was those people who bought and sold people and traded slaves, they would not dare to come to Xandar if they were killed. That's the equivalent of dying. That's what the Nova Corps hates the most. Generally, like that kind of business, they all choose to go to the place where they can't, Ultra Blue Star. It's a criminal's paradise. Luo Bing hung up the video call. Definitely, as expected, he was complained by his sister-in-law again. Knowing that her brother-in-law slipped away without her, Wanda was about to go crazy. But Luo Bing is used to it. And this time we are about to face the Thanos army. In order to avoid unexpected situations, Luo Bing is not ready to bring it alone. He himself will suffice. Chapter 191 The 5 Obsidian Generals. Due to the time difference, Luo Bing made a low-level mistake. He didn't turn on the lucky halo on time at 12 AM Earth time. So, I wasted another skill today, and what I got was a useless skill, and even the upgrade couldn't restore its extremely bad use. But it doesn't matter. Luo Bing has acquired a lot of divine skills in the past few days, and all of them have not been digested. Until he completely masters his existing ability, he will not try to acquire new powers. Blindly acquiring new powers does not mean that it is a good thing. He needs more time to stabilize himself, and for now, the ability he currently has is enough. The next day, Luo Bing got up early and felt the changes in his body cross-legged. Feeling the modeled abilities in his body, he couldn't help frowning. Since there are too many abilities that have been upgraded these days, all kinds of powers in his body are now mixed together, or a little uncomfortable. Too much power doesn't mean it's a good thing. This is like a balloon full of gas. When the gas in the balloon reaches a certain level, the balloon will blow up because of the constantly expanding gas. What Luo Bing did was to stop filling it with air, and then enriched his body to make the balloon's capacity larger. Just as Mount Everest rises 1 centimeter every day, Luo Bing's Wusho immortal body is actually getting stronger every day. It is still in its infancy, and there is still a long-term room for improvement. And all this is just a matter of time. It's a pity that Luo Bing has an immortal body, but he doesn't know any exercises to make it stronger. In other words, the hardware is very good, but there is no matching software. Can only wait for it to slowly become stronger. In the cosmic nebula 200,000 light-years from Xandar's star, a huge army is advancing steadily. That's the Dark Quadrant. The real name of the Thanos Legion. Among them is the Black Order. Although a black dwarf was damaged on Earth, all the legions he led have survived. Among them, the Saw Kala people led by the dead Ronin once looked like hell skeletons and existed like hell soldiers, with a total of 5,000 people. The living Saw Kala people have relatively high intelligence, although the actual combat ability is not strong, but he is a master at manipulating large spaceships. Advertisement. There is also the Pioneer, which is a dog-like space creature that was once the direct subordinate force of Black Dwarf, a bit similar to the cognition of the Earth's monster. These pioneers are brutal by nature, not only have the ability to fight alone, but also the number of locusts entering is one of the main reasons for their fame in the universe. Hundreds of millions of crazy soldiers. This group of brainless pioneers only know about slaughter, and his low IQ is almost on the same level as mosquitoes. As for the Kirita Corps, they were all damaged in the Battle of New York. Thanos underestimated the power of the Earth. He has been sending various subordinates to collect the infinite raw stones for him, but seeing the situation getting worse and worse, the wise man finally couldn't sit still and went to the battlefield himself. How long until, on the throne? Thanos asked in a low voice. His tone was steady, as if nothing could affect his mood swings. This is Thanos, a forerunner who is ruthless and not understood by anyone. And his subordinates are also a bunch of lunatics. A group of lunatics who are chasing death. 2 more hours, Father. Supergiant, another female of the Black Order, knelt down and replied. Supergiant was originally an orphan. When she wanted to kill herself, she was found by Thanos. Thanos said that as long as she served her, he would grant Supergiant the death he dreamed of. For this purpose, Supergiant was very loyal to Thanos. And this woman who yearns for death has the most bizarre ability in these series. Mind control, telepathy, mind transmission, memory stealing. She has been trapped by the curse of immortality for tens of thousands of years, and she has been running on the road of death all her life. No one could understand her paranoid thoughts, and no one could understand why she yearned for death so much. Corvus Glaive, the leader of the Obsidian Five, is second only to Thanos, and he and Proxima Midnight, another woman in the Five Generals, are a couple, and their crazy goals are not the same as others. All he was after was killing. At the moment he is constantly wiping the warblades of the Lodger's own soul. That is an artifact, even if his body is destroyed, as long as the blade is still there, he can continue to be resurrected. In addition, Corvus Glaive also has super strength and super healing factor. To some extent, the more souls his warblade kills, the stronger his power becomes. Advertisement and his wife, Proxima Midnight, is even more brutal to him. However, Proxima Midnight is also the Obsidian Five who is most loyal to Thanos. It can be said, if she were to choose a target to kill in front of Thanos and her husband, he would stab her husband's heart with the spear in his hand without hesitation. The spear in her hand was also crafted by Thanos, and when thrown, it will turn into 3 rays that lock the target, and this ray can kill most creatures. It is said that no one will survive under her gun. Each of the 5 Obsidian Generals is a well-known figure in the universe. It is not easy to judge who is stronger and who is weaker. Everyone is good at different directions, and Ebony Maw is a person who has all the abilities of the 5 Generals to perfection. On the surface, he looks like a loyal steward, but in fact, he is a magician at the top of the universe. Unlike Strange's Waishandi magic, he is good at black magic and mind control. At the same time, his intelligence is also outstanding, in some respects not inferior to Thanos. People who knew him gave him a money-based, abhorrent description. Spread lies and evil black tongue everywhere. Similarly, like Supergiant, he also has the ability of mind control, but in a strict sense, one of them is ability and the other is magic. According to intelligence, there are at least 4 infinite gems on Earth right now. Master, assuming they succeed in using the power of the 4 gems, that's a terrible thing, Ebony Maw said casually, using a tiny toothpick, picking the dust from his fingernails. Better like that. Thanos smiled, and the entire control room fell silent. Yes, he didn't look worried at all. He was even a little happy. After 2 hours. Sir, I found that the unknown fleet is approaching. 35 Nova warriors rushed in front of Lao Dai and hurriedly reported. Chapter 192 The Dark Elephant Realm is coming, and the war begins. Comrade Dai was sipping tea leisurely in the office when he was suddenly surprised by the report of his subordinates. Then, he immediately came to the front station command center. On the way he came, he quickly reported the matter to Nova Supreme. At the same time, the entire Nova Corps shrank in an instant, and the Nova warriors dispatched to various planets immediately returned in spaceships. Nova Corp's source of power, Nova, is a super powerful biological computer. Like the supreme intelligence computer of the Kree Empire, it belongs to another kind of creature. In terms of the origin of species in the universe, such calculators cannot theoretically be called machines. They are also a kind of creature, a great creature that existed in ancient times. Although it no longer belongs to their era, there are still many cosmic kingdom forces that have their shadows. In some civilized countries, this kind of computer life is generally called prophet, or mother of life, and only the really rising powers deserve to have them. From another point of view, only with this type of super biological computer can it be called a powerful 840 force in the universe. And every leader of Nova Corps is named after Nova. And wanting to become a Nova does not depend on elections or abilities. Everything depends on the choice of the super biological computer, Nova. That is to say, the leader of each Nova Corps is the one chosen by Nova. Nova is like a machine that can predict time. He can see through the potential of his life and the height he can reach as soon as the baby has landed. This is the case for every Nova Corps soldier, who have gone through strict selection before the 5,000 Nova Corps of today was born. The detection and sensing system of the Nova is quite powerful, and it sensed the arrival of the Thanos Legion 50,000 light-years away. Subsequently, it quickly spread the news to the frontier station, and then spread it all over the planet step by step. Obviously, even Nova, with supreme wisdom, was a little panicked at the moment. That's the Dark Elephant Realm. Damn it, Thanos Legion. Their goal is the power gem. 35 Lao Dai reacted, Beffa, in an instant, and then his back was chilled. The Dark Elephant world came with great fanfare, and did not hide its traces along the way. He is so powerful that he doesn't need any clumsy tactics at all, and he can easily crush every planet. Whether it is the Kree Empire or the Nova Corps, advertisement. Because their leader is Thanos, a character who has been rampant in the universe for tens of thousands of years, a real overlord of the universe. Over the years, his achievements in various galaxies have resounded in every corner of the universe. And now, he's finally getting his hands on this part of the galaxy. Lao Dai and the top officials of the Legion had long expected this picture, but they didn't expect him to come so quickly and seriously. There were no advanced troops to probe. Here he comes, all the battleships, all coming. Come yet. Open the final plan. Nova Supreme sighed, looking at the picture displayed in the virtual projection. She knew that this was the last chance. Yes. Lao Dai nodded firmly, his right hand trembled slightly, not nervous, but excited. The day is finally here. Come on, Nova soldiers, show me your strength. Received, Commander. Open the laser defense barrier. Open plasma isolation system, opening the thermal protection barrier. The first and second Nova teams are ready. Open the standby cabin. The Doombringer is ready. The mechanical revolution is ready. Turn on the anti-gravity defense system, open the Empire's ultimate defense barrier. Plasma beam deployed. Begin level 1 charge, quantum connection is deployed. The third series of counterattack flames are preset. Advertisement, Nova's output level is adjusted to the maximum, and the level 1 overload defense net is ready. Shish. Huge amounts of Xandar Star was instantly surrounded by various barriers, and at one time dozens of defensive apertures like rainbows and countless defensive turrets were erected. Various overloaded instructions are endless. A piercing siren sounded over the entire Xandar Star. Alert! Alert! There is an invasion of foreign enemies, please move all residents to the safe house. Alert! Alert! 35. There is an invasion of foreign enemies, please move all residents to the safe house. 99. The siren constantly sounded in the sky, and for a while, the houses on the street shrank into the ground in an instant, and one by one, the lift houses emerged from the ground, transporting the panicked residents to sneak into the underground safe house. That is one of the most developed methods of Novacore, and it is also the last line of defense for residents' safety. An enemy has invaded. Phil Coulson instantly bounced off his seat and rushed towards Luo Bing's bedroom. At the same time, a group of guard soldiers, ready to go, ran to the door. Unlike Novacorp's 5,000 Heroes group, young warriors who do not meet the selection criteria of Nova will choose to join the Conservative Guard Army. The Guard Army has a military strength of 5 million. It is the standing army of Xandar Star. Although it does not have the honor of Novacore, it is also a good force. The Novacore is external, and the Guard is internal. No, I can't let you take this risk, sorry, it's my duty, please follow me into the safe house. The young man refused verbally. Is there going to be a war? I can help, Fitz yelled at the door. Although there is no humble and noble in Xandar, 3, 6, 9 and so on. In the face of this great enemy, the Guard Bureau has not lost its sense of proportion and is stably carrying out its own task. Please move to the safe house. This place will soon become the main battlefield. A man in a standard military uniform shouted to Fitz and the others in the house. But now the enemy is now, there is no difference between the various arms. The guest hotel, where Luo Bing and his party lived, was actually a department similar to the embassy. Today, they are all warriors who guard the country and protect the planet. But in the mission code of the Guard Army, protecting the guest hotel, Earth's neighbors and successfully entering the underground safe house is the first rule. Chapter 193. Quickly send these Earthlings away. Fitz was a little anxious. This was the first time in his life that he faced a foreign invasion. He missed a series of difficult problems such as the New York War before. Judging from the constantly sounding alarms outside, this time the invasion was no weaker than the New York War. Yes, it's not an order of magnitude gap. You can tell by looking at the situation outside. At the moment, there are at least dozens of defensive nets in the air, and various colorful forces converge on the top of the head to form a new star symbol. This is Star Wars in the true sense, and it is even more shocking than the visual sense of science fiction movies. No matter how well made a sci-fi movie is, it can't make this effect. This is a completely apocalyptic scene of destroying the sky, destroying the earth. Don't be stunned. Everyone comes with me. We must evacuate immediately. The soldier commander shouted to Fitz and the others while exchanging the tasks of commanding each block in the headset communicator. Just as Fitz calmed down and thought about a solution, the sound of footsteps gradually came from a distance. It's Luo Bing and Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson at the moment has reported all known information to Luo Bing. But even if he didn't say it, Luo Bing already had a clear understanding of the current situation. Don't worry, they still have about 30 minutes to get close to your galaxy defense circle, don't they? Luo Bing walked over unhurriedly. His expression was indifferent. His steady look made Fitz and others in the house relax. He breathed, and his mind settled down. That's right. This is the latest information. The soldier commander looked at Luo Bing in disbelief. It's not clear how he got the news. That was the result that Nova had just calculated. 30 minutes later, Xandar's outer defenses will collide for the first time with Thanos' Dark Quadrant. If possible, keeping the enemy out of the planet is the best way to fight. Unless it is a last resort, if the Dark Elephant Realm is allowed to rush into the Xandar Star, even if the battle is won, it will definitely be a lose-lose, with countless civilians and soldiers killed and injured. If you really can't resist the attack of Thanos Corps, it won't help even if you hide in the safe house. Take us to the command room of the former station, Luo Bing said. Advertisement. The soldier chief hesitation for a moment, then immediately turned around to communicate with the upper management through the communication device. Commander Dai frowned. In his eyes, the guests from Earth were a group of objects that needed protection, but what the other party said was right. If Xandar Star couldn't resist, even hiding in the safe house would be useless. Okay. Let them come over, I have something to discuss with them. Lao Dai quickly made a decision. 10 minutes later, Luo Bing and his party were brought into the highest command room. Lao Dai is commanding all the main forces of Xandar Star in a dreadful situation, and at the same time constantly spreading help messages to each star field. The Thanos Legion is no joke. Lao Dai was not arrogant enough to think that Xandar would survive in the hands of the Dark Elephant Realm. In his plan, Xandar Star should be able to withstand 10 days and a half months. When the time comes, the friendly army will arrive, thinking that the siege may only have the possibility of defeating the Dark Quadrant. Nova Corps is the best friend in the galaxy and has the most friends. When he issued a signal for help, all nearby allies would arrive at the fastest speed.
You came just in time. Your spaceship is loaded with a super space engine, and I have chosen a route for you to reach the Earth as quickly as possible. You only need to pass through 3 black holes. Let's go. It's not safe here. I'm sorry. I hope we will have a chance to meet in Japan. Lao Dai smiled wryly, looking at Luo Bing and his party. No. Mr. Dai, we will never run away alone. Maybe we can help. In fact, we are very strong, Phil Coulson said, looking at Luo Bing. He took out a contactor from his pocket. The flashing LCD screen is officially the Captain Marvel logo. Since Phil Coulson was assigned this task, Lu Dan gave him the communicator to communicate with Captain Marvel. The universe is mysterious and unpredictable. If there is an accident, only surprise can come to the rescue in time. You don't understand, that's war, that's the Dark Quadrant. Thanos Legion. Lao Dai was a little bit internally hurt by anger. Why can't these Earthlings make sense? Brave makes people speechless. Lao Dai didn't want to say something that belittled the other party's self-esteem, and these Earthlings are really kind, they are really enthusiastic, but now is not the time to be indecisive. For flowers. Zero Lao Dai didn't want this group of innocent Earthlings to be buried with Xandar Star. They are still young and thriving, the new force for the future of the galaxy. Advertisement Old Daiji came to his heart and bit his lip. Well, I will send the rescue broadcast to your spaceship, and you will broadcast the rescue information in a loop, and then return to Earth to bring rescue soldiers. Lao Dai's calculations are very clear. It would take more than 2 months to fly from here to Earth, even if it were a strangely assembled spacecraft on Earth. At this time, what happened here on Xandar Star has become a foregone conclusion. Either they win. 0 either. Their planet is destroyed. Please, I will send a group of residents of Xandar Star to your spaceship, as well as our technology. If Xandar Star is unfortunately destroyed, everything in the future will depend on you, Lao Dai said quickly. This matter is also something that Nova just communicated with him. Safeguard the Tinder program. Nova will detach a part of his carrier and escape with the spaceship of the Earthlings. As long as Nova remains, even if Xandar is destroyed, there will be a day when it will make a comeback. And infinite gems. Nova Supreme is well aware of Thanos' ambitions. Infinite gems must not be left to Thanos. Must go first. It's too late for hesitation. Mr. Phil Coulson, now is not the time to be hypocritical. Lao Dai couldn't bear Phil Coulson and others to refuse, looked at Luo Bing, nodded respectfully, immediately waved his hand, and ordered everything down. At the moment, Nova Supreme was not there. She was receiving power from Nova's body, which is a kind of inheritance, but also an evolution. Although now is not the best time. But, time waits for no one, there is no right to choose. She must quickly gain strength and save Xandar. All things in Xandar Star are now handed over to Lao Dai, and Lao Dai has just ordered, and a group of Nova warriors rushed in an instant. That attitude is very decisive, even if they are bet, they have to be put on the spaceship and sent away, and... Chapter 194I, Unremarkable, ordinary the Nova fighters who rushed in were wearing masks and battlesuits with the logo of NovaCorps printed on their masks. Obviously fully armed and ready for battle. And Lao Dai also quickly came to the conference table. After a series of password genetic authentication operations, he took out a silver metal ball and a precision-packed box and handed it to Luo Bing solemnly. This ball must not be opened. He will kill all of you in an instant. I don't have time to explain the specifics. Take them and leave immediately. The first time Lao Dai spoke, he had an unquestionable command tone. Luo Bing. 66 Luo Bing was actually speechless. He glanced at the metal ball in his hand and was very surprised. He could feel the incomparably powerful force sealed inside the metal ball. And that power, he is very familiar with, is the characteristic of the 840 Stone of Infinite Treasure. But, that's it. Got it? Luo Bing looked at Lao Dai and had to admire his heroism and kindness. Lao Dai might be wrong. Thinking that Luo Bing was saying goodbye to him, he smiled casually, patted Luo Bing on the shoulder, and said softly, "Go. I hope the Earth can become the hope of the Milky Way in the future." Please, Mr. Luo Bing. Lao Dai admired the iconic military power of Xandar Star, put one hand across his chest, let out a long breath, and his eyes instantly became decisive. He is ready to die, for Xandar, for the honor of NovaCorps. Zhenma was almost moved to tears, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes, and those who didn't know it thought she was really at the point of life and death. Actually you don't have to worry, I will protect this place. Luo Bing really didn't know what to say. He patted Lao Dai on the shoulder and motioned him to relax. Take it easy. How could Lao Dai relax? He was immediately a little angry, and he was angry at the arrogance of this representative of the Earth. He had no idea what the Dark Quadrant meant. That is unmatched power. You're alone. What about protection? Lao Dai's perception of Luo Bing dropped several levels in an instant. He thought that this handsome young man was a smart and intelligent leader of the new generation, but he was arrogant. Such an Earth represents. How far will the Earth develop in the future? Lao Dai took a deep breath and gestured to the few Nova warriors next to him. The Nova warrior immediately understood, and was about to step forward to take Luo Bing and his group off and put them into the spaceship. But at this moment, Kacha, advertisement Luo Bing fiddled with the silver ball in his hand, twirled it slightly, and twisted a gap. The dazzling purple light dazzled out, illuminating the entire frontier station. Roar roar sounded in the air in an instant, and everything became hot. You're crazy. Lao Dai jumped up excitedly. Eyeballs almost didn't hit the ground. Didn't I tell you that you can't open it? Do you not understand human words? FK. Old Dai at the moment is going crazy and wants to swear, even though swearing is within Nova Legion law, but he still wants to say it. Never thought of it, everything was prepared and planned. But it was given to a pod by a brainless, one's own person. Died. Sure to die. Before dying, Lao Dai didn't even want to complain about Luo Bing's shortage operation. He just regretted that he had not been more careful, and regretted why he trusted this young man so much. He is wrong. He is wrong. The power gem burst out and destroyed everything in the front command room. This power spread out, and the entire city would be completely destroyed. Haven't waited for the Dark Quadrant to really come, the end is coming? Old Dai is desperate. He is the real murderer of this planet's destruction. The center of Xandar. Lao Dai was thinking about the 5 flavors and miscellaneous grains for a while, and the whole person lost the ability to react during the ups and downs. Wait, why hasn't this force erupted and devoured everything? 9. An incredible thought popped out of Lao Dai's mind, and then began to magnify constantly. Then, he subconsciously looked in the direction of the power gem. At the moment, the gem that represents infinite destruction and destruction is lying quietly between the 2 fingers of that handsome man. OMG, his fingers are so pretty. Wrong, advertisement. What am I thinking about? Why? Lao Dai's expression turned from amazement to astonishment, and then became dazed, losing his ability to think again. Relax, dude, I'm familiar with this stuff. Luo Bing leisurely played with the purple rough finger, then threw it towards the sky and caught it firmly. It doesn't matter this toss. Lao Dai almost burps with fright. It is estimated that the heart has produced an indelible shadow area. Not in a hurry to put it on the gloves, Luo Bing put the infinite gems back into the silver protective device and threw them into the Shenwei space. Let's talk about it first. I won't return what I have in my hands. Take it as my reward for saving your planet. Luo Bing was in a very happy mood, patted Lao Dai's sluggish shoulder, turned around and lay on the chair beside him. I don't quite understand. Why, are you a god race? Lao Dai's eyes were dull, and his whole brain stopped thinking. All his thoughts turned into 3 words. Why? He wondered why the power stone was so quiet in this man's hands. I don't even know his self-confidence. No, I'm just a mediocre 5.0 earthling, Luo Bing said with a wave of his hand. Lao Dai rolled his eyes and looked at Phil Coulson with a look of help. Phil Coulson smirked. Obviously, he was already familiar with Luo Bing's various operations. He's really an earthling, but also the most powerful hero on our planet. Generally speaking, God. 35 The golden sunlight fell on Luo Bing's face. Dark Elephant World. The breeze outside the window lifted his black bangs. After a while, the corners of the handsome man's mouth twitched. His dazzling eyes like a galaxy stared directly at the sky in the distance, and his line of sight extended far away, as if he saw the other side in the galaxy. A 3-world idiot with a smile. Saw more, we call him. Chapter 195 Planetary Offensive and Defensive Battle. The family knows their own affairs. Seeing Luo Bing's confident expression, Phil Coulson put down the contactor in his hand. He chose to trust Luo Bing, because this man has never let anyone down. What's more, if it's something Luo Bing can't solve, it won't help if Captain Marvel is here. At the moment, Luo Bing's tall image is crazy in Fitz's eyes, and even a little passionate, not to mention Zhenma on the side. Now she is a crazy little girl. Mei didn't speak, but had to admit that Luo Bing did give her a sense of security. This can't help but make her begin to suspect that when the 2 first met, this guy might not have been so outrageously strong at that time. Could it be a camouflage? Lao Dai's scalp was numb. On the one hand, he was frightened by Luo Bing's magical operation. On the other hand, he also knew how powerful the Dark Elephant Realm was. Therefore, no matter what, he cannot let his guard down and continue to command the frontier work. Only this time, he no longer dared to underestimate these earthlings, let alone send them away. Maybe he might really be a good helper. A thought bred in Lao Dai's heart. Time passed quietly, and almost in the blink of an eye, the fleet of the Dark Quadrant appeared on the holographic projection. They broke in with great fanfare and without a trace of cover-up. Boom boom. Huge amounts of thick smoke rose, and the small planet explosion trap deployed by the Xandar Star frontline defense was successfully triggered. Although no sound could be heard, it was the intense firelight that revealed its power. Fantastic. Old Day waved his fist, and the other group of Nova warriors followed roar. I never thought that a small planet explosion trap could solve the entire fleet. In the plan of Lao Dai and the senior officers of the army, this was only the first step. And what is surprising is that the first step was such a success. 2 small planets full of traps were successfully detonated. This is enough to bring a lot of trouble to the fleet of the Dark Elephant Realm. The army is cheering roar, and the power of the explosion of the 2 small planets has brought them great morale. Advertisement. It seems that the distant victory is gradually seeing the traces. This joyous roar only lasted for 5 seconds, and Xandar Star disappeared instantly. The Dark Elephant World, composed of 5 huge motherships and hundreds of small space battleships, rushed out of the thick smoke unharmed. The battleships were surrounded by dark arcs of electric fire, and they continued to drive forward, seems to be laughing at the powerlessness of Xandar Star. What an amazing defense. No wonder the Dark Elephant Realm is invincible. Their fleet is equipped with a combination of quantum force field defense technology, and this technology is applied to the warship. It's a luxury, Lao Dai muttered to himself, frowned. Combined force field defense technology, this is a very conventional technology. The principle is very simple. Each individual is a point, and this point releases quantum connections to the outside world. When many points are connected together at the same time, a network is formed. The Nova Corps has this technology, and each of their fighter jets has it on board. When the fighter group is turned on at the same time, a golden chain defense like a spider web will be formed. This defense is difficult to break. Every point is the integration of all the defenses of all the fighter groups. Unless you are defeated all at once, you will be invincible. And the Dark Ignition Arc shrouded in the Dark Elephant Legion is a similar technology. Moreover, from what we have seen, we can also draw a conclusion that the Dark Quadrant has far more technology than Xandar in this regard. This is difficult to do. This defense is too amazing and must be broken from the inside. With the current power of Xandar Star's energy cannon, it can't effectively cause damage from the outside. It can only tickle him. Lao Dai frowned. Subconsciously looked at Luo Bing. Oh. Luo Bing nodded. Lao Dai. 35 Seeing Luo Bing's expressionless face, Lao Dai sighed. It seems that this young man really realized the strength of Thanos' Legion at the moment. Still too young. All quantum cannons, volley. Although he knew it was useless, Lao Dai still gave the order to die. Boom rumble. Advertisement beam particle cannons like a meteor shower were intensively fired towards the Dark Quadrant. The Legion's target is large, which makes their dodging space limited. Coupled with the involvement of the combined force field defense technology, it is difficult for them to form a surprise attack. In this way, the power of the quantum cannon will keep them locked out of Xandar. As long as they give up the combined force field defense, they can break them one by one. Moreover, the dozen or so barrier apertures on the Xandar star also gave Lao Dai a lot of confidence. Even if there is a firefight, he is not afraid. Now, the fight is to reserve energy. They can't beat us, after all, we can have a planet behind us. Lao Dai grinned and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he turned to look at the other Master Chief and asked, has there been a response to the call for help? Not yet, but what is certain is that the signal gauges have not been intercepted, and they are flying towards the target point at a speed of 840. The Master Chief nodded and resumed. Very good, continue like this, we have hope of winning. Lao Dai nodded solemnly. Although he was confident, he did not relax because of this. The ideal picture is only the ideal picture after all. The situation on the battlefield is strange and changeable, and this is just the beginning. Next, there are many more situations that will make him unable to wait. And old where? Mentally prepared. Look, they're moving. Fitz stared at the holographic projection, and he keenly discovered the fleet's movements. Triangles. They want the triangle arrangement to avoid most attacks, and the speed of the triangles will make them faster. All eyes were drawn to Fitz's words. Sure enough, after 3 or 5 minutes, a dark quadrant like an arrow appeared in front of everyone. The effective hit rate of the quantum cannon fired by Xandar has dropped significantly. In the arrow-shaped fleet, only the outer circle was attacked, while the vast majority of the inner circle were pushing forward with all their strength. One after another, Xandar Star began to get tired of defending. But at this moment, something even more unexpected happened. Chapter 196 The person named Jean San can die now. Blocked. We blocked. After 3 minutes of intensive salvo, the Dark Quadrant's forward speed finally slowed down. Lao Dai clenched his fist, secretly encouraged himself, and glanced at the secret room where the Nova Supreme was. No matter what, he wants to buy more time for Xandar Star. Something's wrong. Fitz frowned. That's right, the overall energy barrier data value of the Dark Quadrant has dropped by 32%, which is very abnormal. There are 2 explanations, Zhenma said immediately. One is that the quantum cannon just now hit a key point, causing the opponent's energy to pour out. The second is to reduce the energy supply and use it for other purposes, Fitz explained after taking Gemma's words. I think the second possibility is more likely. After Lao Dai heard this, he frowned, feeling that what the two of them said made sense. At this time, the Thanos warship on the holographic projection once again had an abnormality, and their entire army was radiating light. Oops. That's an energy transfer performance. They're ready to fire. Attention all. They're ready to fire. Intercept. Intercept. Zzzz. Before Lao Dai finished speaking, a beam of destructive light instantly shot out from the head of the triangular fleet. Along the way, he crushed the galaxy and fell directly towards the defensive circle on the surface of Xandar. Alert alert. Laser defense barrier broken. The energy remaining in the plasma isolation system is 30%, 20%. ZZ. The thermal protection barrier has failed. The Doombringer has been breached. The Empire's ultimate defense barrier has 1% remaining firmness. Energy overloaded. Energy overloaded. 99, ZZ. In just an instant, the dozens of defensive apertures shrouded in the head were instantly shattered, and the hurricane roar roared across the city. Advertisement: this is the first attack of the Dark Quadrant. And this first attack, it will directly invalidate all the defensive power of Xandar Star. The current Xandar Star is already a lamb to be slaughtered on the chopping board. Be careful, don't blow up the planet, the power gem is still on it. Thanos sat high on the throne, frowning. Don't worry, Father God, I have calculated the strength they can withstand, and deliberately weakened the attack power, Ebony Maw said respectfully. What a beautiful planet, I have the guts to spoil it. But,
For the sake of the entire universe, this little pain is nothing. Thanos stood up from the throne. Proxima Midnight next to him handed over his golden helmet. He gently took it, buckled it on his head, and held the double-edged sword beside him in his right hand. His eyes no longer there is no mercy. Like his weapon, all his actions are a double-edged sword to the universe. Only by destroying half of it can it be preserved for a long time. No one dared to do so. At least Thanos, he dared to pay for his actions. Inside Xandar. Looking at the final Imperial defense cover covered with spider webs, Lao Dai's hands trembled slightly for a while. That is despair. Too strong. The power of the Dark Quadrant. It is too strong. Just an attack. All defenses became so ridiculous and weak at this time. Old Demingming has seriously considered the power of the Dark Quadrant, but his estimates are still far from reality. Not to mention 10 days and a half months. With the current trend, Xandar Star can't last 10 minutes at all. Moreover, this is not the strongest force of Thanos' Legion. What makes him scary is his seemingly endless madness of soldiers. When the warships in the Dark Quadrant land on the Xandar Star, the dense disgusting bugs will slaughter everything. Advertisement. It turns out that this is the Dark Quadrant, and this is the Thanos Legion. Lao Dai looked up at the sky, and a dark cloud gradually floated over from far to near. That's not a dark cloud, it is the body of the Dark Quadrant. Those more than 100 space battleships, as the hatches were opened, the nightmare finally came true. Countless soldiers fell from the sky. Some of them rode the flight device, and some fell directly to the ground, smashing a piece of dust. The main cabin door opened, and Thanos and Heihachi came out. Looking at everything in front of him, there was no expression in his eyes. Crack. With Thanos' double-edged sword swung, the Empire's defense completely collapsed, and there was nothing to be bothered about anymore. Come with me. Lao Dai closed his mask and rushed out immediately. After Nova's transformation, except for the lowest level medics, all Nova warriors have the flight ability, and as the level gets higher and higher, their combat ability becomes more and more unexpected. This is called the 5,000 heroes. Lao Dai rushed towards the Thanos Legion desperately. Behind him, there were densely packed Nova warriors. On the other side, there are also dense insect monsters, as well as Thanos and his 4 black generals. But at the moment when the two sides were about to fight fiercely, the situation changed again. A lonely figure suddenly appeared in front of the two armies. It was a handsome and bewitching man. He was wearing a black windbreaker, the breeze was blowing the hem of his windbreaker, the clothes were fluttering like a fairy, a handsome face that ignored gender, a straight nose, tight lips, no flaws on the face, skin. If the fat is straight. Those pair of money's soul-struck eyes are bottomless, like illusory deep black pupils shining with compelling light, looking down at all living beings, without any impurities, clear but bottomless. The complexion is crystal clear like jade, the deep black elegant broken hair, glowing with faint light. He is tall and handsome, standing there, indescribably elegant, like a god. His complexion is fair, with a touch of handsomeness in his delicate features, and a touch of gentleness in his handsomeness. The temperament exuding from him is so complicated, like a mixture of various temperaments, but in those gentleness and handsomeness, he has his own uniqueness, the ethereal and handsome. The man stretched out in front of the two armies. Although he looked into the distance, that was the direction of Thanos' army. Okay, I'll announce now that all of you are named Zhang San. Okay, then start the roll call now. The person named Zhang San can die. Chapter 197 Thanos, he ran away. Who is this guy, and what nonsense is he talking about? Zhang San, do you know him? I know, Zhang San. He is the Luo Bing of Earth, and Black Dwarf died there. Wait. Why do you call me Zhang San? Wait. Why'd I call you Zhang San? Zhang San. What's wrong with you? Heihachi looked at each other in astonishment. Except for the leader of Thanos, their names in each other's minds have become Zhang San. What the hell is going on here? Is this magic? At the moment, a law that came to this distant starry sky spreads down. Thanos frowned deeper, he seemed to have foreseen something. This is the will of the universe? Before Thanos could come back to his senses, he was stunned to find that the 4 Heiyao generals around him, as well as a large number of soldiers, all lost their vital signs and fell limply to the ground. A crazy thought appeared in Thanos' mind. The young man in front of him must have the right to decide the universe. A large number of soldiers, like cut down wheat, all fell to the ground softly, and even the 4 generals of Heiyao did not avoid it. 840. That is the will from the universe. It is undefeated, supreme law. All Zhang San. All have to die. Lao Dai watched all this, and his brain was in a panic. Even Luo Bing was taken aback, because at the moment, not only those Zhang Sans that he made fell to the ground, but even 1% of the Xandar Star Legion behind him were all dead, fell to the ground. And at the moment, what Luo Bing didn't expect was, in the vast universe, all the creatures named Zhang San suddenly lost their life characteristics. Zhang San who drives the plane, Zhang San who drives the tank, Zhang San the biologist, Zhang San the astronaut, Zhang San the adventurer, Zhang San the king, Zhang San the warrior, there are too many. Anyone whose name or pronunciation had the word Zhang San, all died immediately. Advertisement as if the power switch had been pressed, all Zhang San quietly closed his eyes, his expressions remained at the last moment before death. The entire universe suddenly became a mess. Compared with the universe, the most troublesome thing is the Earth, where the Johnsan ratio is too large, various traffic accidents and work accidents occur frequently, and the entire planet is almost paralyzed for a time. Luo Bing looked at the soldier who fell behind him and faintly realized something. He glanced at Thanos in the distance. At the moment Thanos was silent, very strange. He was not affected by Luo Bing's power. How did he do it? When Luo Bing released his ability, he clearly included him, but he was not affected. This is really a big guy. It turns out that you are a person with the same belief as me, but the number of deaths in the universe is not enough. You need to destroy half of it. Come on, come with me, and achieve this great goal together. Thanos kindly moved towards Luo Bing, stretched out his right hand in the direction. Quite a bit of an illusion of like-mindedness. Wait, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. Luo Bing was ashamed. It was the first time he used this skill since the upgrade that day, but it was far beyond his expectations. This thing is like a cosmic backstage. Entered a code to kill Zhang San, and all the creatures named Zhang San in this universe were stunned. Again, back in time. The hands were adjusted to 1 minute ago. History rollback. Luo Bing stood in front of the two armies again. This guy looks familiar, by the way. He's the man from Earth, Ebony Maw told Thanos beside him. At the moment, Thanos was stunned, and looked at the man in front of him with complicated eyes. How is this going? Betha, time reversed, Thanos asked in confusion. Huh? Ebony Maw was puzzled and didn't quite understand what the leader of Thanos meant. Time reversal? When? Huh? Luo Bing also looked at Thanos in surprise. What's the situation? He seems to have retained the memory before the time reversal. Damn, there's a bug, advertisement, or is Thanos immune to this force? You see? Luo Bing asked suspiciously. That's right. How did you do it? The heart of the universe? Thanos threw out something Luo Bing had never heard of. Obviously, that thing seems to be a legendary thing, and no one has seen it before. What heart? Luo Bing frowned. He had never heard of this thing, but now, it was obviously not the best time to chat. Luo Bing didn't talk nonsense. A colorful light shot out from his eyes. Pregnancy gaze. The light of the powerhouse identification technique quickly spread to the audience. This time, even Thanos was not spared. Millions of troops wailed on the ground, and the situation was very tragic. Luo Bing nodded with a smile, very satisfied with the effect. But then, a sudden change happened again. Those insect-like monsters actually split into small insects after the 10-second expansion period. Then, this strange creature constantly began to split and expand. In a short period of time, the number of Thanos' army was large, more than doubled. This is... what a witchcraft! Ebony Maw clutched his stomach, sweat dripping from his entire body. Although Thanos didn't scream in embarrassment, judging from his expression, he was working hard at the moment. What species is this? Can it split? Luo Bing frowned. While he was thinking, the whole person entered the small flash mode, the whole person turned into invisible light, and quickly started his slaughter. After a minute, Luo Bing silently twisted his sore arm as he watched the number of insects that were not decreasing and were thrown at the rapidly dividing bugs. Then, back in time again, he returned to the front of the two armies. Mr. Luo Bing, Lao Dai, who was rushing forward, looked at the man in front of him and seemed to realize this powerful character only at this moment. He said that he would protect Xandar Star, but Lao Dai didn't know what kind of strength he was. And then, everything that happened left him a little confused. Thanos' army direction. Evacuate, evacuate all. Thanos gave the order under everyone's disbelief. Then, while covering his eyes with his hands, he frantically rushed into the spaceship. Chapter 198. When the Family Planning Commissioner met the director of the birth office. You can imagine in front of the two armies, when both sides are at war with each other. Did the leader of the Dark Elephant world in a good situation suddenly say what it was like to withdraw? It's like the mouse meets the cat. Everyone was stunned by this sentence from Thanos' mouth. The four generals of He Yao, countless bugs, and even Lao Dai and a group of new star warriors on the opposite side all looked at Thanos in surprise. Is this still the overlord of the across the universe? Is it the wrong way to open today? What? He Yao looked at his master hesitantly, not understanding what was going on. Even if that person is the Earthling who killed Black Dwarf, there is no need to be so afraid. It's not scientific, it's not the character of Thanos. What the hell is going on here? Thanos' face was blue, and he didn't want to try the feeling of being pregnant just now. For Thanos, it was not only the physical torture, but also the psychological torture. Especially after seeing with his own eyes that his worm army really gave birth and split up the next little worms, Thanos' whole person is not to mention more scumbags. He is a man. Does he really want to have a baby? No, not even dead. At this moment, Thanos has the worst nightmare of his life, even though it's all just a misunderstanding. But when the Family Planning Committee met the director of the birth office, the consequences can be said to be quite powerful. Without further ado, Thanos immediately returned to his fleet. Without any intention of waiting for others, he drove his main ship and fled frantically towards the Xandar Star, even using means such as the acceleration of the space-time engine. In Xandar Star, He Yao and his group looked at each other in dismay. They didn't know that in just a few minutes, each of them died on average twice. At this time, they were at a loss. Seeing that the fire is about to start, and the planet is about to be invaded. But critical moments. Why did the leader run away? Moreover, 100,000 hurriedly slipped away without even giving an explanation, which made the generals and troops present very embarrassed. This is not the style of the leader, it must be that he expected some danger. Go, we also withdraw. Proxima Midnight's trust in Thanos is beyond doubt. Without a word, he immediately waved his hand and called roar to his troops withdrew towards the battleship. Advertisement Corvus Glaive, the slaying lord, doesn't admit this style. In its view, this is Thanos' cowardice, very disappointed in him. No matter what the reason, the two armies escaped because of a bug from the Earth. This is really a shameful thing. Proxima Midnight glanced at Corvus Glaive, and there was a faint crack in the relationship between the two. But now is not the time for them to flirt with family ethics dramas. Ebony Maw is wily, obviously analyzing something from Thanos' expression just now. Without saying a word, he immediately turned and flew towards the fleet. At the moment, Supergiant is still standing there. This unresponsive woman doesn't know what happened, only one thing. In her mind, Thanos, who is incomparably powerful and invincible in the universe, ran. 7. Before her brain cells could react to what was going on, she suddenly felt a beam of golden light shoot out in their direction. It is a strong identification technique. Luo Bing narrowed the release range this time, and projected directly in the direction of the 4 generals of Heiyao. He didn't want to launch in the direction of the army of bugs, that would undoubtedly increase the workload for him. What happened? In addition to Proxima Midnight and the wily Ebony Maw who slipped away at the beginning, Supergiant and Corvus Glaive among the 4 black fighters, as well as the soldiers within his range, were instantly attacked and lay on the ground in pain. The far side of the starry sky. Thanos looked at the projection on the big screen of the spaceship and cursed an idiot. At the same time, he was also thinking, frowning tightly, and smashed the office chair beside him with a fist. And the projection in front of him naturally disappeared completely. Damn it. Why is it so hard for me to save the universe? For flowers. 0, that guy. The human of the earth. What a demon. His eyes can impregnate anything and leave babies in a short time. Damn it, advertisement, this guy is the destroyer of the universe. What should I do? He's too strong. That guy is like a harbinger of the destruction of the universe. What can I do to stop him? For the first time, Family Planning Commissioner Mr. Thanos felt the biggest trouble in his life and career. And it's the last thing he wants to see. He invaded planets and killed half of the lives for what? Not yet to control the universe's expanding population. When the population of this universe is increasing and the resources are exhausted because of insufficient resources, the competition between races for resources will inevitably lead to a great chaos in the whole universe. At that time, the universe will also perish because of this. The devil. What a great way. Thanos can no longer be calm. Since he was born, there has been a voice in his ear urging him and warning him, and Thanos also firmly believes that he is the one chosen by the will of the universe. The one who is destined to fulfill his destiny, but now. What does he have to do to live up to the expectations of the will of the universe? It's so hard. I'm so hard. And in the other direction, there is a woman who has been sleeping for hundreds of millions of years. At the moment, her brows are also frowned. Damn it. It was destroyed by him again. Every time, he's always going against the flow of time and saving the damned. Damn. This person has violated the cosmic time and space rules many times. Eternity. Infinity. Life Court. What are you doing? The oldest in the universe. The most mysterious and unpredictable no man's land, came the roar of the death of one of the 5 ancient gods. And the destiny in Thanos' mouth. In fact, it has never been the will of the universe. Instead, the earnest induction of the goddess of death and. Chapter 199 Travel ends. Return to Earth on Xandar. The Nova warriors are celebrating the victory of a great battle. This victory came a little suddenly, and was somewhat inexplicable. Although they did not know why they won after knowing the victory, the celebration was over. In the word of mouth of Nova warrior, Mr. Luo Bing from Earth was almost touched to the sky by them. Just showing up, without saying a word, he directly scared away the leader of the opposite side, Thanos. You must know that he is the most ferocious guy in the universe. He didn't even dare to let go of a fart and ran away frantically while covering his face. Could there have been some big, unspeakable secrets that happened to Thanos and Mr. Luo Bing before? For example, Thanos was actually pressed to the ground by Mr. Luo Bing and hammered, 857, early? So now, as soon as we meet, it will trigger the plot of the shadow in my heart? Various versions of the legend spread at the speed of light among the inhabitants of Xandar. Moreover, this news was not only spread within the Nova Corps, but soon spread to every corner of the galaxy through other means. Soon, the name Luo Bing became a household name. It used to be the request for help from the Nova Corps of Xandar Star. After many planets received it, they immediately called the troops to prepare to go to the rescue, but the order here could be conveyed. Before the troops were assembled, the Nova Corps came from the other side. Exciting news of a big win. Baby, that's the Dark Quadrant. That's the Thanos army. How, so easy to win? It sounds like bragging, but the Nova Corps never lies, and lying is against their own laws. Shortly after the incident, the Nova Corps ground condition detection system clearly extracted the battle scene at that time, and then it was placed on the homepage of the Nova Corps official website. Then downloads and plays began to skyrocket, reaching an astonishing number. That's right, the universe has the internet, and Nova Corps sometimes publishes some information about the scavengers of the most wanted criminals in the universe on its official website, and also publishes some bounties.
Advertisement, however, unlike Earth's internet entertainment use, few people in the universe use this stuff for entertainment and luxury. After all, the universe is too big, and it takes a huge amount of consumption to build this kind of thing. So far, the internet of Xandar Star can only cover dozens of star groups around it. Compared with Andromeda, which has a more developed entertainment live broadcast industry, the Milky Way is still a little behind in this regard. Luo Bing once participated in the storm Famira held by Andromeda, and the live broadcast method is much more advanced than the Milky Way. But even so, Luo Bing has become a hot, big internet celebrity, in the word of mouth in the Milky Way. Let's call it a big internet celebrity. At least now, his fame is no less than that of Captain Marvel, who is engaged in the internet celebrity industry. Captain Marvel has worked hard in the galaxy for so many years, saving one after another on the verge of destruction, but he still can't compare to Luo Bing's record. That man. But the man who scared away Thanos when he showed up. A character who defeated 2 generals in the Black Order with just one look. That's a real cosmic boss. All the above cognitions are the unanimous evaluations of the inhabitants of the Milky Way. And, ever since some gossip from nowhere confirmed that Captain Marvel and even the Star-Lord of the Guardians of Galaxy are also Earthlings, this small planet that has never been heard of has attracted everyone's attention in an instant. For a long time to come, I am afraid that Mr. Phil Coulson will be busy with the establishment of diplomatic relations between various planets. After Thanos left, especially after Supergiant and Corvus Glaive collapsed to the ground, Ebony Maw commanded the soldiers to board the ship quickly and flee. Nova Corps took advantage of the situation to pursue. Advertisement pulled between each other. Although the Thanos Legion suffered heavy losses, it was also severely damaged, especially when the Heiyao General became the second Heiyao General, and 3 of them fell into Luo Bing's hands. Among them, Black Dwarf died on the spot. Corvus Glaive and Supergiant became prisoners and were held in the Nova Corps secret prison. Perhaps because of the victory of the war, Nova Supreme gave up and continued to accept the inheritance, sighed with relief, and looked at Luo Bing with a complex face. "Who the hell are you?" 33, she asked curiously. "Earthman," Luo Bing replied with a smile. Nova Supreme rolled his eyes, and became a little more curious about the mysterious Earth in his heart. Although she had been preparing for inheritance before, but through the main body of the super biological computer, Nova, she also clearly saw everything that happened outside. After a beam of destruction, including the Thanos warship, broke through all the defenses of Xandar Star, at that time, she panicked in her heart, thinking that Xandar Star would be destroyed. Unexpectedly, everything happened so quickly, this handsome man in front of him directly took action to save or even reverse it all. "Thank you for your help. Xandar will never forget the friendship of Earth." Nova Supreme didn't ask anything, and looked at Luo Bing solemnly. "I think it will be safer to keep the power gems with you. At the same time, after part of Nova's carrier has been authorized by Nova, it has agreed to settle on Earth. In terms of 5.0 and scientific research and technology, I will rank a top Nova team. Help the Earth to build and develop together." Nova Supreme is very sincere and has provided a lot of free help to the Earth not only in terms of technology, but also in terms of materials. In fact, it is also a thank you. Luo Bing did not refuse. When the Nova carrier successfully settles on the Earth can also be directly connected to the cosmic internet, and then it is a real period of strong development. After all this was over, in order to prevent the Thanos army from returning, Luo Bing left his contact information on Xandar, copying Captain Marvel's set. Afterwards, he temporarily imprisoned Corvus Glaive and Supergiant in his own divine space, and took Phil Coulson and his party directly back to Earth. Chapter 200. Exchange soul for soul. 1 day later, Earth. The teleportation device across parallel universes has been developed. Tony too took a long sigh of relief. The life in another world has been very comfortable these days. He also met his deceased parents. He is very happy and satisfied, but he will leave sooner or later. The other world still has his wife and a daughter, and a large group of brothers awaited him. However, he and Luo Bing had an agreement before, and with the help of the big guys in this world, even if he came to his own world, those things could be solved perfectly. So Tony too is not in a hurry. He is still waiting for Luo Bing to get the 6th infinite gems, and when the 6 gems are gathered together, there is a greater hope to restore all that. At that time, even if the infinite gems in his world still haven't gathered, maybe he can borrow the power of the infinite gems in this world. And Luo Bing at the moment took Wanda on the road to find the last gem. No way. This clingy little sister-in-law couldn't get rid of it this time. According to Tony 2's intelligence, the last gem is on Vormir star, Vormir, which is a remote and wild corner of the universe, and there is not even a living planet within 1,000 light years. If you don't rely on the cosmic star map, you basically can't reach that place. However, for Luo Bing, who owns the space gem, under the premise of knowing the clear coordinates, it is only a short roar suction time to reach that place. The space slowly opened like a water curtain, and Luo Bing and sister-in-law Wanda from Infinity Gauntlet walked out of the space tunnel. The 5 infinite gems sparkled. At the moment, it was very close to the perfection. Just 1 step away. This is Vormir star. It's so beautiful. Wanda looked around excitedly. This was her first time going out, and she was very happy. We are here to find gems, not to enjoy the scenery. Luo Bing rolled his eyes, looked at the active Wanda, and sighed. But I have to admit, the starry sky here is really beautiful. Looking around, there are aurora and nebula everywhere. It is a cosmic wonder. I didn't expect such a remote place to have such a scenery. I want to live here.
Wanda sniffed. The air here was unexpectedly suitable for human survival. With oxygen, the gravity is similar to that of the Earth, and there is no discomfort. Advertisement. Luo Bing was also a little surprised. He originally thought that the last gem should be in a dangerous place in the universe, but the docile environment around him made him suspicious, and he couldn't help but be vigilant. Who? A wave of energy shot straight out of Luo Bing's hand, penetrating toward a raised rock. Boom! The rocks were blown into powder, and an ethereal red guy floated over from behind. Like a ghost, with his feet off the ground floating in the sky, the energy wave passed through his body without causing any damage. This guy. It seems that he is in a special state, he has no body, and naturally he can't hurt him. Jia. I finally waited for you, young adventurer. I'm the keeper of the soul gem. Do you want it? 35. Follow me. The red death god-like phantom smiled strangely, and then the body floated towards the front. Is there any danger? Wanda looked at the back of Death God, solemnly, frowning. Let's go up and have a look first. Luo Bing also had doubts in his mind. He always felt that this guy was a little familiar, as if he had seen it before, but now, regardless of whether the other party is real or not, he will follow up and talk about it. After walking for about 10 minutes, Luo Bing and Wanda, the phantom leader of the Death God, came to the edge of a cliff. Look, there. The red figure turned around, showing a terrifying smile, staring at Luo Bing's infinity gauntlet with a bit of dread. Without the guy's prompting, Luo Bing could already see the hazy orange light in the mist under the cliff. It's really soul gem. Luo Bing nodded. Even his infinity gauntlet glowed faintly. It was the raw response between gems, and it couldn't be faked. Thank you, red guy. Luo Bing turned around and said thank you, no matter what the other party's purpose was. In general, this saved him a lot of trouble. Jia. It's useless, it won't be that simple. The red phantom smiled evilly, looking extremely strange. This is soul gem, yes, but there is nothing in the world that you get for nothing. If you want to take it away, you must pay a price. The red phantom continued to speak. His language seemed to affect the will of others, making people unable to help in between began to think. What price? Wanda asked curiously. Advertisement. She also discovered that the gem looked like it was in front of her eyes, but it was also like a mirage of mirror flowers, water and moon, which could be seen but not touched, hazy and dreamy. For example? Kill Asgardian. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and looked at the red phantom. But in my opinion, you should be dead long ago, right? The red phantom laughed twice, then nodded. Yes, I'm already a dead man, but my soul is imprisoned here by the soul gem, and there is only one way to get the soul gem. The red phantom didn't wait for Luo Bing and the two to continue to ask questions, and then said the rules. That is, in exchange for souls, how to change the law? Luo Bing frowned and asked. Sacrificing your love, the person you love the most in your life, and pushing her down for sacrifice, the soul gem will truly belong to you, the red phantom continued. Luo Bing was stunned. He had never heard Tony Tu talk about this kind of thing. However, from the history he told, Luo Bing also recalled the way Thanos got gems and his daughter who disappeared during that time. Maybe Thanos sacrificed his own daughter, and then Qian Li Zhao got the soul gem. So, that ruthless tyrant has love in his heart. Brother-in-law, now the question is, which sister do you love more? Wanda asked with a wink and a sneer. It seems that the situation has turned into a vicious ethical circle where the girlfriend and the mother both jump into the river and save which one will save first. Luo Bing had a black line on his face. Wanda, I won't hide it from you now. In fact, I love you the most, so I can only try it with you first. Luo Bing smiled kindly, which made his sister-in-law look a little frightened. Wait, brother-in-law, this can't be done. There must be other ways. I'm still young. I don't want to die. Wanda yelled and took 2 steps back. To make fun of you. Luo Bing's face was dull. Speaking of the curse of gems. Unfortunately, Luo Bing happens to be immune to all curses. So, he doesn't need to make any choice. Chapter 211 6 Infinite Gems in Hand. It seems that you are not ready, so please come back. I hope you will make the right decision when you come again next time. I know, that day won't be too far. The red phantom continued to speak. There was no trace of flesh and blood on his face, only a skull. He was certain that the young adventurer would make that choice, and it was evident from the remaining 5 infinite gems in his hand that no man could resist the ambition of 6 gems. So, that day will not be too far away. He was about to be released from this endless guard duty. Wait, I remember, you look a lot like a guy on Earth named Red Skull, and there's a picture of him in the World War II museum. Red Ghost. Looks like you're the Red Skull, teleported by the space gem? Seeing the other party's reaction, Luo Bing instantly had a definition in his heart. Those are all history, and now I'm just an undead waiting to be liberated, Red Skull said. After waiting for a long time without the concept of time, he has gradually forgotten the past. From the moment he saw the space gem on the opponent's glove, 857 Red Skull guessed that he must have some connection with Earth. I should have brought Steve over to see you. The picture of old friends getting together must be very interesting. Luo Bing smiled, then walked slowly to the edge of the cliff. Steve. That guy. He's not dead. The phantom, who had been calm all along, seemed to finally have a change in his mood, and his tone was a little exasperated. As the enemy of his life, the last thing he wanted to hear was that Steve was okay. It's not too late, he must be lying in a hospital bed waiting to die now,
Hey, he's almost 100 years old, and sooner or later he'll die too, Red Skull sneered. Luo Bing didn't explain. He really has no interest in continuing to attack the founder of Hydra, who is in a sad situation. He's already miserable enough. Look at the children who were buried and the clothes were tattered. If Red Skull at the moment knew what Luo Bing was thinking, he would have killed him desperately. But he doesn't have the ability to read minds. Wait for me here, I'll go down to retrieve that gem. Luo Bing stretched and instructed Wanda next to him. Look, Beffa. You don't understand what I mean, it's useless, everything is in vain. Advertisement, I kindly remind you that the altar below has a mysterious power. Any life that falls on it will die, without exception. Red Skull floated freely. He does not want to see this young man die, which means that he will continue to be imprisoned here, waiting for 1,000 years, 10,000 years, and even endless years. Oh, I can fly, it's not about flying or not, he. Luo Bing didn't say anything, his figure disappeared instantly. Whoosh! He broke through the layers of mist and came straight to the gem. All illusions and curses are ineffective against him. As soon as he raised his hand, he easily obtained the soul gem. Shoo! Luo Bing returned to the place, took the orange gem between his hands, and looked at it in front of him. You? That's impossible. How could this be? Red Skull exclaimed in disbelief. Unfortunately, his cry did not last long, and gradually dissipated as the gem was taken away. In the end, the soul flew away, and there was no trace of it anymore. I got it. Luo Bing took a deep breath and felt a little nervous in his heart. Wanda, who was on the side, ran over immediately and urged the brother-in-law to try it on quickly. A shockwave visible to the naked eye rippled, and as the last gem was placed, the situation suddenly changed, thunder roared, and a frenzy of infinite almighty power surged, crashing on Luo Bing's body. Immediately, the pores of his whole body began to relax, and an unimaginable force was freed between every cell and every molecule in him. His bangs were tossed around by the storm. A feeling of omniscience and omnipotence filled his heart. After a long time, the mutated space gradually returned to normal. Luo Bing glanced at his right hand, and the 6 infinite gems were shining brightly. It's so beautiful, Wanda stared at it all with envy. It's hard to explain to you. It's not a question of being pretty. Now I'm almost omnipotent, Luo Bing said. He could feel the enormous power of his body, which was so exaggerated that he felt a little heavy. Advertisement. It is not easy to manipulate the Infinity Gauntlet with its 6 gems. If it is an earthling, let alone use it, as long as it is worn, it will be overwhelmed by the power of the thunder. If you want to snap your fingers, only those with great perseverance and will can do it. Although Infinity Gauntlet is good, the user also depends on the person. However, this level of physical load is acceptable to Luo Bing, and his immortal body is not so simple. Let's go, it's time to go home, Luo Bing said, his eyes glowed with divine light. He didn't do anything at all, just a move of his mind, and Wanda appeared in the Avengers building instantly. There are no fancy special effects, it just appears out of thin air. Complete the collection? A group of Avengers ran over and looked at the Infinity Gauntlet in Luo Bing's hand. On it, the 6 infinite gems are extremely bright. Yeah, Luo Bing nodded, clenched his fists, and the glove shone with electric light. Gudong. Little Spider-Man swallowed and reached out to touch it boldly, although he jumped twice in excitement. So we can snap our fingers now? Little Spider-Man asked. We don't need to snap our fingers. Luo Bing's face was black. He glanced at Tony too. Tony too nodded at him. Wait for me for a few minutes, come back right away, Luo Bing said, then disappeared instantly. December 16, 1991. Luo Bing crossed the long river of history and appeared in a quaint town in an instant. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, and the power of omniscience and omnipotence crossed the river of time, instantly imprisoning this piece of time and space. Snapped. Today is the day the Howards were killed in a car accident. From the moment he collected all the gems, Luo Bing started his own rescue plan. Hi, Mr. Howard. Chi-chi-chi. A classic car that was about to be scrapped crashed into the corner of the alley, and thick black smoke rose from the engine. The brainwashed Winter Soldier is chasing after him. Swish. Chapter 202. The origin of Luo Bing. Everything works in an orderly fashion, and time-space migration doesn't really modify history. In layman's terms, it is like copying all the data and attributes of a certain NPC from the original historical node, and then regenerating him in another node. The Infinity Gauntlet, which has gathered 6 infinite gems, is equivalent to a backdoor CMD. The so-called universe can be roughly regarded as a large-scale online game. Destroying life in the general universe with a snap of your fingers is akin to entering a line of code to clear 50% of the population. Comparing reality to a game, while absurd, is well understood. Luo Bing then went to a different time and space node and rescued Ben Parker, who was shot and killed. Then, after everything was done, he went to a special time and space alone. October 27, 1996. That day was his birthday, the day he was found at the gate of the orphanage. Luo Bing never knew who his biological parents were, and he definitely was curious too. He didn't blame his parents for abandoning him, he just had some questions. Why? Is it because the family income cannot afford it? Or because of being chased? Have to protect yourself? Or is he just a burden born by a foster junior or an unintentional product of a misguided student? Saying you don't care is a lie.
Even Sky found her biological parents, although the process was a bit bumpy. Her parents were not good people, and they left her an official name of Daisy. However, too many people use this name. Luo Bing still likes to call Roar, and her name is Sky. Luo Bing was a little nervous. He hadn't been nervous for a long time. He walked quietly to the door of the orphanage, without using any supernatural powers or deliberately hiding his figure, just waiting for the arrival of 7:20. According to the dean, he found himself at the gate at 7:20 in the morning, and now it is 7:15. Only 5 minutes left. He will appear at the door of this orphanage. Birds were chirping on the willow tree beside, and the morning light was falling. It was the season of autumn. The bleak autumn wind was blowing on Luo Bing's face, making it a little chilly. These 5 minutes are really too long, so long that Luo Bing can run a full circle around the solar system. But he was still waiting patiently. After all, the confusion that had plagued him for many years was about to be resolved. At the moment when he was about to know the truth, Luo Bing's psychology was actually very complicated. He was a little overwhelmed, and he didn't even know what attitude to use to face his biological parents after a while. To blame? Advertisement, not quite. He had a very good time in the orphanage. Everyone grew up in such an environment like him. Although he sometimes envies the children outside the orphanage, he just thinks about it and accepts his fate. Nothing to be hypocritical, although he said that, he still wanted to see. Even if you just watch quietly and don't recognize your biological parents, it's fine. Time passed quietly, and soon the last minute was approaching. Luo Bing's mental perception shrouded, and his brows furrowed deeply. He could feel that the dean had walked out of the courtyard and was about to come to the gate, but his biological parents and himself did not appear at all. In his perception, there are only a few street cleaners within a 500-meter radius. Maybe I was abandoned in a trash can? The cleaners sent me to the door of the orphanage? Luo Bing frowned, thinking of countless possibilities. But he didn't find that young self in the trash can. Seeing the dean approaching the door step by step, and the self at the door has not yet appeared, Luo Bing's doubts became heavier. For now, there is only one conclusion. Either he appeared out of thin air, or the dean deceived him. The dean had no reason to deceive him at all. Dong dong dong. The sound of the dean's footsteps was getting closer and clearer. Luo Bing frowned and glanced at his watch. The time on it was already counting down. Perhaps the dean was old and remembered the wrong time? However, at the moment Luo Bing looked down at his watch, the sudden cry of a baby startled him and caught his attention. Wow! Ah! A small doll placed in the baby basket stared wide-eyed and shouted unpleasantly, and the restless little feet constantly kicked and kicked, as if telling their own experience. For flowers. Zero. Luo Bing. Where did it come from? Where did I come from? Squeak. The courtyard door was gently pushed open, and the dean in the courtyard seemed to be attracted by the cry of the baby, and opened the door suspiciously. Advertisement. What a beautiful little doll. Looks like it's been abandoned again. During this time, the dean accepted a lot of abandoned children, and the children who appeared at the gate of the orphanage were basically placed here secretly. The current parents are really irresponsible, and they have suffered for this child. The dean looked at the little baby in the basket with kind eyes and sighed. You look so good, little guy. What's your name? ENMMM. Let's call it Luo Bing. Luo Bing. Robin, when I grow up I can use this name again, and I won't be bullied. Luo Bing looked at this scene dumbfounded, with 3 question marks on his forehead. Who I am? Why am I there? Where am I from? What the hell just appeared there all of a sudden? Is it really out of nowhere? Luo Bing was extremely speechless. He moved the time pointer and read it carefully again. A book broke through the void, dropped a baby, and quickly slipped away. I am so special. It's that book. Supreme Space Magic Book. Traffickers. This guy turned out to be a personal trafficker. Don't try to run. Luo Bing instantly turned into a streamer and chased after the space node that had disappeared. Zzz. Not long after he left, another stream of light came out of the sky and directly hit the baby in the dean's arms. What? The dean looked around in confusion, scratching his forehead in confusion. Ding. The system has been bound, the energy left is insufficient, and it falls into a deep sleep state. Open black lens bracket countdown to be activated. Close black lens bracket. Wow! Xiao Luo Bing was startled and started to cry again. He hates the sound. Once again. Started, and, Chapter 203 Go to Tonydu's world. Time and space passed rapidly in front of Luo Bing. He didn't know how long he chased, how far he chased, and he even discovered several unknown worlds along the way. It's a pity, he still didn't catch the book. It seems that the other party does not want to be chased by him this time, at least not now. A journey to explore life, Luo Bing was completely stunned to explore. He always thought that he was a normal, ordinary earthling, but now it seems that he is not, from the beginning. Then, he had a lot of conjectures. Why was he brought to this time and space by the space magic book? It should not have been involved inadvertently, because the baby's body could not bear the tearing force of the time-space tunnel at all. During the process, the space magic book should have been protecting him. But why? 857, who are your biological parents? Is it a book? Absolutely impossible. How could it be a book? Does it have reproductive organs? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became. Luo Bing thought that he was already omnipotent after gathering 6 infinite gems, but he didn't expect to catch the tail of the book. It should come from a higher plane, at least more exaggerated than this universe. After understanding this, Luo Bing carefully looked inward to his unknown system. In Luo Bing's view, this guy should also be a product of a high-level plane. At least he doesn't understand any operating principles of the system at all, and it feels very unreasonable. It should have something to do with that book. Afterwards, Luo Bing went to level 1 of system activation in 2008. Luo Bing still clearly remembers that day he thought he had auditory hallucinations, more like a split personality, and even went to the hospital to check his ears and cranial nerves. The doctor gave the result that everything is normal. Hearing that he seems to have some tinnitus signs, it is recommended that he take more Luwei Diwang pills. Advertisement: pay attention to moderation on weekdays. Although it is said that the craftsmanship handed down by the ancestors should not be lost, it should not be so frequent. At that time, Luo Bing didn't understand what the doctor was talking about, and he didn't think much about it at all. Looking back now, it was so obvious that he was driving. I remember the first ability I got at that time was Wang Kai's unique peeing position with one leg standing upright. Luo Bing's face darkened instantly. With such mentally retarded skills, he doesn't even have the motivation to upgrade, and he didn't even think about it. Back in the day, because Luo Bing at the moment had a clear judgment and ability to think, so Luo Bing did not show up and observed everything in the way of existence in the divine power space. On the street. Walking on the road. With a buzzing sound, Luo Bing felt a little dizzy at that time, and leaned down while leaning on a telephone pole. It's so abrupt, the system is awakening. I looked at 2 or 3 sides repeatedly, but I couldn't see why. Luo Bing was a little depressed, and then gave up. It seems that the snakeskin operations of these high-level planes are still not fully understood by his current realm. Then don't want to. Time to go back. Luo Bing sighed, and the whole person pushed the infinity gauntlet again, returning to the normal timeline. Okay, then I'll wait for you. Before Tony 2 finished speaking, Luo Bing, who was in front of the meeting, suddenly disappeared, and then suddenly appeared again, flickering in place. Well, I'm fine. No matter how long it has passed in the long river of time, at the moment of returning to the original timeline, for the people around, it will not feel any difference. So soon. Tony 2 was a little ashamed. He had been immune to Luo Bing's elusive ways in this world these days, but he still felt a little helpless. But now, Tony 2's armor has been upgraded again in this world. The teleport belt contributed by Deadpool has a lot of credit. ENMMM. Advertisement: although he didn't voluntarily contribute, but who cares, Luo Bing also gave him a better one, an upgrade that doesn't have to worry about the separation of the body due to failure at any time. But the other party's expression does not seem to be very happy, as if a lot of fun has been lost because of this. To be frank, Luo Bing doesn't know this kind of people very well. In his opinion, life is good, and death is not suitable for him at all. Let's go. Luo Bing looked at Tony 2, took off his infinity gauntlet, and threw it back into the Shenwei space. Since the matter involves parallel universes, Luo Bing at the moment does not intend to take anyone from this universe to the past. Except for little Spider-Man, who felt a little pity, everyone else had no opinion. Not everyone can accept that there is a unique self in another universe, and it feels very uncomfortable. The tide of time and space is almost ready. Jin and Tu are quietly guarding in the operating room. The female Dr. Octopus looks at her finished product eagerly, and looks at Luo Bing. There are a few suspicions of taking credit. Although they are controlled by their thinking, this will not affect their original wisdom and way of thinking, but will become stronger. Let's go. Tony 2 took a deep breath of roar and followed Luo Bing. I don't like saying goodbye very much, maybe we'll meet again later. Tony 2 waved at the crowd, especially in the direction of his parents. Howard Shee Stark knew that his son in another world was going to leave, and came here specially to say goodbye. I hope your world also has a perfect ending. Tony patted Tony 2 on the shoulder. The two looked at each other, although they often quarreled with each other and couldn't see each other, but at the moment there was a sense of sympathy. After all, he was in another parallel world, and Tony's feelings in his heart were even more complicated. I hope to complete the 5.0 beauty as much as possible, but I don't admit that that is the end. The story will always continue. When I read fairy tales, I often think that at the end of the story, the prince and princess live happily ever after. Together, the perfect ending. And then, when the story stops and the author draws the end, what will the world of the story be like? Will it collapse? Or will it remain in that moment forever? Tony 2 asked with a smile. You know that kind of thing. Luo Bing smiled, patted Tony 2 on the shoulder, and waved to the partner behind him. The two gradually disappeared in front of the space-time plagiarism. Rumble rumble. The Avengers Tower is shaking. No one knows what the reason is. Chapter 204 is their way to resurrect Natasha Romanoff, boss. The location of the time and space tides is already planned. Where you go in will definitely come out from there. When Luo Bing and Tony walked out of the two and walked out of the mist-shrouded space-time plagiarism, he was a little surprised by the desolation in front of him. Maybe it's not time to call Roar Tony 2, he's the one and only Tony Stark in this plane. What happened to my Avengers building? Luo Bing looked around in surprise. There was no trace of the original Avengers building, and now it is still under construction, and it seems that a new building will be rebuilt. Sold by me, it's a bit complicated to say. This old guy hasn't used much since he moved to a new home. The main reason is that it's too conspicuous here. You know, this is the city center. Any criminal with a brain can easily sneak in. Tony scratched his head and said. I thought you were short of money, Luo Bing teased with a smile. Tony rolled his eyes, glanced at the time, frowned, and said, "There's still a minute before our action." "Where are the new coordinates?" Luo Bing asked. "The old place, Tri-Curved Wing, has been acquired by me since Shield 14 disintegrated," Tony said solemnly. "It seems that a lot of things have happened." Luo Bing smiled. He could already feel it right from the desolate population outside the street. Tony nodded. Then the two looked at each other and disappeared instantly. Tony twisted the switch of the teleport belt. Generally speaking, the teleport belt could not teleport so far away. It was not a technical problem, but the consumption of space gems was too terrifying. However, now Tony is also a local tyrant. He brought a lot of space gems from Luo Bing's hometown, and he used nanotechnology to store them. If there is no loss in other directions, these space gems are enough for him to use for hundreds of years. Swish. Swish. The two came to the headquarters building at the same time, lying outside the window, watching everything in front of them. Inside headquarters, there is another Tony, but they are counting down the shuttle. 5, 4, 3, 2, advertisement, 1, SWA. Pulled by huge amounts of quantum waves, the Avengers in neat white combat armor disappeared into the building. If there is no accident, they will be back in 5 seconds. Tony at the moment no longer concealed, he walked to the device with Luo Bing, quietly waiting for the return of his teammates. At the moment, Luo Bing's eyes were very solemn, and he seemed to be suspicious of life. Tony had never seen such an unsteady look in his eyes, which made his whole body stand on end, and immediately asked anxiously, "What's the matter? Did something happen?" His heart tightened. Right. He can go to another parallel world by mistake, and it is difficult to guarantee that his teammates will not have the same accident as him. "No, I'm just wondering, that fat guy just now, really Thor?" Luo Bing's strange face, Thor, who looks like a dead fat house. It's really unbearable to look directly at him. "Tony, you've been studying this for a long time." Tony rolled his eyes, and before he could speak, the device lit up again. Shish. A group of space-time collectors returned to headquarters, but at the same time there was one less person in the crowd. And one more? Steve looked at Luo Bing inexplicably and asked curiously, "Who is he?" "I have to say that Captain Moging's hairstyle looks more aggressive. At the same time, he seems to have copied Thor's previous style and also has a mustache. Everyone has more or less changes, with a bit of vicissitudes on their faces. The most notable are Banner and Thor, both of which have become fat. Thor is fat, and Dr. Banner seems to be half-hulked, and the whole person seems nondescript. Among the group, there is also a man and woman that Luo Bing does not know, probably Ant-Man Scott Lang, and Thanos' adopted daughter Nebula. Advertisement Thanos' adopted daughters were all miserable, one was sacrificed, and the other was rehabilitated. I heard Tony say that she is now her own." "Tony, what happened? Why didn't you arrive at the same place as us?" Steve looked at Tony, whose battlesuit had changed, and the handsome young man beside him, vaguely guessing something was wrong. "The situation is a bit complicated, I'll explain later. Are you all right?" Tony glanced nervously at the crowd, then frowned. "What about Natasha Romanoff?" Hearing this, Hawkeye on the side lowered his head, his eyes flushed. Seeing his expression, everyone seemed to realize something instantly. Right. In this dangerous journey of time and space, everyone is mentally prepared to sacrifice. I just didn't expect. When this moment really happened, my heart would still be so uncomfortable. Damn it. What's wrong, Barton? Tony clenched his fists, his heart pounding. Tony Stark is a very conceited person, and he is also a person who attaches great importance to friendship. In the long-term relationship, the Avengers are like a group of brothers and sisters, and it is difficult for him to lose any 857-1. It's because of Soul Gem. Luo Bing noticed the black box in Barton's hand and frowned. A young man's voice suddenly sounded in everyone's ears. Big guy. Tony calmed down and looked at the backbone. In another world, he has developed a good habit of asking the boss about everything. It's a curse. Souls are exchanged for souls. Only by sacrificing one's closest relatives can one get the Soul Gem. That's what Thanos did, Luo Bing said. Nebula's eyelids trembled and he didn't speak. The captain and others on the side were stunned at the same time. If they didn't know Tony very well, they would have encountered a fake. Big guy? Is it possible that the name Roar came out of Tony's mouth? No way. Is there a way to revive Natasha Romanoff? Big guy? Tony's hopeful gaze turned to Luo Bing. The one who should have died should be me. Barton smashed to the ground, his teeth biting his lip, and he was very emotional. Luo Bing's omnipotent image is really impressive. Everyone is still confused about his identity. Everyone's eyes turned to Luo Bing beside Tony. Chapter 205. Believe it or not, he is your brother-in-law. Hearing the word resurrection, everyone was shocked. Their original purpose was to get 6 infinite gems, and then revive teammates and relatives who were dissipated by Thanos snapping his fingers. Although something went wrong now, the 6 infinite gems were collected again with the help of the captain. I have to say that Steve has always been a trustworthy person. Although his combat power is not high, he can always accomplish his tasks by miraculous means. This is Steve, a symbol of an era. From conventional means, the soul has been sacrificed, and there is no possibility of resurrection. Even if you snap your fingers with the Infinity Gauntlet now, it won't help, Luo Bing said. Hearing this, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and froze in place. Only Tony remained calm, and from the boss's words, he could hear another meaning. What if you use unconventional means? Tony Stark looked at Luo Bing with anticipation. In his mind, unconventional snakeskin operation was Luo Bing's daily operation. That's easy, just reverse the time and space, and take away Natasha Romanoff from that time period. Luo Bing replied, and his expression was very relaxed from beginning to end. After all, he has done this kind of thing more than once or twice. Time paradox? The green-skinned Banner frowned, with suspicion in his eyes. Doctor, I don't think what I said has anything to do with science at all. Luo Bing shrugged and looked up at the new base's furnishings. The space is really bigger, but apart from the Avengers, not even a single staff member has seen it. The world has really suffered an unimaginable disaster. Who is he? Thor looked at Luo Bing with a strange expression on his face. With his arrogant character, it is difficult for anyone to get into his eyes and get his approval, but Thor at the moment has no reason to think that this handsome young man in front of him is very pleasing to the eye. Although he looks a little immature from the outside. But there's always a strange sense of security. How is this going? Advertisement. When he saw the indifferent expression of the boss Luo Bing, Tony was completely relieved, glanced at the fat house Thor, smiled teasingly, and said, whether you believe it or not, he is your sister from another world. Husband. Thor. What? As if the air was instantly silent, everyone looked at Tony Stark with frowns, full of doubts in their minds. This joke, it's not funny at all, Thor thought of his own sister. That is the existence of one-handed that can crush his own meow hammer. If he hadn't used a special method, he wouldn't have been able to kill that crazy woman. That's the woman who appears as a symbol of Ragnarok. I'm not kidding you, it's true, Tony shrugged. In another world, you call Mr. Luo Bing your brother-in-law. After Tony finished a sentence, the atmosphere at the scene became strange and awkward again. Only Banner understood something and scratched his head. Parallel space? It should be said that it is a parallel universe. I accidentally got involved in a parallel universe, and Luo Bing, the leader of the Avengers in that universe, definitely. After you have been to that universe, you will know that we are now what a failure. Tony sighed, stating the truth. Everyone was digesting the amazing news from Tony. Only Scott twitched his head and said, cool. Immediately afterwards, he looked at Luo Bing and asked excitedly, Mr. Luo Bing, in your world, I should be very famous. How is it? How are my figures and comic sales? Like Lil Spider-Man Deadpool, this thing is also a living treasure. Although he is already a father, his behavior is still childish. Luo Bing scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. I'm sorry, I haven't heard of you. But Dr. Pym, I know, it may be due to the butterfly effect, in my world, and no Ant-Man. Hearing this, Stark immediately drooped his face, very depressed. Hey, this is at least a good thing, superhero or something, but it's not that easy. I think everyone should have a deep understanding of it. Luo Bing stepped forward, patted Stecco on the shoulder, and comforted with a smile. After all, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Advertisement. After some conversation, everyone gradually became familiar with each other. Everyone was fascinated by Tony's story in another world. Here the Great War in New York, here the plague in Queens, here the Avengers set up, here Thanos flee. After seeing the brand new Earth orbit defense and planetary transformation technology in another world, everyone's hearts are stunned. Familiar plot, completely different reversal. Luo Bing's gang of Avengers did their best and did everything they didn't. This feeling, Tony is very clear, at that time he had this sense of gap every day. It is estimated that they will take a while to digest. A mortal body can't bear the power of gems, leave it to me. I'm familiar with this thing, Luo Bing said, taking out the golden infinity gauntlet from the Shenwei space. This thing. Everyone is so rude. Thanos snapped his fingers with this thing. Half of the universe perished. Boss, can the infinite gems in your world still be used? Tony asked curiously. It seems. Not very good. Luo Bing frowned, but this was also in his expectation. This is equivalent to taking the sword of the previous dynasty and beheading the officials of this dynasty. Qian Li Jiao. Although infinite gems are still infinite gems, they are not very common in the entire universe. Like keys, there are many similarities, but there is only one that applies to the entire universe. Use the gloves I made, I prepared them earlier, Tony said, walking towards the lab with the big guy. Nebula's pace was a little slower, but at this time everyone's attention was not on her. They were all attracted by Luo Bing, the boss of the parallel universe. Taking advantage of the opportunity to be single, Nebula smiled disdainfully, then turned on the time-space shuttle device button, and silently followed behind the Avengers and walked towards the laboratory. This Nebula is not another Nebula. It has been dropped, but no one has noticed. As for Luo Bing, he was unfamiliar with Nebula, and naturally it was even less likely that he would discover this or. Chapter 206. It's all back. Just as the big guys talked to each other and embedded the infinite gems on the steel gloves one by one, a dark quadrant main ship that was infinitely reduced by Pym particles flew out of the time-space shuttle device, and then broke the glass, flew into the sky and disappeared. And all this, no one noticed, even Luo Bing, because he was attracted by the infinity gauntlet, didn't notice it at all. On the main ship of the dark quadrant, another Nebula was firmly imprisoned on the ground, unable to move. She never imagined that hesitation is the reason why she is half human and half machine. When she traveled through time and space and returned to the past, all her memories were shared by another Nebula. And because of this, Thanos learns about everything that happens in the future, including his head being chopped off by Thor Torliso. At the moment, Thanos has a little sadness in his heart. His plan was successful, his destiny has been completed, but he didn't expect it to end like this. For the first time, Thanos felt that it was unfair. Even the way he killed half of the life in the universe was completely random. In other words, it was fair. It's a pity. In the end, I ended up like that. It was a very strange feeling. He lost everything, even betrayed and separated, and finally fulfilled his destiny and saved the universe. But all these efforts did not usher in a little gratitude, but hatred. Similarly, the flames of anger are rising in Thanos' heart. He is tired of all this, and is completely disappointed with the creatures of this universe. He doesn't want to play that kind of hide-and-seek game. Since this universe is not worth saving, then destroy it. A new destiny appeared in Thanos' brain. That's right, he's going to destroy this broken universe and create a brand new one that everyone knows to be grateful for. Inside the Avengers' secret base. Zzz. Luo Bing's body was covered with a wonderful electric light, and his blood vessels became slightly red due to the injection of this power. Energy flowed through his body, and it was not the first time he had experienced this feeling. Good workmanship, Tony, but the ability of this glove is still not as good as Dwarf's workmanship. It is estimated that it will be scrapped after one use. I haven't tried to revive half of the life in the universe, you stay away, be careful Shockwave. Luo Bing said. Roar took a deep breath and waved his hands around. Advertisement, be careful, Tony urged, and then the group gradually stepped back. If you want to revive half of the people in the universe, the ability to carry this power is no joke. After accurate calculation, even if Hulk uses this glove, there is a great danger to his life. Not to mention humans. In the original plan, Captain Marvel was a good choice, because her ability and infinite gems can be said to have the same origin. But at this juncture, Surprise is not on Earth, and they can't wait that long. It's been 5 years. 5 years have passed, that was too long. For a long time, they couldn't wait to see that scene. The picture of the family reunion. Get ready, Luo Bing said, and Roar took a deep breath. Afterwards, his whole body radiated divine light, and the 6 infinite gems shot out a dazzling ray of light. Zzz. The violent energy condensed on Luo Bing's body, which was a precursor to mobilizing 6 infinite gems. Under the shroud of the divine light, Luo Bing's body involuntarily floated up in the air. His eyes had no pupils at all, only the dazzling divine light was left. The broken hair fluttered in the wind, and the feeling of omniscience and omnipotence shrouded again his whole soul. Snapped. With the crisp snap of fingers, a visible shock wave rippled away and blew everything up. Even Tony and the others who had retreated far away were also thrown to the ground by this shock wave. But fortunately, the shock wave caused by this divine power was not as dangerous as imagined. After one snap of fingers, the steel glove was completely scrapped, and the 6 infinite gems on it instantly dimmed. Even if the skills require CD cooldown, infinite gems also needs a short rest period after such a powerful burst of energy in an instant. This world is not too long, just 10 minutes. Are you okay? Tony asked nervously. Luo Bing waved his hand, except for the swelling and soreness of his right arm. He didn't feel any discomfort, but the clothes on his arm burst open and became a half sleeve. Besides, not even a single wound was left on his arm. Advertisement. The potential of the Wusho immortal body was stronger than he imagined. Great, so, did we do it? Hawkeye asked anxiously and flustered. Everyone looked at each other with the same anxiety in their hearts. Since half of life in the universe is wiped out with a snap of your fingers, the Infinity Gauntlet could theoretically pull those people back as well. But this is just a theory. No one knows the principle of the Infinity Gauntlet, nor how powerful his power is. After all, resurrection is much harder than murder. The steel gloves had been scrapped, and the green smoke was sizzling. Luo Bing took it off and frowned. Maybe, since it was his first attempt, he was also a little uncertain. However, at this moment, Hawkeye's mobile phone buzzed and vibrated on the desktop. The incoming call on the LCD screen is a character that has not appeared in 5 years. His wife. Barton took the phone trembling slightly and pressed the answer button. Barton, it's me, what happened? At this moment, the string in everyone's heart was completely sent down. Came back. All are back. In the streets and alleys, people who turned into flying smoke out of thin air once again appeared out of thin air. This scene shows all corners of the universe. All the dead have returned to their former state. Although the scene was a bit chaotic, everyone couldn't help but be ecstatic. Awesome. Tony threw his fist powerfully and hugged the captain beside him tightly. They were so excited and their efforts were not in vain. Wait. Luo Bing interrupted everyone's carnival and frowned abruptly. Although his beast instinct has disappeared, but his perception is clearly aware that at the moment a huge energy is rushing towards the direction of everyone. Chapter 207. The Final Battle of the Avengers. A dark red energy beam fell directly above the base. That is the destruction beam of the main ship in the Dark Quadrant. You must know that the dozen layers of defense circle of Xandar Star were destroyed by the beam of the Dark Quadrant entering the group array. Although it is only a main ship now, it has no power. It was so exaggerated last time, but it was enough. At the moment when the destruction beam has not approached the surface, the buildings below have already begun to collapse, and the heat wave is constantly spreading around. Only a sound of piercing tinnitus was heard, and dozens of miles around the entire base had been turned into ruins. Simply and neatly. Without a trace of sloppiness, the life in this area is directly wiped out. On the top of the mountain several kilometers away, Luo Bing evacuated to this place with the people inside the base safe and sound. His speed is very fast, and it only takes 0.001 blink of an eye to completely avoid all these injuries. However, even if he had an iron head, he did not have the idea of confronting the beam of destruction head-on. Above the head, the main ship of Wuyao began to split, and a large number of soldiers of alien beasts swept in, suddenly overwhelming. That's Thanos' Legion. Thanos. How could he be here? He has already been killed by me. Thor looked up at the top of his head in confusion, his eyes very solemn. I'm afraid this is the result of our playing with time. Dr. Banner tore up his shirt, took off his doctor's glasses, and shouted to the sky, trying to regain the fierce feeling of Hulk. All right. Then kill him again, Thor said, holding the storm hammer in one hand and the meow hammer in the other, and instantly turned into a bolt of lightning and charged directly in the direction of Thanos. Although he had been decadent for 5 years, the power of Odin still enveloped Thor's body, and now he is full of fighting spirit. It's time to settle the original grievance, Boss Luo Bing. If it's not an emergency, I hope you don't intervene. This is our revenge. Tony looked at Luo Bing seriously. At this moment, the steel battlesuit was replaced with a new energy source from Otherworld, and the owner of the teleport belt was full of confidence. Every Avenger is holding a breath in their hearts, and now, the arrival of Thanos has made them even more full of morale, which is not willful and ironclad. Without infinity gauntlets Thanos, where would a powerful robber go? They are not afraid. Okay, Luo Bing nodded at the Avengers beside him, respecting their opinions. Swish. Thor teleported directly to the front battlefield with the captain and Barton. Luo Bing frowned, and threw the scrapped infinity gauntlet to Scott. This thing was half-used, and it might have a special reaction with the other pair if it stayed in the Shenwei space. Advertisement moreover, this thing has to be returned, otherwise it will trigger the tide of time and space, and it is the best choice to hand it over to Ant-Man. Get smaller, find a place to hide, I'll go to the front to supervise the battle, Luo Bing said, and instantly disappeared in front of Ant-Man and Nebula. I want to fight too. Scott looked at the battlefield, his eyes lit up. Boom. Thanos punched Thor, who was charging over, with a heavy punch, knocking him down hundreds of meters away. Seeing this scene, Scott immediately retracted his attention. Safeguarding infinite gems matters. Safeguarding infinite gems matters. Thinking took out 2 flying darts from his belt, put one on his waist, and threw the other to Nebula. There is a big boss to supervise the battle, it's okay, we become small and hide. Okay. Nebula nodded and smiled. Scott was stunned and scratched his head, so you can laugh too. On the side, Nebula's smile became even more intense. Bah. Thor spit out the ash in his mouth, and his whole person was a little depressed. He was actually punched hundreds of meters away by Thanos without the Infinity Gauntlet, and felt like his bones were about to break. So strong? Could it be that I have become weaker in the past 5 years? Thor was a little suspicious of life, but when he saw that Tony, who was constantly teleporting, was also thrown hundreds of meters away without reacting, finally breathed a sigh of relief. It doesn't look like I'm too weak, the opponent is too strong. The Titans are indeed one of the strongest races in the universe. For flowers. Zero. Thor got up from the ground, and his 300-pound body stood up on the ground. Wait. Captain He. Fights back and forth with Thanos. Thor looked dumbfounded, and in the next instant, Steve roared, and the meow hammer flew directly into his hands, holding a shield in one hand and a hammer in the other. Meow meow hammer. Advertisement. Now is not the time to sigh. Thor carried the thunderstorm axe and rushed towards the army of hundreds of millions, while Tony looked at the battleship in front of him that was constantly emitting laser destruction beams, and rushed forward without hesitation. Clanging, Steve and Thanos fought back and forth. He seems to be able to talk to anyone for a short while. Yes. Just for a short time. Thanos was holding a double-edged sword, and when he was serious, Steve couldn't hold on for long. His vibranium shield was smashed into small pieces, and the whole person was thrown far behind. The situation is very unfavorable for the current Avengers. Whether it is in terms of numbers or in terms of strength. After all, Hulk lost its original power. At the moment, he was surrounded by a large army of alien beasts, and he was wrapped into a zongzi. Luo Bing frowned and was about to intervene in the war, but stopped immediately. Chi. A flaming circle spread all around. It's strange, he's finally here, not just strange. Avengers Army. Spider-Man, Guardians of Galaxy, Black Panther Legion, Magician Holy Place, Wanda. Looking ahead, all the superheroes will appear at the moment. A stream of light flashed, and Little Pepper in rescue armor stood side by side with Tony, releasing laser beams in both hands, attacking in all directions back to back. Luo Bing's divine power slowly faded, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What a grand scene. Chapter 208 Susao Ultimate Body. Boom 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 boom. The warships in the sky are constantly firing beams of destruction. This beam does not distinguish between enemy and foe. At the moment Thanos has given the commander the right to fire infinitely. What? The roar spread throughout the entire battlefield. Not only the alien beasts and insects were blown to powder by the destruction beam, but even a large number of Wakanda legions were not spared. Chi. Tony fired an energy cannon in his hand, but unfortunately his attack power was like a tickling for a huge warship, and it didn't have any effect at all. It has to be resolved from within. Strange floated to Tony's side. He had used a lot of space magic. At the moment, he had lost 99% of his body's magic power, and his combat ability was minimal. Without the blueprint, teleporting in will get stuck in the wall, which is not a good idea. Tony frowned, then looked at the battlefield on the ground. Hulk, Captain, Thor, 857, and other heroes besieged Thanos. It looks like the situation has been de-escalated for now. The problem now is this big guy. Big boss. Tony knew that this was no child's play. It was not his right to sacrifice his own soldiers for revenge, so he shouted towards Luo Bing in the distance. Understood. Luo Bing nodded slightly, his whole body turned into a ray of light, and when he was about to fly to his destination, a golden Susa giant with a distance of several thousand meters suddenly appeared. Susano's ultimate body. A pair of golden wings fluttered, and in an instant the golden giant traversed the entire dark quadrant of the main ship. The giant sword in his hand was sheathed, and with a dazzling explosion, the whole was gradually divided into two from the middle part, and then a splendid flower exploded in the air. Spark. Strange. Where did you get such strong reinforcements? Another universe. Tony Stark smiled mysteriously, turned and charged towards the army below. In another battlefield, Thanos frowned as he glanced at the main ship that had completely turned to ashes above his head, and then at the golden armored giant thousands of meters tall in the sky, frowning. Don't be distracted. You be ****************** D. Star-Lord shot tail flames from the soles of his feet, turning his whole body into a streamer, raising the technology gun in his hand and shooting towards Thanos. Pew. Thanos raised his hand to block. The metal gauntlet blocked most of the attacks, but there were still many laser beams falling on him, leaving trails of black smoke on his dark purple skin. However, this kind of attack is only a pain in the flesh for Thanos. The body of the Eternal Family has given him a long life and endurance. The speed of his cell division is unimaginable, and the injury is almost healed in an instant. Caught you. Thor fell from the sky, aiming at the neutral space behind Thanos, and the thunderstorm axe slammed down with great force. Advertisement: this blow is unstoppable. Clang. Huge amounts of double-edged swords traversed from an incredible angle, deftly resisting Thor's storm thunder axe. As a cosmic overlord, Thanos' fighting ability is the best in the entire universe, and when he enters the battlefield, he is a god of killing. With 1-on-6, Thanos not only did not fall down, but instead became more and more courageous, with a faint illusion that his combat power increased sharply when Hulk was angry. Go to hell. Another thunderous attack smashed towards Steve, who was attacking from the side. The captain quickly raised his shield to block, but the omnipotent vibranium shield at the moment failed to block the enemy's attack for the first time. Crack. Like a piece of scrap iron, the captain was stunned for a moment, his heart was cold, and then the whole person was kicked open with a strong kick, and a string of blood spit out from his mouth. He has 7 ribs. Captain. Falcon quickly flew darts to Steve's side, cleaning up the bloody bugs around him. I'm fine. Steve rose stiffly from the ground, and as a warrior, he wouldn't allow him to fall. He can still fight, he can still play day and night. The situation gradually became worse. Thanos was rough and fleshy. The Avengers attacked him without pain or itching, and if his fists and feet landed on the Avengers' most human bodies, they would be seriously injured and half dead. And this guy seems to never run out of strength. The more he fights, his helmet at the moment has been destroyed, and the bloody Thanos looks really terrifying. While Tony was helping the Wakanda Corps to relieve the pressure, this army of hundreds of millions of alien beasts was also a force to be reckoned with on the battlefield. Just at the moment, a bolide rushed down through the atmosphere, and the punch of divine power was directed at Luo Bing, who opened Suzuo wide in the sky. Is amazement. At the moment, she seems to have misunderstood Luo Bing as an enemy. Advertisement: after all, the kilometer-tall Susa giant doesn't look like a good person. Surprisingly powerful fist, with destructive energy, directly pierced a hole in Luo Bing's wings. This B***ch is too tiger. She came from tens of thousands of light years. This punch carries tens of thousands of light, the momentum of the annual speed strengthening. There is a traitor among us. Luo Bing's face was black, his divine power swept over, and his wings condensed out again. Susano's defense is very exaggerated, and it can be seen that Captain Marvel at the moment is also very uncomfortable. Originally, her face was expressionless and full of light, but at the moment was secretly smacking her tongue, subconsciously turning red. His fist was hidden behind him. That's my own, ma'am, Thor's brother-in-law, Tony yelled at the sky, ashamed. Thor on the side was almost distracted and found a chance by Thanos. But that's the case. In that instant, Thanos also opened a gap, pulling Thor's double-edged sword and slashing directly at Star-Lord, who couldn't dodge. Whoosh! The tree man stretched out 2 tentacles and dragged Star-Lord away from the center of the battlefield in an instant. Damn. Your father-in-law is so fierce. A talking little raccoon loaded the bullet of the submachine gun in his hand, which was taller than it and looked very funny. He loaded the bullets, as if playing a zombie game. The bang 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 energy beam shot towards the forehead of the 5.0 alien army on all sides. Yo-hoo. This is definitely a full-point operation. I'm Groot. The Trant let go of Star-Lord and carefully restrained his trousers with branches. Boy? Luo Bing had a black line on his face. Stopper, 35. Hit. Surprise floated back into the air again, with divine light in his eyes, scanning the direction of Thanos in the smoke. However, at the moment, a giant fell from the sky. It was Stecco. At the moment, he looked a little embarrassed, and the whole battlesuit was smoking black.
Smoke lingered, and a crater was instantly smashed out of the ground. Boom. I'm sorry, boy, Captain Marvel said coolly to Luo Bing, and then turned into a streamer and charged directly towards Thanos. Nebula. Stole the infinite gems. Chapter 209 Infinity Gauntlet? Like no one? The news brought by Ant-Man resounded in everyone's mind like thunder. Before most people thought about what happened in the current situation, they saw that the smoke gradually dissipated and Thanos, who wore 6 infinite gems, slowly appeared in front of everyone. Shock. Thanos. Infinity Gauntlet. When the two nouns are combined, an incredible effect occurs. The GG. Raccoon threw away the technology gun in his hand, took out a stick from his pocket, pressed a button, and the white flag instantly bounced out like magic. Oops. Oh wow. Luo Bing stumbled and landed on the ground from the air. He glanced at Ant-Man, then at Nebula, who was then surrounded by smoke. He covered his face involuntarily. Overturned. Surprised coldly snorted, this girl is used to being reckless, and very few people in the universe have been able to stop her. In other words, she has no idea of the power of the Infinity Gauntlet. She rushed towards Thanos with a swish, and was knocked out by Thanos at twice the speed. Strength. 14, I feel. What a wonderful thing, ha 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 ha. Thanos laughed frantically, patted Nebula's head gently, and then the space gem flashed light and sent her to safety. He's been hit, is he going to snap his fingers again? Little Spider-Man's eyes were red. At the moment he had turned on the one-shot kill mode, and a large number of bugs and beasts fell beside him, forming a pile of hill. Stop him, Tony shouted, not caring about the beast legions around him. Under his leadership, everyone rushed in the direction of Thanos. You missed the game, you must get the infinite gems back, or it will all happen again. However, at the moment Thanos didn't want to waste a little time at all. He skillfully controlled each gem, the space gem solidified everything, and the power gem spread. After a dazzling shockwave, everyone was knocked hundreds of meters away, spitting blood, and the surprise on the side became neighbors. Then, flowing smoothly, a large amount of HP heavenly potion constantly condensed from Luo Bing's body, and then flew in front of everyone one by one. Advertisement. Ji Yu Dong. After drinking a bottle of HP potion, everyone revived with blood again, looked at Luo Bing, and then looked at Thanos, who was full of curiosity in the distance, and clenched his fists. I haven't had time to introduce myself yet. My name is Luo Bing, from a parallel universe, Luo Bing said. Is this a last word? The little raccoon asked with a dark face. Although everyone had already noticed the dazzling Luo Bing, but because of the urgency of the battle, at the moment, everyone knew his name and origin for the first time. Speak well, little squirrel. Luo Bing raised his eyebrows and glanced at Rocket Raccoon next to him. Squirrel. Wait, he is talking about me. The raccoon froze in place for a while, looking very cute. Big guy. He got the Infinity Gauntlet. Tony gritted his teeth secretly, looking at Thanos on the opposite side. At the moment Thanos also listened to each other's conversation with great interest. For him who wants to rebuild the universe, the visitor from the parallel universe has aroused his great curiosity. Infinity Gauntlet, it's like someone doesn't have it, Luo Bing said, and took out his golden Infinity Gauntlet from the Shenwei space. Buzz. The 12 infinite gems lit up at the same time, comparing them one by one. This. Thanos looked at the Infinity Gauntlet from the opponent's hand in surprise. Judging from the feedback from my Infinity Gauntlet, the other party's is actually genuine, which cannot be faked. The little raccoon widened his eyes. In fact, when Luo Bing took out the golden Infinity Gauntlet from the Shenwei space, almost everyone except Tony and the insider's eyes widened at the same time and looked over in disbelief. Cough cough. Let's see Purple Potato Monster, since everyone has an Infinity Gauntlet, it's not interesting to fight. Why don't everyone use it? Let's play one-on-one? Luo Bing asked with a sincere smile. Something's wrong. Thanos' mouth raised slightly in disdain. The infinite gems of your parallel world are completely useless in this universe. Stop pretending. Hearing this, the superhero looked at Luo Bing in astonishment, and then looked at the Infinity Gauntlet in his hand. It's glowing, it doesn't look bad, can't it really be useless? Luo Bing shrugged, put the glove on his right hand, carefully turned his head away, and said, he's so smart, he's not fool. Avengers. Advertisement Thanos. Luo Bing who finished saying this sentence. 6. Little Spider-Man was stunned, and then immediately apologized. I'm sorry, I forgot to turn off my amplifier. That's right. Luo Bing's words just now seemed to be broadcast by loudspeakers throughout the battlefield. So, the tension at the moment turned comical in an instant, and there seemed to be an awkward atmosphere in the air. Thanos hesitated, he didn't know if it was a smoke bomb released by the other party. To be honest, he's not familiar with this otherworld visitor, and it's not enough just from the potion he just took out and the way to get bigger. This is not a simple 857 character. Boss, what do we do now? Tony glared at Peter, then looked at Luo Bing hopefully. It's okay, I just used the Infinity Gauntlet once, and the resurrection consumes a lot of energy. You say that he can kill us all again with a snap of his fingers, I don't believe it. Luo Bing said, suddenly stunned, he heard a crisp finger snap in his ear. Then, Tony and the others on the side turned into flying smoke with stunned faces. Before leaving, his eyes were still confused, and he looked at Luo Bing speechlessly. When I didn't say. Luo Bing coughed. A golden clock appeared in front of him. Back in time. Everyone is back to normal,
and strangely, there is a memory of his own death, which may be due to the annihilation of infinite gems. This is not a normal death. Did I just die again? Strange asked with a frown. Well, I see you're dead. Luo Bing looked at Thanos, and Thanos at the moment was a little surprised. He clearly saw all Luo Bing's actions. He was not affected by the shift back, which is why Luo Bing didn't instantly shift back to 5 minutes ago to kill Thanos without gloves. Another point. That is, Luo Bing wants a real fight. Chapter 210 The Ultimate Freedom Technique. It's not too late to say what I just said. In general, it is impossible for him to use 6 gems to modify the power of the rule in a short period of time. Luo Bing stretched his waist and beckoned. A golden giant sword appeared in his hands. Sure enough, Thanos tried to snap his fingers again. This time, the 6 infinite gems only lit up slightly, but no effect was produced. However, although the 6 gems could not be used together for a short time, the power of each gem being picked out alone is also very good. However, as long as it is not an irresistible force, Luo Bing is sure to defeat the opponent. Look well, Luo Bing said, and rushed over with the gorgeous sword. The divine light on his body soared along the way, and he constantly released the sword raising technique on the gorgeous sword in his hand. It doesn't matter if it is a knife or a sword, just keep it. Buzz. The sword made a buzzing sound, and the brilliance circulated, as if it had been polished for decades. The entire sword body was shiny and glowing with holy light. In fact, this is just an inconspicuous and gorgeous long sword in Asgard's treasury, but after the sword raising technique has been used repeatedly for a few times, I don't know if it is an illusion, Luo Bing feels that this sword is more convenient. Standing on the spot, Thanos sneered slightly at the corner of his mouth. Then, the time gem and power gem on his gloves lit up at the same time. In a short moment, Luo Bing flew out backwards. Not seriously injured, but the scene was a little embarrassing. Obviously, he has released harsh words, saying, "You are optimistic," such flamboyant words, but he did not fight. Cough cough. He used time to plot against me. Tony and the others nodded, showing a strange expression that I understand, and then a group of people rushed towards Thanos one after another. Luo Bing looked ashamed. This was his first embarrassment, in fact. Without Beast's instinctive support, his combat awareness and combat experience had dropped several levels. In real terms, he is no different from Surprise at the moment, full of strength, but inferior to Thanos in combat experience by several dimensions. However, this is not without solutions. Luo Bing closed his eyes slightly, and when he opened them again, his pupils shone with silvery light, and even his hair became flickering. Extremely free. What a magical feeling. Luo Bing's mind is still seriously experiencing this magical feeling, but his hands have been out of voluntary control, and one hand firmly catches Thor and Wanda who are flying upside down. Back off, dear. Luo Bing smiled at Wanda, and rushed towards Thanos again, but this time, his temperament had changed a lot. He called you dear? Wanda too was a little confused. Advertisement, I think he's calling you, Tony shrugged. A stream of light flashed by. Luo Bing entered the small flash mode, and the scene in front of him slowed down infinitely, then slowed down again, until it stood still. The opposite Thanos clearly realized this, and Time Gem lit up again, entering the same mode as Luo Bing. In fact, the time-slowing effect brought to him by Time Gem is even more exaggerated than Luo Bing's small flash mode, and everything stops instantly in front of him. Including Luo Bing, who was flying at a high speed, was also extremely slow in his eyes, just like a baby who just learned to walk. It's too slow. Thanos felt the magic of the moment, raised his double-edged sword, and instantly slashed towards Luo Bing's body with the concept of infinitely approaching the speed of light. Go to hell, Otherworld guys. Hurricane Roar roared. The speed of the blade directly pierced the space, unstoppable. Thanos slashed with a knife, and then his pupils enlarged infinitely, looking at Luo Bing who was safe and sound in front of him in disbelief. What happened? He's suddenly faster. Thanos frowned. He couldn't imagine how he could dodge his lightspeed attack at the speed of a baby's walking. Beware of flaws, stinky brother. Luo Bing spoke in a leisurely manner, but he had only just opened his mouth, and before he could finish his words, Thanos in front of him flew upside down in his field of vision, sending out a thick plume of smoke. A sword pierced through Thanos' spine. Luo Bing retracted the sword, the whole person floated in the air, and the two of them resumed their normal time flow at the same time. How is this possible? Thanos looked at the wound on his body in disbelief, and then the reality gem lit up, converting this part of the wound from reality to nothingness, and resurrected with full blood. To be honest, I'm not too sure. Come again. Luo Bing smiled slightly and charged towards Thanos again. Boom. The sky was torn apart, and the mountain roared tsunami. In the sight of bystanders, they couldn't even see a human figure, and could only hear a burst of piercing explosions. Round grave border prison. 16 shadows from hell appeared around Luo Bing's body, his pupils had turned blue, ripples appeared one after another, and 9 Guyu quickly turned. Advertisement in just one roar suction. Luo Bing has killed Thanos 1,358 times by different means, but he has reversed the damage with reality gem. This situation is somewhat similar to the Izana stick used by Lumao Tuanzo, but it is more of a high level. At the moment the reality gem has become dim. One can imagine how crazy its consumption just now. No, it's impossible. Thanos growled loudly. No one knew how complicated the changes in his heart were in that short period of time. Didn't hit each other once. What kind of opponent is this? If it weren't for having 6 infinite gems, he would have died thousands of times. In front of the opponent's godlike fighting instinct, he is simply a younger brother. Although, I don't understand what happened, but I always feel so powerful. Star-Lord silently touched his chin, speechless in his heart. Ah, this is no longer a battle we can touch, and we don't even have the qualifications to watch the battle. Strange nodded in agreement. Death to me. Thanos still didn't give up. Time Gem stirred up a circle of destruction, Qian Li Jiao, releasing all its light. In just an instant, the entire Earth quickly aged for hundreds of years, everything withered and destroyed, and the captain and others fell to the ground in a blink of an eye, full of white hair, and it was so difficult to even suck roar. The only normal one is Thor, although he is also full of white hair, he seems to be more energetic. Asgard's vitality is long, and the older he is, the more powerful he is. The power of Time Gem is not a curse, it is to accelerate the time of the whole Earth, among which Thanos deliberately accelerated Luo Bing's direction by millions of years. Luo Bing was stunned. Looking at his hands were as white and tender as a baby. The physique of the Wushu immortal body in this fantasy world. As time accelerates, it turns out, ripened, or the current Luo Bing feels that his body is full of divine power, which is completely different from the past. Chapter 212 The Solar System, exploded nurtured over time. His whole being was sublimated. If the divine power in Luo Bing's body in the past was compared to a clear spring, then now, the ocean of Wangyang is flowing in his body. It's unexpected results. Luo Bing glanced at his hands and silently gave Thanos a thumbs up. And send him to die, huh? A neat blow. Thanos' head and body were completely separated, although he had been separated dozens of times, but this time there was no time for him to prepare any backup. Luo Bing caught the Infinity Gauntlet thrown in the air and held it firmly in his hand. And Thanos, he has become history. Thor, the only one who was still in good condition, looked at the other teammates who were slowly withering on the ground, and looked carefully at Luo Bing. That, brother-in-law? Ended. Well, it's over. Luo Bing said, exiting the Zizai Ji Yi Gong mode. The power of this mode is much more exaggerated than 857 he imagined. When entering that mode, the speed of his thoughts has increased hundreds of millions of times. Then Thor pointed to the dilapidated Earth and the dying teammates lying on the ground. Reality Gem doesn't work for the time being, but that's okay, Luo Bing said and stretched out his hand. A large amount of spiritual energy rushed out of his hand, swept away everything in an instant, and crushed all the old guys on the ground into butterfly. Thor looked at the instantly empty surroundings, and his head was temporarily short-circuited. You killed them. I seem to be out of control. The two looked at each other, stunned for a few seconds. Afterwards, Luo Bing felt a little dizzy in his head, which seemed to be a side effect of the overload of the Zizai Ji Yi Gong mode just now. Advertisement then. He fell gracefully to the ground. Then a loud bang was heard. In an instant, the entire Earth turned into an exploding spark, Beffa. 7. At the edge of the solar system, Luo Bing's body is constantly falling. Along the way, he smashed a lot of small planets, smashed Venus and Jupiter, and then crashed into the sun under the influence of the sun's gravity. I'm going to die. Thor, who was devastated, was constantly bled with blood. Fortunately, at the moment, he was extraordinary after the time had passed. He fled frantically, but unfortunately, the power of the sun's explosion still swept him away in the end, went in. Total destruction of the solar system. The reason for everything is just a simple flat fall. 3,000 Earth days later, Luo Bing stretched, woke up from his deep sleep, and rubbed his eyes. Thor, who was missing an arm, rushed over excitedly. He was cautious and stopped within a kilometer of Luo Bing. His missing arm was the most important reason for his caution. What happened? Thor, what's the matter with you? Who hurt? Luo Bing's mind is still a little unclear. The last impression in his memory is that he passed out in a coma. You really don't know what happened. You destroyed the entire solar system. Thor wanted to cry without tears. After the explosion of the sun, he survived by chance. These days, he carefully guarded Luo Bing's body, not too close. Because Luo Bing is surrounded by an invisible shield protecting him. Although he smashed the solar system along the way, his clothes were still intact. Luo Bing scratched his head. He quickly recalled what happened, and then, he also became speechless. Impossible. I just fell, Luo Bing said uncertainly. How impossible? It's been 8 years. You know how I've spent these 8 years. Thor was about to cry, but the child had regained his original physique, and he was probably hungry. 8 years? Why'd I feel like I just slept a little? I haven't woken up yet. Advertisement. Luo Bing frowned, then looked at his body. It seems that this is the drawback of the fantasy physique. Generally, retreating and meditating are calculated on the basis of 100 years, and I only slept for 8 years, which is indeed a little short. Where are we now? Luo Bing lifted the barrier, and in order not to let the energy time and space, he consciously entered the state of the ultimate mind. Austin Star. Thor replied, looking very funny with his white hair. Let's go. Go back. Luo Bing beckoned. Huge amounts of nothingness devoured the two of them, and then disappeared in place in a blink of an eye. Solar system, the once sun has split into hundreds of millions, some of which are still burning, and some have been extinguished. Originally, Luo Bing only smashed a few planets, but after the sun exploded,
The power of the explosion destroyed everything in the solar system, even the nearby galaxies were affected. At the moment, the solar system was completely devastated, and basically there was no original shadow. By the way, what about the Infinity Gauntlet? Luo Bing asked Thor. Thor shook his head. He knew a ghost. When the gloves fell on Luo Bing, the explosive force had already hit them somewhere, so it was good that Thor could save his life at that time, and he couldn't care about other things. Let me find it, Luo Bing said, closing his eyes. The god's telekinesis swept across the galaxy, constantly spreading out into the distance. I found it, wait for me, Luo Bing said, disappearing in place. He returned shortly after with 6 infinite gems. Fortunately, it didn't float far, just ran a few galaxies. Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief, took out his world's infinity gauntlet from the Shenwei space, buckled the gems on it, and put it on again. As for the original gloves, they had already vanished under the power of the explosion. Don't be nervous, after the reality is reversed, everything will be reversed again. Luo Bing looked at Thor and gave him a look, signaling him to be at ease. Thor, what's the matter with this calm tone? 6 Ea Chapter 213 Take a bite. Thor was very flustered. For some reason, he always felt that although the brother-in-law of the otherworld was powerful, he was not reliable at all. 8 years have passed, and Thor has accepted the fact of the destruction of the solar system in his heart, although he had also looked forward to it during these 8 years, expecting that the brother-in-law of the otherworld would wake up one day sooner or later, and then reverse all this bad. But when he did wake up, Thor was a little unsure if he could do it all. After all, 8 years is too long. I don't know why, but the more he looked at his calm and composed appearance, the more uneasiness in Thor's heart became. Relax, it's just a blink of an eye. Luo Bing comforted Thor with a smile, then snapped his fingers. Snapped. The crisp snap of fingers sounded, but the reality did not seem to have any special changes. The broken solar system is still the same solar system, not any different. Thor. 6699 Look. I knew it, not at all, not reliable. It seems too long. Luo Bing stroked his chin calmly. He originally planned to use the reality gem to reverse the reality of the destruction of the solar system, but it seems that infinite gems does not seem to have such a strong power now. It is estimated that it has something to do with Thanos' crazy consumption, or maybe it can't do this step in the first place. Then what do we do now? Thor asked loudly and speechlessly. Don't worry, let's think about other ways of operating. There are many bugs in this universe. Luo Bing waved his hand dismissively. White-haired Thor. 55 It's not that there are too many bugs in the universe, it's that there are too many bugs in you. Yes. Luo Bing's eyes lit up. If the reality cannot be reversed, we can reverse the time, just adjust the time of the entire universe back 8 years? No, there's no need to be so troublesome, we just need to adjust the time of the solar system back 8 years. Luo Bing patted Thor's shoulder and gave him a reassuring look. Can it work? Thor at the moment was already not very hopeful. It can be done, trust me. Luo Bing nodded solemnly, he clenched his fists, invoked the power of time gem, seriously radiated his thoughts, and poured all his thoughts into the gem. Advertisement. Seems like we need to wait for time to go backwards for a while. Look, Thor, something has changed, and the debris from the sun's explosion has begun to return. Haha, Thor, you're getting younger too. Wait, are you getting too young? Luo Bing looked at Thor, who was beside him, in astonishment. He has now turned into a child. 18. He still has an arm, Walter Law? Luo Bing glanced at himself again, and his arms began to become immature. The two young people glanced at each other, and not long after, the two babies looked at each other silently, and the scene seemed a little awkward. Baby Thor spread out his arms. Luo Bing could understand what he meant without him speaking. Open black lens bracket. Are you sure your operation method is feasible? Close black lens bracket. Snapped. Reality gem lit up. The two returned to the state they were in before the time reversal. There must be some error somewhere, it shouldn't be like this. Luo Bing glanced at the infinite gems in his hand, very suspicious that it was a fake. The white-haired one-armed Thor sneered. I think so. Let's think about how to build a tomb for the big guy now. Thor at the moment has lost all hope. Alright. I remember when I died, you guys also built a tomb for me. Oh, yes, it was in a parallel world. I already wanted to avenge this. Luo Bing recalled with a look on his face. Thor. Look. Speak your heart. You did it on purpose. Destroy the world on purpose. But Thor, I don't think we can just give up. Heroes won't give up easily. Luo Bing patted Thor on the shoulder and instantly turned him into a fan. Snapped. Reality reversed. Advertisement. Sorry Thor, after the time reversal, I just forgot to turn on the free-spirited Qigong mode. Huh? Did something happen? You're right, we can't give up easily, everyone is still waiting for us to save. Thor regained his enthusiasm. Katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot 0. Hee. Luo Bing sneered. But what should we do? Since time can't be reversed, and reality can't be modified, why don't we travel through time, find that reality, and then stop it from happening? Thor suggested aloud. No, I've thought about it, if we travel through the past, there will be another one of us there, even if it changes, it will create a parallel universe, or Flashpoint, you understand what I mean. My previous method of extracting time and space was not enough. I used to cut apart from the long river of time and space, but now the main body of the Earth is gone, and the solar system is gone. I can't cut the entire solar system, right? Luo Bing anxiously rubbed his head. The white-haired one-armed Thor was stunned for a while, then thought hard, and after a long time murmured, why not? Luo Bing was also stunned, because it sounds unscientific. Is everything we do now scientific? Thor asked rhetorically. There seems to be some truth to what you said, but I really don't know how to do it. Wait, Thor, did you notice anything strange? What? Thor looked around suspiciously. In the huge solar system, behind Luo Bing and the one-armed Thor, a terrifying black hole was slowly expanding, swallowing part of the planetary wreckage, and then continuing to spread around. Luo Bing. Thor. What the hell is that? I don't know, it doesn't look like a natural black hole. I feel like it's more like a mouth. Pigs don't have such big mouths, what a joke. Aside. Galactus, who was silently enjoying the residual energy of the planet, stopped, condensed his real form and turned around. His body is more like a huge and boundless planet. At the moment, two pairs of eyes appear on the dark planet, staring straight at Luo Bing and Thor. Have a bite? And, Chapter 214 Flicking Deadman's Life for Plath. What is that? Thor subconsciously poked Luo Bing's shoulder with one arm, and he was stared at by those huge amounts of eyes, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Expensive. If it weren't for the fact that he killed a lot of huge amounts of monsters in the early years, at the moment he would have doubted that he had a giant phobia. After all, the creature in front of me is too big. Looks like a ball. I know it's a ball, but that's weird. What's weird, isn't Star-Lord's father also a ball? I haven't met Egg, but that's definitely different. By the way, I've always been curious. You said that Star-Lord's father is a ball. Why is Star-Lord a person? Are the genes of the Earth stronger than the genes of the 857 Protoss? How do I know this? If Star-Lord is not dead, I will ask him for you. The two were discussing wildly. On the side, the neglected Galactus blinked, and after a long time, it thought to itself, turned around again, and continued to devour the remaining energy of the planet's explosion. Why don't you eat? Then I'll eat it myself. Hey, stop it. No, stop it. That's our ball. Thor wanted to cry without tears. He had little hope of recovery, and now he was eaten by this big guy. Now he wants a perfect resurrection. Basically there is no possibility. I don't know if it eats Venus, Jupiter, or the sun. Does it have such a big appetite, bro? Stop. Luo Bing also realized this. He didn't dare to let this weird big ball swallow it, and hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. I'm hungry. The faint voice came from the strange big guy. The voice was so vast and heavy that it almost pierced Thor's eardrum. I don't know which ancient cosmic language it speaks, but the moment it speaks, it can make others understand what it expresses, which is very magical. You can't eat soil when you're hungry, man. I don't care if you want to supplement minerals and microelements, but you can't eat here. This used to be our homeland, and it has to be restored. Luo Bing turned into a voice. The streamer flew in front of the behemoth. Oh, gosh. He's so tiny compared to the big guy in front of him. Galactus didn't quite understand the meaning of Luo Bing's words, but thought the creature's words were interesting, not annoying. So, it continued to explain. The planet is scrapped. You have to eat it, don't eat it, waste it. Advertisement. You were really thrifty at home. By the way, is this stuff delicious? Luo Bing was a little angry. I know the planet is scrapped. Who do you think is responsible for this? It's my responsibility. I broke it and now I'm fixing it. But now you have eaten part of it, and now the planet is destroyed and the solar system is destroyed. It is also your responsibility. I think you are not too young. As an adult ball, you should shoulder your responsibilities. Now that the solar system has been destroyed like this, tell me what to do. White-haired one-armed Thor. Why'd I feel that my brother-in-law from another world speaks righteously? Is it an illusion? Wait. What does the destruction of the solar system have to do with this ball? Thor looked at his brother-in-law from another world, and suddenly found that this person is not only unreliable, but also has many crooked ideas. Galactus. The whole sphere had a square trend in an instant. Galactus hesitated for a minute or two, and then made a puzzled voice. Then, what should I do? How do I know that this is your mistake? You have to learn to think independently and not depend on others for everything. This is a sign of growth. Luo Bing folded his arms confidently. Thor on the side covered his face in shame. Is this touch porcelain? Pengqi went to a talking planet of unknown origin? You seem to have a point. Galactus hesitation. It makes sense. The god-level version of the Daquan is promoted earnestly. I generally call it flickering Deadman's lifeless plath. Luo Bing smiled with satisfaction. What's the meaning? You don't need to know what it means. Oh. Advertisement. As a result, the two began to look at each other in a ball, thinking together about saving the solar system. Now we have used a lot of methods, alter reality, manipulating time, but nothing works. Brother Chu, do you have any suggestions? Luo Bing said, and Thor on the side looked expectantly at Galactus. For this unexplained and extremely powerful ball, he has a great hope for saving the Earth in his heart. I'm hungry. Galactus began. His eyes constantly peeked at the energy wreckage of the shattered planets, still craving food. Eat, 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 you've grown into a ball, and you still eat. Luo Bing was speechless, and then he used his fantasy to materialize a mountain of food, and stuffed his brain into Galactus' big mouth middle. Although these things weren't enough for him to stick between his teeth, Galactus seemed to be a little satisfied. You need energy, right? Luo Bing rolled his eyes and silently activated the 3-layer lucky halo.
Not long after, within the scope of the god's telekinesis observation, several luminous energy planets flew over and were swallowed by Galactus, who opened his black hole's mouth and hiccuped with satisfaction. Are you full? 3,000ths full, 5.0? I figured out a way, Galactus said suddenly. What? Luo Bing and Thor, who were speechless at first, instantly became energetic. Pinch one out with your hands, Galactus replied. Luo Bing. Thor. No, another way. Oh. Galactus fell silent again. Time passed slowly, and Galactus seemed to think of something again, and said. Then look for infinity or eternity, they should have a way too. But, they aren't as cute as you, I don't really like talking to them. Chapter 215 Too bad. Tengu eats the moon, infinity and eternity? Yet another unheard of. Wait, no, Brother Ball said it was them, then infinity and eternity should be two people. Who are they? Luo Bing asked curiously, frowning. Thor on the side was also confused and had never heard of these two names. They're not people, Galactus began. Why did you scold them? Is it because of hatred? Thor asked in surprise. For some reason, he always felt that his way of speaking was a bit reckless. Galactus was stunned for a while, and he didn't react for a while. His brain had not been functioning properly for tens of thousands of years. They're not really human, okay, I roughly understand what you mean, so, how do I find them? Luo Bing glared at Thor, then asked Galactus. Shout, Galactus replied. Shout? Thor and Luo Bing glanced at each other, speechless. What a wonderful way, listening to it makes me feel up. Luo Bing covered his face with one hand, and when he was beaten to death, he didn't believe that just by shouting, he could shout out a person in this desolate universe. But Luo Bing never imagined that, the ball really shouted. M.A. It seems that someone really shouted out, 14. In a word that can be easily misunderstood, this guy is, also, not a person. If Spider-Man from the parallel world is a cartoon style, then this guy is like an abstract painting of Van Gogh, his whole person, no, his whole appearance resembles a human being. The same has hands and feet, but his torso is like a huge galaxy map. Yes, on his body, which is as high as several kilometers, it is full of small galaxies, like a performance artist. This is what Galactus calls eternity. It seems to have just woken up or has been around forever. Although it is standing in front of Luo Bing's the god's telekinesis can only perceive a chaotic time. This guy, it is the embodiment of the time law of the universe. Do not, it was originally time, that's why it's called eternity. Advertisement. Luo Bing smashed his tongue and looked at the ball beside him. I seem to be fooling some incredible character, and which side is it, the great god? What's the matter, Galactus? Eternally looked at Galactus in front of him and looked at the two little guys beside him, and asked out of doubt. It's such an eternity that I accidentally. Galactus told Eternity all the reasons for everything, and after that, he expected Eternal to take action and subvert this wrong time. Eternity. In eternal silence. His eyes swept across Thor, towards Luo Bing, and in the end his vision will always stay on Luo Bing's right hand. That's the sparkly infinity gauntlet, the 6 gems are dazzling. Hey, Luo Bing called Roar at Eternal, with a shining smile. You don't belong to this world, after a long silence, Eternal said. Yes, I'm from another parallel universe, Luo Bing replied. No. Yang shook his head and hesitated. Afterwards, he looked at Galactus blankly and said in a flat tone. I'm sorry, Galactus, I can't arbitrarily change anything that happens in the universe. Not even at your request. He had an official look on his face, like a rigid program, with no intention of negotiating at all. Hey, buddy, everyone is in the universe, they're all friends, you helped me today, and I can help you when something happens to you. This is not called breaking the rule, it is called humaneness, Luo Bing said. Come to know the relationship. I don't quite understand what you're talking about. Well, how about making a deal? Give me the infinity gauntlet in your hand, and I will help you reverse all this, Eternal said. It's not impossible to give it to you, but after giving it to you, the universe will be destroyed. Luo Bing shrugged. Eternal. Luo Bing sighed with sadness on his face. Tell you the truth, man, the infinite gems on this glove are all from the past, and they have to be returned. If I don't restore the solar system in time, I will make them. A machine that does not travel through time. If I can't go back to the past, if I can't return the infinite gems in a short time, the timeline of the universe will be in chaos, time will collapse. What will happen to you as the time originally? Think about it carefully, if you help me, you are helping yourself. In other words, whose responsibility do you think this is? Eternity. If the universe is destroyed, it will be your responsibility in the end. You can't escape it, and you will perish with the elimination of this universe. And the billions of creatures in this universe will also be destroyed because of your dereliction of duty. Think about it carefully, forever, Luo Bing said with a solemn expression. Thor on the side. 5 Galactus on the side. What he said makes sense, Eternity. You can't neglect your duty, or I will stop you on behalf of balance. Eternal. -1. Advertisement -1. Under the influence of Plath's causal law of God-level flickering, Yang gradually realized the essence of things, so he pondered a little, and suddenly felt that the fate of the entire universe was in his hands. And as the 5 gods of the universe, will he watch the universe be destroyed? Won't, no, he must not neglect his duty, that's what it exists for. So, he released his divine light, and all the planetary debris in the entire solar system began to flow backwards rapidly. Then coalesce. Until new life. In the blink of an eye, the entire solar system was restored to its original state. Luo Bing the god's telekinesis swept around, and the captain and the others lay on the ground again. Although they had gray hair, they were not dead yet. This is much simpler. Thank you 857, you saved the universe, man. Luo Bing put a high hat on Eternal's head. Eternal smiled, and suddenly there were two black hole-like dimples on his face. It is my responsibility, it said, and then silently disappeared into the air, without taking away a cloud. There was a faint trend of hiding merit and fame. Then, I'm leaving. I'm hungry again, the food you gave is delicious, Galactus said, nodding at Luo Bing, and then rushing into the distance, swallowing a small planet on the road. Thor. 66 solved. This is solved. He still hasn't recovered? Let's go back to Earth. By the way, do you think the walking posture of the fat ball just now looks like a classic game? 35. Pac-Man, I just wanted to say this, but it always feels like something is wrong. By the way, you didn't notice that the moon is missing a corner, it's curved, Thor said, pulling Luo Bing in shock. What a fuss, the moon is cloudy and sunny, and the angle is a problem, Luo Bing said disapprovingly. No, we're in space now. What angle is there? Luo Bing frowned and looked into the distance. The originally bright and reflective moon, at the moment, has a trace of being bitten by someone. Oops, Tengu eats the moon. What? I guess Galactus digested it. Chapter 216 I am not a raw material, in the dead universe. Yang Yang walked alone, he crossed the galaxy, crossed the star sea, suddenly stopped, and scratched his head emotionally. Looks like. What's wrong? What exactly is wrong? Eternal didn't think too much, and he didn't have time to think too much. Suddenly, a big hand drilled out of the black hole and pulled it in. Then, he came to a white space. There is not only himself here, but also infinity and extinction that has disappeared for a while, the life cord and a large group of creatures that eternity does not know. And at the moment, they are all imprisoned here. O2 hash. Looking at the white prison, Yang Yang frowned deeply. What happened? Wake up. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, time gem exuded a gleaming light, and the captain and others' hair quickly turned black, until they finally returned to their original state. What happened? Hey, Thor, don't you Asgard have a tradition of only having less eyes? How come you still have a broken arm? 35 Tony got up from the ground and looked at the one-armed Thor in surprise. At the moment Thor's hair has returned to black, but one of his sleeves is still empty. Wait. Am I the only one who noticed Thor's belly? God, he's skinny. Hawkeye's eyes widened in surprise. One-armed Thor. You bastards, I suddenly don't want to save you, go to hell. Why only focus on these weird questions? Cough. This year, the defective style is more popular. If you don't believe me, look at the moon, right above your head, Luo Bing said teasingly. The crowd raised their heads hesitantly and then frowned in confusion. Why does it feel like someone got a bite? Said Lil Spiderman, bewildered. Advertisement, ha ha ha. Luo Bing smiled awkwardly, then disappeared in the blink of an eye. After a brief 5 seconds, he reappeared, bringing back a bewildered Natasha Romanoff. What happened? Am I not dead? Natasha Romanoff frowned and looked at the big guy. In the last moments of her memory, she fell to the altar and closed her eyes. Actually, it's not surprising to die once or twice. When you were lying on the ground, the entire solar system exploded. By the way, I forgot to tell you. In my memory, you have all been dead for 8 years. Thor gave Luo Bing a faint look, speak up. Everyone turned their heads curiously. What happened again? The last part of their memory is Thanos ripening them with the time gem. Then it was gone. When he woke up again, the battle was over, and Luo Bing and one-armed Thor appeared in front of him. It's okay, it's not a big deal, routine operations. Luo Bing said, haha, and pulled Thor's shoulders to the side to teach. The relationship between Thor and his brother-in-law has also become closer. Tony, as someone who was fortunate enough to have been to a parallel world, at the moment was very emotional. So, he really came from another parallel universe? Natasha Romanoff asked curiously after listening to the big guy's narration. Well, I'm relying on him more this time, he's really a man who is always reliable. Thor looked at Luo Bing with a look of admiration in his eyes. Reliable? Ooh? Thor seemed to want to protest, but was quickly silenced by Luo Bing. Thor rolled his eyes in frustration. No one could understand the pain in his heart. This group of iron and foolish people also think that this otherworld brother-in-law is a reliable man. Who knows how unreliable he is? The solar system is what he blew up. You don't know. Thor had a heart to complain, but at the moment he was silenced, but at the moment he couldn't say a word, and he could only have a look of grief on his face. The little raccoon came over, jumped up and patted Thor's big hand. Advertisement, hey man, don't be sad, I'll try to find you a strong arm. Thor's other eye is the stock in the little raccoon's treasure trove, it's just an arm, it has no hobby of collecting this stuff before. Thor didn't know what to say, and he couldn't say anything, so he had no choice but to rub the little raccoon's head, wrinkling his hair together, making Rocket Raccoon a little suspicious of Shang-Shang. To celebrate the victory, do you know what I'm thinking? Thor suddenly raised his hands and shouted at everyone. Don't talk to me about barbecue. The captain looked at Thor helplessly, and then the two clapped their hands with a wry smile. Yes, old-fashioned, essential potluck. We really don't deserve to copy the Fast and the Furious set. Captain, this is not plagiarism. Not everyone is like you who are not hungry after a fight and consume a lot of energy. You ask Thor, is he hungry? Thor looked at Thor. Thor, who was silenced, nodded, thinking in his heart how to open his mouth to eat later. After the upgrade of the mute skill, the time has become longer. Okay. Then I'll prepare the raw materials. Luo Bing also liked this Qianli Jiao atmosphere very much, and raised the rocket raccoon beside him. Yeah. The raccoon stretched out 2 fingers. Wait, why did I say, yeah, FK? This is so shameful. Did I just get my IQ down? Suddenly, Rocket seemed to realize something and instantly shrank his neck. You see, I'm not the raw material. 35, cannot eat. No eating. Thor, save me. Rocket Raccoon yelled, and Star-Lord beside him was a little disappointed. Why is he called Thor and not me? Didn't we get along longer? But soon, the jealous Star-Lord forgot all this, because he saw 2 people walking far away from the ruins of the destroyer. Gamora. OR. Nebula. Chapter 217 Shocking Change, by G. Prison. Are you leaving? Aren't you going to stay here for a few more days? Tony looked at the man in front of him and pursed his lips helplessly, a little reluctant. It's time to go back. Luo Bing looked at the parallel space shuttle machine in front of him. Fortunately, when this thing came, he carefully placed it in the Shenwei space, otherwise once it was destroyed, he would not know how to go back. Alright, the journey is smooth. Tony waved his hand and said goodbye to Luo Bing. Luo Bing didn't disturb too many people when he left, but after hearing the news, everyone came to see them off. The one with the most complicated feelings wasn't Tony, it was Thor. Along the way, although he always muttered in his heart that his brother-in-law from the otherworld was unreliable. But in fact, Thor is also very clear in his heart that his unreliability is just a dramatic performance. In fact, in Thor's heart, there is no man more reliable than him. Take care all the way, brother-in-law. Thor dragged his sleeveless arm, hugged Luo Bing tightly with one hand, and gave him a bear hug. Haha, your brother-in-law's name is, it smells like that. Luo Bing was angry and funny, patted Thor on the shoulder, glanced at everyone at last, and showed a smile, and then, without looking back, he stepped into the space-time tunnel. Really, don't be so sensational, it's not parting from life or death, Luo Bing muttered to himself, a warmth welling up in his heart. But in his own world, or in this world, he felt the trust of his companions. That is a special feeling that you can entrust your back to someone else. And he Luo Bing, he de he Neng, wherever he goes, he will meet such brothers. Goodbye. Another Earth. The scenery in front of you is rapidly regressing. The scenery in the long river of time and space is extremely beautiful, but after seeing too much of this beauty, it becomes boring. In the vast river of time and space, a lonely figure drifted. Mr. Luo Bing, it is expected to arrive in the main world in 10 seconds and the countdown starts now. 10. 9. Advertisement. Listening to the precise announcement of Friday, watching the time bubbles head on, this feeling has a unique flavor. The scene in the long river of time is somewhat similar to a black hole. If you travel here, if you don't have accurate coordinates and locations, you will accidentally break into another universe. It may be another parallel universe, or it may be a dangerous or independent wreck space. Even Luo Bing was very cautious here. There was a layer of golden light around his body, like an eggshell, which firmly protected him. 3. 2. 1. Approaching the door, Luo Bing even saw the vortex of his own world. But right now, the invisible chaos big hand stretched out from the long river of time and space in an instant, wrapped Luo Bing with unstoppable force, and disappeared in this void in an instant. What happened? What happened? Luo Bing frowned, and before he could react, his whole body was brought into a pure white area by that big hand at an unimaginable speed. Then, the giant hands disappeared, and it seemed that they were looking for the next target. In the white world, there is no difference between the sky and the earth. There is no time, no oxygen, nothing, only a white expanse. Although there is a light source, the light source comes from the white space in all directions originally, so there is no shadow at all. Luo Bing stepped on the ground like a white water curtain, making ripples. Yes. Luo Bing. Woo. Suddenly, a strange voice came to Luo Bing's ear. That rate of speech is extremely slow. Do not. It's not just slow, it's like turning on the slow play mode of a videotape. The sound is long and hollow. Luo Bing turned his head, only then did he realize that he was not the only one in this white world. Advertisement. There are other life forms here, but their current state is not optimistic. Asterisk katakana middle dot point zero among them. The voice Luo Bing heard just now is the eternity that he has just seen. At the moment's eternity, in a predicament, its body is still as huge, but at the moment's whole body is covered with white things like sticky crystals, which looks a little disgusting. This thing seemed to cover his whole body bit by bit, and finally made it into a big cocoon. In fact, regarding this cocoon, behind the eternity, many life forms have been successfully transformed. What happened? Where is this? Luo Bing just opened his mouth, and the words in his mouth became fast. It's like being accelerated thousands of times. This kind of influence is the same as that of eternal. It seems that everyone's region, time and space are different, and it is difficult to communicate with each other.
That is, eternity, as the incarnation of the law of time, can barely resist this force, and briefly convey some information to Luo Bing. This, is, white, world, prison, everyone, all, were, by, that, hand, grabbed, past, come, from all parallels, universe. Purpose unknown. Yang Yang spoke with great effort, and its voice reached Luo Bing's side as if dozens of minutes had passed. In fact, if it weren't for the eternal supernatural power, Luo Bing could not even communicate with it in the simplest way. This place is banned, Luo Bing can't even fly, and he can't perceive any spatial elements. And eternal is right, it's like a prison, damn. How am I going to get out? Luo Bing frowned. At the moment, a sticky crystal had spread to his feet. Although the thing was slow, the moment it touched Luo Bing, he lost any perception of his feet. And, that unknown thing is still spreading upwards along its legs. If there is no accident, he will also become that pile of white cocoons in the near future. Chapter 218 Thinking Super and Tony 3, Move Me. Chi. The huge divine power circulated through the whole body, and the golden energy overflowed from the body, colliding with the white unknown pasty crystals. In just an instant, a large amount of water vapor rippled from all directions of Luo Bing's body. And this pure and majestic divine power can resist the spreading speed of the mushy crystals. But this consumption is very staggering. Even Luo Bing, whose body is like a bottomless pit at the moment, can only last for 3,565 hours. After that time, his divine power will not be replenished and restored, and the whole person will lose any resistance ability and be completely wrapped in the white light cocoon. Whether it is absorbed into nutrients or transformed into another kind of organism is unknown. Damn it. Who the hell does that giant hand belong to, and why do people with such means exist in the universe of 857? Luo Bing's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, and his mental overload was running, trying to solve the current predicament. In the past, Luo Bing always had countless ways, but now, it seems that he has become overwhelmed. Do not, never give up. Magic? A golden vortex appeared in Luo Bing's eye sockets, and 9 enchanting hooked jades spun wildly. Luo Bing tried to communicate with his own divine power space, but under the absolute prohibition law of this space, his divine power space did not even have the power to open a crack. Save energy. You're going to die. An unknown god of the universe sent out a painful reminder. His condition is better than eternal, at least his voice can be transmitted to Luo Bing normally. Unlike Luo Bing and Yang Yang who just arrived, he has been trapped here for several years and knows more about Bai Ji. Senior, what exactly is this place? Luo Bing asked aloud. At the moment, everyone needs to stay warm, even Luo Bing, who has always been conceited, is no exception. The man who was questioned by Luo Bing was wearing a standard red and blue uniform. Although his cloak was torn, the huge S logo on his chest was still shining brightly. The eye-catching is his eyes, one green and one red, like 2 dazzling gems. Advertisement great thinking. A character who surpasses the gods. Superman. Superman's strongest form. We don't know where this place is at the moment, but we clearly understand that here, no one can escape. Another voice came from Luo Bing's left ear. However, this voice was very familiar, so familiar that Luo Bing wondered if he had hallucinated. Tony. Luo Bing asked in surprise. Yes, this is Tony, but not the 2 Tonys Luo Bing knew, but Tony 3. He's wearing the new rare God Eater Infinite Gems combination armor. His golden armor was bigger than the eternal incarnation that Luo Bing knew, and the 6 gleaming gems were inlaid on the mecha, shining brightly. But at the moment, his hands and feet were also firmly bound by the white crystals, unable to move at all. This is a man haunted by wisdom. Unlike the Tony that Luo Bing knew before, this guy is extremely powerful, and at the same time, he is also extremely cold. #**, he suffered a lot. This is a guy who is as mysterious as a mortal. It seems that you know me, but you should know me in a parallel world. In my world, the universe has been destroyed countless times, Tony 3 whispered. Everyone is the same. Thinking Dachau let out a wry smile and continued. Keep the energy. Any newcomer wants to escape when he first arrives here, but that is impossible and unrealistic. We must preserve the energy and leave the maximum physical strength for the battle. Yes, Luo Bing listened to the exchange of several people, but still did not give up the way to escape. He is not a man who is willing to be bound, let alone throw his fate to that unrealistic weight. The day passed quickly. The white crystal still stayed at Luo Bing's ankle, but at the moment, Luo Bing's mood was extremely bad. Advertisement because, in this place where time and space do not exist, his daily power supply has stopped. Originally, Luo Bing could close the daily power supply in order to calm the various powers of his body, but now, after he opened it, the system still did not give him any reply. That is to say, trying to break through the predicament with new abilities doesn't seem to show at all. Damn, I'm 1.8 meters tall. Compared to these guys, the disadvantage is too much. Luo Bing was a little exasperated. Indeed, compared with those cosmic tycoons who move thousands of meters and tens of thousands of meters, his 1.8 meter body can easily be assembled into a cocoon by white crystals. Triple luck is always on, but at this time, in this absolutely forbidden space, the effect of any luck seems to be minimal. Shoo, Void Giant appeared again, sent a new cellmate, and then disappeared again.
The guy who was sent has a very unfamiliar face, and regardless of the prison rule here, he is basically a big guy in the universe. Should this be an honor? Are you also considered to be a big shot in the universe? Go, at hash. The newcomer came up with a swear word and looked so energetic. It seems that this big guy is taking the road of 19 banned anti-heroes. Few people liked his impolite style, so no one kindly gave him some hints. So, after the 100th day that Luo Bing was locked in, this guy successfully became a cocoon. During this long 100 days, Luo Bing became calmer instead. He was planning something, and he had greater information about his grasp of escaping. In these days, he saw 3 more people being sent over by the giant hand. It seemed that it was very busy, and none of them stayed here, not even the reason. It's coming soon. Luo Bing's divine power has been consumed by 9/10, and the reason why the consumption is so serious is also because he is constantly communicating with the divine power space. In a place that no one can see, Luo Bing's supernatural power is constantly rubbing against the valve of the void of Shenwei space. Sighed over and over again. The sword-raising technique is used in the Shenwei space. This is a method that Luo Bing tried out of desperation and inadvertently. In 62,248,200,000,000 appeasements, his divine power space at the moment has radiated golden light, and even the internal area has expanded by thousands of miles. In fact, after more than 80 days, it is no longer cowardly and can open the entrance in this space. But to be on the safe side, Luo Bing is cautious and has been waiting. Chapter 219 The Best Time to Escape. It's a brand new day. Luo Bing is still silently performing the sword-raising technique. This is a very evil sorcery. The principle of raising swords is to make the owner and their own sword weapons more intimate and easier to use. But Luo Bing couldn't understand why this thing could keep things other than knives. Simply evil. Whether it is used on the sword or Luo Bing's Shenwei space, the effect of this thing is particularly amazing. Soon, as long as the big hand is not paying attention, he opens the gate of Shenwei space by himself, and then hides in. After that, whether to keep secret or find other methods, all these are enough to temporarily get rid of the current crisis. The worst, he can escape to the Naruto world directly through the coordinates in his Kamui space. The coordinates opened up by the Supreme Space Magic Book can always be intact. After planning all this, Luo Bing performed the knife-raising technique step by step every day, and Shenwei space also became active and excited under the appeasement over and over again. At the moment, the interior of the Shenwei space is more than 1,000,000 miles large, and the flowers and plants inside are even more strange, each of which is thousands of meters high, like a fairyland. I don't know what's going on with the Earth, but it seems that the big hand has no interest in the weak. Luo Bing was worried about the Earth while executing his plan step by step. From the conversation a few days ago, Luo Bing clearly learned that the characters trapped here are not only from parallel universes. Or, they don't just come from a parallel universe of the same system. For example, thinking Dachao, from his words, Luo Bing can know that in his infinite parallel universe, there are no characters that Luo Bing is familiar with at all, but a group of people like Xiao Shan, Aquaman, Batman and so on live there. Luo Bing is definitely familiar with these names, and his super speed comes from Xiao Shan. Like Naruto world, it is also a unique cosmic system. Tony Free, he is from the Ultimate Universe, and the world of Tony 2 that Luo Bing has just visited should be the 616 universe. According to his description, the universe he originally lived in should be the special universe 1027. Damn, the number even matches Luo Bing's birthday. Parallel universes have numbers, which Luo Bing had not known before. Advertisement and that big hand, his goal is to capture the strongest in each universe, capture them, and imprison them here, and even in some parallel universes, because the strength of the strongest cannot meet his requirements, it does not bother to go. Grasp. Luo Bing couldn't figure out what it was doing, but judging from the communication and speculation of several people, this guy seems to want to choose the strongest among this group of strongest. As for the purpose, it is not known. Is it destroying the world? Do not it's powerful enough to capture the strongest from any parallel universe, and destroying the world is just too boring for it. There is no need for such a big battle at all, not to mention. Except for Luo Bing, the hometowns of the big guys here have been destroyed several times, and even the universe has been reversed several times, and each of them has died at least once, failed again and again, and died again and again. Escape, then reverse the future, and save the universe. This is simply a common thing for them. In contrast, Luo Bing does not have such a rich experience. He's still just a rookie. As a newbie, you definitely have to keep a low profile. In the eyes of bigwigs such as Thinking Super and Tony Free, Luo Bing, a newcomer, tried to resist the restraint when he first arrived, and then he accepted his fate obediently. But it's also normal, every one of them does. Under that incomprehensible powerful force, they all had to curl up obediently. But this is not giving up, everyone is thinking about how to escape, but it is simply too difficult to achieve. Save your strength. Wait for the turnaround. That's the most sensible thing to do right now. But this kind of place is not friendly at all to talkers. Because it takes a lot of energy to talk and communicate with people here. The Deadpool next door, who slaughtered the entire universe, became a cocoon one day after being sent. But, advertisement what Luo Bing and the others didn't expect was that it was still alive and kicking in the cocoon, and it was still able to murmur. This undoubtedly provides an important source of information for those with whom one lives after being trapped in a cocoon. Listening to Deadpool's words, it seems quite pleasant. I really don't know why it has such a strong vitality, and it has not been digested. This is a freak. Luo Bing also tried to use the sword-raising technique on the white crystals that bound his feet, but obviously, this thing is a special life form, and Luo Bing's sword-raising technique has no effect on this kind of thing. Everyone, pay attention, the tide of time and space is coming again, thinking Dachao warned cautiously. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Bing felt the time change around him. He has experienced this feeling many times. Since he came in for nearly a year, the time and space tides have experienced 5 or 6 changes, each time changing the space-time flow rate around Luo Bing. Similar to changing the administrator's password every day in a bank, this is Baiji's special means of escape. No matter how much research and assimilation of the current space you have, every time, the time and space around you will become a brand new set of 857. Shit. Die. Eternal is very depressed. Before, he had basically reached a consensus with the time around him, and his speaking speed had returned to normal, but just after this moment of change, he had to cultivate a relationship with the time around him again. Fortunately, half of my body is in the reverse flow of time, and the other half is in the acceleration of time. Luo Bing, I noticed that you are in this situation too. Are you okay? 35 Thinking asked with great concern. In the past year or so, Luo Bing maintained a good relationship with everyone. Here, the decent heroes are in a group, and the villains are also in a group, and there are also infernal affairs, free people, in short. The relationship here is very complicated. If it wasn't for the restraints, the two groups would have already done it. Although it is not working now, but every once in a while the extravagant mouth cannon is still very happy. I'm fine. Luo Bing's eyes lit up with joy. This is what he was waiting for. There was once a villain who was incomparably powerful. He broke through the shackles of the white crystal the moment he was locked in. He was very cautious and planned, but when he rushed out of the shackles of time and space, he was hardened by the ruthless big hand in the sky. Lively filmed. And after changing the password, the next period of time is the best time for him to act. Chapter 220 Cut off both legs and escape. After living in Baiji for a while, Luo Bing clearly understood. In this prison, there are not only supreme giants, who appear or not, but also characters who are similar to observing. They are staring at the situation in the white world all the time. It could be something like the god's telekinesis observation, or it could be through an LCD screen. And every time the tide of time and space changes, it means the alternation of two guards. That's a shift, and this time is also the time when the supervision is the most relaxed. Because no one will want to escape under the new time and space rules, that's simply stupid behavior. Generally speaking, according to normal and reasonable rules, if a prisoner wants to escape from prison, he must be familiar with the law around him for a period of time, and then escape. But Luo Bing went against this common sense and did the opposite. This is also the only chance, because Luo Bing didn't know how fast the supreme giant attacked after he was discovered. If he took a step at night, he would be photographed into a lump of meat sauce by that thing. Buzz. A dense golden light lit up around Luo Bing. That's the power of fantasy. It's dinner time again, bro. Tony 3 and Thinking looked over in surprise. Part of the reason why several people get along so well is because Luo Bing occasionally consumes a lot of spiritual power to make some modern food, wrap it with supernatural power and send it to his side. Coincidentally, the places where Thor and Da Chao were held were very close to him. Although food will gradually deteriorate and disappear under the influence of time and space rules, some strange foods in the universe, such as the pearls of the mermaid family, will resist this erosion under the double protection of divine power. Since you came, I feel like I'm getting fat, the skinny Tony 3 laughed. Although under the power of infinite gems, he can barely guarantee that he will not starve to death, but in general, he is a mortal body and needs to eat. Eating is a source of energy for everyone. Even the great thinkers are no exception. Wait a moment. Luo Bing closed his eyes, crystal clear colorful pearls condensed from his body, and then were sent to the adjacent Thinking Super and Tony 3 areas step by step. Humph. The big guys in the distance could only hum in disdain. In fact, they were almost dying of envy in their hearts. Advertisement, Luo Bing, that's enough, save your strength, you don't have to do this for us. Thinking Chow frowned, he was also concerned about Luo Bing's physical condition. Enough, brother, Tony 3 bit his lip, he knew very well that in this situation, everyone's strength is limited. Luo Bing's ability to do so moved their hearts. Aside. In the pitch-dark space compared to the white world, 3 intelligent aura-wearing creatures shook their heads disapprovingly after seeing the projection-like picture in front of them. They're used to this stupid thing called Luo Bing. At % hash at asterisk. Hash at asterisk hash at hash asterisk. The guards spoke a strange language that no one could understand, but judging from their facial expressions, they should be discussing something about Luo Bing. Luo Bing can't be kind and generous, everything he does is premeditated. His feet are covered with white crystals and can't move, so, just give up. But the power of space can't be mobilized here. Luo Bing can't do the same tricks as Dimensional Slash. So, only with sharp weapons, and an inconspicuous sword handle is hidden in the food that is constantly being embodied. That's why Luo Bing broke out in a cold sweat. Obviously, for him, who is as big as the sea of spirits, just embodying food is not enough to make him so tired, and ordinary weapons can't damage his body at all. And the guy in front of me with only a hilt but no sword body. It's an artifact in the game, Shadowless Sword, Areno. Shush. Luo Bing entered the super speed mode as a whole, and he quickly adapted to the countercurrent and doubling time flow. A slender hole in the divine space opened from behind him, slowly getting bigger. Luo Bing picked up the shadowless sword and slashed at his legs quickly, without the slightest hesitation. Not good. Notify the master. Although the guards were chatting, the space black hole suddenly appeared in the white world also immediately attracted their attention, and quickly pressed the emergency button in their hands. Clang. The shadowless sword slashed over his legs, and a lot of sparks appeared. Luo Bing's trouser legs were all cut off, and a string of blood droplets were left at the junction of his legs and the weapon. Damn, so hard. At the moment Luo Bing felt a headache for his physical strength. This headache far exceeded the pain brought on by his body. Advertisement, ZZ. Under Luo Bing's lack of deliberate divine power, his legs didn't heal very quickly, otherwise, it would be a nightmare. Tilde operator clang. The shadowless sword waved its divine power. Luo Bing looked at his legs again. Invisible's tenacity directly pierced his flesh and blood, leaving a white mark on the bone. And at the moment, the Shenwei space behind him has opened a coin's file size. Come again. 95, clang. Time passed by, half of roar-sucking time passed, the Shenwei space behind Luo Bing has opened up to a file size of bread, and at the moment he has cut off one of his legs, and there is still one left. Only. Let me help you. Come on. Tony and Si Dachao saw Luo Bing's hope of escaping, and immediately put their magic power on Luo Bing without any scruples. Crash. The distant sky began to gradually recede, and the big hand of the ruler slowly opened to space, and vaguely appeared in front of everyone. Time. Accelerate. Yang Yang shouted, draining Qian Li Jiao. All his strength, the divine power turned into a stream and wrapped Luo Bing. Crack. Under the divine power of all the brothers, Luo Bing's whole body condition skyrocketed. With a click, he cut off both his legs and quickly drilled towards the divine power space. Pung pung, the speed of dominating the big hand is too fast. Despite the interference of all the decent heroes, he did not hesitate to grab Luo Bing. And just under this scene, a pair of glittering gloves flew out from the Shenwei space and then explode. That's the Infinity Gauntlet, the one from my own Earth. Rumble rumble. The entire giant hand stopped, and it seemed that even he did not dare to underestimate the power of the explosion of the 6 infinite gems. The pair of giant beasts were exceptionally calm, tightly gripped the gloves, and then exploded. Chapter 221. I must retreat for tens of thousands of years, and turn back to kill you. 3 more. What a dazzling explosion it was. Luo Bing got into the Shenwei space. He is a person who knows how to choose, without any distress or hesitation. This opportunity is unprecedented. If he loses this time, he will never have the possibility of turning over again. So, the Infinity Gauntlet was blown away by it, and the huge amounts of explosive force made the omnipotent giant hand pause. It holds the original point of the explosion tightly, and it is bound by layers of power, and finally turns into a virtual position. So far, the power of that giant hand is so shocking. Taking advantage of this short opportunity, Luo Bing got into the divine power space. He didn't even dare to stop for half a step. He was not sure whether his divine power space could withstand the attack of the giant hand. The captive singularity on the other side is gone. He's going to escape. Then get stronger. The gap in strength is too great now. Only by becoming stronger will he have a chance to fight back. Then he will wipe out all that. 35. Luo Bing's speed seemed to have exceeded the speed of light, and the time around him was reversed beside him. After the giant beast in the void annihilated the residual power of the infinite gem's explosion, it immediately soared thousands of feet and pierced towards the place where the divine power space was located. He can feel it. He can be here too. 857. Luo Bing thanked his judgment for the first time. If he thought it would be safe to hide in the Shenwei space, then at the moment, he had turned into a corpse. Boom. The giant hand slammed into the gate of the Shenwei space, and pulled out a giant hole like a destructive force. It revealed a fairyland-like scenery inside, but before he could wait for his next move, the entire Shenwei space disappeared out of thin air. It follows Luo Bing and crosses an unimaginable distance into another space. The master hand paused in the air for a while, as if he was a little stunned. He angrily smashed into the space around him, stirring everything into a puddle of mud. But finally, he also failed to detect the time and space nodes that Luo Bing crossed. That was the stage when the Supreme Space Magic Book opened up, and that was also a node that only existed in the Divine Power Space. A tear-like pain enveloped Luo Bing's body. He was used to this kind of pain. At the moment, he had no legs, and the remaining divine power in his body had no time to support those legs. He struggled to escape, fleeing to another space. That is the world of fire, Beffa, shadow, advertisement. FK. I'll be in retreat for tens of thousands of years, I'll FK you to death, Luo Bing exclaimed. This was the first time he was so embarrassed. This made his proud heart gradually sober. There are too many powerful characters in this universe. The unknown beings are many levels higher than him. He is powerful, but in the eyes of another group of people, he is just a weak person. He needs to get stronger and become unstoppable, because, in this world, if you want to survive without worries, strength is the only way to rely. Half asleep and half awake, Luo Bing crossed the long passage of time and space and crashed into the divine space of Obito. This is a special coordinate that is opened up by supreme space magic. Even the supreme giant did not seem to have discovered this secret passage. Luo Bing directly put it into a huge amount of cube, shattered everything directly, and continued to carry it downward. After losing all the divine power, his at the moment is not optimistic. Drift. Drift. In the end, Luo Bing lay quietly on a square stone. Damn it. If I were old, I wouldn't be so embarrassed. Luo Bing's consciousness gradually blurred, that's right. At that time, after being influenced by Time Gem, he smashed the sun and destroyed the galaxy, but after that, Luo Bing adjusted the normal time through the Infinity Gauntlet. Both he and Thor regained their youth, and Luo Bing, naturally, did not retain that huge divine power. Slowly closing his eyes, Luo Bing fell into a temporary sleep. At the moment, in another area around him, a black-haired boy wearing a cape was also sleeping. His eyes were holding a layer of white gauze, just 100 meters away from Luo Bing. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Uchiha ouch. Wrong. It was Uchiha Obito who entered his own Kamui space and checked Sasuke's status. Advertisement. According to the time calculation, the integrate of the 2 pairs of kaleidoscopes should be almost over. To be honest, the title Uchiha ouch was left over from Luo Bing. Later, Nagato became more and more suspicious of the identity of this Uchiha Madara during secret investigations again and again, but he couldn't find Uchiha ouch in the history of the ninja world at all. So, this became a mystery in Nagato's heart. Obito entered his own Shenwei space and was stunned by the chaos in front of him at first sight. What is this? It's been demolished. Looking at the collapsed cubes in front of him, Obito rubbed his eyes, thinking he was presbyopia. What the hell is this? Could it be Sasuke? Obito let out a gloomy sigh. Each space cube represented a space node. This small part of the damage means that he can no longer open the space channel corresponding to these places in the future. Roar, it's okay. It's all unimportant places. Obito stepped on the cold sweat on his forehead and supported his mask. He looked at Sasuke, who had some signs of waking up, and frowned. No. Not Sasuke. Suddenly, Obito's eyes became fascinated, and he looked at a quiet place 100 meters away. There, lay a guy who had lost his legs. This is that legendary guy. He shows up again. Obito was shocked. He didn't understand whether the guy in front of him was an enemy or a friend, but he was easily killed by the Konoha village who killed Danzo's character. The strength of this man cannot be underestimated. Obito cautiously took out the kunai in his hand, and cautiously jumped to Luo Bing's position. Who seriously injured him? How did he get here? Obito looked at the kunai in his hand with hesitation. As long as he wanted to, he could easily kill the terrifying existence in front of him. However, after careful consideration, Obito finally failed. HMPH, no matter who you are, for me, you can use it as a chess piece. Obito smiled strangely, and laughed arrogantly. Chapter 222. The Swelling Duo. It didn't take long for Sasuke to wake up completely. He was first brainwashed by Obito, and then he saw Luo Bing who was still sleeping in the corner. Sasuke's heart suddenly had mixed feelings. A lot has happened over the years, and Sasuke is not as young as he was when he was a child. He carefully looked at Luo Bing's broken legs from the ankles, snorted coldly, and then stopped paying attention. When I was young, you were a godlike figure. I didn't expect it to get so bad now. You know, I used to admire you, but I also hate you, because you killed Danzo and robbed the enemy that should belong to me. But, you guy actually has a wheel eye, and you can use a complete Susanoo. Who are you? Recalling the past, Sasuke remembered the golden giant that appeared in Konoha village that day. It was the first time he faced Susanoo directly. At that time, he thought it was a method like a god. But now, nothing, big deal. Sasuke is a conceited person. He will not admit that there is any recognition is stronger than him. Since Itachi died in his hands, Sasuke has become a character of both good and evil, completely blackened. Don't worry about that guy, Sasuke. Now the most important thing is you. How are your eyes integrated? Obito glanced at Luo Bing on the ground indifferently. He has also investigated the matter about Konoha village, but now he is a little disdainful when he sees the real, golden giant. It's also, after all, a person who has both legs cut off can't bring a mysterious and invincible image to others. Well, the integration has been completed, and I can feel the incomparably powerful pupil power. The corners of Sasuke's mouth rose slightly, revealing a bohemian smile. Very good, now the organization has captured 7-tailed beasts, only 8 tails and 9 tails are left. Now, the so-called shadows of the 5 major countries are going to the Iron Country to hold the 5 Shadows Conference. Among them, the representative of Konoha's side is Kakashi Hitaki, the 6th Hokage you are familiar with, How are you preparing, Sasuke? Won't you let your teacher down? Obito Jia, he smiled. His tone was ridiculed, and under the swirl mask, one eye flashed 3 scarlet and eerie 3 Guyu. Kakashi gave it to me, Sasuke said coldly. For Konoha, the mortal enemy who destroyed his parents and family, he couldn't let go. When he learned the truth from Obito, Sasuke, at the moment, was at the darkest moment in his heart. He had always targeted Itachi before, but now he learned the truth from Obito, and the child had not collapsed. It's a big heart. But at the same time, the arrogant Sasuke will not completely surrender to the Akatsuki organization. This bohemian teenager has never put anyone in his eyes. Advertisement. What about Madara Uchiha? He now has the eternal kaleidoscope riding wheel eye. The dark side of the powerful pupil power is eroding Sasuke's heart, and his little heart is expanding more and more. Obito under the mask watched this scene, and no one knew his expression behind the mask. He could see Sasuke's true loyalty, but so what? All the people in this ninja world are nothing but chess pieces under his hands, and everything is in his plan. Cough cough. Luo Bing coughed twice and opened his eyes. A golden light flashed through his pupils and then slowly disappeared. He woke up, got up from the ground, stretched his waist, and although the divine power in his body had not recovered completely, it had almost recovered. This was the terror of the immortal body of Wusho, and its recovery speed was like a whale swallowing it. Yo! Wake up, kid! Uchiha Obito jokingly looked at Luo Bing in Madara Uchiha's tone. Sasuke on the side looked cold and looked at the man who woke up from the ground. His appearance seems to be more handsome than before, but he is still so young, as if time has not left a footprint on him at all. Little devil. Luo Bing was stunned. What was this bloated calling roar all about? The guy with the mask. Isn't that the one who twisted his A** funny that day? What are you pretending to be deep now? You're awake. Sasuke glanced at Luo Bing and said lightly. There was nothing intimacy in his expression, but on the whole, there was no hostility or disgust. Sasuke. Luo Bing looked at the boy in front of him in surprise. At the moment, he had changed a lot from before, and the most obvious change was his size. It seems that with the constant changes of time and space plagiarism, the time here has been pushed back by at least 6 or 7 years. It's me. Sasuke responded. He didn't know what to think, then frowned and said, You saved my life when I was a child. I never liked others. Who is your enemy? Tell me, I'll kill him. Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot katakana middle dot 0. Sasuke's face was rebellious, and Luo Bing was taken aback by that arrogant attitude. Advertisement who gave this baby such confidence? Thanks, but you can't beat him, don't mess around. Luo Bing was speechless, his head full of black lines, looking at Sasuke who was obviously in a rebellious period. Although he didn't want to hurt the other's self-esteem, he still said tell the truth. Sasuke, 99. Sasuke's face suddenly became very strange, all kinds of emotions intertwined, some stunned, and some embarrassed. I'm not the Sasuke I used to be, the me now, you can't imagine it. Sasuke clenched his fists tightly. He didn't like being questioned by others, and he didn't like being long-winded, but he was facing the man who saved him years ago. What's more, this may be the only Uchiha descendant besides Madara, so Sasuke is a little patient. But a look of impatience was already written on his face. Well, you really have grown up a lot, Sasuke, ha ha ha. By the way, how are Naruto and Sakura now? Luo Bing said with a smile. But in that tone, it was like an adult coaxing a child. After Sasuke heard this, his face suddenly stiffened. Maybe he heard Naruto's relationship. He didn't want to answer, then he snorted coldly and turned his head. Yo, kid, do I need this old man to prepare a wheelchair for you? Obito looked at Luo Bing on the ground with disdain. For ninjas, losing both legs is basically equivalent to a waste person, definitely, except Nagato, but how many people can be like Nagato? I said, can you speak normally? You're not too old, and everyone else is pretending to be tender. What kind of eccentricity do you always pretend to be? Luo Bing rolled his eyes silently, and then he floated up, with divine power in him. Circulation in the body. Chi. Where the granulation was broken, a pair of new legs suddenly emerged, broken limb reborn. Simple little operation. Although Luo Bing can't be reborn from a drop of blood now, as long as he still retains one of his heart or brain, he can recover instantly. ENMMMM. But this simple little operation can frighten the two who have been pretending to be cool and deep in front of them. How did you do it? So amazing. And, Chapter 223. Why are you looking at me like this? Is it because I'm handsome? Broken limb reborn is obviously a very rare high-end operation in the ninja world. But it is not without. Orochimaru can do this, he can even shed his skin. There are too many secret techniques and physiques in this ninja world. For example, Suizuki, who Sasuke knows, can turn his whole person into a pool of liquid, immune to all physical damage, and the undead duo that Obito is familiar with, those two guys, one has 5 hearts, and the other won't die even if his body is cut into 100 pieces. So, Luo Bing's simple operation was a little surprising in the eyes of the two at first, but they soon recovered. Luo Bing felt himself and basically recovered neatly, except for some loss of divine power. His whole body was in such a good state that it couldn't be better. This is the horror of Wugo's 857, immortal body. Turning off the lucky halo at will. The reason why Luo Bing can wake up so quickly, the lucky halo takes a lot of credit. He let Luo Bing fall on a special space node unintentionally, and the recovery efficiency has been improved by 2 or 3 times. He also inadvertently let the swelling Obito cancel the idea of killing Luo Bing. Duh. Although that kunai may touch Luo Bing's body and it will be broken. But in general it saves a lot of trouble. If I had turned on the halo before, maybe I wouldn't have been caught by that big hand. Luo Bing shook his head and muttered to himself. Sasuke and Obito on the side looked at each other and turned to Luo Bing together. Who are you? In the history of Uchiha, there is no character named Luo Bing, Obito asked with narrowed eyes. In the previous investigation, he knew the name of the dubious identity guy in front of him. After Obito asked, Sasuke also looked at Luo Bing curiously. He also wanted to hear the answer. This man owns a wheel eye and has Amaterasu and a complete Susanoo. In terms of blood, Sasuke feels that he should belong to his uncle. Because of the same type of kaleidoscope ability, only immediate family members will have similar ones, such as Itachi's Amaterasu and Sasuke's Kaguchi. But the Luo Bing in front of him had the same Amaterasu flame as Itachi, which made Obito's investigation a little confused. Advertisement in his file: Luo Bing, a mysterious Uchiha clan who appeared 6 years ago, is a man with a semi-complete body susa. One of his kaleidoscope abilities is Amaterasu, as for the other. According to the data of the soil survey, it may be the speed. But this man is very strange, he has no trace of chakra flowing all over his body, maybe he has learned some special concealment technique. And, after facing Luo Bing this time, Obito had another question in his heart. That's the eyes. Generally speaking, when the writing wheel eye is promoted to the kaleidoscope, the ordinary writing wheel eye will remain in the 3-go jade mode, while Luo Bing in front of him has bright eyes, and no go jade appears in the pupil. What's the matter? Actually, this is not the only thing that makes Obito think about it. He is still at a loss as to how this man appeared in the Shenwei space. Kamui space is Obito's biggest backer. If this guy can enter and leave Kamui space at will, then his combat power will drop a few notches in diameter. Don't think so much useless, I'm just passing by, in fact, I'm not from this world. Understand? Luo Bing said. He didn't want to hide his identity because there was nothing to hide. At the very least, he was sure that in this world, no one could hurt him at all. Luo Bing's original plan was to try to find the lost Supreme Space Magic book here. By the way, he would retreat here for a while, wait for his strength to become stronger, and then go back through the original node, or use other means to return to his original world. Not from this world? Obito thought secretly, and his brows could not help frowning. Things seemed to have become complicated and have vaguely surpassed his control. Is the guy in front of him lying or is he really serious? Obito doesn't understand, it's just that he doesn't plan to think about this for the time being. Because the Shadowless Conference is about to be held, he has more long-term plans. And the declaration of war at the Five Shadows Conference was the first part of his plan. Hope this guy doesn't mess up. 39 advertisement. Otherwise, Obito's eyes turned cold, but anyone who wanted to sabotage his plan would be his target to kill. Humph, Obito snorted coldly, then took Sasuke out of the Shenwei space and appeared in the outside world. That guy is unusual, Before they could finish speaking, Obito and Sasuke were stunned for a while. They actually saw the gate of the Shenwei space slowly opening. Luo Bing walked out of it leisurely, and changed into a new set of clothes by the way. I don't know where he got it from. Why are you looking at me like this? Is it because I'm handsome? Luo Bing snapped his fingers with a smile. His messy hairstyle instantly became sparkling and drifted. Obito was speechless. Suddenly there was an illusion that his home was being casually entered and left, which made him a little unacceptable. This guy even has the ability in space. What a dangerous person. Obito thought to himself in 5.0, carefully calculating. I heard that you were going to the Five Shadows Conference, take me with you. Generally, there are a lot of delicious food at this kind of gathering. I am still brooding about Konoha's ramen. I don't know what kind of food is here, haha. Luo Bing smiled, like a sunny boy. Sasuke. With soil. What do you think we lost, Soul Dan? To raid, to sabotage, to declare war, it's not a game. You be ****************. What's the purpose? But this juncture appeared. Obito's eyes dodged for a moment, he secretly had a plan in his heart, and nodded. Okay. Chapter 224. Keep yourself busy, Obito-kun. Today, the Iron Country is in the midst of a cold winter, and snow covers everything around it. Unlike the 5 great ninja villages, the Iron Country is an independent neutral country that belongs only to samurai, while samurai is a profession with a long history before the Warring States period. Before ninja became popular, it was the world of samurai. When the legendary Six Paths Immortals founded the ninja sect and spread ninja, the status of the samurai plummeted. However, with the advancement of the times, traditional warriors have also learned chakra. Although they do not know how to use ninjutsu, the power of using chakra on swords is quite extraordinary. To the outside world, the Kingdom of Iron is neutral, so the venue for the Five Shadows Conference was decided after everyone discussed it together. Mifune received the last shadow to arrive, that was the 6th Hokage Kakashi. If Danzo hadn't been killed by Luo Bing, at the moment's agent Hokage would probably be him. 614 Pain attacked Konoha, and Luo Tianzhong turned the entire Konoha into a crater. The 5th Hokage was also seriously injured. Kakashi's temporary ascending was a decision of last resort, because there was really no high-end combat power in the village to stand up to, and Jiraiya also sank to the bottom of the sea, the mutiny's mutiny, the pit killing, and now Konoha is no longer prosperous in the past. Gesture. Next to Kakashi followed 2 people, one is the think tank Shikaku, and the other is Mute who is holding a pig. It's too late, the 6th generation. Toying Tianshan Pingda Yemu snorted coldly, seemingly dissatisfied with Konoha's procrastination. This meeting was held by Yun Ren and Konoha at the same time, and it was indeed a bit rude for the sponsor to be late. Sorry, something happened temporarily. Kakashi was neither humble nor arrogant, looking around the audience with a pair of dead fish eyes, and after finding his own seat, he sat up, and Lu Ju and Mute stood beside him. Okay, the purpose of this meeting is to organize against Akatsuki. 6th generation, as far as I know. Akatsuki's leader attacked Konoha some time ago, but he died there in the end, is that true or false? Reikaji knocked on the table and asked seriously. Yes, but he is not the leader.
The leader should be the guy who calls himself Uchiha Madara and wears a spiral mask. Kakashi nodded and said. Humph. Uchiha Madara. Tiantianping Onogi seemed to have thought of the scene of being humiliated by Madara and turned his head away unconvinced. The sixth generation, the rebel Uchiha Sasuke has made a lot of noise recently. Do you want to be held accountable? Oh, I heard that you have been hiring the Shao organization, is that true? Suddenly, it was originally a quarrel between Konoha and Iwa Shinobu, and after Raikage interjected, Raikage and Tsuchikage, who were not dealing with each other when they met, quarreled. Advertisement Yunren and Yanren village have had a feud, and the Hokage of all dynasties died at the hands of each other, and they have a big beam. Immediately, the entire Serious Five Shadows conference became a mess, and Mifune of the Kingdom of Iron frowned secretly in his eyes. Several. Now is not the time to quarrel. The Akatsuki organization has already captured the seven-tailed beasts, and this is the purpose of our visit today, said the young Wudai Fungi Ngara. The 5 generations of Mizukage Terumi Mei on the side lazily put their hands together, listening to the quarrel of several people, which is quite interesting. Little devil, it's not your turn to speak here yet, but Sha Ren actually introduced you as a brat to be Fungying. I'm afraid that there is no successor, right? Tiantianping Daemu sneered. This old man is like a powder keg, even though he looks like an honest man, he actually has a bad temper like a stone. I love Luo pursed his lips, not angry. I used to be the one-tailed person Zuri. I have died once. I am very clear about the purpose of the organization. Their ambition is the entire ninja world. Now is not the time for everyone to exclude each other, Tsuchikage. As Gaara said something, the scene gradually eased up. Everyone knows the urgency of things. Similarly, before coming to participate in this Five Shadows conference, everyone already has a purpose in their hearts. Luo Bing hitched a ride to the country of Iron. He had never been to this country before, and the only place he went was Konoha. Last time, because of the rush of time, he really didn't take a good tour of this world. At the moment of appearing in the Iron Country, Uchiha Sasuke called his evil squad and launched an action. Luo Bing and Obito looked at each other. Obito is still wary of this guy in front of him. He doesn't know the purpose of the other party. If there is a chance, he will definitely kill him as soon as possible. Thanks, Luo Bing waved to the masked man beside him, suddenly realizing that he didn't know his name. So he used the eye of data to look at it. Uchiha Obito, the end of the crane in the tail of the crane. The eye is a double-hooked jade, and the advanced is a kaleidoscope. The Battle of Shenwubi Bridge was saved by Uchiha Madara, and since then he has become Madara's spokesperson, his love, Yuan Yi Lin. Advertisement. Oh well. This guy is the 857 protagonist template. Not bad. Taking a cursory glance, Luo Bing remembered the masked man's name, and then finished his words. Go ahead and leave me alone, Obito-kun. Uchiha Obito. He knows my name. He knows my name. Who the hell is he? Hateful. Obito was flustered. This was the first time he felt flustered in the past few years. However, the perennial disguise had taught him to be cautious. He silently watched Luo Bing's retreating back, secretly remembering this guy in his heart. Who will he be? Uchiha family, kaleidoscope, know my identity. Is it Madara's other successor? Obito pondered secretly, his brows furrowed. He didn't intend to revive Madara, he only cared about Lin. Damn, it seems that I have to think about what that pocket said. Uchiha Obito snorted coldly, and then his body twisted and slowly disappeared into the air. Iron Country's food is average. Luo Bing shook his head in disappointment and suddenly raised his eyebrows. Naruto's figure appeared within his perception range. Naruto, Sakura? Go see you. Chapter 225. Goodbye Naruto. Naruto's going out this time is his own will. Under the current situation, Ren Julie is not allowed to leave the village. Although it sounds like he has been grounded, this is also a protective measure for Naruto. The current situation is very tense, and the Akatsuki organization is waiting for an opportunity all the time. The human pillar hunting plan has been completed more than half, and now only Naruto's 9-tailed and 8-tailed human pillar Riki Rabbi. Judging from the current situation, it was a wise decision to stay in the village and hide, but Naruto, Tai Hanhan, was overwhelmed when he heard the news that Sasuke might appear in the country of Iron, and no one could persuade him. However, the current Naruto's strength is not what it used to be, and the highest combat power in the village at this stage is not there. Without the obstruction of Kakashi and others, Naruto easily escaped from Konoha. Naruto, go back with me, Sakura chased after her. As a member of the 3-person team of the same era, she has been left far behind by Sasuke and Naruto in the same team. Although the 3 of them are the legendary Sannin disciples, in terms of strength and cheating, Sakura is far inferior to the first 2. Although he is already outstanding among his peers, he is still not as good as the official hanging wall. Sakura, I will definitely bring Sasuke back, this is my promise. That guy, I must wake him up. At the moment Naruto's attitude was very firm. This carefree man only mentioned Sasuke would be so excited. He didn't understand why Sasuke was a traitor, let alone Sasuke's true thoughts. He just felt that Sasuke, who was always cool and disgusting, seemed to be never coming back. Naruto was scared. Yes, a fearless one he will also be afraid of. Since the last time we met, Sasuke's eyes have been so cold that he doesn't recognize him. When you are staring into the abyss of hell, hell is also staring at you. Since Sasuke embarked on the road of revenge, his whole person is now gradually being pulled into the abyss, and sinking deeper and deeper.
Enough. Leave that guy alone. Naruto. I don't want to see you die, do you understand? 35 Sakura's eyes are red, and she doesn't want to see any of her friends in the village lose their lives. The power disparity between the two sides is too great. Where Sasuke waits, there must be the legendary ninja Uchiha Madara. And if Naruto insisted, he would simply die in vain. After experiencing the Gaara incident and the destruction of Konoha village, Sakura clearly knew the power of Akatsuki's organization, and at the same time she knew that once Naruto was captured, the fate of the Nine Tails would be pulled away. Sakura. Naruto was stunned. Advertisement. It was the first time he saw Sakura cry because of him. What's in your mind? Don't know, don't understand. In fact, Naruto has been in love with Sakura since he was a child, but Sakura has always despised him. After so many years, the secret love when he was young seems to have gradually faded with the passage of time. Maybe it's not called love, it's just the ignorant liking of beautiful girls when I was young. Everyone goes through that age of nympho, and now. For some reason, the girl with white eyes, the brave girl who stood in front of him, Hinata, appeared hazy in Naruto's mind. I'm sorry, Sakura, but I will come back alive. Naruto laughed and stretched out his iconic thumb. Although he has always given the impression that Roar is not very shrewd, no one can defeat his determination for what he has already determined. In the biting cold wind of the Iron Country, the blonde boy turned his back to the sun, and the white imperial robe behind him fluttered in the wind. At the moment, the 6 fox whiskers on his face also looked a lot softer. This is Naruto. A hardworking ninja, a ninja who does what he says. Yo, long time no see, Naruto, Sakura. A familiar and unfamiliar voice suddenly appeared beside the two of them. That voice was so special that it was difficult for those who heard it once to forget it in their minds. Clear and airy, giving a comfortable feeling of being enveloped by the sun. With the ripples in the space, Luo Bing appeared in the sky above Naruto and Sakura in an instant, slowly floating to the ground. I saw this man falling from the sky in front of me. Sakura and Naruto were stunned at the same time. Long time no see? Do not, it's been too long. Advertisement. His mysterious arrival and mysterious disappearance. Naruto has followed Jiraiya all these years, and has never heard a single bit of news from him. Brother Luo. Brother Luo. 2 surprised screams echoed in the white snow. Unlike Sasuke's pretended indifference and deepness, the surprise in Naruto and Sakura's eyes almost overflowed. Especially the Naruto guy. He rushed up directly and gave Luo Bing a bear hug, his excitement beyond words. Ha 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 ha. Okay, now you're a grown man, and still so childish. Luo Bing rubbed Naruto's golden hair with one hand, feeling the trembling shoulders of the big boy in front of him, and stood there facing the side. Sakura waved her hand. It's so good. Big brother Luo. I thought. Naruto's tone was full of tears. Over the years, teacher Jiraiya died, the 3rd generation died, and Luo Bing was the first man who really cared about him identifying with him. Naruto thought he had already disappeared from this world, but he didn't expect him to appear again today. The surprise was so overwhelming that Naruto couldn't control his emotions very well. But, in fact, he will not deliberately control his emotions. This is Naruto, a guy who never beats the corner. Do you think I'm dead? Haha, Qian Li Jiao. In fact, I've died many times over the years, but I'm so happy to see you again, Naruto boss. Luo Bing said with a smile. Naruto's name Roar made the careless boy in front of him stunned for a moment. 6 years ago, when he was at the Muya Ramen restaurant, Naruto also asked what big guy meant, and Luo Bing at that time told him that it meant very powerful. So, over the years, Naruto has been working hard in the direction of the big guy. He's going to be a great boss. Protect your loved ones around you. He made it. From everyone's disgust, everyone's resentment, the Chunin exam, from Konoha's attack, Naruto walked over step by step, and everyone gradually recognized him. And Naruto has finally become a reliable ninja in the heart of a big guy. Even. Hero. Chapter 226. The mysterious man is back. Big brother Luo. Sakura, whose eyes were already red, turned even redder at the moment. She also wanted to throw herself into big brother Luo's arms like Naruto. But, in a girl's restraint, plus not seeing each other for so many years, she didn't feel embarrassed to do that. Right. She has grown into a big girl now, and sometimes you should really pay attention to this kind of thing. Especially in front of a childhood crush, but it's been 6 or 7 years, he seems to be getting more handsome. Xiao Ying's nympho soul was showing signs of recovery. She shook her head, smiled self-deprecatingly, then ran over generously and hugged Luo Bing's arm. Brother Luo, it's great that you're back. Luo Bing was entangled by the two for a while, and was a little embarrassed. He could only smile awkwardly, and then touched the heads of the two. This is not the place to talk. I miss Konoha's ramen for a long time, let's go. With that said, Luo Bing took Naruto and Sakura and disappeared in place in an instant, coming directly to Konoha from the distant Iron Country. At the moment Konoha is still under construction, and the giant pit in the center of the village is still being filled, which is the giant pit caused by the huge amounts of repulsion of super god Luo Tianzhong. At the moment, the 857-year-old Hokage rock is also in the process of being repaired. Due to Kakashi's rush to take the position, there is no picture of him on the Hokage rock at the moment. In fact, although he is called the 6th Hokage, but now it's just acting as Hokage, because at the moment's 5 generations of Tsunadeheim was seriously injured and comatose, but it's not the time to retire completely. She is still young. However, the 6th generation of Kakashi has already been decided by default. In the village, in terms of qualifications, contributions, and people's aspirations, it is a sure thing for him to become the 6th generation. Yilei Ramen Shop is really lucky, it's only 1 meter away from the Tianqing and still survived, Luo Bing muttered to himself, looking at the ramen shop sign during the meeting. Space-time ninjutsu. Naruto looked at the changing terrain around him in surprise, and his whole body instantly slumped. He managed to get out after a long time. In the blink of an eye, the 3 or 4 day journey was simply omitted and repatriated. It's back to Konoha, it's amazing. Sakura was also a little surprised at the moment, because there were too many people on the street. He subconsciously let go of the arms holding Luo Bing's arms, his face shy red. Advertisement, boss, come 3 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, oh, wait, 30 bowls. Considering Naruto's appetite, Luo Bing hesitation, and then shouted at Yilei. You. Wait. Yilei clearly recognized the man in front of him. This is the man who made a fuss about Konoha that day. Although, Konoha did not issue a bounty to him, but, is it really appropriate to appear here so blatantly? Soon, Anbu, who was patrolling the street, found Luo Bing's group and immediately reported it to the top. Now Tsunade is still in a coma, and the 2 Konoha advisors are in charge. In fact, the advisors don't ask much questions now. Since the Danzo incident, the advisors of the elders have the rights gradually declined in Konoha. Before he left, Kakashi entrusted all the complicated affairs of the village to Shikamaru, the son of Nara Shikahisa. And Shikamaru also inherited his father's ingenuity and is a rare strategist. It's just, he still didn't stop Naruto from fleeing. Because this guy is so unreasonable, Naruto and Sakura are back. And that man? Shikamaru frowned immediately after hearing the report. He panics too. He didn't understand the purpose of this man named Luo Bing. When he was a child, he had witnessed the power of the Golden Giant, and the impression was too deep. He disappeared for more than 6 years, how could he appear at this time? And it still appears out of thin air, with Naruto and Sakura, 35. Beffa. Are you an enemy or a friend? Shikamaru was in trouble, but anyway, from the current point of view, it is a good thing that Naruto and Sakura can come back. This matter was beyond the scope of Shikamaru's ability, and he immediately asked people to prepare information and pass it on to the 6th Hokage and his father ahead. At the moment, he even used a castrated version of the long-lost Flying Thor technique. Advertisement, one of Konoha's trump cards, the 3-man Flying Thor technique. The technique of Flying Thor requires too much space ability. Except for the 2nd and 4th generations, no one in Konoha can learn this technique independently. However, the 3 guards in the guard team, who had been carefully taught by 4 generations, barely mastered this technique. But the side effects are great, it will waste a lot of chakra, and it must be performed by 3 people together. It is basically impossible to fight, and it is only useful to transmit information in an emergency. At the 5 Shadows Conference. Report, urgent news. Shiranui Genma walked to the center of the venue panting with a toothpick in his mouth. After being released by the guards, he eagerly came to Kakashi's side to convey the news of what happened to Konoha, while outside the door, the other 2 members of the guard team leaned on the wall to rest weakly. What? Kakashi's dead fish eyes widened for the first time. He is very familiar with Luo Bing. After all, he was the one who brought him into the village. He actually came back, and brought back Naruto and Sakura who escaped. Naruto, this guy. Kakashi is very big-headed, he understands Naruto's character. He didn't expect the things he was worried about to happen, but, fortunately, for now, nothing major has happened. What happened, 6th generation? How is Naruto? As one of Naruto's few friends, Gaara frowned and asked with concern. Several other shadows also frowned and looked over. Generally speaking, if this kind of meeting is not a major situation, it will not be disturbed by exception. And at the moment, it was clear that something unexpected happened to Konoha. And listening to Kakashi's inadvertent words, it can be inferred that this situation is related to the 9-tailed Julie, and now at this juncture, the matter about the tailed orc Julie can be said to be a big thing. Kakashi frowned. Everyone is an allied country now, and he has nothing to hide, so he said, the man who mysteriously disappeared 6 years ago has appeared again, and is now in Konoha. 6 years ago? Could it be that he? Everyone frowned and began to think. And right here, a sudden sound of thousands of birds chirping echoed in everyone's ears. It's Sasuke. He broke in. Chapter 227. Yo, Obito, Sasuke, let me borrow it for a meal first. Humph. That kid came just in time. Lei Ying smashed the entire conference table into pieces with a fist, and rushed out with thunder and lightning all over his body. Although Karabi has not been really captured, his whereabouts are still unknown. Until now, Ai does not know what his situation is, and all this is due to Sasuke. The 4th generation Raikage, who was already full of temper, immediately rushed out in anger after hearing that Sasuke, the betrayal, dared to provoke him. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Sasuke and the 4th Raikage started a fierce battle. At this time, due to the butterfly effect of hesitation, Danzo was killed. Sasuke advanced history and obtained the Eternal Kaleidoscope Riding Wheel Eye more quickly. The Eternal Eye is not a blow. The 4 generations of Raikage were defeated, the walls collapsed one after another, and the entire sky was echoed with the chorus of thousands of birds, the mighty momentum. Kakashi, who saw this scene, looked lonely, now. Has even the former disciple surpassed him? Kakashi subconsciously supported the forehead guard covering his left eye. Although Sharingan gave him the name of a copy ninja, but without the Uchiha bloodline, this eye that could never be closed was the biggest drag on him. But this is Obito's last gift, and Kakashi will never abandon it. The battle situation is very frustrating. I didn't expect this kid named Sasuke to have grown to such a level. Descendants of the Uchiha clan, support Raikage, Tiantianping Onoki said, his body slightly floated in the air. However, at this moment, a whirlpool crack suddenly appeared on the table in the conference center. The masked, Uchiha Madara, stuck his head out of it. For a time, all the shadows looked at the center on alert for the first time. It's all here. He. Obito looked around, and when he saw Kakashi, his mood became slightly more complicated. Then, overwhelmed, he used Madara Uchiha's words gesture, wildly describing his own ambition. And at this moment, Konoha, please take it slow. Yilei and his assistant daughter brought 4 bowls of hot ramen, one in each hand, for a total of 4 bowls, and the follow-up ramen is still being made. 3 servings of ramen were served in front of the 3, and 1 bowl was placed on a vacant seat. Looking at the extra ramen, Naruto's eyes suddenly dimmed. I remember the last time I had ramen with brother Luo Bing, 4 servings was just right, and now, there is 1 more. Because Sasuke is not here. Advertisement, I will definitely bring Sasuke back. Naruto's eyes turned slightly red, and he swallowed the ramen in front of him. I said why you were so unhappy, it's because of Sasuke. It seems that a lot of things have happened in the years since I left, Luo Bing said casually, breaking open the disposable chopsticks in front of him. Brother Luo. Sasuke he defected, Xiao Ying said in a low tone. Well, I've seen him before, that kid's personality is a lot colder, Luo Bing said casually, patted Naruto on the back, and motioned him to eat slowly and not choke. But who would have thought that when Naruto heard the news of Sasuke, he almost spat out with excitement, swallowed the ramen in his mouth hard, and looked at Luo Bing with a look of hope. Brother Luo, you said you have seen Sasuke? Where? Naruto was so excited that he couldn't even eat the ramen in front of him. Iron Country, oh, by the way, I just feel like there is something missing from this meal, you wait, I'll call Sasuke. Luo Bing said, ignoring Xiao Ying and Naruto who were in a daze beside him, and snapped his fingers. Crash. The space opened like a curtain. A strange picture appeared in the small Lalaku ramen restaurant. On one side are diners eating ramen, and on the other side is the conference room of the 5 Shadows Conference in the distant Iron Kingdom. Obito, who was talking endlessly, and the stunned 4 shadows, and Sasuke and Raikage, who had just penetrated the wall and came to this room, were stunned at the same time. Yo, it's quite lively, have you eaten yet? Luo Bing asked. Naruto. Sasuke. In an instant, Obito, Sasuke, Kakashi and the others were all stunned. This is. What the hell? 9 katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 0. What the hell have you eaten? What do you think the current situation is? Sasuke. Kakashi-sensei. Sakura and Naruto were stunned, rubbing their eyes, looking at the picture in front of them in disbelief. This guy. How far has he played time-space ninjutsu? At the moment, Obito looked at Luo Bing on the opposite side with a dreadful look on his face, and at the moment. Advertisement the person he most wanted, Julie, was on the opposite side, and he. But he didn't dare to move, can't figure out where to go. This guy. What kind of existence is that? Yo, Sasuke, stop fighting, come and eat ramen, it's just served, and it's still hot. Luo Bing waved his finger at Sasuke. A black hole appeared out of nowhere at Sasuke's feet, and then he fell directly, appeared at the Konoha ramen restaurant. Help, Zuo. Hey, Obito-kun, Sasuke, let me borrow a meal first, and I'll return it to you later. Luo Bing waved at the stunned crowd, and then. Everything returned to normal, and the ripples in the space completely disappeared. And this operation, but it terrified everyone. Among them, Kakashi and Obito were the most surprised. He called that name. Uchiha Obito's hands trembled slightly. At this moment, he really wants to resign, he wants to strike, he doesn't want to do it anymore. Does this sound like a word? Does this sound like a word? What a damn weird development this is, Obito. You. Are you Obito? Kakashi looked at the masked man suspiciously. At the moment, the scene of the 5 Shadows convention was silently dropping needles. However, Luo Bing, the initiator of all the chaos at the moment, didn't care what happened on the other side at all. He smiled and took out a pair of chopsticks and handed it to Sasuke. What are you doing? You eat. Sasuke. Naruto. Sakura. And chapter 228 watching a movie while eating is a routine operation. This guy. At the moment, the one who is most shocked is Sasuke Uchiha, this arrogant person, who has never put others in his eyes, but the one who saw the mysterious Luo Bing once when he was a child. But he was greatly overwhelmed, beyond his imagination. What does this mean? I'm taking revenge, bro, I am fighting. Aren't you picking refreshments in the Iron Country? Why did you suddenly run to Konoha? Why did you suddenly drag me from the country of Iron to Konoha? You are a man or a ghost. I also handed myself chopsticks, what do you mean? Can I eat it? I am now a traitor. I am a traitor, could you please respect my position? Sure enough, no one can escape the true fragrance law. Sasuke finally took the chopsticks and sat at the dining table with a secret expression of 873. At the moment, this child doubts life, and all this is under the strong pressure of the mysterious man beside him. Illusion? Could it be that I fell into an illusion? Sasuke has been thinking about this issue, and it seems that all this can only be explained by illusion. But the smooth flow of chakra and the eternal kaleidoscope of writing wheels told him that it was all so real. But that's the kind of truth that sucks. It's really Sasuke. Wow, big brother Luo. How did you do it? Time and space ninjutsu? It's amazing. When he really saw Sasuke, he suddenly became cautious. At the moment, it really doesn't seem like the moment to express emotions. Because the surrounding force field seems to be particularly weird. Outside the door of the ramen restaurant, layers of Anbu came over after hearing the news. Shikamaru frowned. He had no idea what was going on. Rebel Uchiha Sasuke appeared at the Konoha ramen shop. Advertisement also eating ramen with Naruto and others. Who dares to believe this? I can't believe it if you kill me. Who the hell are you? Sasuke, who was holding chopsticks abruptly, spoke up. He was different from Naruto, at least. In this environment, he still retained some IQ. What are you talking about, kid? We've known each other many years ago. Luo Bing picked up a piece of ramen and put it in his mouth, making a squeaking sound. Cool. That's what it tastes like. Artificially made is much more delicious than the real one. Is it a psychological problem? Luo Bing muttered to himself, completely ignoring the feelings of the middle-aged 2-year-old boy with black lines on his face. Sasuke. It's great that you're back, Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto didn't even bother to eat. He hugged Sasuke's shoulder excitedly and shook desperately. The ghost knows how helpless Sasuke Uchiha is now. He really wanted to kick the tail of this smelly crane, but because of the mysterious Luo Bing, he finally endured it silently. Definitely, the stinky face still doesn't change. You said that guy with the mask is Uchiha Obito? Sasuke regained his courage and looked at Luo Bing seriously. How could he not know about Obito? That's a shame for the Uchiha family. Not only is it a crane tail, but also gave his own riding wheel to outsiders. And that outsider, officially his teacher Kakashi. However, the current Sasuke will not admit that Kakashi is his teacher at all, and he is completely dismissive of weak people. Even the so-called Uchiha Madara, Sasuke didn't take him to heart. In Sasuke's heart, God is first, he is second. As for who the gods are, the devil knows. Yes, that's what the Eye of Data told me. Luo Bing had nothing to hide and said directly. The Eye of Data? What is that? Eye technique? Blood continent? Sasuke's curiosity suddenly came up. He was full of curiosity about all the unknown powers. What can become more powerful is what it pursues. It's my ability. I can see through all the information and secrets of anyone. Definitely, under normal circumstances, I still respect the privacy of others. Luo Bing wiped the corners of his mouth with a tissue paper leisurely. Advertisement afterwards, he glanced at Sasuke inadvertently and then laughed strangely. Ha, Sasuke, Naruto, it turns out that you both gave each other your first kiss. Sasuke. Naruto. This is what you mean by respecting privacy. You are a liar. Even Naruto, who has always been cheeky, flushed his face and seemed to be a little shy. Sasuke on the side was even more depressed. The black aura of despair was about to emerge from the top of his head. You are so shy. That was an accident, damn it. You misunderstood B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** data eye opened automatically. Sorry. Luo Bing sneered and immediately closed the data eye. Wait, big brother Luo. Naruto suddenly stopped Luo Bing. Huh? Luo Bing looked at him suspiciously. If I can really see all the secrets, I want to know. I want to know who my parents are. And. Naruto stammered for a while. It seems that he himself has hesitation. Is that so? Leave it to me. Luo Bing nodded, reopened the eye of data and glanced at Naruto. Well. Your father is the fourth Naruto wave Fung Minato, and your mother is the last nine-tailed person who helped Uzumaki Kushina, and your parents died when you were just born. As for the cause of death, it was written because Uchiha Obito attacked Konoha while he was giving birth to the nine-tailed man, and your parents died in that disaster in order to save Konoha and protect you. The specific cause of death, oh. There seems to be an image here. Has the eye of data been upgraded to this level? Wait, I'll do it and see if I can share it. Luo Bing said, and then invoked his Friday biological authority to convert the scene he saw into a holographic projection. It was then played in the lobby of a ramen shop. It's like watching a movie. In the movie, there's the death of the nine tails, the affectionate dialogue of the Minato couple, and the expectations for future children. And all this. The viewers were Naruto and Sasuke, and a whole bunch of people who stayed outside the door and dared to join in the fun. Chapter 229 Resurrection is also a routine operation. Naruto, don't be picky eaters, eat more, grow up quickly. Remember to take a bath on time every day, and don't stay up late, make sure you sleep. And remember to make friends. You don't have to have many friends, just a few really trustworthy friends. Also, although I'm not very good at mother, but you have to study your homework and ninjutsu well, but everyone is good and bad, even if you encounter difficulties in learning, don't be too disappointed. At school, respect teachers and seniors.
There is one more important thing. Regarding the 3 forbidden ninjas, especially the loan of money, you must be careful. The income from the task must be well saved, and you can't drink until you are 20 years old, and women. Be more careful, teacher Jiraiya. Naruto, you will encounter a lot of pain and bitterness in the future, but you must be firm in maintaining yourself, have dreams, and have the confidence to realize your dreams. And, in fact, there are more things I want to teach you, and I want to be by your side all the time. 14. Kushina in the holographic projection said that at this time, she was already crying, and gently wiped the tears from the corner of her eyes with her arm. At the moment, Naruto had snot and tears flowing, and even the onlookers on the side couldn't help feeling emotional when they saw this scene. Naruto, what dad wants to say is the same as mom. Minato had a warm and sunny smile on his face, like a little sun. He slowly closed his eyes. Gossip seal. The holographic projection is over here. Naruto slumped on the table weakly, buried his head deeply in his arms, his shoulders were constantly shaking, and the strong man at the moment also seemed lonely. It turns out that Naruto is the child of the 4th Hokage. Yeah, I really didn't expect it to be the 4th generation. We should have realized that the blonde hair is exactly the same as the 4th generation. Alas. I'm so sorry for this kid, think about what we've all done. His parents sacrificed to save Konoha, and we blamed Naruto for all this, and said he was the incarnation of a demon fox, damn it. Naruto. Sorry, Naruto, please forgive me. Roar outside the door was shouting incessantly, and at the moment, Naruto inside the house wiped the corners of his eyes and suddenly revealed a bright smile. He has let go, he has thought about it, advertisement. And now, he has become the ideal look in the eyes of his parents. He is already a very powerful ninja, even though there's still a lot that hasn't been done. But, Naruto will work harder and will go all out to fight and fight. Thank you, brother Luo Bing. Naruto wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and looked up at Hokage Rock in the distance. Above that, the head of the 4th generation of Hokage Wave Wind Minato is engraved high, and the sun shines on the Hokage Rock, and the 4th generation is still like a small sun, looking down at Konoha gently. Seemingly moved by this scene of true love, Sasuke's heart was also moved. He lowered his head silently, his parents sounded, thinking of his brother, and in the end, he didn't say anything. Maybe. It's the price of growing up. Naruto, it seems that you have a parent who treats you very well. Luo Bing smiled, feeling a little envious in his heart. He still doesn't know who his parents are. Yeah, big brother Luo. In the future, I will also become a great ninja like my father. Naruto shouted, full of energy, and his true feelings inspired everyone around him. The sun shines on Naruto's face, and the big guy seems to see the shadow of the 4 generations of peerless elegance once again. Well, you will. Luo Bing smiled, seeing a light in Naruto's eyes. Then, his mind moved, and he thought for a while. Speaking of which, I forgot to give you a greeting when we first met. So, how about making it up this time? Meeting ceremony. Naruto, Sakura and even Sasuke turned their heads curiously and looked at Luo Bing. First of all, Sakura, hey, Sakura-chan, do you have any wishes? Luo Bing asked with a smile. Xiao Ying froze in place and slowly shook her head, but she suddenly thought of something and said, that, Granny Tsunade is still in a coma. Brother Luo, what do you have? Is there any way to make her recover quickly? Advertisement. Sakura said the words, and Shikamaru, who had been observing the situation outside, was stunned for a while, and then immediately became excited. At this critical juncture, it would be the most surprising thing if the Hokage-sama could be awakened. Well done. Sakura. Simple. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, and the 5th Hokage Tsunade-ji on Konoha's bed was directly moved over by him. At the moment Tsunadeheim really looks like a mother-in-law, her face is full of wrinkles, she is already old and out of shape. With a flash of golden light, a bottle of Paradise HP recovery potion appeared in front of Luo Bing out of thin air. Then, he unscrewed the bottle cap and poured it into Tsunade's mouth. Cough cough. With a bang, Tsunade opened her eyes immediately, and then, her skin gradually became smooth, and the wrinkles gradually faded. She looked at the situation around her in a daze, a little confused. What's wrong with me? What's the situation? That's great, teacher. Sakura instantly fell into Tsunadeheim's arms, her excitement beyond words. On the other side, Sasuke, Naruto, and all the onlookers widened their eyes in shock. What a miraculous potion. What is it made of? Shikamaru bit his nails in surprise. Until now, the man named Luo Bing has done all kinds of things beyond his imagination and understand. It's just godlike means. You are Luo Bing? Tsunade was deeply impressed by the character recorded in the Konoha dossier, and she quickly understood what was happening from Sakura's account. Hey, good lunch, haven't you eaten yet? Would you like some ramen? Luo Bing casually called Roar, then ignored Tsunade's weird expression and turned to look at Naruto and Sasuke. Ah, you two little fellows, as for the gift, I have already thought it out for you. Well, how about resurrecting your lost relatives? Luo Bing asked with a smile, and this simple sentence made Sasuke and Naruto froze in place for a long time, unable to react for a long time. Chapter 230. Sasuke-kun, watch me show you an advanced writing wheel. You said, resurrection. Even the calmest Tsunade on the scene, at the moment was taken aback. She even began to suspect that this guy of unknown origin in front of her was talking in her sleep.
I'm afraid it's not a brain problem, are you sure you are serious? Resurrection? Sasuke and Naruto shouted in unison. At the moment, Sasuke still looks cold, his hopeful eyes staring at Luo Bing. If he can bring his brother and parents back to life, he is willing to sacrifice everything, even his own life doesn't matter. At the moment, Naruto was so excited that he was speechless. After seeing the images of his parents just now, at the moment his longing for his parents and his regret for the death of Jiraiya-sensei have broken through the sky. At this juncture, when Luo Bing said to resurrect their deceased relatives, for some reason, Naruto's first thought was to believe. He believed that big brother Luo could do all this. That is blind trust. At the moment, the excitement in Naruto and Sasuke's heart can no longer be described in words. Ah, resurrection, a simple operation. Unfortunately my infinity gauntlet exploded before, otherwise it would have been a blink of an eye, Luo Bing said calmly. Resurrection may seem like a fantasy in the eyes of others. But how do you say Luo Bing is someone who has experienced a lot of big scenes? How can this kind of show action be less? For now, without relying on Infinity Gauntlet, he has 3 or 5 sets of mature resurrection plans. Can you really do it? Are you serious? Sasuke stared at his Sangu Jade. His hesitation was too excited. The Sangu Jade in his eye sockets spun rapidly, and gradually turned into an eternal kaleidoscope. If his parents can be resurrected, and his brother can be resurrected, he will avenge his A. And the biggest enemy Danzing has already been killed by Luo Bing. He has no reason to continue on the road of revenge. Are you serious? Are you sure you're not joking? Tsunade's tone trembled a little. Once, Orochimaru also gave him the bargaining chip to resurrect his younger brother Shengshu and his first love. But that's the reincarnation of the filth. That's not resurrection at all. Definitely, Luo Bing smiled, a confident smile on his face. Advertisement may be for these people, resurrection or something is simply a fantasy, but for Luo Bing, it is very easy and simple to operate. Moreover, since the original source of his daily ability was Naruto and Sasuke, he had an inexplicable affection for these two guys. Do yourself a favor, Luo Bing doesn't mind being a good person, he is a positive character, superhero. Before, when I was watching Naruto's profile, it seemed like it was popular in your world to use reincarnation eyes to revive others, right? Luo Bing asked casually. Flow. Pop? Can the word pop be used on this? This is resurrection. Why do you say so easily? Nagato. Resurrected a group of people with the reincarnation technique, and Kakashi-sensei was brought back by this warlock. But according to my speculation, this technique will sacrifice the life of the caster, and only Nagato owns the Eye of Reincarnation. It is the eye of the legendary six-path immortal, and it is the eye of God, Naruto said with a frown. Sasuke also nodded. Although he had not really seen the power of the Samsara Eye, he could roughly imagine it. Ah? Sasuke, you don't know? Luo Bing looked at Sasuke Uchiha in surprise. Know what? Sasuke frowned suspiciously, and looked at Luo Bing in surprise. Reincarnation Eye is not someone's eye, it was evolved from Sharingan. I thought you knew that, Luo Bing said, dumbfounded. What? Sasuke frowned, stunned. Could it be that the next stage of the eternal kaleidoscope is the Eye of Reincarnation? However, I feel that my current eternal eye is already the ultimate evolution, and it is impossible to evolve again. Sasuke's face was incredible. Luo Bing rolled his eyes. Looks good. As the words fell, Luo Bing's eyes changed instantly, and a strange Guyu appeared in his pupil. Immediately after, 2, 3, advertisement rotate. A pair of brand new golden hexagram kaleidoscopes appeared in Sasuke's eyes. The pattern was too familiar, because Sasuke's original kaleidoscope pattern was a purple hexagram. But the change is not over yet. A series of complex patterns appeared around the golden hexagram kaleidoscope, and the eternal kaleidoscope was born. Next up, eternal kaleidoscope once again made a qualitative leap. The sky blue ripples of punch after punch rippling out, that is the Eye of Reincarnation. And then, the Eye of Reincarnation constantly rotates, and the strange Guyu circles above the ripples again, and the Eye of the Nine Guyu Reincarnation emits a strange light. And then, everything returned to normal, and a pair of golden eyes with stars and sea appeared in the eyes of everyone. Yo! I upgraded it before I noticed. It seems to be the effect of the immortal body without scale, eh? How is it, Sasuke, do you see it? This is the process of evolution. Sasuke Uchiha. Tsunade Sakura and others. Naruto. Cool. What should I do? Qian Zhaohao, to be as good as you. Sasuke himself was hit by Wan Jun, and all his confidence and strength collapsed instantly. This is so special. How many levels has he surpassed himself? There is no way out for anyone. God damn it. You are the ancestor of Uchiha. No, you should be the ancestor of the immortals of the six paths. Ah, who the hell are you? Tsunade's hair is messy, and the whole person is caught up in it. In a ruthless vortex of endless doubts. Didn't I tell you, I'm not from this world? Maybe this concept is too incredible for you, but I really come from another world, and, aside from the time-space acceleration and the time-space tide difference, it's accurate to say, I'm not even 18 years old this year, thank you, I'm not the ancestor of so-and-so. Luo Bing explained. Chapter 231 Teacher Luo Bing teaches you natural science. Not to mention Naruto and Sasuke, even the experienced Tsunade Haim has never heard of another world. This is simply a fantasy. Including a group of melon-eating villagers and Shikamaru outside, their eyes were dull and confused. Do you know what the star above your head is? Luo Bing asked speechlessly. The stars that we can see every night. Isn't it just a star? What else could it be? Sakura said strangely. These are all things that they should take for granted. Luo Bing has a headache, and it seems that he also has a part-time job in popular science. Every sparkling star above your head is at least tens of hundreds of times, even thousands of times, tens of thousands of times larger than this ninja world. You know that Konoha village lives in the country of fire, and the country of fire lives in the world of ninja, and the world of ninja in your mouth, plus various secret realms, we collectively call the Earth. And what about beyond Earth, Sun, Moon, how did they come from? Luo Bing asked suspiciously. Legend. The moon was created by the six paths immortal, Tsunade-ji replied suspiciously. Originally, in the concept of these people, not only the moon was created by immortals, but also the sun, stars and clouds in the sky, all of which have myths and legends. Luo Bing shook his head. No matter how they are formed, what I want to tell you is the size of the world. 873 Luo Bing said, holding chopsticks and imprinting on the table. First of all, this little ball is the ninja world we live in now. And beyond the small ball, there is a solar system. How big is the solar system? Let's just put it this way, although it may not be clear, it's like this bowl is the Earth where we are, and the solar system. Before Luo Bing finished speaking, Naruto's eyes lit up and he interjected. The solar system is as big as this ramen restaurant? No, Luo Bing shook his head, then he pointed around. The solar system is as big as the entire ninja world. After speaking, everyone was stunned. How can that be? Is that a lie? A group of people started to be unable to turn their heads. After the proportional expansion, the scene made them a little unimaginable. Luo Bing shook his head with a look of helplessness. I haven't left the village yet. Advertisement. The outer layer of the solar system is the Milky Way. For the huge galaxy, the solar system is just a speck of dust in the vast universe. Similar to the fixed star system of the solar system, there are 120 billion galaxies in the galaxy. Beffa. And how many galaxies are there in the universe? Look at the stars above your heads. There are at least 1 trillion galaxies like the Milky Way in the universe. And this sphere of complex galaxies. 39. We call it the universe. Do you understand the speed of light? The speed of light can revolve around the entire ninja world 7 times in 1 second, and it takes at least 46 billion years to get out of the entire universe at the speed of light. There are all kinds of complex creatures, life species, countless innumerable in the universe. But do you think the universe is the biggest? Then you are wrong. This world not only has universes, but also countless parallel universes. I won't explain the concept of parallel universes, and if you explain them, you won't understand. In short, you know that every parallel universe is as big as what I just described. That's it. And I am from another special universe that is far away light years away. Luo Bing finished speaking in one breath, looking at everyone's dull expressions with interest. It was like watching a group of wild monkeys. It's too big. Naruto, a second-hand, can't imagine how big the universe is. Anyway, it's very big in his mind. On the contrary, Sakura, Sasuke, Tsunade Shikamaru and others were on the side. The smarter the person, the more he can appreciate the magnificence and awe of the outside world from Luo Bing's words. Very apprehensive. No reason, just big and scary. And the so-called gods are not another group of powerful cosmic beings. There have been myths and legends in my world. Some are illusory, some have not yet found specific characters, but some have become my brothers and friends. When a person is strong enough to live a long and long life, he will be called a god by others. And the immortal of the 6 paths in your mouth is actually just immortal. It's just that he is too powerful. When he is too powerful to be understood by humans, he will gradually move his image closer to the gods. Advertisement. So, the means of resurrecting a dead person may seem like a fantasy to you. But in my opinion, that's a very common thing. Luo Bing shrugged and explained. Speechless. Everyone didn't make a sound. Obviously they were taken aback by Luo Bing's words. Okay, without further ado, I'll start. As far as I know, Naruto, your father's soul was sealed in the belly of Death God because of the ghoul seal. Without gloves, I can't separate reality. So now, the first thing I'm going to do. It was killing the Death God, plucking the soul out of his stomach, and resurrecting it with the soul. But I don't have much time to find the entrance to hell in your world. It's too troublesome. So who else knows about the ninjutsu sealed by the ghoul? 35. Or simply give me the scroll that recorded that ninjutsu. With my current brain processing speed, I can learn a lot of things at a glance, Luo Bing said immediately. I will? Tsunade frowned. Regarding the ghoul seal, it is a ninjutsu that every generation of Hokage must master. Although it is dangerous, it has to be said that this thing is an absolute ninjutsu that pulls the enemy to death as a last resort. And as Hokage, you must have this kind of obligation and sense of responsibility. That one is simpler, you can use it. Luo Bing spread out his hands and looked at Tsunade. This is taboo ninjutsu. You know the consequences of using it. Tsunade still had some hesitation. If it weren't for Luo Bing's unbelievable performance before, it would be hard for her to believe the truth of what this young man said. This is often the case, only when you are strong can what you say be convincing. Be quick, don't worry, you won't die, Luo Bing sighed helplessly. Tsunade did not hesitation again, she gave Luo Bing a serious look and nodded. Okay. I believe in you. Si Highway Mao Shu Zi Yu Si. Ghoul Seal. Chapter 232 Resurrection, the Dead. Ghoul Seal. When Tsunade finished unlocking the seal, apart from Luo Bing and the caster himself, a huge death god phantom appeared behind Tsunade. Sasuke squinted his eyes, relying on his eternal kaleidoscope. Although he couldn't see it clearly, he could vaguely see a silhouette. As for the people around, although they couldn't see the ghost of Death God, they could feel it for real. Cut. What am I supposed to be, a dark elemental life, pretending to be a ghost here? Luo Bing smiled disdainfully, waved one hand. The pure immortal power condensed a dazzling horse train, and suddenly burst into a radiance. The phantom of Death God burst out with lightning speed. The shadowy Death God phantom originally had an arrogant and domineering face, but after he felt the pure immortal power, his eyes widened immediately. Under the instinctive reaction, he began to desperately want to escape. 18. Luo Bing has already imprisoned the surrounding time and space, and has no interest in playing hide and seek with him. Shoo. The golden chain directly pierced the belly of the Death God, and 3.5 phantoms swept out from it. The first Hokage, the second Hokage, the fourth Hokage, and Orochimaru Maru's arm soul. Crack. Like a broken mirror, Luo Bing directly increased the energy of his immortal power after his stomach was slashed and the value of his use was lost, turning the shadow of Death God into a powder. After breaking through the shackles of Death God's stomach, the three groups of half-light shadows immediately prepared to ascend to heaven and leave for the real afterlife world, but they were disturbed by Luo Bing's wave and stayed behind. That is the fourth Hokage wave Feng Minato. The real world is an environment that cannot retain the power of the soul for too long. After a person dies, the soul will be automatically attracted and sent to the place where it should go. The so-called Death God is just a duplication of an alien elemental life. It is so weak that it cannot even take the initiative to devour souls. It can only rely on contract means. Luo Bing muttered disdainfully. He has seen a lot of so-called evil gods, such as Dormammu, who can be seen. In Luo Bing's view, contracting is the worst method, but it is also a common measure used by so-called gods and demons to facilitate the spread of belief and power. Advertisement, in other words, blood-sucking worms. The soul is all there now, mainly the body. Although the corpse is almost corroded in the ground, it doesn't matter. Luo Bing said, and once again manifested a few bottles of HP Heaven Recovery Potion. Living bones, this thing is simply too convenient. In this way, you go to dig up the corpses, and I'll go to the bottom of the lake in the land of rain to fish out Jiraiya, Luo Bing said, disappearing in place in an instant. After almost 3 roar puffs, he reappeared, frowning. Strange, I didn't find his body. Also, I just stopped by the world of death, and I didn't find his soul. Looks like he's not dead. By observing the trajectory of the ascension of the other 2 half-light clusters, Luo Bing easily grasped the gap between the space-time node and wandered around. Souls exist for a long time, and it is not an accident. It can exist for a long time in the world of death. Although the original will and memory will be erased as time fades, the soul seeds will still exist. This time Luo Bing brought back the souls of Itachi, Kushina and Sasuke's parents from the world of death, but he didn't see any trace of Jiraiya. The god's telekinesis is so huge that a single thought can cover the entire world of death. There is no discovery there is only one way of saying that. That is, Jiraiya is not dead yet. Teacher Jiraiya is not dead. Naruto froze in place. In everyone's sight, Luo Bing just disappeared and appeared out of nowhere. As for the digging of bodies he ordered, a few people are not ready to act. Well, it is estimated that I survived, but I don't know where it is. Soul breath is easy to identify, but living human beings have hidden souls, and I didn't have much contact with Jiraiya before me. Come on, it will be a little troublesome to find him. Katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot 0, but since he's not dead, there's no need for me to look for him, he'll come back by himself. Advertisement. Having said that, Luo Bing glanced at the people who were still in place inside. You guys are too slow. Let me dig. I can probably sense that I was buried in Konoha. Sasuke, tell me where Itachi is, Luo Bing said, turning his head to look at Sasuke. Sasuke nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Where is the arrogance when we just met? At the moment, he was like a little brother next door, with a shy and embarrassed look on his face. Soon, Luo Bing came back with 5 corpses with a roar-sucking kung fu. Although some have been damaged, this is not a problem, only the body of Itachi is well preserved. After all, he died not long ago. Clap Lala. Luo Bing snapped his fingers, and several pieces of clothing were embodied on the corpse. He should be careful, otherwise, after the resurrection, the bodies of the 4th-generation couple and the Fuyue couple would be destroyed by everyone. Feast your eyes on. After everything was ready, Luo Bing sprinkled the heavenly HP potion on several corpses, and then his golden pupils, like the stars in the sea overnight, flashed a ray of light. 6 paths. The art of reincarnation. 35. Shish. Several light groups were thrown into the corpse, and the corpse was constantly growing granulation and blood vessels under the nourishment of heaven's HP potion. After waiting for about 3 minutes, the long-dead corpse began to come to life. The 2 groups of light and shadow broke away from Naruto's body and rushed into the bodies of Kushina and Shidai. That was the soul power that the Watergate couple left on their son before they died. At this point, so the work is all done. At almost the same time, the 5 people on the ground opened their eyes at the same time. And next, It seems to be a touching scene of a prodigal son turning back, and Chapter 233 I am a man who wants to retreat for 10,000 years. Luo Bing doesn't like watching touching scenes. It was an emotion he couldn't envy when his parents reunited and recognized each other. Therefore, after checking that Samsara was born without any flaws, he silently disappeared from everyone's sight. The breeze blew the ends of Luo Bing's hair, and he flew freely among the clouds, squinting his eyes slightly. It seems that my previous calculation method is poor. This ninja world is too small, and the total area is not even enough for a country on the Earth where I live. Interesting. Such a small planet can even breed an environment suitable for human habitation. Although the natural reincarnation technique has an impact on the practitioner, to Luo Bing, it is nothing at all, and the energy in his body is almost restored in the blink of an eye. 873 is just too small in the world of ninja, so it might be a good thing for Luo Bing. Because of this, the scope of his search for the Supreme Space Magic Book will be much smaller. It's really a headache. All my hope now is to read that inexplicable book. If I go back the same way through the Shenwei space node, then I will still plunge into that weird white world prison. Well, if you really can't find it, then you can only wait until it gets stronger. Luo Bing frowned. In fact, what he was worried about was not his own strength, but the time difference caused by the transition of time and space. He clearly remembered that the last time he came to Naruto World, he only stayed for a day or two, and more than 2 months had passed since his original Earth. And this time, it has been a full 6 years since he shuttled from the White World prison to the universe again. The time difference affected by the time and space transitions that come and go doesn't even know how many years have passed since the Earth on the other side. It doesn't matter, the big deal is that I will cross the time point and return to the time point after I left in a day or two, then it will be no problem. Anyway, for them, I have only just left for a day or two. Luo Bing murmured, talking to himself. He landed on a mountain at will, with his legs crossed and his eyes closed. Old acquaintances have also met, eat and eat, relax and relax. The current Luo Bing plans to retreat. On the one hand, he first tries to find the time and space nodes left by the original Supreme Space Magic Book, and on the other hand, he concentrates on waiting for the refresh of daily abilities. I swore that I would never be in the mountains for 10,000 years if I did not retreat this time. Hey, I really don't know what will happen to the world in my retreat. Although my location is remote, someone will definitely find it in tens of thousands of years. I'm afraid Naruto's descendants will be in groups, right? That kid's emotional intelligence is not very good. It is estimated that he will be single for the rest of his life. No, I have to dig a little deeper into the ground. Speaking of which, Luo Bing escaped directly into the ground, until he reached the underground magma cavity. He was surrounded by hot magma. I don't know if it was because of luck, but he also discovered many diamond mines along the way. Advertisement, well, this place is almost done. Luo Bing nodded with satisfaction, and then he closed his eyes, the sound of lava hitting the rock wall and boiling. Luo Bing is in retreat. After an hour, Luo Bing reluctantly opened his eyes. There was no way, he really couldn't go into seclusion. 1. He does not have any exercises and skills that need to be cultivated. 2nd, he always loves deserting, and he likes to think about other things in his mind when he is closed, such as using the god's telekinesis to explore the surrounding time and space nodes, and constantly snarky ideas come up. Wouldn't it be more efficient if I drove triple lucky to find the Supreme Space Magic Book? The future me will definitely be strong, right? I will definitely be able to deal with the master of the big hand in the White World prison, so why can't I let the future me come to rescue the current me? The source of my ability does not need to be down to earth. I get otherworld ability every day. Even if I don't work hard and do nothing now, I will gradually become stronger. Even salted fish will become super invincible, God, supreme, salted fish. So, theoretically there shouldn't be any problem with having the future me come over? But why didn't he come? Perhaps this question should be asked of me, why am I not here? I am exercising myself? Sharpening myself? Neither is it. I am free, and many more. Luo Bing suddenly realized a problem, even if it was himself, even when he owned the Infinity Gauntlet, he didn't want to travel through time to help himself who had just acquired the beast instinct in the past. It seems that there is no need at all, because I have experienced all of this myself, and I have come here very smoothly along the way. There is no regret at all, and there is no need to save anything. Perhaps, in the eyes of my future self, what I have encountered at the moment are just trivial matters, and trivial matters with larger sesame seeds do not need to be involved at all. Advertisement. Luo Bing, who wanted to understand this, sighed helplessly. He opened his eyes and looked at his hands, very speechless. I'm not in retreat. What have I been thinking about? Could this be the legendary demon? FK. Basically, just idle. That's right. Luo Bing is a man who can't stand loneliness, and it seems that he has nothing to do with him. Not really, mainly because he didn't practice the exercises. He closed the door. It's so boring. Friday, how long have I been in retreat? Luo Bing asked. Mr. Luo Bing, you didn't speak for 59 minutes and 30 seconds, and you talked to yourself for 2 hours and 3 minutes. Friday gave an accurate answer. Luo Bing covered his face. To suffer. It seems that he is really not the one to be closed. 5.0 really can't wait. Forget it. It's all a waste of time anyway. Luo Bing sighed helplessly. Then, this restless man turned into a laptop and started to play his own small game. When will Naruto World be connected to the internet? Oh, I want to play Yasuo.
I don't want to play Plants vs. Zombies. While complaining, Luo Bing collected the little son in the game, quickly bought a pea shooter, and burst into flames at the brain-eating zombies in front of him. Da 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 da. With the lengthy levels of Plants vs. Zombies, Luo Bing finally survived the boring hours. Almost subconsciously turning on the lucky halo, Luo Bing eagerly waited for the refresh of his abilities. Open black lens bracket. Sign in successfully. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 234. I am the man who wants to become the king of all laws. Sign in is successful. Today's ability, Senior White's pet plus friend plus creditor. Special retreat skills of Squirrel Air, with 10 basic self-cultivation spell sheets, have been delivered. Please enjoy it. Introduction to the ability. Squirrel Air, who can't stand the loneliness, even if he is on the way to retreat, he will download a copy to fight monsters, and retreat in the background. You deserve it. Luo Bing. Huh? This Squirrel Air is inexplicably like-minded with him. Luo Bing was originally a person who couldn't help but be lonely, and it was impossible to retreat properly. But this back-office method, why does it sound so unreliable? Forget it, regardless of him. Anyway, all about Senior White, all about Squirrel Air's skills are not very reliable. Like pregnancy staring or something. Luo Bing cleared his head and began to calm down to study this new power. In fact, after a series of running in, Luo Bing has almost integrated all the skills he acquired before, and now he can devour more new 14 skills. Background retreat. That is to say, whether it's eating or sleeping, in short, as long as you're alive, the background will hang up in the closed mode. Luo Bing frowned, always feeling that this exercise was too salty. Then, he turned his attention to the 10 basic spells that came with the practice. This spell is not a part of the ability, it cannot be mastered directly, it needs to be cultivated by oneself. This made the bored Luo Bing somewhat interested. From the current point of view, the world that Senior White lives in should be a cultivation world of a special dimension, and my Wusho immortal body should also come from a cultivation world of another dimension. I don't know if I learned this as a simple magic for how long. But after all, I haven't been in contact with it, it should be difficult. Luo Bing calmed down and looked carefully at the basic information of the 10 little spells. Palm Thunder. It can condense a dazzling thunderlight in the palm of the hand, which has an additional bonus for killing dark soul creatures. Hair Growth Technique. The god of good fortune created his own ninjutsu, which can quickly grow his hair, no matter how many times he goes bald. I'm bald, I'm getting stronger, I'm thicker again, I'm getting stronger. Charging, as the name suggests. A very practical little spell for charging. Cleansing Technique. It can sort out the dust within 1 square meter, and increasing or decreasing the spiritual power will change the range. Ecstasy. Transfiguration. Escape the Ground, Basic Swordsmanship I. Basic Swordsmanship 2, Basic Swordsmanship 3, Basic Swordsmanship IV. Advertisement. Speechless. Silent for a long time. Luo Bing helped his forehead, because these little spells are useless at all, and he basically has other more powerful substitutes. As for the basic swordsmanship, it is clearly the stuff that occupies the pit. It's even divided into 4 parts. The key is that the name is too low. Dang. I found 10 secrets of the exercises. Do I import it into the background mode for learning? The biological computer asked a question on Friday. K. What kind of systematic way of speaking are you learning well on Friday? Be normal to me. Luo Bing is speechless. Not to mention, the evolution of the Atlanti obelisk integrated on Friday is really systematic. Learn, just to test how strong my learning ability is. Luo Bing gave the option to confirm the button, although it is tasteless, but this is the most direct way to test the gap between yourself and the world of self-cultivation. In fact, Luo Bing is also beating drums in his heart. He has a great yearning for the world of self-cultivation that he has not yet touched, and is also full of awe. Then, inexplicably, Luo Bing's dead eye clearly saw something similar to the Zunli download progress bar on his body. There are 10 in total, corresponding to the 10 martial arts secrets he wants to learn. Then, in just a few tenths of a second, the 10 in the progress bars move towards 100% progress. And just at the moment, the congratulations sent by the biological computer on Friday. Congratulations to Mr. Luo Bing for mastering 10 basic small spells. Luo Bing. Does this work too? This is downloaded. No, this learning is too fast, right? Luo Bing was stunned for a while. The background retreat mode, under the gaze of the dead eye, combined with Luo Bing's original strong body and ability. Learning is like downloading a 1 kilobyte file with a 5G fiber. Too fast. Even before Luo Bing can't wait, he has already mastered 10 simple and practical little spells, including basic swordsmanship 1 to 4. Advertisement. Luo Bing was stunned for a while. He turned his palms, an electric light suddenly appeared, and then suddenly became bigger. Expand, expand, expand. I wish I had more energy. Too late for hesitation. The Palm Thunder in Luo Bing's hands has evolved to the city-level Palm Thunder. Then, with a bang, when everyone was stunned, when the 5 shadows were still discussing the Ninja World Alliance, when Konoha was silent in joy, the entire Ninja World, 873, exploded abruptly, fried to shreds. Luo Bing covered his face. He was very calm anyway. In fact, if there was no time recalling ability, he would have lost his mind many times. This time is no exception. The golden clock moved towards the back for 5 minutes, and the whole world returned to normal again.
But Luo Bing's heart was quite uneasy. The background retreat plus learning ability plus data eye is really powerful. I don't know why, but Luo Bing actually developed a strong interest in the Thunder download mode. In fact, many people have this kind of interest, especially watching the progress bar from 0% to 100%. That is very pleasing, especially when downloaded files and learned knowledge are drawn equal. That's just so much fun. No. The urge to learn is so overwhelming, I have to learn something. I can't leave the download list empty. After running out of learning resources, Luo Bing squinted his eyes and aimed at Konoha's ninjutsu library for the first time with the filling plan of the learning list. Bring it on. I am the man who wants to be the king of laws. Chapter 235 The opening of the Fourth Ninja War, New Power Providers. Konoha Ninjutsu Library. The diligent and inquisitive Mr. Luo Bing is tirelessly downloading. Wrong. It should be said to be learning. 3b. The two are essentially the same. With Luo Bing's ability, he is standing in front of one person. As long as he doesn't want him to see, others will naturally not see him, not to mention the ninjutsu library where no one is only outside the door all the year round. But Luo Bing didn't intend to hide anything. There is only one reason why no one was alerted to teleport over directly. Convenient. Even if Luo Bing wanted to, he didn't need to come here at all. He only needs to scan the god's telekinesis, and on Friday, he will automatically record the books that he skipped in the god's telekinesis, and then make a unified plan and stuff them into Luo Bing's download list one by one. Ding. Bayman Dunjia download completed. Ding. Fire Escape, the Art of Fireball download completed. Ding. Multi-Shadow Score Technique download complete. Ding. Flying Thor's art download complete. Ding. Darkwork art download complete. Is it that direct already Friday? They said I'm studying, not downloading, and also, can you be more normal and stop learning the way the system speaks? Luo Bing was quite speechless, picked up a book and glanced at it, then threw it aside and floated in midair. There are several bookshelves in front of him, and several ninjutsu scrolls are floating behind him. Those are naturally the ninjutsu that have been downloaded, already learned. Luo Bing didn't originally have such a thing as chakra. In fact, he could have it if he wanted to, but it was obviously unnecessary. Because the pure divine power produced by the Wusho immortal body is much higher than that of chakra. Advertisement therefore, Luo Bing can also use ninjutsu, but it will produce a certain degree of variation after being used by his hands. Roughly, the word, God, is added to all ninjutsu prefixes. In terms of power and scope, there are subversive changes. After learning a lot of ninjutsu scrolls, Luo Bing originally had a more intuitive understanding of some small spells, and even now, he can easily create a similar ninjutsu and skill. The ninjutsu of Naruto world is at best an extension of the application of the power of the five elements, wind, fire, thunder, electricity and water. Except for the unique blood follower boundaries such as Sharingan, all the bloodstained snares are derivatives of the integration of the five elements. After downloading the entire Konoha Ninjutsu library, Luo Bing had a lot of fun. The more he learned, the more he mastered and wanted more. After that, Mr. Luo visited the land of wind and the land of soil. Along the way, he not only downloaded the ninjutsu volumes of Sand Ninja and Yanin, but also visited the daimyo of the two countries, from the past storage warehouses, selected some interesting readings and files. Some historical records are very interesting and can be traced back to the Warring States period, or even longer, the Emperor's era. Luo Bing didn't care whether the above records were true or not, he just read this historical novel right. After emptying the ninja world, it took about 2 days. In fact, most of this time is wasted on the rest. Anyway, as far as now, apart from some special bloodline limits, Luo Bing has mastered 80% of the secret ninjutsu and 100% of the basic ninjutsu in the entire ninja world. If the 3 generations of Hokage were called Dr. Ninjutsu by the world, then, at the moment Luo Bing should have reached the point of origin. No, maybe the founder didn't think that there would be so many kinds of complex and strange ninjutsu in the later world. Anyway, the current Luo Bing, very knowledgeable. Especially in the aspect of ninjutsu, if he dared to be the second, even the 6 Path Immortals would not dare to be the first. After learning everything that can be learned, many of them are useless, Luo Bing fell into boredom again. In the past 2 days, he also obtained 2 abilities again. But these 2 abilities surprised Luo Bing a little. Advertisement because they seem to come from a new world. Open black lens bracket Kakarot's Turtle Qigong Wave, close black lens bracket open black lens bracket Vegeta's Ultimate Flash, Gamma Burst Flash, close black lens bracket. These 2 skills, like Spiral Chidori, are abilities with infinite potential. Under normal circumstances, their power is also very objective, and they can almost become Luo Bing's strongest long-range single burst method. And from the skill description, it can be seen that the world where Kakarot and Vegeta are located must be much more high-end than Naruto world. At the same time, the energy they use is essentially chi. But this chi is also what they say, the material origin of energy is the same. Comparatively speaking, the quality of chi is many times stronger than that of chakra, but there must be a considerable distance from the divine power brought by Luo Bing's Wusho immortal body. It's just that these 2 skills are not well practiced. Destroy the entire ninja world at every turn. Even Luo Bing can only perform 3 times a day. Because his revert can only be used 3 times, Qian Jiaohao. No more, the ninja world can't be restored. In fact, Luo Bing can go out of the universe completely, relying on the small planet to practice his skills, but now Luo Bing, seeing the planet is a little panic. Especially black holes. He was afraid that a giant hand would emerge from the black hole of the thing. Luo Bing was impressed by that giant hand. And in the busy 2 or 3 days of Luo Bing, the entire ninja world has also produced huge amounts of changes, definitely. It is not that Luo Bing misses and destroys it again and again. The Aborigines obviously do not realize that their world has collapsed the whole fact several times. After going back in time, they have no memory of this at all. And now the big thing in the ninja world is the Fourth Ninja War. The 5 villages' allied forces versus the reincarnated army of the Dirty Earth. Chapter 236. The turbulent battlefield. In the 2 or 3 days of these turbulent days, Konoha's overall strength has skyrocketed from the previous malaise to the current heyday. The return of the 4th Hokage will undoubtedly give everyone a reassurance to the Konoha ninjas. Even the 4th Raikage has great respect for Namikaze Minato. The two had played against each other many times back then, but even with Kurabi's cooperation, Raikage had never obtained the slightest advantage in the hands of Minato Namikaze. Not to mention the current Konoha, it is not just a pillar of Namikaze Minato. Looking at the past, the 4 generations, 5 generations and 6 generations of Hokage gathered together. Such a prosperous age is a historic scene. Konoha has never had a scene of 3 Hokage of the same generation. You must know that Hokage is not only a name, but also means the responsibility and relative strength he can bear. Among the 3 shadows, Kakashi is slightly inferior, but it is no joke that the name of Hitaki Wuukai is circulating in the ninja world. Just like the Steve Luo Bing knew. This guy, Kakashi, can have a relationship with anyone, although there are not many wins in the face of opponents of the same level. But, this man has a legendary record of abusing Emperor Kai thousands of times. Kai is also a rare legendary ninja. He only relies on 873 to rely on this martial arts, and he only knows how to perform martial arts. He is at the top of the Konoha group, and has the status of an elite ninja. In fact, Kai's ability is also much stronger than Xiao Li. During the Genin exam, he can be on par with Kakashi Hitaki, who is the first at the same age. After several days and nights of fighting, the two have not been able to decide the winner. In the end, the winner is decided by guessing, definitely. After guessing from morning to dusk, Kakashi finally won. Not to mention the current Konoha Cenozoic, Naruto, Sasuke, even Weasel, each has a power beyond ordinary shadows. And this group of teenagers, their explosive ability is not proportional to the normal ability. Advertisement when they are on the verge of desperation, the power they can exert is far beyond everyone's imagination. All in all, the current Konoha and even the allied forces of the ninja world are a huge force. 1. When Uchiha Obito summoned 100,000 Waiju in the shadows and legends of the past dynasties, this huge pressure hit the face, crushing everything with an unstoppable attitude. Report. A huge amount of chakra came from 50 miles away from the battlefield in the east, and a new old friend was reincarnated from the dirt. According to the information from the investigation team, it should be the 1st and 2nd generation Hokage-sama and the 3rd generation Hokage-sama. The communication ninja said eagerly, and the 5 shadows in the temporary conference hall frowned. The thing I'm most worried about is still here. Tsunade punched the conference table. When the souls of 1 generation, 2 generations and 3 generations were rescued from the belly of Death God and returned to the dead place, then it was much simpler to perform the art of reincarnation. How is the battlefield where Itachi is? Lord Itachi successfully sealed Pen, Deidara, and others. In addition, Lord Sasuke sealed the 2nd generation of Mizukage just now. Meanwhile, Naruto and Minato-sama are fighting against the 3rd generation Raikage Senpai and the 4th generation Mizukage Senpai. Kushina-sama's sealing technique is very effective. After listening to the report, Tsunade turned around and glanced at the other shadows and nodded in common. At present, they are all too far away. It seems that we need to go out. Tianshan Ping Daemu touched his mustache. The fame of the 1st and 2nd Hokage, the old man has long wanted to see it. I stood up, flashing recklessly. No nonsense, since the other party is a famous movie-level figure of the 1st generation, the 2nd generation and the 3rd generation. So, as the current 5 shadows, they naturally can't be resigned to the disadvantage. 5 streams of light rushed out of the conference hall and rushed directly towards the place where Chianshu Zujian and Chianshu Tobarama were located. Beffa, once again, was summoned. Chianshu Tobarama sighed helplessly, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, and a sneer appeared. Advertisement, ha 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 ha, where is this? Hey, little monkey, you have also been summoned. Alas, what a headache. Are we going to do something to our own people again? Big Zuzi was very troubled and scratched his head helplessly. HMPH. This is the ninjutsu I created. How dare you do it again and again? I really underestimate me. Shisho Tobarama's eyes suddenly trembled, and dander-like pieces of paper came from his face fell. Immediately afterwards, he was stunned for a moment in the dark cave. In front of him was a huge chess game, and each piece in the chess card corresponded to a person under his control. But now, the chess piece representing Chianshu Tobarama suddenly lost control. Knowing you'd be like this, but don't make my imagination too simple. The immortalized mask condensed in the corners of Du's eyes, making him look even more sinister. Yuan constantly immortal energy is what he relies on to control the entire chessboard. Toho changed his gestures quickly, and a note with the life of Senju Toburama appeared abruptly in his hand, and then he quickly pressed it down, and the corresponding Senju Toburama of the present world was reincarnated. The body's soul suddenly trembled, and the whole person's breath instantly weakened. Even the speech began to break up, although the strength will decrease, but this is also a last resort. The corner of Do's mouth raised a slight arc, and his eyes became crazy. On the battlefield, Uchiha Itachi looked around at the surrounding battlefield. One of his pupils was in the shape of a four-cornered windmill, and the other was a pitch-black hole. That writing wheel eye is Shishui's eye, and it is also the crow that Itachi left in Naruto's belly before. Shirinyan is the pupil that portrays the soul, and its essence lies in the soul. Itachi's eyes were left to his younger brother before he died, but his eyes did not grow again after a long period of recovery and the blessing of HP recovery medicine, possible. But now is a special period, and Itachi has to go to the battlefield with the eyes of a friend. What is surprising is that Itachi can use this kaleidoscope to display his moon reading and Amaterasu. Although the pupil's strength decreased quickly, but at the moment, his physical function has been turned upside down from the past, the dark wounds in the body have been completely repaired and recovered, and even the physical quality has become stronger. And as for the other water-stopping eye, that thing was long forgotten by Luo Bing, and it is still covered in dust in the corner of Shenwei space. MK. What are you doing at the moment? Chapter 237. Who lost the meteorite? Is there any morality? The current Luo Bing is infiltrating the surrounding space nodes one by one very seriously. This is also a coincidence. When the god's telekinesis inadvertently skipped the Daming Mansion in the Land of Fire last time, Luo Bing inquired about the traces of the supreme space magic in an inconspicuous corner of the Daming Mansion in the Land of Fire. It's that erratic book. I don't know if it was the influence of luck for a long time. Luo Bing noticed the cobweb horse trail, and immediately devoted himself to the pursuit of this aspect. It passed by here, and then, it went to the southwest. Strange, why didn't I find this trace last time? Luo Bing closed his eyes tightly, quietly weaving the god's telekinesis into a web, projecting it in all directions. It turns out that this is the case. This trace is too far away, it is definitely not left in recent years. It should have been a long, long time ago, at least before I came to change the world. That is to say, the Supreme Space Magic Book didn't inadvertently broke into the Naruto world, but it knew it a long time ago? 35? Luo Bing frowned and followed the faint trail left by the Supreme Space Magic Book all the way to the southwest. Luo Bing's speed is very slow, because these trajectories stay on each node in space and time. He must be patient to distinguish the difference of each node, and he must also ensure that there is no omission. Moreover, these nodes with the atmosphere of time and space magic books are not all the way, some are separated by hundreds of meters, and some are even separated by several kilometers, showing the situation of jumping time and space transition. Sometimes, Luo Bing traces a certain distance and finds that he has completely lost his tracking target, and then he has to return to the original path and start to distinguish and judge seriously from the previous node. Damn it, going around, there's not even a single coordinate leading to the other world. Luo Bing was feeling a little annoyed, but the most important thing he didn't lack right now was time. In the blink of an eye, another 2 or 3 days passed, and at the moment Luo Bing was close to the edge of the ninja battlefield. In the past 2 days, he has also gained 2 additional skills from the world of Dragon Ball while patiently searching for the space-time boundary. Kakarot's best friend plus novice village boss Piccolo's ultimate nirvana, Mokongwang killing cannon. Kakarot's best friend plus town boss plus enemy of a lifetime plus abyss boss, Frieza's ultimate nirvana, Dark Death Ray. 2 skills released by the fingers. One is the index finger, and the other is the index finger and the middle finger together. Shuai is very handsome, but the power, Luo Bing is still not very clear, because so far, he has not tried it. But similar to this kind of skill, in fact, the power is almost the same. Luo Bing understands it very well, mainly the difference between penetration and distance. Advertisements similar to Turtle Qigong and Ultimate Flash, they are flexible and can be turned and tracked, while the Magic Bullet and Death Ray are fast. To the extreme, it's so close that the enemy doesn't have time to react and dodge. The specific power depends on the file size of the output energy, and with Luo Bing's space capability, these released skills can also be assisted by space-time transitions, combined with a full range of space-time wormholes, even if it is a straight line of magic-penetrating light-killing cannons. Luo Bing is also enough to weave it into a net with space ability. The aura on the space node is getting farther and farther. What is this guy going around? Luo Bing was speechless, looking at a group of ninjas fighting not far in front of him, and sighed helplessly. Boom! Madara Uchiha folded his arms around his chest. Beside him, the 5 Shadow Powerhouse lay on the ground. After being besieged by the Great Pillar and the 2nd and 3rd generations, the rescue of the ninja allied forces came quickly, and the seal was successfully sealed. 2nd Hokage. Huge amounts of dark purple Susanoo enveloped Madara Uchiha, and around him, 4 duplications also gathered together Susanoo's oversized skeleton. 1 against 5, this is Madara Uchiha's aura, the real Uchiha Madara. On another battlefield, 2 groups of golden lights burst into flames. That was Naruto and Minato and his son in the 9-tailed mode. Now, they're the golden twin lights on the battlefield. And their opponent is the 6 Paths of Pen, the owner of the reincarnation of the Dirty Earth, Julie. Uchiha Obito is holding a Uchiha fan, his left eye is a dark purple reincarnation eye, and his right eye is a magical kaleidoscope. Itachi is not in this place, and as for Sasuke,
he teamed up with Fuyue to face off against the 3 generations of Hokage Senju Hashirama. The place where the great god fought, ordinary ninjas could not approach at all, and even Kakashi, Black Earth and others could only assist. Destroying the sky and destroying the earth at every turn, this power should not be too terrifying. Ha ha ha. Do you guys also want to dance? Katakana middle dot katakana middle dot katakana middle dot seeking flowers katakana middle dot 0. Looking at the current 5 shadows who vomited blood and fell to the ground, Madara Uchiha's eyes flashed with disdain. The current ninja world is really becoming more and more rubbish. Not a single one can beat. The only opponent, at the moment, is still controlled by that ridiculous filth reincarnation technique, Hashima. Maybe you will agree with my original choice now. But, it all doesn't matter. Advertisement. Madara Uchiha circled around, looking at the shrinking ninja world coalition. He snorted coldly, and suddenly put his middle finger and index finger on his chest. It's a one-time solution. Heavenly shocks the stars. FIF. 9. A harsh sonic boom echoed across the battlefield. Immediately afterwards, above everyone's heads, where the eyes are far away, the clouds rolled, and a hole suddenly appeared, followed by a huge amount of fiery red meteorite that covered the sky, and the sun was falling down quickly. It looks slow, but in reality, that's because of his sheer size. In an instant, the entire sky was set off into fiery red, and everyone stared blankly at the top of their heads, their pupils constantly dilating. Again, meteor attack. 2 appeared, 35. No. There's more in the back. Last time, 2 days Ping Onobi and Lei Ying fought their lives to intercept a super large meteorite, and this time, 2 directly appeared in front of everyone. Ignorant and ignorant ninja. Tremble, cry, beg. Then, I take office as king in the name of Madara Uchiha, 35. Uchiha Obito's eyelids jumped, looking at the energetic Uchiha Madara, he couldn't help but be startled in his heart. This guy. It's terrifyingly strong. Touching the samsara eye in his left eye, Uchiha Obito's eyes were strange, and he didn't know what he was thinking. No, we must stop that thing from falling. Naruto, Sasuke and Minato were stunned for a moment, ignoring the opponent in front of them, and rushed towards Madara Uchiha. I found it. The location of the next space-time node is there. Luo Bing's figure flashed and disappeared directly in place. Damn it. Who lost the meteorite? Do you have a public morality? 33. Luo Bing yelled out in exasperation. Chapter 238. Don't always dance, Madara. Whether it was a coincidence or not, the location of the next space-time node that Luo Bing found was within the impact range of the meteorite overhead. It is also possible that the impact range of the meteorite is too large. Anyway, Luo Bing is very angry now. Anyone who is looking for a way to find a way will be angry if a meteorite is thrown over his head. The point is, it's not one. Looking from Luo Bing's direction, there are at least 7 or 8 more than the clouds. Oh, do you want to dance too? Madara Uchiha crossed his arms and looked at the young man who suddenly appeared in the field with disdain. Judging by his age, he looks like he is only 20 years old. He is really young. But this kind of person, like the 4th Hokage, has mastered space-time ninjutsu, and it seems to be a good seedling. 873. Big Brother Luo, Brother Luo. Sasuke and Naruto looked at the man who suddenly appeared in surprise. Since that day, they have never seen Luo Bing again, and thought he left this world again, but, from the current point of view, Big Brother Luo is still here. This is simply fantastic. Yo, Naruto-kun, Sasuke-kun, are you busy? Luo Bing made a move roar, put one hand in front of his eyebrows, and frowned annoyed as he looked at the meteorite hitting his head. Neglected Madara Uchiha. The finished product, HMPH, it's really daring to be courting a dead kid. Madara Uchiha said again. The corners of his eyes jumped, and he found that he didn't see a trace of chakra on the guy in the distance. This made him a little puzzled, even a little puzzling. At his current height, no one can hide his own energy fluctuations in front of his eyes? It seems that in the decades he has been sleeping, there are many ninjas with unique abilities in the ninja world. But, no big deal, after all, it was a bright past. No one can resist the meteorite attack that fell from the sky, not even Uchiha Madara himself. But he didn't intend to resist. Anyway, he is a reincarnated body of the dirt, and can be resurrected infinitely. Advertisement. In the indiscriminate meteorite attack of Tianyi Zhengxing fits perfectly with the technique of reincarnation of the dirty earth. He is Luo Bing. That mysterious man. Minato stopped in place, raised his brows, and looked at the young man's figure curiously. In fact, it was not the first time he saw Luo Bing's existence. When he was about to die, he left a piece of spiritual energy containing chakra in his son's body. With this, he would often see changes in the outside world. But to say that I saw it with my own eyes, today is the first time. It was this senior who resurrected me. I haven't had time to thank you yet. Minato Namifeng's mind quickly became active. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge meteorite that was rapidly approaching above his head. At the moment, 6 meteorites have broken through the clouds. Under the successive impacts, the meteorite's power increased greatly. At this time, even the ground began to tremble and dust flew, as if the end of the world was coming. Hey, there is a space node 3 kilometers ahead. Luo Bing's eyes lit up. This was the first time he discovered that the process was so short. Afterwards, he looked at the meteorite above his head, raised his fingers slightly, a little light flickered between them, and then shot straight into the sky, towards the huge meteorite in an instant.
The red beam of light flashed along with a scarlet trajectory, like a shining meteor, and like a powerful plasma cannon of a sci-fi empire. Just for a brief moment, the red laser penetrated the first meteorite and then charged forward in an unstoppable way. Boom boom boom. The 9 meteorites collapsed as if they were destructive. There was not even a trace of dust falling where the meteorites and the death ray came into contact. They were evaporated and turned into tiny pieces that were invisible to the naked eye. Take it lightly and do it casually. After doing all this, Luo Bing glanced at Madara Uchiha. Silly boy, the top of your head is falling, and you still want to dance. You're so brave too. Don't talk, I still have something to do, I'll attend your party another day. After saying a sentence, Luo Bing instantly disappeared in place and appeared at another space node. Madara Uchiha. Front Uchiha Obito, Ninja Allied Forces. The Reincarnated Army, advertisement darkness hidden in the dark. Holy crap. Can anyone tell me what happened? What the hell is this passing man? Ahaha. What should I say? As expected of that man. Uchiha Sasuke wiped the cold sweat that fell from his forehead, his eyes flashed coldly, and he stared at Madara Uchiha. Madara. Put away your ambitions. You have also seen that your so-called power is nothing in front of my elder brother, 35. What you did was in vain. Yes, Madara, don't dance and dance all the time. When you are old, you should be old, and if your waist and legs are not flexible, you must admit it, 35. Uchiha Madara. Madara was stunned and fell into a long contemplation. He didn't understand what just happened. Looking at the dust falling from the top of his head, Madara Uchiha's fearless heart felt fearful for the first time. 20. If he just got a ray like death and fell on him. So, Madara firmly believes that even if it is a reincarnated body of the filth, there is no possibility of resurrection. A blow to destroy the soul. Obito. Resurrect me, Obito. Quick. 35 Madara Uchiha roared and looked at the masked man in the distance. HMPH. Fairy-like means. 5.0. If that's the case, why can't I be an immortal? Uchiha Obito ignored Madara's cry and bit his finger. The art of psychic, outer Dao Golem, boom. The thick smoke rose abruptly and then slowly dissipated, and a terrifying roar came from the smoke. That is the torso of the 10 tails, and it is also the most important step in the execution of the infinite month reading. The party over there is really lively, Luo Bing muttered, then ignored it, and concentrated on looking for the supreme magic book. Hey, there is actually a short distance small wormhole leading to the moon. Luo Bing looked at the last place where the supreme space magic book appeared, and headed straight into the passage. Chapter 239 Inside the moon, the dazzling giant Tensagen exudes a glass-like light. Luo Bing traveled through the bubble fantasy, accidentally stepped on a toad blocking the road, and successfully landed on this land. In front of him is the scene of the reversed lake and the reverse flow of the lake. Luo Bing was slightly surprised by the same scene. From the standpoint, this is the moon, or should I say the interior of the moon. The view is so unique, Luo Bing sighed to himself, but he did not continue to appreciate the beautiful scenery around him. For him, he had seen such scenery a lot, and even his own Shenwei space was several levels higher than this. The only thing that caught his attention was the inversion of the space here. Footprints are there. Luo Bing narrowed his eyes, aimed at a point, his body turned into a phantom, and he shuttled directly past. Squeak 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 in a palace inside the moon. At the moment, the palace alarm bell rang loudly, and a young man with his eyes closed was stunned for a while. Then he quickly waved his hand to call the puppet guard beside him, and perceived every part of the interior of the moon through the barrier. Anyone broke in. But, why didn't I notice anything unusual? 14 Todo Otsutsuki looked confused. As the only descendant of Hamura Otsutsuki, guarding the moon and supervising the earth was the most important mission in his life. Now, the 10-tailed body and the seal of the moon has been stolen, and the spear is directed at the ninja sect left by the 6 immortals on the earth. This made him very angry, and even repeatedly understood that the world created by 6-path immortals was a wrong world. As the only descendant of Hamura, Shuren has the responsibility and obligation to correct that wrong world. That is his duty. But at present, the situation in the ninja world is turbulent, and it seems that another ninja war has started. So, Shuren waited patiently. For him, after a big war, no matter what the situation is, that time is the weakest time on Earth, and he will get twice the result with half the effort if he takes action at that stage. In fact, Shuren has been accumulating his own strength in recent days. He is a ninja with super puppet ability. Advertisement. When he opened his eyes, it was a pitch black hole. His eyes seemed to have been dug out, and there was nothing left. She frowned, always feeling that something bad was about to happen. Is the enchantment system malfunctioning? Shuren thought to himself. Because of his inner cautiousness, he still planned to patrol the circle in person. Stepping on the divine crown chariot, Shuren drove the chariot and flew out of the magnificent palace. Although he did not have 2 eyes, his spiritual ability was unique. Secret law and experience. Even if he has no eyes, he can see everything around him through spiritual power. And this kind of spiritual exploration is much clearer than what you can see with your eyes. Driving the divine crown chariot, Shuren first came to the sun region inside the moon, which is also the most precious place here. There are huge white eyes formed by the accumulation and contributions of countless clansmen's long history, the giant Tensagen. The inexhaustible power of the owner of this thing is also the strongest trump card with which Shuren is confident that it can save and change the entire Earth. Only, If he wanted to give birth to a pair of Tenseigens himself, Shuren was still the last and most crucial step. That is a pair of white eyes with pure blood. In fact, Baiyan and Sharingan are actually one family. And the so-called evolution is nothing but atavism. The riding wheel of the Uchiha family comes from the six-path immortal Otsutsuki Yui. The white eyes of the Hinata clan and Otsutsuki Torin came from Otsutsuki Yumura, the younger brother of the six-path immortals, but in comparison, the white eyes left in the inside of the moon are more complete. Even their surnames are the same as their predecessors and there is no differentiation. This is due to the special environment inside the moon, but also because of close intermarriage and the sacrifice of giant Tenseigens. The branches of Otsutsuki on the moon are becoming rarer and rarer. Just a few hundred years have passed, and now only Toto Otsutsuki is left. Therefore, whether it is on the basis of continuation of future generations or under the execution of the ancestors' will, the people of Otsutsuki are destined to have a relationship with the earth. It's like the fusion of two pairs of kaleidoscopes can produce a pair of eternal kaleidoscopes. If Sharon wanted to be born with Tenseigen, he had to integrate a pair of white eyes with pure pupil power and blood. And this target, he has chosen for some time, that is the youngest daughter of the Earth's contemporary patriarch Hyuga. Her ability and bloodline are superior to others in Shiren's judgment. Advertisement at present, one of the many reasons why Shuren has not acted is to wait for the little girl named Hannah to become more mature. After turning around the giant Tenseigen, he secretly suppressed the unparalleled temptation, and Sharon breathed a sigh of relief. No one can resist the temptation of a giant Tenseigen. Therefore, not long after he was born, Shuren sacrificed his eyes at the request of his father. The purpose is to not be affected by it when looking directly at the giant Tenseigen. It doesn't seem to be a problem, it seems that I am overthinking. It's not that easy to go to the moon, even the passage left by the ancestors is in danger, eh? Sharon muttered something to himself. Even the perception of the enchantment inside the barrier doesn't seem to emit an increase in outsider intrusion. Only then did Shuren let go of his heart and prepare to go back to the manor to continue making his human-shaped puppet. However, at this moment, an unfamiliar but pleasant voice suddenly exploded in Shiren's ears, which made him instantly horrified, and the hairs on his back stood upside down. Hey, there are still living people here, little boy. Have you ever seen a book that looks strange? 35. I followed its trail and I can't find it here. Luo Bing teleported over and asked, rubbing Shiren's head. Otsutsuki Sharon widened his eyes, his hands trembling slightly. When did he come here? No feeling at all, and why is it so close? My perception still can't see his existence. Who is this guy? Who is it? Sorry, I just noticed you don't have eyes. Forget it, I'll go ask others. By the way, little friend, is there anyone else living in this place? Luo Bing asked with a shy smile, scratching his head. His right hand was constantly stroking Shiren's head. Did you underestimate me? HMPH, at such a close distance, no matter who you are dead. Sharon snorted coldly, the corners of his mouth secretly raised an arc of meaning, instantly aerating. His right fist gathered a purple chakra the energy, casting a secret technique, hit Luo Bing's face. Chapter 240 Heiju. Wait, something is wrong, how can I summon a father? Boom, bang. Snapped, after more than 10 seconds, Luo Bing grabbed Toto Otsutsuki who fell dizzy from the air, with a helpless expression on his face. Tell me about you little brat, why don't I just ask for directions, I'm still in a hurry. Luo Bing sighed, his fingertips overflowed with divine power, and gently awakened the bear child in his hand. Otsutsuki Totoro, at the moment's lover, a little confused. Probably was beaten, no. Remove the probably, confident, he was beaten. From childhood to adulthood, Shuren has not been walked by anyone. At the moment, his face was flushed, his shame and anger reached the extreme, he tried his best to struggle, but to no avail. The Newtonian liquid was enveloped in it, and no matter how hard it was of no use. Don't be too busy, little guy, answer my questions honestly, there is no trace of the book going back to the passage when I came here. That is to say, it either went to another time and space from here, or went to another world. Come on, you were so excited when I mentioned this book, you must know something. From the real deal. Toto Otsutsuki, what are you talking about? I don't understand you, what book? I know shit. What's the matter with your confident tone? Yes, that's right, I know, but I want you to let me go, and I'll take you there. There was no fluctuation on Otsutsuki's face, but in fact, he sneered in his heart, and secretly made an abacus. You brat, you really won't tell the truth if you don't get beaten up, go ahead and lead the way. Luo Bing smiled and loosened Sharon's hair. Otsutsuki Totoro. I will endure. You be asterisk 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 D. I will kill you. Don't be too arrogant, be asterisk 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 D. Damn it, on the surface, he is not only indifferent, but in fact the fire in Sharon's heart has burned into his heart. When has he suffered such grievances? In his heart, his status is supreme, but now he is being bullied by a native guy from Earth. Be proud of you now, waiting for the superstar Tensei. Wait until I invoke the energy of the giant Tenseigen, that's when you will die. Go to hell. Arrogant and arrogant natives, advertisement. Kill you, 3 minutes later. Tisk tisk tisk. This pupil power is pretty good, but unfortunately it's missing a little bit. Hey, bear boy, is there any more? Luo Bing absorbed the pupil power of the giant Tensagen, his eyes burst with divine light, and he shook his head. Tosei Otsutsuki, who was sluggish in place and basically petrified, showed a sunny smile. Todo Otsutsuki. Hey, what's wrong with you? Luo Bing shook her stiff body in surprise. Otsutsuki Totoro. Are you okay, kid? Luo Bing frowned and shook it again. Todo Otsutsuki. 6, FK. Don't cry. God sees it. I didn't bully you. I'll tell you you're called Pengqi, 35. After being sluggish for a full minute, Todo Otsutsuki came back to his senses, and then was in competent fury. Ah. Luo Bing. What's wrong with this kid? What hits this? Luo Bing shuddered, took a few steps away subconsciously, then turned around and flew away. There will be no mental illness, don't be contagious. In the same place, Otsutsuki Toru's collapsed head fell to the ground, and the divine crown chariot dutifully caught him. Can. The heart that gave up one's youth has long fallen into the abyss far away. Number 7. 7. It's all over. Boom. As the giant Tensagen was completely absorbed by Luo Bing, the palaces and mountains in the distance began to collapse, and the lake began to slope down from the sky. Without the strong repulsion and gravitational maintenance of the giant Tensagen, the entire interior of the moon has undergone earth-shattering changes. It looked as if the end was coming. Everything started to squeeze and expand. It's definitely none of my business. Luo Bing casually crushed the collapsed mountain into rubbish powder, laughed twice, and rubbed his chin in embarrassment. That's, as the mountain collapsed, an inconspicuous spatial node hidden inside the mountainside appeared within Luo Bing's perception range. That singularity is so unique, shining with light that is different from other space nodes. Advertisement end. There is a fairly subtle seal on it. At least, the level of sealing is much more sophisticated than what Luo Bing saw on the scrolls of the Five Kingdoms. This is no longer an order of magnitude difference. Go and see. Swish. As soon as his mind moved, Luo Bing instantly disappeared in place, his body turned into a light, and drilled directly into the sealed space node. The sky is dark, the sun and the moon are reversed. Luo Bing couldn't help shivering, looking at the new world in front of him, full of curiosity. What an exquisite folding space. There are deserts, ice and snow, acid, lava, and gravity. Speaking of which, what's the use of making so many bells and whistles? Luo Bing was full of confusion. Suddenly, the space around his body tore out cracks like mosaic tracks. What followed? A white-faced woman with a horn on her head emerged from the crack. White eyes, red lips, and a white imperial robe. There are also 9 black hooked jades in vertical rows on the imperial robe, with golden and purple sleeves. On the back of her clothes, there is a very conspicuous logo embroidered. It should be a family logo or something. Qian Zhaohao. Hi, miss. Where is this? Have you ever seen a strange book? Kagaya Otsutsuki. But right now, on the earth. Huge amounts of the Tree of Gods raised a monstrous flower. Black Jew controlled Madara's body, spreading the scorching heat. Come out. Mother-in-law, 99 and Luo Bing. He was stunned, and was pulled in by the vortex that suddenly appeared beside him. That's mine. Kaguya's face changed greatly, and she immediately rushed towards the place where Luo Bing disappeared. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ridge. Thousands of years of waiting, thousands of years of planning. I finally made it. 35, mother, father? Black. Stunned. Chapter 241 You and I in front of the tree. In the Scarlet World, a strange flower blooms quietly. At the moment, the moon in the sky presents the appearance of the reincarnation eye of the 9-goose jade. The rhizomes of the flower split into thousands of pieces, turning into layers of white cocoons, and in the white cocoons sleep one after another comatose ninjas. At the moment, they are basking in their own perfect dream. However, this is a beautiful dream and even a nightmare. The vitality of their bodies is being stripped and extracted layer by the large cocoon, and the big tree behind the supporter. Naruto and Sasuke, as well as Kakashi, Minato and other survivors supported a special enchantment, and it was because of this special enchantment that they evaded the technique at the moment when Infinite Tsukiyomi cast it and survived. Disaster. In midair, Madara Uchiha, who was controlled by Black Jew, laughed wildly. In the distance, Obito's body curse struck and he lost his ability to move. His limbs were nailed to the ground by the black sticks that were formed by the yin and yang, and his eyes were dull. At this stage, almost everything is transparent. Obito always thought that he could control everyone in the ninja world, but he didn't expect that he was also a pawn of Uchiha Madara. And Madara Uchiha. Just when he thought that 873 was the big boss behind the scenes and the final winner, he was suddenly attacked by Heiju. Madara has always thought that Heiju is the embodiment of his own will, so he has incomparable trust in Heiju. But never imagined, turns out he was just a pawn. Under such circumstances, under the helplessness of Naruto and Sasuke, under Heiju's frantic laughter, Madara's entire body began to swell, and his body gradually tore apart, turning into a singularity from his upper body. Immediately after, his body was separated, and Heiju cried out in surprise. Then, 7. Silence. It didn't last long in silence. But the scene was embarrassing to death. Luo Bing was stunned, he was sucked by singularity without noticing, and he still doesn't know what happened. Mom. Dad, did I remember wrong? Advertisement? Heiju stared at Luo Bing, who emerged from the singularity in a stunned manner. BFA's life fell into deep thinking. Luo. Big brother Luo. The most shocking thing was Sasuke and Naruto. Seeing that the situation was irreversible, seeing that the enemy used the last trump card, the vast scene could not be stopped at all, and as a result, finally, a big brother Luo was summoned. Excuse me. What the hell is going on? Could it be that big brother Luo is the real behind-the-scenes boss? Naruto and Sasuke glanced at each other strangely, their eyes were full of confusion, and at this time they were almost unable to turn their heads. Senior Luo. How? It doesn't make sense. Minato Namikaze looked at Kakashi beside him, frowned at each other, and looked puzzled. Obito on the ground was completely at a loss. He thought that he finally figured out what had happened, but he didn't expect. Reality gave him another blow. Wasn't it an accident that he appeared in his divine power space from the beginning? Was it intentional? But, why can he come out and plan all this? What the hell is this for? Too difficult. I am so hard, at the moment. Madara Uchiha, who was physically separated, felt exactly the same as Obito. Half of his body fell to the side of Hashima, who was nailed by the black stick, and the two looked at each other. Because the vitality is too strong, the two people who have separated their bodies have not really died until now. But the power is completely lost. Dad, is that you? Heiju floated alone in the sky. At the moment the blackness, the brain is full of chaos. It clearly remembers that he was split by Kaguya's mother using yin and yang escape. Moreover, he still has some memories of Kagaya. But, who can tell me why Infinite Monthly Reading finally summoned a dad? Advertisement. This is completely different from what I imagined. Then what? Who can explain to me? What the hell happened? Luo Bing scratched his head and glanced strangely at Heiju floating beside him. It's usually more than one brother-in-law or something, and he's used to it. But how can this be so good that there is another son? This Luo Bing can't take it. No, wait, if I want to explain, shouldn't it be up to you to explain it? Senior Luo? Minato is still reasonable, but his heart is not very calm now. Me? I don't know, I just broke into a different space and was dragged here by the singularity? By the way, look at this situation. Your prom party is over. Dance less when you are older. Look at that Uchiha. Madara, right? 35. Madara, whose name was called, raised her head in confusion. Good guy, he was so desperate, he broke his waist. Madara's face darkened in embarrassment when her name was called. On the Tree of Gods. The white cocoons hang on the tree like a collective hanging, which is quite a bit like hanging from the southeast branch. This situation looks familiar. Isn't cocooning popular in the universe now? What he encountered in the White World prison was also a cocoon. You are not the mother. Who are you? What did you do to the mother? Heiju shouted angrily, and the whole person fell into madness again. Hey. Don't talk nonsense. I've never had the habit of liking a man's wife. Besides, with your respectable face, your face is as black as carbon. How can your mother be better? Luo Bing glanced at Heiju contemptuously, and suddenly frowned, thinking of something. Oh, which woman with horns are you talking about? That's right. That's my mother-in-law, Heiju yelled frantically. Well, she's here. Luo Bing finally cleared his head and nodded suddenly. Just as his voice fell, because the seal had been broken, a mosaic-like crack in time and space appeared not far from Luo Bing, and the young lady with horns finally got out. I didn't expect you to be AF asterisk G-child. But your son is so dark. Luo Bing waved at Kagaya Otsutsuki, who got out. The land of the dead. The six-path sage, Otsutsuki Yui's soul looked strangely at the development of all this, and fell into a long silence. Chapter 242. It's all the pot of mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship. The situation seems to be heading towards an increasingly bizarre situation. Originally, when the final boss came out, the positive protagonists should try their best to rebirth, break through and upgrade to a level, and finally cut down the boss. This is the normal process. But now this ghost situation, embarrassed to death, several people stared at each other, at a loss. If Kagaya was a tougher boss, it would be better, but she is still soft. Under the premise that no one threatens her, she is even more motionless, seems to be integrating this short period of black absolutely memory on the body. As for Heiju, it was originally Kaguya's will to split off with yin and yang. It was the will of despair at the juncture of being sealed by the two sons. But because of his independent consciousness, Heiju is also Kaguya's in a sense, child. This big girl is also suffering. Luo Bing scanned the data with the eyes of data, and immediately saw through Kaguya's life experience. To be precise, this big girl is an alien, and the planet she lives in is no fun. This broken Otsutsuki Zuxing is a pure fighting nation. To put it bluntly, invading other planets is their daily routine. And Kagaya, a grassroots cadre who was assigned to the earth to plant the sacred tree, she was a kind woman from the beginning, and she couldn't bear to destroy the earth. Because she knew that once the seeds of the divine tree were planted, the planet would soon absorb its vitality and eventually wither and die. Thus becoming a Death Star. From Kaguya's data, Luo Bing can clearly see that their race is very powerful, but they are almost all lunatics, relying on the pills provided by the divine tree to make themselves stronger and stronger. It can be said that they don't need to practice hard, they just need to take drugs. And this medicine is the seed condensed by the divine tree absorbing the huge vitality. Because Kaguya was born very beautiful, she was different from the indigenous girls on Earth at that time, so she was attracted by the Emperor of the Motherland, the first country on this planet. The ignorant Kaguya thought she had met true love, so she lived a happy life with the Son of Heaven and gave birth to 2 children. But, soon, wars began. Humans in various regions were dissatisfied with the Emperor's rule, and many small countries took root one by one. Because of the war and because of the horns on Kaguya's head, all the ministers began to take advice like His Majesty the Son of Heaven, pointing out that Kaguya was a monster and a symbol of evil. And the reason why she thinks this way is entirely because Kaguya used the power of weak chakra in the rebellion again, and rescued the Emperor from the rebels. But it is because of this godlike power that everyone is afraid and jealous. All people are ignorant, and the Son of Heaven is no exception. Advertisement facts have proved that in the face of power and beauty, the Emperor chose his own rights and sent troops to kill Kaguya. And Kaguya, just completely blackened under such grief. She can no longer care about the human beings on Earth. She thinks that men are all liars. She escaped from death, took her own children to a remote area, and planted a sacred tree. Year after year passed. The sacred tree slowly expanded, and soon caused the surrounding environment to change. The sky was dry and the land was dry, and the name was not worth living. And Kaguya's 2 children gradually grew up. Because of Kaguya's protection, the village they lived in gradually grew in size. And this group of people were all named by Kaguya with the surname of Otsutsuki. Gradually. Because the environment was getting worse and worse, the worship organized by Kaguya-heim began. It was a random draw, which could also be called a divine choice. Those chosen by the gods will go to serve the sacred tree for a lifetime, begging for good weather in the coming year, and the big guy will not starve to death. But, it's all bullshit. In fact, it is to be converted into a white absolute. On the one hand, it quickly ripened the divine tree, and on the other hand, Kaguya also regarded these Baiju as her own army. But she didn't choose who to choose, but she chose the girl that her eldest son liked. Who can be blamed for this? Can Otsutsuki Yui agree? Yui and Yumura are the biological sons of Kaguya, and although they have half the blood of the earth, this does not affect their extraordinary abilities. They have been as powerful as cows since they were young and can do things that other villagers can't. Especially Hamamura, he was born with the same eyes as his mother, can see through and farsighted, 360 degrees without dead ends. That is the first white eyes. On the contrary, Yuya is not as outstanding as his younger brother. He has a very ordinary existence. Even if he has horns on his head, he is not much stronger than others. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. 0 Seeing the childhood sweetheart who has never heard from him and never returned. Yuyi gradually became suspicious while feeling sad, and then he started his own investigation. He's going to take a look at the divine tree, advertisement. Take a look at your childhood sweetheart. What kind of life are you living? The 2 brothers Otsutsuki were inseparable, and soon discovered the truth of the divine tree. In a fit of anger, Yuyi, who had ordinary pupils, directly opened the Sangu Jade writing wheel eye. And this is the first step for the 6 path immortals to create the ninja world. 1. Everything becomes much easier. From the information seen by the Eye of Data, after her son knew the truth, Kaguya not only did not explain, but felt that it was all right. The lethality of this sentence is simply too terrifying for the 2 brothers who just died of childhood sweethearts. Contradictions are endless. Later, after a battle that lasted for almost a few months, Yui from Samsara and Hanamura from Tenseigan joined hands to seal their mother. That's where the moon came from. After the mother was sealed, the 2 brothers felt the pain and understood their growth. One chose to travel the world, create a ninja sect, spread chakra, build bridges, help the world, make up for the process committed by his mother, and make the world a better place. The other chose to guard the moon and accompany his mother forever. As for Heiju, it was Kaguya who was created and left behind the moment she was sealed, planning her mother's unsealing plan for thousands of years. That's right, the Earth was originally an ordinary planet, and the most powerful warriors were warriors with swords. It was because of the sudden arrival of an alien that it developed into today's world where ninjas are rampant. To be honest, the so-called history of the ninja world is the history of the Otsutsuki family. Throughout the thousands of years that have passed, the disputes and stories that have arisen here are just a continuation of the grievances of the Otsutsuki family. Papa. Luo Bing couldn't help clapping his hands. What a wonderful drama. He was suddenly thankful that he didn't have a mother. Look at this mother-in-law problem, how serious, and... Chapter 243 I am just a passing justice hero. Luo Bing's sudden applause seemed to resolve this awkward situation. It's a long description, but in the blink of an eye, Naruto and Sasuke flew to Luo Bing. These teenagers have grown up very fast, and now they can fly. Big brother Luo, this technique must be lifted now, otherwise, everyone trapped in the white cocoon will die. Naruto shouted anxiously. Sasuke on the side was also sweating profusely, because his brother and parents were also wrapped in the cocoon. Now, every minute, every second, the divine tree is absorbing the vitality from them. Although it seems slow, it is irreversible after all, and there is no delay. Buzz. A door of space suddenly opened from Kaguya's side. 873. Otsutsuki Yui forcibly returned from the dead place and slapped his mother with a palm. What kind of hatred is this? Humph. Kaguya snorted coldly, flung her sleeves, and the feathers of her soul body flew out backwards, and her figure became sluggish, and it seemed that it might be disintegrated at any time. Stop it, mother, don't. Let it go on like this. Yu Yi's face was wrinkled, looking very old. Even he, in this long period of time, will be approaching the end of the lamp. He forcibly stayed in the dead place for too long. From the Warring States period, Yu Yi realized his missteps. The ninja sect he spread did not save the world, but caused more harm to people with ulterior motives. His two sons, Indra and Asura, were at odds with each other and were provoked by Highway, causing chaos again and again. The previous generation of Indra and Ashura Chakra were reincarnated as Madara Uchiha and Senju Hashirama. And this generation is Naruto and Sasuke. HMPH, what's inside and outside, chakra is mine, what's wrong with me taking back my own things, what do you know? Kagaya couldn't help cursing. Due to her deep hatred for the son of heaven, Kagaya is actually ruthless when dealing with the mother-son relationship. If she can be gentle or explain a little bit, it is impossible for her to be sealed by her two sons. Advertisement, but there are not so many ifs in this world. Grandpa. Naruto and Sasuke looked at Yui Otsutsuki in surprise. They had all seen this character in their dreams. It is because of him that Naruto and Sasuke have had such a big change. Now, one of Sasuke's eyes has evolved into the 6-Go Jade Samsara Eye, which is the help given by the grandfather in the dream. And Naruto has also successfully obtained the 6-Path Immortal mode, with 9 black hook jades neatly arranged on his golden glowing body. He's not an old grandfather, he is the 6-Path Immortal in your history, Otsutsuki Yuya. The big girl next to him is his mother, Otsutsuki Kagaya. Actually, Naruto, Sasuke, there are Asuras and Indras in your souls. In a sense, Kagaya is also your grandmother. Luo Bing explained with great interest. Then, he snapped his fingers, his golden pupils burst into dazzling light, and the scarlet moon in the sky gradually faded away. And all the people who were bound in the cocoon fell to the ground in an instant, except for their pale faces, nothing else. Unlimited monthly reading, lifted. With a higher authority, Luo Bing wanted to get in touch with this technique, but it was just a thought. Even snapping his fingers was a copy of Thanos' classic moves, because he wanted to be handsome. What's wrong with me? Confused and opened his eyes, Tsunade and a group of awakened people looked at the situation in front of them, a little dazed. Great. Thank you, big brother Luo. Naruto shouted excitedly, and Sasuke on the side couldn't hold back his joy and nodded respectfully towards Luo Bing. You, who are you? Are you a watcher, or an inspector? Kaguya's pupils shrank, the blue veins around her eyes were exposed, she stared at Luo Bing, and the chakras all over her body seemed to be in trouble at any time. Shush, don't be nervous. Luo Bing put one hand to his mouth and made a silent gesture. I understand what you mean, you stole the fruit of the divine tree, which is not allowed by your rules, that's why you created an army of Baiju in an attempt to resist those compatriots who are about to come. Luo Bing smiled, the corners of his mouth yang, but what he said made Kagaya break a cold sweat. Kagaya felt that her whole body was being seen through, and her eyes staring at Luo Bing became more and more severe. Advertisement. The monitors and inspectors in your mouth should be the anti-corruption teams on your planet. To prevent the people who planted the sacred tree from guarding and stealing, I guessed it right. Hey. But this infinite monthly reading technique is quite interesting. If it operates according to Tony's thinking, this thing can create a lot of value, such as creating a full virtual game world or something. The infinite monthly reading technology operates on the virtual helmet, very interesting. 35 Luo Bing nodded to himself. Sasuke and Naruto looked at each other. All the awakened ninjas also looked at each other in dismay. What is big brother Luo talking about? Naruto looked at Sasuke inexplicably. Sasuke wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and shook his head. I know a ghost. You, in the end. Who is it? Kagaya said a few words coldly from between her teeth. It can be seen that her patience is running out. If it wasn't for fear of the opponent's strength, she would have already started. Well, I'm just a passing justice hero. 5.0, he is 1.85 meters tall, 18 years old, handsome in appearance, has many girlfriends, but has not yet married. What is this big girl doing? Luo Bing said. He visualized a mirror in his hand, and straightened his hairstyle in front of the mirror. Kagaya. I can't take it anymore, pick up. 80 God's airstrike. Shush, a wave of invisible fluctuations rushed in the direction of Luo Bing. At the same time as this attack came, Ling Lai's wind blew away everything in an instant, turning into pieces of knives, powerful and discreet, and attacking Luo Bing directly as if overwhelming. And Luo Bing stood there. I didn't hide. Chapter 244 Sorry, I just fell asleep. 80 God, airstrike. This is an extraordinary body technique that can exercise chakra to the extreme, and only Kagaya Otsutsuki can activate. Gather chakra into the palm of your hand and release it to generate countless powerful fists. The fist can be used not only for attack, but also for defense. In combination with Kaguya's pupil technique, it can form a perfect formation that integrates attack and defense. It is similar to the 8 trigrams air palm of the Hyuga clan, but its power is completely different. Its power can instantly shatter Sasuke's reincarnation Eye Susanoo's complete body, and instantly kill Naruto's multiple 6 shadow duplications. Facing such a powerful punch, Luo Bing at the moment did not move at all, just stood there, not even raising his hand. What is he doing? He didn't react. Although Madara Uchiha was already half crippled, according to his rich combat experience, if this blow fell on him, even if he didn't die, he would still be half crippled. K, who inflicted his own injury, is weak. Moreover, the Yi Kai, produced by the explosion of the 8 gates Dunjia Death Gate, is not a continuous attack. His burst of power can only last for one blow, an 80 God airstrike. Literally, it can be seen that this is 80 consecutive attacks of divine power. Shake the sky with the power of immortality, attack and defense as one, merciless fist. Every punch is a kill, and the Luo Bing in the air didn't even move at all. There is no dodge, no defense, and it just floats in the air so hard, it seems to be frightened. Kagaya Otsutsuki squinted his eyes, he didn't know what the guy on the opposite side was doing. At the moment, she couldn't care less. Boom. The transparent white light beam blasted Luo Bing's body with a piercing energy wave. This blow brought together all the chakras in Kaguya's body, because facing this unknown man, she had to pay full attention and did not dare to relax at all. Advertisement: when the attack directly hit Luo Bing's body, Kagaya smiled, she knew how powerful her attack was, but it wasn't enough. Boom boom boom. In just 1 second, 80 divine airstrikes landed directly on Luo Bing's eyebrows. Because the brain is the most vulnerable place in the human body. And the sound barrier and chaotic attack produced by Shenkong's strike have a very powerful penetrating power. Even if the heavenly spirit cover is not broken, it is enough to rush into the cranial cavity and stir the brain into a piece of mud. Everyone looked at Luo Bing in the sky worriedly, and their hearts tightened at the same time. Why don't you defend? What is big brother Luo thinking? Xiao Ying frowned and shouted roar loudly, as if she wanted to wake up Luo Bing in the air. Is it an illusion? Sasuke's eyes jumped, and his heart was half cold. Damn. This kind of attack. Even the aftermath of the spread makes me unable to get close. Big brother Luo. Hold on, big brother Luo. Naruto jumped his feet in a hurry. The attack was too fast, he had no room to react at all, and even getting close has become very difficult. A drop of crystal clear sweat dripped from Kaguya's pale face. It was her, after so many divine airstrikes in one perfect hit, her body was also a little weak. The main thing is that he played too much fun, facing a target that didn't move or defend at all. Kagaya didn't have the slightest intention to hold back, and in an instant, his strongest power broke out. And this momentary explosion completely drained most of the immortal power in her body. But it doesn't matter, just need a short rest, the 8 half-tailed beasts in his body can quickly recover for her. Tear off. A crisp shattering sound came out. All the ninjas were stunned to find that Luo Bing, who was quietly in midair, had nothing to do with it. On the contrary, due to the excessive force, Kaguya's 2 sleeves were torn apart one after another, turning into pieces, revealing her arm as white as jade. And then? It's over? Senior Luo seems to be safe and sound, but Kagaya has torn sleeves. What's the reason? Namikaze Minami was pale, and half of the 9 tails in his body were shared with his son. Now the wave wind Minato cannot bear it. Without the support of 9 tails chakra, he could fall at any time. Advertisement: no trauma, not even the slightest trace of clothing. So, is big brother Luo already so powerful? Sasuke was silent, his will reincarnation stared at the back of the powerful man in the sky, and felt the gap in strength deep in his heart. Are you alright? Great, Naruto breathed a sigh of relief, he was so anxious just now that his tears were about to come out. Is this really a dimensional battle with us? All the ninjas who woke up from the cocoon looked terrified, looking at the ground that was torn into thousands of ravines and canyons under Yue Wei. Each of them had a complicated mood. Even some people can't see the battle in the sky at all, and can only guess based on the earthquakes and storms around them. This scene. Just too suffocating. Even Kagaya was stunned, and after a while, a few words were spit out between her teeth, her face full of despair. No, impossible. Why doesn't my attack work? 873 a target that doesn't move at all. Kagaya has exhausted her greatest means of attack, but it has no effect at all. This is simply a desperate thing. Is the gap between me and him too big? Kagaya clenched her fists tightly, her eyes gradually darkening. Luo Bing, who was on the opposite side, suddenly made a confused voice. Then, Luo Bing twisted his arms and looked refreshed. I'm sorry, I just fell asleep. Recently, I hung up the phone in the background, and I slept irregularly. By the way, big sister, where have we talked? He said with a sunny and warm smile. This is a smile that comes from the heart, with an inexplicable infectious power. It can heal people's unrest in the shortest time, and it will also increase the charm value to 999. Luo Bing is really asleep. Due to the reason that the background hangs up and shuts down, he doesn't need sleep at all, and he doesn't feel sleepy at all, but occasionally he has a flash of inspiration, and there will be a short hibernation. Sometimes it is about a second or two, no more than 1 minute. Oh, by the way, you were just about to attack, right? It seems to be dozens of airstrikes. Okay, I'm ready, you can make a move. Let's make a move. Chapter 245 The Last Light. Let's make a move. Luo Bing's voice echoed in everyone's ears. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke. Wave Wind Watergate, the Shamama of the reincarnation of the dirt. Uchiha Itachi. All ninjas present, speechless, embarrassed, don't know what to say. You are awesome. You are the biggest bully, I kneel to you. Kagaya at the moment was very aggrieved. At this moment, she even wanted to cry a little.
I thought that even if the other party was fine, they used some powerful secret technique to support it and defend it. Ken. The other said. He fell asleep. Moreover, those pure eyes don't seem to be fake at all, he just fell asleep. And myself? Not even a sleeping person did harm? Huge amounts of grievances, like waves, like a tsunami that hit Kaguya's heart. At this moment, the soul of the Six Paths immortal Otsutsuki Yui on the side was also feeling sad for her mother. Even the carefree Naruto, at the moment, wiped the cold sweat on his forehead embarrassedly, coughed, and said timidly, Big brother Luo. She has already made a move. Luo Bing. Lying down, here are several meanings. I was attacked by myself. This is too despicable, hit me while I'm sleeping. His heart was very complicated, but looking at Kaguya's autistic face on the opposite side, Luo Bing was relieved slowly. He coughed awkwardly, not knowing what to say. This eldest girl was betrayed by her husband and sealed by her son, and now even sneak attacking me has no effect. Poor guy too. I won't shut myself down. Shall I show it a little bit? Save face for the other party? Otherwise, what if this woman cried? Advertisement. After all, it is also the last big boss. It should be respected a little, right? So. Luo Bing suddenly turned pale and covered his heart in pain. At the moment, Luo Bing burst out with acting like a movie king, and covered his heart with one hand. Is it the end of the attack? No wonder my heart hurts so much, Kaguya. I, Luo Bing, would like to call you the strongest in the ninja world. Opposite. Kaguya's complexion became even worse, and even a drop of crystal tears rolled in her eyes. Uchiha Madara. Sasuke. Wave Wind Watergate, the Shamama of the reincarnation of the dirt. Uchiha Itachi. All ninjas present. Naruto even blushed a little this time, and explained timidly, Big brother Luo. She hit your head, not your heart. Luo Bing's right hand froze slightly while covering his heart. Awkward. At this time, it was too late for him to switch his right hand to his head, which would only deepen the embarrassing atmosphere. What's more, the big guy also saw this at this time, and it doesn't make any sense to pretend to go on. Cough cough. Luo Bing coughed to himself, turned around and glanced around, and then whistled when no one was around. Kaguya. 66 Kaguya accepted her fate and slowly landed on the ground, shaking her head. No one knew what she was thinking. You win. As she said that, her body slowly became transparent, the chakra on her body was divided into 9, and it turned into 9-tailed beasts again. Kaguya accepted her fate, and in front of this powerful man, she didn't even have the courage to resist. Struggle. AJ, mother, you, Heiju was silent. But, after seeing all this in his eyes, it was also relieved, and in the end did not say anything. This is an irresistible force, everything looks so ridiculous. 9 trumpets. Naruto happily waved towards Juwei. Tsundere's 9 tails snorted coldly, and without a word, got into Naruto's stomach, where it was his home. Big guy. I'm sorry, my mother did a lot of wrong things and caused a lot of serious consequences, it's unforgivable, Yui Otsutsuki's weak soul said softly. However, she has now repented, I would like to use my last soul power to atone for her. Advertisement, I'm sorry. Mother, Otsutsuki Yui stood up and finally glanced at her weak mother with a sunny smile. The old and weak six-path immortal seemed to have made a decision and nodded slightly to his mother. Then, he put his index and middle fingers together, put them on his chest, and performed his last ninjutsu in this world with the body of his soul. God 6 paths. Reincarnation is born. 39, crash la la la. Dense light clusters of souls are recalled from the dead. All evil begins with our family, it's up to me to finish. Come back. Those who died on this battlefield. The door to the dead place opened, and each soul was attached to the original body. Those who lost their bodies were attached to Baiju's body. The soul was integrated, and Baiju had the appearance of the master of the soul. And the big tube wood feather coat. After releasing the last rays of light, his body slackened, starting from the soles of his feet, turning into flickering lights. My beloved ninja world. Even though it breeds so much sadness and pain. But in the end, I hope it will grow in the face of adversity and get better, and get better. 39. Halfway through the words, Otsutsuki Yui disappeared forever. His soul did not go to the land of the dead, because he had no soul. Qian Zhaohao. In the 4th Ninja World War, too many people died. Yui contributed his soul to accomplish this heaven-defying move. Feather. Yui. My child, there was a tear in Kaguya's eye, and she hadn't shed a tear for a long, long time. No, it's not your fault, it's me, do not. This time, she was crying extraordinarily sad, like an ordinary, a mother who lost her child. Everyone is passive. Luo Bing is no exception. Luo Bing sighed, the corner of his mouth raised a familiar arc. Very warm and reliable. Alas. Ridge, there are always people who want to jump out and steal my limelight. I hate seeing other people live and die the most. It's a hassle. Go back in time. Chapter 246. A brand new day. A new day, a sunny day, in the leisurely and comfortable Konoha village. Lord Hokage, are you sure you don't want to take off your mask? The Hokage rock technical worker looked strangely at Kakashi, who was cooperating with the mold making in front of him. No need, that's fine. Kakashi's black pupils rolled over the dead fish eyes. His pupils recovered. The only thing that didn't change was the deep scar left on his left eye.
Kakashi said that it belonged to him. Merit. Above the Hokage office, the 4th Hokage Naruto Minato and the 5th Hokage Tsunade Haim make a pair of teas. Ms. Tsunade. About Konoha's new construction plan. This. Wouldn't a casino that can accommodate 5,000 people at the same time not be good? A cold sweat broke out, and she laughed shyly. What's wrong? I think it's good. Yo, Minato, you have to know that the casino is a battlefield. Although the ninja world is now at peace. But we can't relax. From now on, the casino is our treasury. 35 Tsunade Haim glanced at the small teacup in front of her, pushed the quilt away impatiently, poured a cup of scorching white wine, and drank it. The mute on the side was silent, and the little piglet in his arms also hummed twice. Ahahaha. Minato waved with sweat on his forehead. What nonsense is this? The area of the village will be expanded tenfold. Anyway, we have free construction workers, so we don't need to use them for nothing. 33 Tsunade snorted and poured another glass of wine. Cough cough. Speaking of which, I want to take a look at the construction ahead. Minato smiled gently, and disappeared in place in an instant as if fleeing. Oh, Tsunade-sama, you are too rude. You scared Minato-sama away. Mute sighed, and the little pig in his arms also made a humming sound. Cut. It's boring, it's so boring, I don't even have anyone who can drink, that kid Minato has no meaning at all. Tsunade grumbled in dissatisfaction, and then she was stunned for a moment. The man fell from the sky and landed on the ground with a dazed expression, raising a cloud of dust. Huh. Flying Thor loomed, and a large-scale forest appeared between Namikaze Minato. Teacher. You're here. Uchiha Obito wiped the sweat from his forehead, took a breath, and ran over. The relationship between Minato and Obito is very complicated. After all, the Nine-Tails night happened, but Minato is not a careful person. He smiled and touched Obito's head. I'm hungry. I brought you a bento, and your favorite red bean cake. Minato turned his back to the sun, with a gentle smile on his face. Teacher. Obito choked in his voice and lowered his head silently. Teacher, you are biased. A small figure ran over, holding 2 war bags in his hand, smiling like a spring flower. Definitely not, Lin. I brought you your favorite strawberry. Minato rubbed the little girl's head beside him, and took another bento from behind like magic. Advertisement. Thank you, teacher. Obito and Rin hung on Minato's body one by one. Ahahaha. Minato scratched his head, the golden hair tips shone in the sunlight, reflecting warm flashes. Yangshi. I'm full. Continue my journey of redemption. Wood escape. The art of the great forest. Bang 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 bang. Thousands of Naruto flashed all over the ninja world, repairing the traces of the earth torn by ninja war. Yo, stinky butt, this time I'm definitely faster than you. Naruto shouted, so the shadow duplication burned with the light of nine-tailed chakra. After that, all Naruto fired together, constantly using throwing both hands on the ground, moving mountains to fill the sea, and digging with bare hands. HMPH, Sasuke sneered, folded his arms around his chest, and the 6-hooked jade reincarnation eye in his left eye rotated slightly. Stupid Naruto, forgive me, this is the last time. God, the technique of filling the pit. 39, damn, don't imitate brother Itachi's tone. Shut up. That's my brother. 39 Sakura sighed, looked at the 2 careless guys in the distance, and rubbed her forehead in distress. Beffa. Can you 2 stop the meeting? Tomorrow is Kakashi-sensei's inauguration ceremony. What gifts should I prepare? In the new Uchiha compound, Uchiha Itachi and his father played chess on the tatami. The father and son didn't communicate much. After a game of chess, the 2 smiled at each other. Fuyue patted Itachi on the shoulder. Itachi nodded and looked up at the scorching sun in the sky. By the way, the price of pigs is very expensive now. I think it should be the reason for the 4th Ninja War. The price of this pig has doubled. Makoto and Kushina, who have been dead for more than 10 years, wandered the vegetable market leisurely, looking like housewives, picking and choosing, talking and laughing, preparing a sumptuous dinner for the family. It's nice to be young. Kai in a wheelchair looked at the laughing children in the distance, and glanced helplessly at the watermelon-headed boy behind him. Lee, you also get married and have a baby, I'll help you see. Ah, this kind of thing. No, no way, Xiao Li blushed instantly, his head smoking. Advertisement, hi Neji, long time no see, let's fight. Xiao Li looked at Neji who was passing by, immediately changed the subject, and ran over in a hurry. This kid. Kai sighed, shook his head helplessly and smiled. A white dove landed on the window edge of Hinata, and the girl with white eyes gently picked up the bait on the side, looked at the sky in the distance, sorted out the letters on the table, and showed a blush on her cheeks. This is a brand new day. Perhaps for the future ninja world, every day is a new day. There will be pain, happiness, sunshine and darkness in this day. But, these are all things that have to be experienced. It is also happiness that must be endured. The Day of the Dead is coming soon. Now there is a special discount for booking the reincarnation of the dirty earth. Just provide the relics of your relatives, and you can go through the formalities. The reincarnation of the dirty earth is a day trip to see here. He shouted enthusiastically, although at the moment he still had chains on his hands, but his expression was still full of sunshine and smile. Orochimaru on the side sighed helplessly, he really had nothing to say about his current pocket. Turning around, Orochimaru continued to do his own experiments. But, this time, instead of studying human biology, he studies science. Okay. Luo Bing waved his hand and patted the table heavily. Mara, Hisuma, Kagaya, Kurohue, Yui, tomorrow, 35. Tomorrow we'll raid Otsutsuki Zuxing, snatch back all the fruits. Chapter 247. A brand new person. The universe is vast, and for the huge universe, the ninja world is just an inconspicuous little corner. For the fighters of the Otsutsuki tribe, every day is a good day for invasion. The hardworking Otsutsuki people picked brand new seeds of the sacred tree from the Garden of Eden, and then classified them one by one according to different types and different species. Look, it's a new species, I found a new species of sacred tree. Great, according to the experimental data, the load and absorption conversion rate of this divine tree are 10 times that of the previous one. I want to correct the name of the hybrid god tree seed. This is so great, this will be the greatest discovery in the 65th era of Zuxing. A group of mad scientists with white pupils wearing 9-go jade imperial robes shouted excitedly. A young scientist held the glasses on the bridge of his nose. This guy is a recent genius, and his life experience is also very rich. Otsutsuki Wood was short-sighted from birth, and he was conservatively ridiculed. For the belligerent Otsutsuki people, this kind of thing should be sent to the Edge Planet to colonize and plant the sacred tree. But fortunately, Wood's father is a declining noble. Although he has declined and no one cares about it, it is fortunate that the pedestrians of Otsutsuki are very fancy about the hierarchy. Therefore, Wood was sent to a noble school by his father since he was a child, and he paid 10 more than ordinary people. With more effort, Wood vowed to make a breakthrough on this scarlet ancestor star. And then, he made it. He became the most talented and youngest sacred tree scientist in this century. This kind of corruption rate, it's really terrible. The new breed is too dangerous. I suggest to stop and check. With our current understanding, there is no guarantee about the instability of the new breed. Wood frowned tightly, looking at the strange seed in the vessel. Always had a bad premonition in his heart. Wood, you are still young. Although you are very talented, you are too cautious. You must know that art comes from life, and truth comes from practice. An experienced old man shook his head disdainfully and patted Wood on the shoulder. Subsequently, with the unanimous consent of everyone, the seed was sent to the M79 Nebula for planting. Alas! Wood sighed. Others were humble and had little effect on the decision of the meeting. He can only sigh. In this universe of natural selection, if you want to survive, you need not only strength, but also luck. Apparently, the blue star of the M78 Nebula is not so lucky. Advertisement. This is a planet similar to the development of the Earth in the 21st century, and the rapid development of science and technology civilization. After 5,000 years of history, Darwell's theory of evolution, although controversial, is basically recognized by the public. Although creationism began to decline, many blue star people still did not give up their beliefs. However, exploring the universe is the most novel topic for them today. Because the Blue Star SIS, Space Exploration Agency, released an updated message in the early hours of this morning. Aliens found. An alien with horns on its head, roughly in the shape of a human, and the information in the film is only a few dozen seconds, but this discovery is enough to make astrology fans all over the world revel in revelry. But soon some experts came out to refute, insinuating SIS's falsification on social media, making a mystery, and produced a lot of video forgery evidence, and also pretentiously complained about the SIS alien conspiracy theory, which triggered the current turbulent situation. Bad ambition. People who eat melons are very happy when they see it. Luo Zan, let's go to the internet cafe to play games together after school, all night long today. It's been a hell of a night, haven't you read the news? I found aliens, the end of the world is coming, hurry to the supermarket to swallow salt and rice, you won't be able to grab the blue star aunt and uncle. Luo Zan looked with his best friend, he was speechless. Cut. You believe that too, ouch, it's just a promotion, big brother. Don't mention this, I'm angry when you mention it. I had a trouble 3 years ago. I haven't finished eating the salt in my house yet, and I don't know if it's expired or not. By the way, you're also very angry when you say that. Those aunts and uncles usually ask us to give up their seats on the bus one by one. It's because everyone is eager to rob the supermarket. When they danced the square dance, they didn't see their legs and feet, right? Luo Zan was speechless, looking at the blue sky. He always had a bad premonition in his heart. A voice reminded him, he had to get ready, the end was really coming. Katakana middle dot for flowers katakana middle dot 0. Look, the schoolgirl, Senior Ling Shui, wow. I bet that she must be more beautiful today than yesterday, because she once again awakened the dead love in my heart. Advertisement. Luo Zan. Ignoring the quarrelsome best friend, Luo Zan glanced at the back of the school flower in the distance, and a secret love secretly grew in the heart of the 17-year-old boy. After all kinds of rejections, Luo Zan returned to his home alone and started his own great cause. Perhaps because he played too many doomsday games, Luo Zan always had a sense of crisis. He dug a small secret base in the backyard of his home, which took him 5 years. At first, he was just playing, but after digging, he became more serious. Be prepared, even if you have a spare time at the warehouse. Crash. A thunder streak across the sky, illuminating the entire Dawn City. Thunder, it's raining, didn't the weather forecast say? Luo Zan scratched his head in confusion. At this time, a black shadow rushed towards him swiftly and pressed him directly to the ground. Stop, Xiao Hei, you're scared, don't lick. Okay, I know you're hungry. Luo Zhan helplessly clasped his big dog's neck with his hands and rolled his eyes. It's raining so hard. While muttering, Luo Zhan went back to the bedroom and took out the dog food, holding an umbrella, while feeding the big hybrid dog of unknown breed that he picked up, while looking at the dark sky in the distance. That dark cloud always gave him a bad premonition. Maybe I think too much, go to bed earlier. Luo Zhan murmured to himself. He was an orphan. He grew up in an orphanage. His life was unremarkable. He liked to play games and watch anime, novel. Lying on the bed, the big dog sat obediently on the sofa and the two slept peacefully. A sudden explosion of thunder. Luo Zhan suddenly stood up from the quilt, his eyes glowing with golden light. FK your grandma's giant hand in the void. Damn it, you've got no end. End. Chapter 248 FK your grandma's giant hand in the void. According to my estimation, we only need to pass through the black hole in front of us, and we can shorten the journey of 20 years and reach the star Otsutsuki. On the spaceship, Orochimaru licked the corner of his mouth, held the eye socket on his forehead, and said softly. Now he is an authoritative scientist in many aspects. Sitting in a not very delicate spaceship, Luo Bing and his party crossed the sea of stars, spent a long time in the Milky Way, and leapt in the universe. But, Mr. Luo Bing said that he doesn't like going through black holes. Ban frowned and muttered boringly about the small objects in his hands. On the side, Otsutsuki Doshi and Otsutsuki Jinshi were tightly locked to one side of the spaceship. Unfortunately, Luo Bing and his group met him as soon as they set off, and took it off. However, he is in retreat, and he also told us not to disturb. Kagaya held her cheeks with a helpless expression of, 873. You've seen him someday when he's not in retreat. In other words, he's so strong, and he still needs to retreat. I really admire it. Uchiha Madara twisted his neck and looked at the starry sky in the distance, his eyes melancholy. Don't be rude, come and drink, drink. Hisuma laughed, holding the bottle of wine, looking like he was drunk. It's been 6 years, I don't know how the ninja world has become now. Naruto should have become Hokage. Yuhi chuckled, a little timid. What kind of style is it? It's a pity. The soul of the younger brother Hamura has been shattered for a long time, and even the venerable Luo Bing could not retrieve it. However, it is not completely impossible, just wait. Just wait, don't bother him, don't worry, there is nothing wrong with my data, believe me, if we don't use the power of the black hole, we will at least have to fly for 20 years. I don't mind, but you seem to be bored enough. Maru smiled slightly and started his long scientific narration. Okay, then do as you want. Madara was helplessly pulled by Hisuma to accompany the wine, and nodded, he really couldn't stand such a long and boring flight. Moreover, even if something went wrong in the black hole, it would still be covered by Luo Bing. Chi-chi-chi. The Ninkai spaceship successfully shuttled into the black hole. Completed quantum acceleration, filled with particles, and the backup library is fully charged. Guys, there will be some bumps next, stand firm. Orochimaru carefully performed one operation after another. The spaceship vibrated slightly, and the spaceship made up of most of the materials embodied by Luo Bing bravely broke into the black hole. Okay. Everything went well. Orochimaru spit out a letter, showing a satisfied smile. Advertisement, it's such a sense of accomplishment. According to the professional technology books embodied by Luo Bing, Orochimaru has reached a level that no one can achieve in a lifetime in just 6 years. He has the same abilities as Tony in some ways. Driving out of the black hole in 3 minutes, and then arriving at Otsutsuki Zuxing within 3 months. Guys, are you ready? Orochimaru spat out a letter and laughed dangerously. Let the horse come over. Banana let out a cold sweat while drinking the wine. In his eyes, the 3-hooked jades spun slightly. 3-hooked jade reincarnation eye, double pupil. And then at the moment, Luo Bing suddenly woke up from his deep sleep, with a cold light flashing in his eyes, the Shenwei space opened, and the entire spaceship was directly wrapped in it. But before he finished the operation, a pair of giant hands locked him directly, making him unable to move for a moment, and the surrounding time and space were all blocked. FK. Luo Bing yelled in exasperation. The Shenwei space is closed. The spaceship was dragged out abruptly. This time the giant was prepared, and even Shenwei space could not resist his invasion. The spaceship fell into the black hole and fell down the crack. And Luo Bing, already wrapped in big hands, headed to the endless white world space. What are you? Come again. In desperation, Luo Bing's golden eyes twinkled with a strange light, part of his will was separated by him, and he slipped away like a soul that covered the sky and the sun. This trick. I learned it from Kagaya. After separating part of his will, Luo Bing sighed helplessly and was instantly sent to Baiji prison. Cough cough. I'm back, old brothers. Luo Bing rolled his eyes in frustration, looking at the thinking Dachao and the brand new and completely different Tony beside him. He made a move roar. I really don't want to catch up with you here, Tony and Dachao sighed. Yes, you only left for 6 minutes, Dachao said. I've been out for 6 years, whose is this big hand? Advertisement. The old guys started a boring reminiscence. There are 2 flowers, one on each side. What happened? Orochimaru and the others looked at Luo Bing, who had suddenly disappeared, in shock. They didn't even perceive the attack of the giant hand. Because the hands had no interest in them at all. They are too weak. No, we're in uncharted territory. Rumble rumble. Under the strong turbulence, the spaceship drilled into a planet at one end, and then the hole was fragmented. Fortunately, since several people were not ordinary, there were no casualties when they landed. Damn. We're trapped here. Without the materials for the spaceship parts, I can't repair the spaceship at all. Orochimaru frowned, feeling a little unhappy. Where the hell is this place? Madara looked at the sea filled with novelty, and was somewhat interested in dancing. Here is Navy Headquarters. Marin Vando. FK your grandma's 5.0 giant hand in the void. Damn it. You have no end. Luo Zan sat up from the quilt, his face full of anger. At the same time he was also thinking about the owner of the giant hand identity. Totally unreasonable. Although I haven't said that I have made a qualitative leap in the past 6 years, it is not impossible to fight back. That's the truth, he has no room to fight back. Wong Wong Wong. The big black dog barked twice, tilting his head and looking at his master. During the years when my will was sleeping, my self-protection derived consciousness seems to have grown into a personality called Luo Zan. Damn, what am I going to do now? Looking at the bright sky, Luo Bing sighed and checked the remaining abilities of his will body. Chapter 249 The Corrupted Zombie March Open black lens bracket Fantasy Realization, Basic Edition, Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Tony Teacher's God Level Hairdressing Close black lens bracket Open black lens bracket Teleportation, Basic Version, Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket Psychokinesis, Basic Edition, Close black lens bracket After the experiments one by one, Luo Bing sighed. He was too hasty when he got rid of his will, and this body is the incarnation of will. Although it is tough, it is not comparable to the immortal body of Wugo. But fortunately, he did not block the whole person in the white world space, at least part of him escaped. Looking at the familiar appearance and bad hairstyle in the mirror, Luo Bing sighed. The face is still the same face, but this hairstyle is too earthy. Pothead. You are so creative. She snapped her fingers in front of the mirror, her bushy eyebrows covered her head changed instantly, her delicate hairstyle was fresh and messy without losing its texture, she blew her bangs, Luo Bing breathed a sigh of relief. The number of abilities is not very important. The most important thing is that I have mastered a lot of knowledge of ability. Now the most lacking thing is hardware. Luo Bing was thinking about his plan. He had long considered the worst case scenario, and now, it seems that this prediction has become a reality. Consciousness cannot be connected to the white world prison. It seems that the place is absolutely blocked. Well, go ahead and stabilize the development as the king's 14th way. I have mastered both the cultivation method of chakra and the cultivation method of chi, and I can get started very quickly. I keep in mind the operation of various skills and energies. For me, as long as there is energy supply, my consciousness can instantly return to its peak. Luo Bing muttered to himself, some of the abilities he acquired had no basis, and could be used at will, and he didn't know the principle at all, while some had detailed knowledge and theories. And these are unforgettable, but the current conditions are not ripe. The basic version of teleportation. It doesn't matter, my mastery of space has reached a whole new level. The reason why the basic version is displayed may be because my energy supply is not enough. In order to successfully split, Luo Bing cut off all energy when splitting himself. Only then can he be concealed enough to succeed. Chakra is too weak, I should still cultivate chi. Sitting cross-legged, Luo Bing closed his eyes slightly, his roar inhalation calmed down, and the cultivation method of chi flashed in his mind, and then it started to run like a program. So that's it. The background shutdown mode still exists? Maybe because of the soul body, this thing was brought? So, is my daily power system attached? Advertisement. With doubts, Luo Bing sat up from the bed. His practice was in full swing, but it was all put in the background mode. Luo Bing's conscious body is very weak, about twice the physical quality of a normal person. However, it doesn't matter. The most powerful manifestation of chi is to strengthen the cells in the body, make the body stronger, and even lead the way to the body of God. Friday. Luo Bing shouted to himself, and Luo Bing, who didn't get any meeting, shrugged. If Friday was here, he could think about how the Atlantis God building plan worked, but unfortunately she was left at the body now. I and Heiju are still different, he is a separate individual, and I am a dual-purpose person. When I encounter the Numenon, I will be forcibly merged into one, but now the common sense of connection between us is white. The prison is blocked. So I'm in solo thinking mode now. Wong Wong Wong. The big black dog's bark awakened Luo Bing in his deep thoughts. It wagged its tail and tilted its head to look at its master strangely. Obviously, although the dog can't speak, it also finds that its owner is a little different. Hey man, sorry to upset you, but from now on, you are the luckiest dog in the world. Know why? Because of your master, I was awake. Luo Bing smiled and touched the big dog's head. He regained consciousness, and all the memories of Luo Zan were completely absorbed by him. In fact, Luo Zan is his self-conscious personality, except for being shy, everything else is quite similar to him. And this new world is also quite similar to the original Earth. It's dawn. I'm hungry, it's been a long time since I felt hungry. It seems to be because of cultivating chi, no way, so hungry. Luo Bing waved his hand and the fantasy materialized. Hey, Pung Pung. His hands were steaming a bunch of smoke and then gradually disappeared. I can only materialize some basic water and wheat bread, currency, clothes. Can't materialize meat? All living things? Rolling his eyes helplessly, Luo Bing accepted the fact. There is no principle at all about the realization of fantasy, it is purely a skill. Advertisement in this part owned by Luo Bing is equivalent to a pirated copy within a pirated copy. However, he didn't take it too seriously, because this thing has the ability to grow, and it will become stronger and stronger as the energy in the body increases. With a stack of about 10,000 yuan in the world's currency, Luo Bing walked into the 24-hour supermarket not far from home with an umbrella. At the moment, the night shift staff in the supermarket were already drowsy, and the odin on the bar was bubbling. The supermarket was a bit messy, as if it had been robbed, and the large shelves such as firewood, rice, oil, and salt had been emptied. Welcome, Luo Zan. Waking up so early? You feel very different today. Miss Night Shift is an old acquaintance of Luo Zan, and this shop is also a place where Luo Zan often goes. No, maybe I changed my hairstyle. Haha, Sister Lan, pack the rest of the odin for me. By the way, do you still have fried chicken, hamburgers, etc.? Luo Bing smiled and asked very familiarly. No, but if you want to eat, I can make it for you. Oh, it's almost 6 o'clock, why hasn't the rain stopped? Sister Lan was very enthusiastic, and her eyes fixed on Luo in front of her as she spoke. Zan. The more I look at it, the more I like it, and the more I look at it, the more handsome it looks. In the past, although Luo Zan was also outstanding, his hair was almost covering his eyes. He only felt that 873 was a tall and handsome little boy. Now that he has a new hairstyle, he feels like a rising star. Same. This is still without the immortal energy bonus of Wusho immortal body. But, Sister Lan is almost unable to walk after seeing it. Okay, please, 10 each, so much, dinner? Yeah, here are some friends. After waiting for half an hour, all the food Luo Bing needed was packed. During the period, Luo Bing was really embarrassed, because the opposite Sister Lan was so enthusiastic, and her eyes were like she wanted to eat herself. After paying the bill and saying an embarrassing farewell, Luo Bing noticed that the sky had begun to clear, and the sun had risen in the east. Walking all the way, eating all the way, Luo Bing habitually walked in the direction of the school. But at this time, what he didn't notice was that some pedestrians on the street were in a strange state, and bloodshots began to appear in some people's pupils. What exactly is going on? Who can tell me? Why is this rain covering the whole world? Even the desert is raining. 35. What about the experts? Experts, get out, in the endless desert. The rich chakra aura around Otsutsuki's greedy eater showed a satisfied look on his face. 100 meters behind him, a low tree is growing remarkably. Corruption. Begins, Chapter 250 The Apocalypse of the Academy. On the Fujimi campus in the early morning, students came and went in an endless stream. It is interesting that there is only one powerful country in this world, and all places are divided into urban areas. So, on campus, you can see students of all races. Under the sun, on the roof of the school, Xiao Shi Xiao was lying on the railing alone, staring at the crowd in the distance in a daze. Yo, Xiao Shi Xiao, have you seen that guy Luo Zan? Lu Mufang ran over panting. That guy Luo Zan, he didn't answer the phone all morning, nothing happened, right? As Luo Zan's best friend, Lu Mufang frowned worriedly. Senior Zan. No, I didn't see it. By the way, Senior Mufeng, did you forget something when you woke up in the morning? Xiao Shi Xiao scratched his head embarrassedly, and glanced at the corner of Lu Mufeng's mouth. On top of that, there was a mass of white solid like toothpaste. Wipe. I said why so many people look at me with strange eyes. Wait, this is really toothpaste. Lu Mufeng hurriedly wiped off the toothpaste traces from the corner of his mouth, and 3 black lines slipped from his forehead. Morning, Mu Fengsang, small room. Miyamoto Ray slowly climbed up from the stairs. For students who have not yet started classes, the balcony is a treasure. Some people are in a hurry in the morning and have no time to eat, so they bring a lunchbox. Come up, some are young couples, you and I are not forgiving. And Miyamoto Ray was obviously the kind who forgot to eat breakfast in a hurry. Hey, look at that person, he's so handsome, is he from our school? Miyamoto Ray bit her bento for a while and then said vaguely. Huh? Lu Mufeng and Kamuro Takahashi followed the directions. In addition, the gate of the campus was very lively, and the female students were surrounded and kept taking pictures with their most innovative flip phones. There are even daring girls who come up to ask for contact information and a name. The black line on Luo Bing's face, it's this scene again. He had experienced it many times when he was in Zhongcheng High School. When he walked into the campus again, Luo Bing did not come to study, but to go through the withdrawal procedures. First, he had to solve all kinds of fetters on his body before he could find a place to meditate with confidence. Damn, that's Luo Zan. I said why can't I find him, so I went to get a haircut early in the morning. Lu Mufeng was speechless and covered his face with a snap. As Luo Zan's best friend, Lu Mufeng really knew how much girl lethality he had as a friend. Advertisement. It's just that he has always valued his wonderful pot cover, and now it seems that he has finally woken up. Senior Zan. Impossible. Miyamoto Lee was dumbfounded, and then seriously looked at the past again. It seems that it's really Senior Zan. This change is too big, it's amazing. Xiao Shi Xiao waved at Luo Bing below. Senior Zan, here. Luo Bing lazily made a move roar, and then headed straight into the principal's room. Luo Zhan, a third-year student of Tengmei Middle School, with excellent grades, the head of the Kendo department, has won the Kendo champion of urban colleges and universities for many times. Close black lens bracket. The ideal of all men in the Kendo club, the dream of all girls, definitely, except Deputy Minister Seiko Kashima. Please sit down, classmate Luo Zhan. Do you have anything to do with me? Principal Mr. Fujino smiled and held up a cup of hot tea, looking at classmate Luo Zhan in front of him, very satisfied. This student is very good, whether it is in terms of literary achievements or in Kendo competitions. That's right, Mr. Principal, I'm going to drop out of school, I don't want to miss it anymore. Luo Bing naturally wouldn't be restrained, he looked relaxed, and just meant to inform. Peeved. Cough. Cough. A sip of hot tea was sprayed out, and Principal Fujino's face was full of disbelief. How? How? You are already in the third year, you have excellent grades, and several famous universities have sent you invitations. Why? This is the future of your life, so you can't fool around. 39. Principal Fujino's face was full of doubts, and he thought he heard an April Fool's joke. He really couldn't figure out the reason why Luo Zhan dropped out of school, and he couldn't even understand it. My cousin from afar is raising livestock in the Americas, raising more than 10,000 sows. The price of pigs has doubled this year. My cousin instantly became a billionaire, and I was so surprised. My cousin has not yet been married and has no children. His personal butler found a distant relative like me through the genetic search database. So, I don't need to work hard, I'm a billionaire now, do you understand what I mean, Principal? Principal Fujino. Let me slow down, it was so sudden. For a long time, Principal Fujino stared at the boy in front of him with an envious and painful expression. Look, have you really figured it out? Advertisement? Yes, Mr. Principal. Principal Fujino sighed, then nodded. He couldn't interfere with the student's decision, no matter how pity he felt in his heart. However, at this moment, a roar came from outside the window. The bustling sound of trampling continued. Principal Fujino frowned, opened the window and looked outside. A string of intestine-like items was still torn on the window, and blood and meat residue splashed on Principal Fujino's face through the security window. Then, a man covered in a mixture of blood and flesh went straight through the security window and slapped the headmaster's neck. Ah! Accompanied by blood and screams, Principal Fujino collapsed to the ground weakly. Luo Bing. So exciting. What is this? Zombies? Be nice. Luo Bing sat in the chair. Qian Zhaohao didn't move. It wasn't that he was scared. Just kidding. How could something like zombies scare him? But he didn't understand. How could zombies appear in this cute world? Or is it not a zombie? Just someone dying and attacking the principal in broad daylight? Or have rabies or something? But soon, the mystery was revealed. The headmaster, who was already dead on the ground, staggered to his feet. His eyes were blank, his pupils were white, and he roared and rushed towards Luo Bing. Shit. Put away your saliva. B**************. D. With a look of disgust on Luo Bing's face, with a wave of one hand, Principal Fujino flew directly to the wall on one side under the coercion of psychokinesis, smashing the wall with a bang, turning into a puddle of flesh. And at this time, Kamuro Takashi's voice also sounded on the school's broadcast. Urgent notice. Urgent notice. Massive, dead body, invasion at school. Chapter 251 Destination. Rooftop. When unexpected and interesting development. Then he opened the curtains and looked at the campus with zombies surging outside. Luo Bing pursed his lips and showed a slight smile. He originally thought that this world was just a bland planet similar to the Earth, but he didn't expect that such a thing as a zombie war broke out in this world. And from the current scene, this zombie outbreak revealed a lot of weirdness. The zombies here are not only not clumsy, but even jumping around. Low-level zombies, infected by the rain caused by the corrupted god tree, have strong infectious, attack ability C, speed D, IQ F. Looking at the detailed information given by the Eye of Data, Luo Bing frowned. He originally thought it was a simple biochemical crisis, but now it seems that this thing is also related to the Otsutsuki clan. It turns out that this is another planet colonized by Otsutsuki. Then who is Wei Yeji here? The scent guardian of the divine tree is not actually too strong or too strong. The ninja world is just an accident. Everything is that Kagaya devoured the fruit of the divine tree. Before she ate the fruit, she was only a human being. Slightly stronger monsters do not have the ability to destroy the world. Corrupted god tree? It seems to be another kind of sacred tree that I don't know about. Luo Bing was lost in thought. Kagaya hadn't told any information about this type of divine tree, including the Otsutsuki Momoji and Jinshi, who were caught later, and had never heard any information about corrupting the divine tree from their mouths. Zombie, it should be a species like Baiju, but how does it harvest energy? Luo Bing bit his lip. The fruit of the divine tree is undoubtedly an opportunity for him. In the current situation of lack of energy, if this part of his conscious body can devour the full power of the fruit of the divine tree, it will greatly replenish himself. Current deficiency. The roar was getting closer and closer, and it seemed that he found the breath of a living person in the principal's room. 4 or 5 zombies slammed against the wooden door desperately, making a bang bang bang. For these brainless zombies, human blood is an extremely tempting thing for them to come. Instinct drives all their actions. Boom. Advertisement. Finally, after the 4 or 5 zombies collided together, the lock on the wooden door panel fell off, and the entire wooden door, along with the 4 or 5 zombies behind it, slammed onto the ground, exuding a strong stench. This undoubtedly disturbed Luo Bing's next thinking. He turned his face, looked at the disgusting guys at the door with disdain, and waved again. Puff. The world is quiet, and Principal Fujino in the crack of the wall has a few more friends who are not very friendly. It's disgusting. Shaking his head, Luo Bing is obviously not interested in this kind of small talk. He didn't think about it anymore, and didn't even want to walk through the main entrance, because it was covered with blood and intestines of zombies. He kicked a big hole in the whole wall with one foot, and along with the crumbling principal's room, Luo Bing came to the outside. The air was mixed with the blood of zombies and the complicated smell of feces and farts. The students' cries and roars filled his ears. For Luo Bing, zombies can be crushed to death like ants. For most ordinary people, facing this kind of thing requires not only courage, but also a certain amount of luck, as well as the most basic physical fitness and thinking ability. The zombies whose brains are completely released are very powerful. They can't feel the pain at all. Even if they don't have an arm or a leg, they can jump around actively, and they are terrifying because of the zombies' appearance and the fear that they have never been in contact with. There are a lot of muscular guys in the gym who are too scared to walk when they see this stuff. Not to mention that the number of these things in groups of 3 or 5 will only increase. Under 2 or 3 containment, even a normal person who has a strategy and is not frightened will be surrounded. Go away from the monster. Stay away from us. A bunch of girls screamed from the stairs not far from the principal's office. The footsteps are getting louder and louder. Many people learn to face this situation and regard the roof as the best safe area for the first time, because the roof is wide, and the big iron gate leading to the celestial body can be locked with the iron chain on it. Zombie invasion tests not only people's physical fitness and escapability, but also human nature. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. Seeking flowers. Katakana middle. Katakana middle. 0 advertisement. As soon as Luo Zan left the principal's office, he saw a pair of best friends who were usually good friends. In order to survive, the tall girl in front pushed the short girl in the back directly down the stairs. A bunch of zombies rushed over to bite the short woman in an instant. Thanks to this opportunity, the tall girl seized the opportunity to escape and ran towards the upper stairs with a ruthless expression. What's more interesting is that when she was passing by the principal's office, all of her ruthlessness suddenly disappeared. Especially when he saw Luo Bing, he immediately threw himself on Luo Bing with aggrieved, panicked and crying. In that battle, I wish I could bury my entire body on Luo Bing's body. Senior Luo Zan, woo woo woo, so scary, I'm so scared, woo woo woo. You have to protect me, Senior Luo Zan. A tall girl fully expresses the weakness of a woman and shows her physical advantages as a woman. At this time, let alone a handsome guy like Luo Bing, even a guy who is ugly to the extreme, as long as he can save her, she will strip and dedicate without hesitation. Luo Bing smiled, and that smile seemed so secure in the eyes of a tall woman. Stars twinkled in her eyes, and her heart was instantly captured. What a great time! Even if I encountered those disgusting monsters today, it would be worth it if I could use this to become the woman of Senior Luo Zan. As soon as the thought came up, before the tall woman could react, her whole body, magically, floated over. The tall woman looked puzzled, and before she could say anything, he saw the sunny and handsome Senior Luo Zan wave to her. The tall woman screamed and flew upside down into the zombie group, and after a while, she made some gnawing and chewing sounds. It's not just zombies that are disgusting, Luo Bing shrugged, helpless. Zan. Hurry up. Rooftop. During the rumbling, Xiao Shi Xiao, his best friend Lu Mufeng and Gao Cheng Sai rushed over, directly dragging Luo Bing, who was, silly, in the same place, and ran towards the rooftop regardless of his own health, and... Chapter 252. That's just right, Kai Wushuang. He has gone through all the difficulties and has gone through untold hardships. At this time, Xiao Shi Xiao seems to have exploded his own small universe. He is extremely brave. In the face of zombies, he does not have the fear of ordinary people, generally. At the moment, Kamuro Takaya has surrounded many of his classmates who were rescued by him. He has always been unknown, at the moment is like the backbone of everyone, and everyone has an inexplicable sense of identification with him. Compared to this, the famous figure of Fujimi High School, Luo Zan, at the moment seemed very ordinary. He seemed to be in shock all the time, as if the whole person had not recovered from the horror of zombies. If it were an ordinary person, I'm afraid they would be called cowardly and cowardly. Both boys and girls will look down on this kind of person very much. But Luo Bing is different. At the moment, he is being counseled by Mr. Silent from Shangda. The school sisters and schoolmates on the side are all looking at him with motherly caring eyes, praying for him to get better soon. 14 And this symptom of being frightened and absent is also given a name in Gao Chung Saya's popular science. That is PTSD, that is, the abbreviation of post-traumatic stress disorder, which is a common psychological phenomenon in life. In fact, this situation is not only experienced by the fragile Senior Luo Zan. Basically, students or teachers who can't walk when they see zombies have triggered this disease. Some people may be able to find a solution quickly, while others may never get out of this mental illness for a lifetime. To put it bluntly, it is a psychological shadow. However, Luo Bing was obviously misunderstood. He did not have this kind of delicate condition at all. He was just meditating on something, trying to sort out the current world environment and development model. And for the terrifying zombies that most people mention. For Luo Bing, at best, it's like playing a house with a child.
To a certain extent, in this situation, even a child is not a family. Advertisement. Cheer up, Zon. Cheer up, Zon. Don't give up hope. ZF troops will send helicopters to rescue us. Zon. Zon. Under the shaking of the school doctor, Mr. Mute, Luo Bing silently rolled his dead fish's eyes. His expression now was absolutely the same as that of Kakashi. Stop. I'm fine, Teacher Mute. Luo Bing waved his hand, not thinking about those questions. However, his sudden return to normal behavior was thought by Mr. Mian to be holding him back. Woo. Cry, classmate Zon, just cry. The teacher won't laugh at you. Anyone who encounters this kind of disaster will be afraid, and I'm also very afraid. Woo woo woo. Teacher Mute cried out in disappointment. But soon, she was stopped by Xiao Muro's gesture. Because at this time, the big iron gate at the top of the rooftop had already heard the sound of B************G. B*********G. B*********G. Everyone looked nervously at the increasingly widening crack of the door, and the little heart instantly raised their throats. Boom! Under the constant efforts of zombies. The iron door finally revealed the crack of half a human head, and the densely packed hands with blood stretched out from the crack, constantly scratching the air in front of him. The scene is really terrifying. But fortunately, due to the iron chain on the big iron gate, they did not directly break through the iron gate and enter the rooftop, but instead seemed to be stuck on the edge of the door, still scratching constantly. The big guy quietly let out a sigh of relief. After this, he was afraid that he might have a heart attack. Kamuro sighed in relief, and the other male teacher, Koichi Shido, was so frightened that he lost his control. No matter on the rooftop where the smell was mixed with blood, he didn't say, except for Luo Bing, there was probably no one else. We'll pay attention to his feces and farts. On the side, the chubby classmates from the tech dead house are constantly researching the communication antenna of the school on the roof, trying to use this thing to get in touch with ZF for rescue, but the game mad, that is, Luo Bing's best friend in this world, Lu Mufeng, is the performance of extreme excitement. Or should I say scared but excited, advertisement. He has played a lot of games, shooting, fighting, or survival training. Some time ago, the large-scale game of Wasteland Stream also won the title of the highest honor game player. In fact, there is no shortage of guidance and leadership from the power-up player, Luo Zan. In general, Lu Mufeng immediately gave the big guy some basic plans for winning, and also planned several plans to rush out of the campus. If the communication plan of the dead house boy does not work, then action must be taken. Because there is no fresh water and food on the rooftop, eating is the top priority that must be solved. And speaking of water sources, all the fresh water is now polluted, and they can only put their hopes on the pure water in barrels that has not been polluted. But no matter what kind of plan it is completely unrealistic to rely on the legs of the 11th road, which requires no fuel and only 3 bowls of rice, to escape from the school, and must use the school's only means of transportation. School bus. Several people have heated discussions about the feasibility of all methods. Luo Bing felt very interesting listening to 887 next to him, so he didn't interrupt. When he heard that he was happy, he would unconsciously applaud, which made the big guy a little dazed. Look at what I'm doing, tell me, you guys are very good and very strategic, Luo Bing shrugged and said innocently. Brother Zan, I almost forgot, your opinion is also very important about survival in the wasteland. You brought me the early development and strategic layout of the game before, tell me what you think, Brother Zan. Lu Mu Feng looked at Luo Bing expectantly. At this time, it seems that everyone has shifted their attention and focused on Senior Zan. In addition to the symptoms of PTSD just now, the big guy still trusts Zan, a scholar and a kendo master, in his daily life. At the moment, he's back on his feet, probably the most powerful boost to this team. Even the second master of the kendo club, Seiko Tujima, set his sights on Minister Zan. On the contrary, the dean of the school, Wisteria Koichi, was ignored by everyone, which made him feel very uncomfortable. Usually, he was used to being arrogant in terms of status, but at the moment he still carried the air of the school, but few seemed to listen to him anymore. Being stared at by everyone, Luo Bing blinked. Ask me, if you have anything to think about, then just go. Kai Wushuang, 39. Chapter 253. You don't know how bad he is. The words are not astonishing, and the words of Luo Zan are so unparalleled that the group of people on the rooftop have their eyes widened and they are silent. Many people even wondered if Senior Zan had not recovered from the shock, so that his head was still awake and he was talking nonsense. Shido Hiroichi sneered, with a contemptuous smile on the corner of his mouth. Enough, do you really think these two game guys can bring you hope? Use your pig brains to think about it, this is not a game. A look of disdain hung on Wisteria Koichi's face. After a period of doomsday shock, he gradually got used to it. His eyes became gloomy. What he was thinking about now was not how to survive in the apocalypse, but how to survive. How to be better in this environment as above others. Even build a dynasty of your own. That's right, his identity and status are there, and students will trust him more, which is also his advantage, and the crucial school bus key, at the moment, is in his hands. He only needs to send 1 or 2 students to die as cannon fodder, divert the zombies away, and then he can lead the crowd to the school bus in one fell swoop, and finally leave this ghost school safe and sound. So now the question is, who should be the cannon fodder?
Wisteria Koichi's glasses flickered with a strange light, and he was constantly scheming in his mind what kind of aggression he should use to provoke this matter later. AJ. Before he could think about it, he saw that classmate Zan, who was very famous in the school, walked slowly in front of him. Zito Hao squinted his eyes. He was always disgusted with this Luo Zan, because he was not only young and handsome, but also a genius in everyone's attention. His commander, ability, or the ability that others would recognize and convince, was no better than his own teacher. Bad identity. He must be excluded from the passenger list on the school bus. Otherwise, your prestige will be greatly reduced. Advertisement. The corner of Shidu Hao's mouth rose slightly. Now that Zan is frightened is a good opportunity, he can take this opportunity to smear him, and then... Oh, what are you doing? Put me down, put me down. Wisteria Hiroshi, who had not finished thinking, flied into the sky in an instant. $3 billion. It wasn't Fei, he was 1.7 meters tall and was directly lifted by Luo Bing's hair. At the moment, his teeth were cracking, pain and anger burned on his face, his eyes were staring at classmate Zan, in front of him, looking at his calm eyes, and he was a little scared for no reason. What are you muttering in your heart? You look like a badass. Goodbye. 35. Without explaining anything or caring about anything, Luo Bing tugged at Koichi Wisteria's hair and threw him off the roof with ease. Boom. A heavy, crisp sound came, about the sound of heavy objects falling and bones breaking. The floors of Fujimi High School were not built very high, only 5 floors. Shido Koichi didn't fall to his death directly, but completely lost his ability to move. However, the zombies in the open space downstairs obviously did not want him to die like this. Looking at the food that fell from the sky, 7 or 8 zombies were drooling excitedly, and suddenly surrounded them, biting and chewing recklessly. The swallowing sound of ah was like a group of wild dogs sharing the food dropped by passersby. Perhaps it was because of the good taste of Shido Hiroichi's meat, or perhaps it was the reason why he was easily torn apart by being thrown into pieces. Soon, all that was eaten was only one skeleton, except for his head, which was still intact. Definitely the most skinny one of the zombie crowd downstairs. Luo Bing clapped his hands, a few strands of hair slipped from his palms and floated down from the rooftop. He turned his head and found that everyone on the rooftop was looking at her in horror, even his friend Lu Mufeng was no exception, staring wide-eyed and shocked. What are you doing? You are crazy, Miyamoto Rei roared. At the moment her brain was messed up, just like seeing Senior Luo Zan for the first time. Advertisement, kill. Kill. The docile teacher mute was stunned in place. At the moment, she perfectly interprets the professional work of a scarecrow. Ah! Some panicked juniors immediately broke into cold sweats on their backs and ran towards the corner in a panic. At the moment, they just wanted to stay away from the murderous demon, Zan. At the scene, it seems that only Seiko Tujima is calmer. She frowned and looked at Luo Bing with an unbelievable look. The wooden sword in her hand was slightly raised, and she instinctively assumed a defensive posture. Hey, don't be nervous, you don't know how bad the mentality was just now. Sigh, forget it, I don't want to explain it to you, you can't understand it anyway. Luo Bing shrugging his shoulders, his face was helpless, and he had no guilt of murder at all. Actually, he's a superhero. I've seen him bully other female classmates, he's not a good thing, you kill him. I don't mind, but, the school bus key is still on him, it's very important. Kamuro Takao roaring loudly, as one of Zan's good friends, he instinctively supported Luo Bing, trying to divert the big guy's attention with words. Let everyone gradually forget the fact that Zan is a murderer. That's right, without the school bus, it's hard for us to break out of the school alive. Zan, you, Qianjiao, guy. Alas. Lu Mufeng also stood up and accused Luo Bing. But obviously, he did not have the attitude of accusation, on the contrary, it was his main intention to defend the pressure of friends. After this, everyone transferred the panic of Luo Bing's murder to the zombies again, and escape was their only concern now. As for killing, it's not very important anymore, the crux of the problem is, now the zombies in the school are all human conversions, aren't they killing tigers? Looking at the two friends who were trying to defend themselves, Luo Bing rolled his eyes and chuckled lightly. What a bunch of cute bastards. All right, if that's the case, then come with me. With that said, Luo Bing walked leisurely to the big iron gate and kicked the iron gate in front of him. Chapter 254 You Must Believe in Science. Boom. The rammed iron door was directly torn apart by a kick, and the zombies behind the door were directly pushed open by a huge force, and together with the iron door were embedded in the wall, becoming a beautiful decoration in the end times. The sudden kick made all the friends on the rooftop froze in place. They even began to doubt the reality and did not understand why Senior Zan had such a powerful explosive force. This is simply not human. Why are you still standing there? Let's go, don't you want to go out? Luo Bing glanced at the dozen scarecrows who were dumbfounded behind him, and urged impatiently. Xiao Muro and the others were confused, but after seeing Luo Bing's strength, they instinctively approached Luo Bing's back. Brother Zan. You are truly unparalleled. Lu Mufeng was dumbfounded, and his mouth was a little sloppy as he spoke. There is nothing unparalleled, you have to believe in science. Luo Bing rolled his eyes at him, then waved his hand. Under the trend of psychokinesis, the group of zombies who heard the sound all turned into blood mist and glued together in the corridor. This is also called science, it's called a big move. Lu Mufeng roared inwardly, and the group of 887 melon-eating friends behind him were also silent. The rest of the journey was spent under such circumstances. Senior Zan just waved his hand, and a group of zombies turned into blood mist. They followed Luo Bing and walked downstairs, walked into the courtyard, and took back the skinny Zito Haoyi's pocket that had been transformed into a zombie. Took the key, and came to the front of the bus. Okay, you are safe, let's go. Luo Bing threw the key to Xiao Xiao, waved at them, and said goodbye. Wait, aren't you with us? Miyamoto asked with wide eyes. Luo Bing frowned and said softly, nonsense, have you ever seen someone who can fly still use a school bus? As he said that, he floated up gently, put his hands in his pockets, and rushed directly to the sky, leaving behind the melon-eating team with a stunned expression. Looking at the school bus that started successfully in front of her, Miyamoto Rei scratched her head. Are we safe? Be safe. The big guys are all gone. Wipe it. Advertisement. Not cold-blooded and ruthless, Luo Bing never thought of becoming someone's nanny in the apocalypse. To say something unpleasant, he can't protect himself now, and he doesn't care so much about the lives of others. What's more, he has no sense of identity with this world. For him, everything is just a transit point in a long life. Every world has its protagonists. In Luo Bing's view, Kamuro Takao and this group of guys are the protagonists of this world. In other words, even if you don't care about them, they won't be so easy, will die. Flying in the sky, Luo Bing carefully looked at the chaotic city below, shook his head, and rushed towards the direction of the energy source. Now his flight speed is very slow, but under the occasional teleport acceleration, this speed is quite objective. Cross the land of Shenzhou and go all the way to the north. After more than an hour of flight, Luo Bing successfully landed in a barren land, which is also the extreme end of the planet. It was a place covered by snow-white glaciers, and a huge amount of dead trees stood on top of the iceberg, towering into the clouds. Luo Bing found a cloud and stopped, looking directly at the situation below. The eye of data flashed a piece of information. It was so. This is a new species of corrupt divine tree, and it's a 14-tailed one. Luo Bing slammed his mouth, and the 10-tailed divine tree had already turned the world upside down in the Befa Shadow world, and this tailed beast divine tree could actually incarnate 14 tails. And his running method Luo Bing also inquired and understood. That is devouring evolution. Every once in a while, the god tree that has developed to a certain stage will split into giant zombie monsters to recover the small zombies, and then transport them to the branches of the god tree, and finally deny the god tree. Overall, this is a captive breeding program that will not wipe out humans anytime soon. Instead, it is like raising livestock, leaving a way for human beings to reproduce, producing constantly fresh rations, and in this process, human beings may evolve and break the genetic lock. Advertisement, but at best they just got a little tastier. This captive breeding plan may last for thousands of years, and then the divine tree will fully mature. But now, it is just a baby tree, and even the branches have not been unearthed. The guard here is only a high-level breeder, but obviously, he does not have the courage like Kagaya, even if he has that kind of courage. Not every Otsutsuki clan can befriend the divine tree. Luo Bing narrowed his eyes and licked the corner of his mouth greedily. He couldn't wait for thousands of years, and then, he rushed down directly, passed through the clouds, and landed next to the divine tree. Who? The guard Otsutsuki Takashi vigilantly looked at the man who fell from the sky, his white pupils flashing fiercely. Oops, isn't this a low-level planet? How can there be a guy who can fly? Otsutsuki Takashi thought to himself, his hands slowly behind his back, trying to press Zhu Xing's contact button. Huh. A flash of light flashed across, and an air-piercing blade slashed across Otsutsuki Takashi's neck in an instant. Luo Bing stepped forward, buckled his eyes, and instantly replaced them with his own. The golden light suddenly appeared, and the pupil power was absorbed by Luo Bing in an instant, like a duck in water. When the white pupils reached his eyes, they instantly became scarlet, and the three-hooked jade slowly rotated, evolving all the way to a kaleidoscope. The symbols of Kamui and Tsukiyomi flickered in his pupils, respectively. What great eyes! With this pair of kaleidoscopes and the spiritual connection, I can already vaguely see the door to Shenwei, but it's not the time. With that said, Luo Bing turned to look at the majestic divine tree behind him, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth.